Chapter 1, The Warehouse Loader Muru Rugu. In the year 2023, on the 15th day of July, I was in Changsha City, Hunan Province. It was midsummer, and the annoying yet loud chirping of cicadas came from the distant trees. I wiped the sweat from my brow, squinting up at the blazing sun. My lips were chapped, my entire body drenched in sweat, my steps unsteady, and my head dizzy. We're almost there. I withdrew my gaze and looked toward the People's Medical Pharmacy about 100 meters away. Beside the pharmacy stood a Furong convenience store. I quickened my pace. Soon I entered the drugstore, where a wave of refreshing cool air greeted me, instantly revitalizing my spirits. A young woman in a white coat behind the counter looked up from her phone screen and asked, "Hello, what would you like to buy?" I got straight to the point. "Do you have Huoxiang Jinqi Shui?" "Got it. Let me grab that for you." The girl finished speaking, stood up, and took out a box from the glass cabinet behind her. 15 yuan, I'll scan you. Without a word, I grabbed the Huoxiang Jinqi Shui pack, tore it open immediately, and pulled out one bottle. The moment it entered my mouth, that pungent smell shot straight to the crown of my head, twisting my face into a grimace, though it did clear my mind considerably. Then I drank a second and third bottle, feeling like my sense of taste was nearly gone. The young lady hurriedly said, "You don't need to drink so much, one bottle is enough. This damned weather's too hot, can't handle it without drinking extra." I grumbled through clenched teeth, pulling up my payment QR code. Beep, scan complete. The customer has paid 15 yuan via WeChat. Yeah, it's hot. I was sweating buckets just from walking a few steps outside. The young woman gave me a sympathetic look. I nodded, took the medicine, and turned to leave. After exiting the pharmacy, instead of leaving, I entered the neighboring store. Approaching the cooler, I grabbed a 1-liter bottle of chilled jasmine tea. Unscrewing the cap, I downed half the bottle in one go. The icy sensation spread through my entire body, suppressing most of the bitter taste in my mouth. Only then did I feel truly alive again. Next, I picked up 3 1.5-liter bottles of chilled Nongfu spring mineral water and walked to the checkout counter. Jasmine tea 3.5, water 7.5, total 11 yuan. I'll scan you. I responded, scanned the payment code, and left. My name is Mu Rufeng. I'm 24 years old, a college graduate who's been out of school for 2 years. My 4 years in university taught me social skills, but in the current environment, finding a decent job was too difficult. The starting salary was 3,000. Work hours from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 3 meetings a day, and a daily report. Honestly, I was scared off, so I didn't pursue a job related to my major. Now I work as a loader at a community group buying warehouse. Putting in 12-hour days with aching muscles all over. Every penny earned is truly blood, sweat, and tears. Though exhausting, the pay is good, and there aren't those tedious, headache-inducing hassles. Some of my college classmates who've worked in Changsha for 2 years earn at most just over 5,000 a month, with some making as little as 2,000. Meanwhile, I pull in 7,000 a month, including meals and lodging. Even now, when competition in community group buying has grown fierce and business has slowed, my pay still hits this level. Last year, when things were booming, my average monthly wage topped 10,000, and during holidays, it was even higher. Of course, high wages come at the cost of life itself, like unloading an entire truck under the blazing sun on days when the heat hits 38 degrees. The loaders came and went in batches, most of them middle-aged. I was considered quite tough, lasting 2 years as one of them. My cousin, who got me into this job, quit after just 3 months when he couldn't take it anymore. But I gained something too. After 2 years of this work, my formerly slightly chubby body became muscular. I drank less alcohol and even developed abs. Xiao Mu, feeling better now? Want to rest a bit longer? Old Wang and I can handle unloading this half-truck by ourselves. Tall and slightly sun-darkened Uncle Lu stood on the platform, speaking as he saw me approaching. "Uncle Lu, it's alright now. I took Huoxiang Jinqi Shui and already feel better. Here, have a bottle too. I also bought you some ice water, drink a little and take a break." I followed Uncle Lu into the semi-trailer, handing them the Huoxiang Jinqi Shui and 2 bottles of Nongfu spring water. "Keep the ice water for yourself. At my age, my stomach isn't what it used to be. I brought my own herbal tea," Uncle Lu said while placing the sheet on the ground. He took the Huoxiang Jinqi water, a traditional Chinese herbal remedy for heat stroke, drank it, then picked up his large water bottle and took 2 gulps of cooling herbal tea. "My constitution is strong. Give them all to me, hee. After finishing his Huoxiang Jinqi water, Uncle Wang stepped forward and grabbed 2 bottles of water, immediately taking a big swig from one. I smiled but didn't say anything. The 3 of us walked a few steps toward the platform, stopping at the rear of the tractor trailer where the warehouse's metal awning provided some shade, unlike the scorching, uncovered loading area ahead where the sun blazed mercilessly. Uncle Wang, in his 40s, was somewhat scrawny and always trying to benefit from small advantages. Uncle Lu, 5 or so years older, had a simple, honest character though with a streak of stubbornness. "Xiaomu, you're already 24 this year, aren't you? Have you got a girlfriend yet?" Uncle Wang suddenly asked. "Not yet. It's about time at this age." Xiaomu was hardworking, strong, and not bad-looking either. I'll introduce you to someone tomorrow, Uncle Lou said with a smile. That would be wonderful, I replied cheerfully. I remember your daughter is about to graduate soon, isn't she, old Lou? Wouldn't she be perfect to introduce to Xiaomu? Uncle Wang suddenly said. Uncle Lou looked somewhat embarrassed and was about to speak when I smiled and chimed in. Uncle Lou's daughter is a 211 university graduate. How could I possibly be worthy of her? I'm just a manual laborer. Let's not talk about this. Tomorrow I'll introduce you to a nice girl, Uncle Lou said, patting me on the shoulder. Hey, by the way, have you heard? Another driver died in the liquor warehouse. Old Wang suddenly whispered, huh? Another one? Really? Is that true? I remember someone died just a few days ago, didn't they? Old Lou's voice also grew somber. Chapter 2, The Invisible Umbrella. Really? How did this driver die? I quickly asked. My wife told me at noon it was a car accident, Old Wang whispered. His wife works as a receiving clerk in the beverage warehouse. Maybe the feng shui here is bad, I muttered. Exactly. And let me tell you, when those two drivers died, there seemed to be an umbrella near both of them. Old Wang lowered his voice and said, an umbrella? Both Uncle Lou and I were puzzled. Yes, an umbrella. It's really eerie. My wife. Hey, what are you three doing? Get moving and unload the goods. There's another truck waiting to be unloaded over there. Just then, the warehouse supervisor in a red vest walked over from inside the warehouse. We turned to look, muttered a few words, put down the water and drinks in our hands, and headed toward the trailer. I went up to the cargo, lifted a case of 1.5-liter Nongfu spring water, and started stacking. Each case contained 12 bottles, making the total weight 18 kilograms. Because of the hot weather, I wasn't wearing gloves, and after unloading just half the truck, my hands were already swollen and aching. Today, Supervisor Ma Jun came up to me, Lao Lu, and Lao Wang and said, Lao Lu, Lao Wang, and Xiaomu, stop chit-chatting if you have nothing to do. Got it? Lao Lu responded with a grunt, and I nodded, saying, got it, Brother Jun. Lao Wang, who feared nothing, whispered, Brother Jun, that thing about the umbrella, is it really that eerie? Ma Jun said, don't ask about it, don't go snooping around, and definitely don't spread any rumors about it. The higher-ups have given strict orders. Hurry up and unload this truck. There's another load of Ebao bottled water waiting. With that, he walked away. After he left, the three of us didn't bring up the topic again. Being young and impatient, my curiosity got the better of me, so I asked Uncle Wang again. Uncle Lou didn't say anything, but it was clear he was also curious. After all, loading and unloading goods is both tedious and exhausting, and chatting about gossip helps relieve the fatigue. Uncle Wang said, this is all from what my wife heard. She only told me last night. Don't go spreading it around if I tell you, or else Ma Jun will start making a fuss. I patted my chest and said, don't worry, my lips are sealed. Soon, Uncle Wang began his story. Both deceased drivers had delivered beverages for the warehouse. The first driver died in the early hours of Monday this week. A fellow driver returning to the dorm to change clothes discovered the corpse, a horrific sight, covered in irregular gashes as if mauled by wild beasts. Though photos were shared in the group chat, they were deleted within an hour. The subsequent investigation yielded no conclusions. When company executives arrived to handle the matter, they noticed an umbrella in the room, initially assuming it belonged to one of the dorm residents. The second driver died last night, crushed beneath a reversing truck at the loading dock. There were whispers he'd already been dead before the impact. When the supervisor arrived to handle the situation, something eerie happened. A black long-handled umbrella lay beside the dead driver. But when the supervisor ordered someone to pick it up, everyone insisted they couldn't see any umbrella. The supervisor immediately imposed a gag order to suppress the incident, but idle gossip spread the news anyway. Uncle Lou took a deep drag of his cigarette, flicked the butt away, and muttered, enough, this is creeping me out. Let's just unload the damn cargo. I nodded and started working too, feeling nothing special about it. After all, as a successor to socialism, how could I believe in such things? By the time we finished unloading the truckload of Sestbon water, it was already 7 p.m. The sun had set, but the sky was still bright. Uncle Lou said, come on, let's eat first. After dinner, there's still a truckload of Wang Lo cat waiting. I was so hungry that my arms and legs felt weak. I felt like I could eat a whole cow. Yeah, I said, I'm so hungry my limbs are trembling. Uncle Wang waved his hand and said, you guys go ahead. My wife packed lunch for me. Old Lou and I headed toward the canteen, which was about 300 meters away from the liquor storage warehouse. We worked for a local community group buying platform in Hunan, which had leased the entire logistics park as storage warehouses. The liquor storage alone covered 10,000 square meters. The logistics park contained warehouses for liquor, grains and oils, home appliances, daily necessities, fruits and vegetables, premium goods, returns, and more. It's just a shame that we got squeezed out by Matewan Preferred, and our business took a nosedive. As we walked, I noticed a black long-handled umbrella lying quietly on the cement pavement ahead. I was certain it hadn't been there before. It seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. I stopped in my tracks, and Uncle Lou also halted, asking, what's wrong? I pointed to the umbrella and said, "Uncle Lou, there's an umbrella right there." Uncle Lou glanced over, looking puzzled. "An umbrella? Where?" I swallowed hard, staring intently at the umbrella. "Uncle Lou, there's clearly an umbrella there." Uncle Lou waved his hand dismissively. "Shamu, are you trying to scare me? There's no umbrella here. Let's hurry, or we'll miss out on getting any vegetables." With that, he strode forward. To my shock, I watched as his foot stepped right through the umbrella. His foot passed through it as if it weren't there, landing on the ground. He didn't seem to notice a thing. I admit I panicked a little, remembering what Uncle Wang had said, the identical black long-handled umbrella, invisible to everyone except one person. I took a deep breath to calm myself down, walked briskly past the umbrella, and hurried after Uncle Lou, deciding to pretend I hadn't seen it at all. The cafeteria was packed, mostly with warehouse employees and delivery suppliers. The cafeteria food tastes good and is cheap, so many suppliers eat here. Outside the logistics park, there were numerous bustling restaurants. When I first started working here 2 years ago, this place was desolate, with hardly any eateries or convenience stores nearby. Now, the entire street behind is lined with restaurants, and there are countless food stalls near gates 1, 2, and 3 of the logistics park. The preferred distribution center has put food on many people's tables. Uncle Lou and I got our food and found an empty table. I was starving. I wolfed down my entire plate in 7 or 8 minutes, while Uncle Lou had only eaten about a third of his meal. I stood up to get another bowl of winter melon soup when suddenly, a chill ran down my spine. I spotted a black long-handled umbrella less than half a meter from my feet. Trembling, I stammered, Uncle Lou, take a look, is there something by my feet?" Uncle Lou lowered his head to look and said, "What's up? A rat? A cockroach? I don't see anything. Did you step on some dropped food? Something sticky?" I then asked a young guy eating nearby, "Hey man, do you see anything near my feet?" The young guy shot me a glance, looked down briefly, and said, "Nothing there." "What's wrong?" The sweltering heat, the noisy canteen, and the crowded crowd brought me no warmth at all. Instead, I felt a bone-chilling cold surging from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head, freezing me to the core. I said, No problem, it's fine. Uncle Lou, eat slowly. I'll go ahead." After speaking, I quickly walked out of the cafeteria. Stepping out of the cafeteria, I looked around but didn't see the black umbrella. Yet, I didn't feel the slightest bit relieved. I pulled out my phone and dialed 110, but hesitated over whether to actually call. If only I could see that umbrella, would reporting it even help? I decided to make the call. Suddenly, from afar, came the sound, woo-woo, woo-woo, woo-woo. The sound of police sirens caught my attention, and as I focused, I saw 4 or 5 police cars entering through gate 1 of the logistics park, followed by a Mercedes-Benz MPV and 2 ambulances bringing up the rear. Instinctively, I wanted to go over and see what was happening. No need for me to call the police, there were already officers on the scene. Holy shit, go check the group chat. There's some juicy gossip. Hurry, it'll probably get deleted soon. No way, is this for real? Another dead body? Damn, it's real. So gross, I can't handle this stuff. Holy crap, who is that? What happened? Outside the cafeteria, small groups of employees gathered together, chatting and joking while smoking cigarettes and chewing betel nuts. Suddenly, one by one, they checked their phones and their expressions changed. I quickly pulled out my phone too. As a full-time employee at Yuxian, I had joined many work group chats. The messages were flooding in non-stop. I studied carefully, rapidly scrolling through the chat history. After a minute or two, I finally found a video. Clicking into view, my gaze froze and my scalp tingled with dread. There, slumped over his office desk in a posture that suggested sleep, was a balding middle-aged man. A steel reinforcement bar had speared straight through the back of his skull, leaving a gaping wound. Though copious amounts of blood had spilled out, there was no trace of the expected white brain matter. I didn't recognize the man. Scrolling through the messages below, I learned that this balding fellow, Wang Kuan, had been the supervisor handling the cases of those 2 deceased drivers. Upon discovering this information, I swallowed hard involuntarily, an even deeper sense of panic washing over me. I vaguely wondered if these deceased individuals might all be connected to that black umbrella. And now that I've encountered the black umbrella too, does that mean I'm next? Without further hesitation, I strode decisively toward the office building. Those police cars were parked right there. If anything was wrong, going to the police was undoubtedly the right move. Yet I'd barely taken a few steps when that hauntingly familiar black shadow reappeared in my field of vision. Plop! My right foot had already stepped on the black umbrella. The umbrella appeared abruptly, giving me no time to react. As I stepped on the umbrella, it instantly turned into black smoke, creeping up along my right leg. By the time I realized what was happening, the umbrella had bizarrely appeared in my hand, my right hand clutching the handle, thumb pressing against the switch. Damn it! I tried to let go of the umbrella but found my hand wouldn't obey, as if I'd lost control of my own palm. But my thumb could still move. If my thumb can move, does that mean I should press the switch to open the umbrella? I wanted to run and find the police, but my legs wouldn't budge either. The only things still mobile were my head and that single thumb. What should I do? What should I do? I gasped heavily, forcing myself to calm down. At that moment, a figure passed straight through my chest. It was a petite girl wearing a warehouse vest, quite cute looking. The crucial point is that she passed right through my body. Does this mean I'm now like the Black Umbrella, unable to be touched by others? I tried shouting around me several times, but amidst so many people nearby, not a single one responded. Press? Or not press? I knew the answer. I had no choice left. With a crisp snap, the Black Umbrella instantly opened, releasing a plume of dark smoke that enveloped me, and I lost consciousness instantly. Entering dungeon, Crimson Premium Dungeon Type, Solo. After opening the umbrella, I lost consciousness. When I came to, I found myself standing at the entrance of Logistics Park 1. I looked around and saw that the logistics park seemed enveloped in a hazy mist. The scenery appeared blurred, only shadowy figures moving about and some massive objects shifting silently were vaguely visible. Glancing back toward the area outside the logistics park, I noticed everything was shrouded in thick fog, making it impossible to discern any scenery. Looking up, the words, Crimson Logistics Park Entrance 1, caught my eye. I instinctively swallowed hard. It was the same logistics park, the same scene, yet the surrounding facilities appeared older, stained with dark red and black blotches. I realized I seemed to have stepped into some eerie place. Suddenly, I felt a chill to my right. Turning my head, I saw a man in a security guard's uniform sitting inside the guard booth, his face deathly pale, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on me. Just then, a rhythmic tap-tap-tap sounded from ahead. The surroundings were too hazy to make out clearly, but I could barely discern a shadowy figure approaching toward me. Soon, a woman in professional attire emerged from the mist. She was exceptionally tall even in high heels. She stood almost eye to eye with me. Now, I'm 180 centimeters tall. Subtract the height of her heels, and she must be around 170 plus centimeters. Those strikingly pale long legs, and those ample curves beneath her blouse, this was undoubtedly a stunning beauty, the kind that makes your pulse race. I'm Lu Mei, HR manager of Crimson Premium. Are you here for the interview? What position are you applying for? Lu Mei looked me up and down before asking. Just as I was at a loss, information flickered through my mind, and a prompt box appeared before me. Please select the position you're applying for. 1. Delivery driver. 2. Warehouse clerk. 3. Shipping clerk. 4. Receiving clerk. 5. Loading dock worker, delivery driver, stock clerk, shipping clerk, receiving clerk, and loader? My mind was full of questions. I felt like my brain was a complete mess. Had I been transported to another world? But why did this alternate world feel so familiar yet so eerie at the same time? The current scene left me utterly bewildered, but as a modern young adult, my ability to adapt was relatively strong. I forcefully regained my composure and began considering my options. There were 5 positions available. Based on their names alone, their meanings seemed straightforward, including my original job as a loader. First, I ruled out delivery driver positions because I don't have a driver's license and can't drive at all, let alone operate the trucks that delivery drivers use. A 4.2-meter truck would be manageable since it has blue license plates and only requires a C1 license, but anything larger has yellow plates and would require an upgraded license. Applying for a delivery driver job without a license would be hopeless. Plus, I feel certain that something terrible would happen if I couldn't perform the job properly. A stock clerk's job involves cleaning, categorizing, and organizing inventory to keep products clearly labeled, safely stacked, and systematically arranged. It's rather tedious work. The shipping clerk is responsible for retrieving the required goods from the warehouse according to customer orders and handing them over to the delivery driver for transportation. The receiving clerk records incoming shipments before accepting them into inventory. As for the loader, the job needs no explanation. It's simply loading and unloading goods, purely manual labor. Among these positions, I still lean toward choosing the loader role. Just as I was considering which position to choose, a prompt sound suddenly echoed in my mind. Host detected entering instance, plugin successfully loaded. Host, please select one plugin from the following 3 options. 1. Purification template, possesses innate purification abilities, immune to all forms of contamination. 2. Super brain, photographic memory, brain computing power multiplied by tenfold, immune to mental damage. 3. A zombie template, copper skin and iron bones, invulnerable to blades and bullets, possessing immense strength, bloodthirsty, and fearless. The cheat is here? I froze momentarily. As a seasoned bookworm, I was no stranger to such phenomena. Immediately, I examined the 3 options before me. When the cheat appeared, my mind instantly calmed. I'm talking to you. Lu Mei's voice remained icy. Subconsciously I glanced over, only to discover thick black smoke inexplicably emanating from her entire body. I could distinctly sense an intense hostility radiating from her towards me. Not only her, but the security guard from the nearby security room had also come out at some point, holding an electrically charged baton glowing with a dark red light. My heart skipped a beat, and for some reason, a wave of fear surged from deep within me. Without hesitation, I immediately activated the 3rd cheat. 3. Zombie template, bronze skin and iron bones, invulnerable to blades and bullets, possessing immense strength, bloodthirsty, and fearless. Almost instantly, I felt an overwhelming power surge through my body, wiping away both the fear in my heart and the chill on my skin in one swift motion. "I'm here to apply for the loader position," I said calmly. As the words left my mouth, the black smoke rising from Lu Mei instantly retracted, and the security guard slowly lowered his baton. The hostility directed at me faded, yet I could still feel an unrelenting pressure weighing down on me. "Loader? Good. Here's your temporary work pass. Remember, you must wear it at all times within the logistics park. Follow me." Lu Mei tossed a work pass at me, then turned and vanished into the mist. Temporary work pass position. Temporary loader. Valid for 1 day. Please complete your probationary period in exchange for a formal employee ID within this time frame, or bear the consequences on your own nut. Watching Lu Mei's figure retreat into the distance until only a blur remained, I immediately hung the work ID around my neck. The moment it touched my skin, the hazy fog before me instantly dissipated. Simultaneously, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the logistics park: engine ignitions, backup alarms, the roar of heavy machinery, all flooding my eardrums as the oppressive weight on my body vanished. Turning to look beyond the park boundaries, I realized the mist still clung thick and impenetrable, obscuring everything outside like an unbroken curtain. Rumble! At this moment, a massive freight truck emerged from the dense fog behind us, pulling into the side passage. The security guard who had been staring at me immediately stepped forward to intercept the truck, holding a baton in one hand and a clipboard in the other, apparently preparing to conduct registration. I didn't linger to watch. Lu Mei was already walking ahead, so I quickly picked up my pace to follow her. Equipped with the zombie template, I felt not an ounce of fear facing such bizarre phenomena, allowing me to brazenly observe the surroundings and those uncanny employees. The entire Crimson Logistics Park replicates the real-world Kaohsiung Logistics Park in a 1-to-1 scale. Walking along a wide concrete road, I arrived before a massive warehouse. The words Crimson Warehouse Number 1 were printed on a blood-red plaque hanging above the warehouse entrance. Crimson Warehouse Number 1 was enormous, stretching hundreds of meters from front to back, and spanning nearly 100 meters across both left and right sides. However, for such a massive warehouse, there weren't many trucks parked by the loading docks. Carefully counting, there were only about 10 semi-trailers, along with 7 or 8 scattered 4.2-meter trucks and a few 9.6-meter ones. It's worth noting that these loading docks, stretching several hundred meters, could easily accommodate dozens of trucks. Lu Mei didn't stop walking and continued leading me along the passageway on the dock. From time to time, I glanced at the working employees and trucks. These trucks were no different from those in the real world, including box trucks and trailers, except their cargo compartments were shrouded in a dark mist, making them indistinct. Those employees appeared no different from ordinary humans at first glance, yet each had vacant eyes, pallid complexions, and carried a faint, elusive black aura around them. When they looked at me, the temporary worker, a flash of excitement and greed flickered through their eyes, yet not one dared to confront me or openly show hostility. Soon, Lu Mei led me to the far end of Crimson Warehouse Number 1. As I took in this familiar yet alien liquor warehouse, a peculiar sensation washed over me. That's right, this was also a liquor warehouse, occupying the exact same location as the one where I worked in the real world. "Oh, Manager Lu, what brings you here today?" At that moment, a portly, partially balding middle-aged man emerged from the warehouse, wearing an ingratiating smile as his lecherous eyes fixated on Lu Mei's collar. "Foreman Wang, this is the new loader. Arrange his duties, and remember, you're to assess his work capabilities. I'll return tomorrow to verify whether he qualifies for conversion to permanent staff." Lu Mei showed no reaction to the man ogling her chest. Without waiting for Foreman Wang's response, she turned on her heel and walked away. "Manager Lu, take care on your way. Rest assured, I will thoroughly evaluate his work performance." Only after Lu Mei had walked some distance did Wang Kuan reluctantly tear his gaze away from her elegant figure. I had been staring at the back of Wang Kuan's head the whole time, finding it strangely familiar. Just as I was pondering this, Wang Kuan turned to look at me. The obsequious expression on his face vanished instantly, replaced by complete indifference. "You're Mu Ruffing, right? Our liquor warehouse has 2 loaders in total. We hired you because one of our employees resigned. Your job is to unload the cargo from the vehicles. You can start working now." Wang Kuan pointed at the 13-meter-long semi-trailer enveloped in black smoke before us, then turned and walked away without another word. That's right, he just left. After giving a single instruction, he simply walked off without explaining anything else, leaving me completely bewildered. Just then, about 10 meters away, a figure emerged from a freight car parked on the platform. The figure stood roughly 2 meters tall, covered with 7 or 8 tentacles, each bearing an eye. 2 of those tentacles were pulling a handcart, dragging a pallet of neatly stacked goods toward the warehouse. Witnessing this bizarre sight, I was utterly shocked, figuring this must be the other loader working in the liquor warehouse. With so many tentacles, this guy must be lightning fast at loading and unloading. The tentacled creature then tilted its head, its pitch-black eyes fixating on me. Slowly, its mouth split open, revealing rows of densely packed teeth. I could clearly see the corners of its mouth curling upward. This thing was grinning. Without hesitation, I strode toward the truck ahead. The cargo hold was engulfed in a thick, black mist, leaving me clueless about how to proceed. So I raised my hand and plunged it into the haze, feeling an icy, slimy texture against my fingers. At this very moment, the black smoke inside the compartment instantly dissipated, allowing me to clearly see the cargo within. The semi-trailer before me was entirely blood red, the sticky sensation on its surface coming from this very coat of crimson blood. The trailer was packed with red beverages, packaged similarly to Nongfu Spring brand products, with transparent shrink wrapping bundling 12 1.5-liter bottles together as a single unit. Crimson eyeball net content, 1.5L ingredient list, water, fresh blood, fresh beholder eyeballs, corpse worm mucous membrane. Effect, offers an exceptionally delicious taste with mild enhancement properties. Long-term consumption can progressively improve eyesight and physical capabilities. Shelf life, 12 months production date, XX/XX/XX. What kind of divine elixir is this? Inside the beverage bottle, I discovered an eyeball, and what's more, the eyeball seemed to be alive. Fortunately, I currently possess the fearless attribute. Faced with this crimson eyeball drink, I felt not the slightest fear but was instead immensely curious. I even contemplated whether I should sample its flavor. I muttered to myself, "What on earth am I thinking?" Then I stopped my wild imaginings. This truckload of goods was going to take quite some time to handle. Anyway, I should focus on doing my job properly first. As for the rest, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. With practiced ease, I found a hand pallet jack near the front of the warehouse. But having the jack wasn't enough, I still needed pallets. My eyes swept across the surroundings before finally spotting a large stack of red pallets in the right corner. Walking over for a closer look, I spotted a stack of pallets taller than myself. Without hesitation, I maneuvered the hand pallet jack to drag the stack beside the truck, shook out my arms, testing the formidable strength surging through me, and prepared to unload. The moment my hand touched the goods, a piece of information flashed through my mind: warehouse loader guidelines. There were 5 precautions in total, leaving me somewhat stunned. My fearless nature made my brain exceptionally active, and I began to ponder them carefully. The first point is easy to understand: just don't break the goods, keep them intact, and be careful. The second requirement is to stack the goods neatly according to specific specifications, which I have to determine myself. The third rule is not to dawdle, finish unloading the cargo as quickly as possible. Slowing down seems to invite trouble, though the exact timeline is unclear, so you'll have to gauge it yourself. Fourth, when drivers ask for favors, it's likely just an attempt to freeload. Fifth, this one is interesting: while you should refuse if others offer help unprompted, it's acceptable for me to request assistance. That seems a bit contradictory, doesn't it? I forced my thoughts aside. The immediate priority was unloading this truckload of goods. The loading instructions were clear: finish unloading as quickly as possible. I didn't know the exact time frame, but the only rule was fast, fast, faster. Based on my real-world experience unloading cargo, if 2 people work on a semi-trailer, it takes roughly 2 hours. With 3 people, about 1.5 hours. If it's just me, well, I've never tried, but I'd estimate at least 5 hours. 5 hours would be far too late. I reached out, grasped the side of the cargo, and with a light tug, pulled down a case of crimson eyeballs. The label showed that 1 bottle of crimson eyeballs was 1.5 liters, and each case contained 12, making 18 liters total, equivalent to 16 kilograms. But this 32-pound weight felt as light as foam in my hands, all thanks to my cheat ability, the zombie template, which granted me immense strength. I quickly stacked this item properly, then stood up, grabbing 1 package in each hand, and swiftly began loading and unloading. As I was working, a shadowy figure in the truck's cab suddenly opened its pitch-black eyes. It raised its head to glance at the central rearview mirror, where a countdown had inexplicably appeared: 1 hour 59 minutes and 55 seconds. So the loading and unloading time was set at 2 hours. The dark figure sat in the driver's seat, clearly the truck driver. The driver hadn't gotten out, or perhaps couldn't get out yet, just staring intensely at the countdown timer reflected in the rearview mirror. Scarlet Premium's pallets were quite wide, each capable of holding 14 items stacked 4 layers high, totaling 56 pieces of cargo per pallet. In just 2 minutes, I'd finished loading an entire pallet at breakneck speed. Both hands working in unison, the packages felt light as goose down. The efficiency bordered on supernatural, with zero concern for damage. That protective film was remarkably resilient. Without delay, I immediately maneuvered the hand pallet jack under the load. But just as I prepared to pull it out, I noticed the cargo had shifted slightly. The slightest jostle now risked complete collapse. Almost forgot, I still need to wrap it with stretch film, otherwise the goods might topple. I set down the hand pallet truck and walked into the warehouse. After looking around, I spotted the stretch film in the left corner, with a set of rules posted on the wall beside it: stretch film usage guidelines. After carefully considering them, I memorized the rules without hesitation, grabbing a roll of stretch film and heading straight for the truck. Though I didn't know what soul coins were, unloading the cargo came first. Returning to the truck, I wrapped the goods several times with stretch film, then gripped the film with one hand while pulling the forklift toward the warehouse with the other. I spotted a tentacled creature not far away also dragging a pallet of goods. He placed his load on the open space in front of the warehouse, so I followed suit and arranged mine nearby. I knew unaccepted goods couldn't be brought inside the warehouse. Though this Crimson Premium seemed somewhat eerie, it resembled the premium stores in the outside world. The large open area before the warehouse was designated for storing unaccepted merchandise. As I pulled the hand forklift to unload more goods from the container, that tentacled loader creature approached me. "You must be the new loader, right? Hi, my name is Enlu," he introduced himself. "Yeah, my name is Mu Ruffing." Since there's no reason to be hostile to a friendly face, I gave my name as well. "The liquor warehouse only has the two of us as loaders. We should help each other out," Enlu said. "Right, you make a good point, we should definitely help each other," I nodded in agreement. "By the way, let me remind you, you've got 2 hours to unload. If you can't finish, come find me for help." Enlu turned away with a smile. I watched his retreating figure, lost in thought. I returned to the truck and started unloading the second pallet. In what felt like an instant, 10 minutes had passed, 5 pallets were already in place. As I headed back to resume unloading, a sudden unease came over me. The cargo hold had grown colder. Though I wasn't particularly sensitive to the chill, the change was unmistakable. Even the viscous fluid underfoot had thickened, making each step squelch unnaturally. I ignored it and kept unloading. Even when strange sounds reached my ears, I paid no attention. Half an hour passed, and the truck was mostly empty. After stacking another pallet, I was about to leave with the hand truck when footsteps sounded from behind. I turned around and saw a dark figure approaching from the rear of the truck. "Ha, how are you unloading so fast?" The shadowy figure was shocked. This person wasn't tall, about 1.7 meters, entirely shrouded in thick black mist, barely discernible as human in shape. "Is it fast? I actually think I'm slow. I'm almost done unloading." With that, I exerted strength in both arms and pulled the pallet outwards. "Fast, too fast. How are you unloading so quickly?" Strangely enough, the dark figure blocked my path. "Who are you? Move aside, I need to haul the goods out," I said outright. As if unable to refuse my words, he obediently stepped aside. "I'm the truck driver, Chang Feng," the shadow replied. Chapter 7, Driver Brother, why did you give me money? "This is too fast. We can't do this. We can't," the driver muttered, as the black mist surrounding him actually began to fade. Within moments, the driver's figure became clearly visible. It was an utterly terrifying sight. His entire body was covered in gaping wounds, as if he'd been bitten all over. As the black mist around the driver thinned, the inside of the carriage grew even colder, and a thick layer of blood-red viscous liquid now covered the floor. Walking through it even created a stringy, stretching effect with each step. Driver, Mu Ruffing sized up the driver carefully. Faced with this terrifying driver, Mu Ruffing felt absolutely no ripple of emotion in his heart. The fearlessness attribute granted by the zombie template proved incredibly practical in this bizarre instance. If this had been the old Mu Ruffing, his limbs would have gone weak with terror. The changes in the surrounding environment didn't perturb Mu Ruffing in the slightest. Even when his footsteps produced a sticky, thread-pulling effect, it didn't slow Mu Ruffing down one bit. "How can this be? How is this possible?" The driver stared at Mu Ruffing, who remained unaffected, and grew visibly anxious. The driver immediately quickened his pace to catch up with Mu Ruffing. However, when they reached the rear of the cargo compartment, the driver's footsteps abruptly halted. Clearly, the driver could not leave the compartment, or perhaps, could not step beyond the confines of the truck. In no time, Mu Ruwa hauled the hand pallet truck and an empty pallet into the cargo compartment. "Ha, big bro driver, why are you still here?" Mu Ruwa asked. The driver didn't respond, keeping his head down as if lost in thought. Mu Ruwa shrugged and ignored him, moving towards the goods to continue loading. "Still feels sticky and uncomfortable. Let's just get this unloading finished quickly." Mu Ruwa was ultimately still affected by that layer of sticky blood on the ground. However, this effect actually sped up Mu Ruffing's unloading pace. After stacking the goods and wrapping them with stretch film, just as I was about to haul them out, I saw the driver walk over again. This time, the black mist surrounding the driver had thinned significantly, making his terrifying form unnervingly clear. The bite wounds covering him now oozed a dark red liquid. The stench accompanying it made Mu Ruffing's nose wrinkle in discomfort. "Big brother driver, what's wrong now?" Mu Ruffing stopped and called out. "Here." The driver extended his right hand, missing 2 fingers, and handed over a piece of paper. Mu Ruhu, bold and confident in his skills, reached out and took it without hesitation. 10 yuan soul coin, the universal currency of the dungeon world, with a face value of 10 yuan. "Ha, this is money? Wait, driver, why are you giving me money?" Mu Ruhu asked in surprise. "You're unloading too fast. Could you slow down a bit?" The driver spoke up. Slow down?" "Yes, slower. Sorry, driver, but this is my job. You'd better take this money back. I'm going to work." Mu Ruhua returned the 10 yuan bill to the driver and prepared to continue his labor. Seeing this, the driver seemed agitated and grabbed Mu Ruhua's arm. "Take it, take it all the money I have. Can you unload the goods slower? At the very least, make sure the unloading takes no less than an hour. As he spoke, the driver pulled out a few more bills and shoved them into Muruwa's hands. There are 4 bills in total, each with a face value of 10 yuan. Adding that to the previous 10 yuan, that makes 50 yuan in total. Why did they ask me to unload the cargo more slowly? Muru Feng said with confusion. According to his understanding of the loader guidelines, unloading goods should naturally be done as quickly as possible. $50, and the unloading can't take less than an hour. Consider this a favor I owe you, the driver said. Alright then. Muruwa took the banknote and agreed. Soul coins are the universal currency in the dungeon world, he figured they must be quite useful. Thank you. The driver's indifferent expression flickered slightly. In an instant, he released Muru Feng's arm, his figure gradually enveloped by dark mist before vanishing without a trace. A bit spooky, but luckily, I'm not scared. Muruwa chuckled and carefully tucked the banknote away. Then, he glanced at his arm again. It had been gripped by the driver earlier, leaving behind some dark marks, yet within mere seconds, those marks vanished without a trace. No, it wouldn't be accurate to say it vanished, it seemed more like his body absorbed it. Muruhu didn't pay much attention to it either. After dragging this pallet of goods out and placing it down, he forked another empty pallet and returned inside the container. He surveyed the remaining cargo inside, roughly estimating that there were only about 2 or 3 pallets left to completely unload everything. He pulled his phone from his pocket. Ever since he entered, his phone had no signal, but it still worked fine for checking the time. Though he didn't know what time it was here, his phone displayed 8:02. He finished unloading the goods at 7:08 at the cafeteria, and entered this bizarre dungeon world at 7:15. Calculating it now, the entire unloading process had only taken him about 32 minutes. For loaders, unloading a truck must not exceed 2 hours. For the drivers, unloading time must not be less than 1 hour. Therefore, Muru Feng still had plenty of time left. After some thought, Muru Feng decided it was safer to play it safe. He planned to unload most of the remaining cargo, leaving just a small portion at the very end untouched. This way, even if there were any issues, the remaining cargo could be quickly unloaded. No sooner said than done, Murafeng swiftly began stacking the goods. In just a short time, an entire pallet's worth of cargo was neatly arranged. Another 7 or 8 minutes passed. Muraheng stacked the last full pallet of goods neatly into the truck, leaving only 10 items remaining in the cargo compartment. After wrapping the pallet with stretch film and preparing to move it, I suddenly saw the driver Changfeng reappear. You're going back on your word? A sharp cry erupted from Changfeng's mouth. Mu Ruhua found the sound a bit grating. He rubbed his ears and said, "Driver, there are still 10 more packages left. I'll go outside later to slack off and take it easy. I promise I won't make things difficult for you." The driver didn't speak, fixing Murufeng with an intense stare before finally giving a slow nod. "By the way, driver, do you know what this place is called?" Murufeng asked. The driver responded, "This is Crimson Premium." "Of course I know this is Crimson Premium. My question is, why am I here?" Mu Ruheng said rather exasperatedly. The driver didn't answer immediately upon hearing this. Instead, he hesitated briefly before quickly shaking his head. "I don't know either, I'm just a delivery driver," he replied. Mu Ruheng wasn't a fool. That momentary hesitation proved the driver knew something. Chapter 8, The First Dungeon is Changfeng? Mu Ruheng now desperately wanted to know what kind of place this was, why he had appeared here, and how he could leave. "Big brother driver, I've shown you respect, shouldn't you return the courtesy? You really don't want." Muruhu glanced unconsciously to the side, his gaze falling on the dozen or so remaining parcels in the cargo compartment. Changfeng felt nothing but overwhelming malice emanating from him. Seeing that the driver wasn't making a move, Mu Ruffing didn't press further. He picked up an empty pallet from the side and placed it on the ground. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Just as Mu Ruffing had moved 3 items, the driver quickly stepped forward and grabbed his arm. Wait, stop unloading. I'll tell you whatever you want to know," the driver hastily said. "That's more like it, you help me, I help you." Murufeng stopped what he was doing, stood up with a smile on his face. "I want to know how I can leave this place." Murufeng voiced his most pressing concern. "All you need to do is become a driver, and then you can leave here," Changfeng replied. "Alright, perhaps I wasn't clear enough. I mean, how do I leave this eerie place and return to the real world?" "Do you know about the real world?" "It's the world where humans live," Murufeng said. "I know," Changfeng nodded. Seeing Changfeng nod, Murufeng silently nodded to himself. Indeed, these strange people were aware of the human world. After a long pause, Changfeng still didn't continue speaking, which frustrated the waiting Murufeng to no end. Mu Ruffing was about to speak when Changfeng finally opened his mouth. "Did you enter this bizarre dungeon because of an umbrella?" Changfeng suddenly spoke, startling Mu Ruffing. "How did you know?" Mu Ruffing looked at Changfeng with suspicion. "Because I, too, ended up in this place due to that umbrella. Or rather, it's because of that umbrella that I become what I am now," Changfeng said slowly. "You?" Mu Ruffing stared fixedly at Changfeng. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck his mind, and a familiar scene surfaced in his memory. You're the first driver who died in the liquor warehouse, the one whose entire body was gnawed by wild beasts? Mu Ruffing exclaimed in shock. So, I'm not the only one who died? Chang Feng responded after hearing this. What on earth is going on? And what's the deal with that umbrella? Mu Ruhong pressed further. If you want to leave this place, first you need to become a regular employee. Once you're a permanent worker, you should get information about how to leave. Don't ask me either, I don't know. I applied to be a driver and didn't even pass probation. Oh, and I wasn't bitten by wild animals. Chang Feng's voice was hoarse in a way that made one's skin crawl slightly. In an instant, Mu Ruhua thought of many things. What Chang Feng said confirms that the second deceased driver and the third deceased supervisor must have entered this Scarlet Coupon's instance. However, they all died here for some unknown reason. Chang Feng was the first to enter Scarlet Coupons. In the real world, he had already died, yet in this place, he became a truck driver? Does that mean the second deceased driver and that supervisor are now holding some positions at Scarlet Premium too? Wait, that bald supervisor Wang Kuan. Mu Feng suddenly remembered, wasn't that bald male supervisor Wang Kuan, whom he'd just seen, precisely the supervisor who had died in the real world? You probably died while delivering goods, getting gnawed to death by some monster. So why did you become a driver again? Mu Feng said. Silence. Chang Feng fell silent. Mu Rua didn't rush him, waiting quietly. I violated the rules while making a delivery, and the supervisor at the service station devoured me to death. When I woke up again, I had become a truck driver. I couldn't leave this vehicle even when driving out. I couldn't get off. I could only move within the confines of its cabin. My advice to you is this: you must not die, and you must not be contaminated. Otherwise, you'll end up just like me. The reason I still retain my own thoughts is because I haven't been a driver for very long yet. I can already feel it happening. My thoughts are growing colder, more distant. Soon, I won't be myself anymore. Can I ask you for a favor? Chang Feng said. Go ahead. Mu Rua, at a loss for words, could only utter these two words. I know you're no ordinary man. Unloading that fast, even in Lu, the other loader, would take at least an hour and a half to finish. With your abilities, you're bound for great things. While I still have my wits about me, I hope when you're in a position to, you can help my family. There was an unmistakable note of sorrow in Chang Feng's voice now. Good. Mu Ruhua nodded heavily. Thank you. I still have a daughter, still in kindergarten. It's a shame I won't see her grow up in this damn world. Chang Feng cursed under his breath, his figure gradually fading until it turned into a wisp of black mist that merged into the carriage. Watching Chang Feng disappear, Mu Ruhua let out a sigh. He felt sympathetic toward Chang Feng's plight, yet there was nothing he could do. If not for his cheat system, Mu Rua believed he would have likely ended up in the same dire situation as Chang Feng. Still, if it was within his power, Mu Rua naturally wouldn't hesitate to help Chang Feng with his request. At the very least, the truck driver had answered some of Mu Rua's lingering uncertainties. Let me give you a heads up, you should be careful around warehouse supervisor Wang Kuan. Since you unload goods so quickly, try helping out the other loader more often. That way, Wang Kuan won't be able to pick apart your work performance. Of course, you should also be careful with An Lu, the last loader was eaten by him. Also, inside the truck, the driver can't lay a hand on the loaders unless the unloading time exceeds 2 hours. Suddenly, Mu Ruho heard Chang Feng's voice by his ear. Eat? Mu Ruho silently pondered in his heart. Thanks a lot. Mu Ruhu, who had just begun to get some clue, expressed his gratitude to the driver, Chang Feng. As Maruho dragged the pallet out of the truck compartment, another large freight truck had somehow appeared nearby. No one noticed when it had parked there. Meanwhile, in Anlu, he stood before the massive cargo truck, apparently ready to unload its shipment. Anlu's previous truck had clearly finished unloading. Anlu also spotted Mu Ruffing emerging from the warehouse. Mu Ruffing, wait, is your truck almost done unloading? Anlu stepped forward, blocking Mu Ruffing's path. Yeah, why do you ask? Mu Ruffing nodded in response. Why are you just an ordinary human, yet you unload so fast? And why hasn't your body undergone the slightest change? And Lu inquired. $10. Mu Ruwa stretched out his hand and said, Chapter 9 New Cargo, Bloodflower Beer. What $10? And Lu looked at Mu Rufeng in confusion. Give me $10, and I'll tell you, Mu Rufeng said. And Lu froze for a moment, as if he had been greatly insulted. His lips began to twitch, making strange teeth-grinding sounds. That was the sound of his fangs grating against each other. We should help each other. You. Anlu wasn't willing to pay. 10 yuan, give it to me, and I'll tell you. Mu Rufeng said. Fine. After a moment's hesitation, Anlu finally took out a 10 yuan bill and handed it to Mu Rufeng. Mu Ruwa took it and immediately said, I was born with unnatural strength, and I used to work as a loader before. That's why I can unload goods extremely fast. Gone? Anlu visibly froze for a moment. It's gone, I've already told you. Morahang responded, pulling the cargo as he continued walking inside. And Lu made no move to stop Mu Ruffing, nor did he call out to him. Instead, he simply fixed Mu Ruffing with an icy stare. Rumble. Just then, another large truck emitting thick black smoke pulled up in front of the liquor warehouse and began reversing. Before long, it had parked beside the loading dock. Anlu glanced at it and immediately stepped forward, stretching out his hand to press directly into the black mist. The next second, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Anlu's lips. He glanced at Murufeng, then at the large truck he had been preparing to unload, and immediately headed into the warehouse. Seeing this, Murufeng paid no further attention and didn't return to the truck to continue unloading. After all, he had promised the driver Changfeng that he'd slack off outside. By his calculations, he still needed to kill at least 20 more minutes. He wasn't planning to slack off until the last minute before the unloading deadline. After all, he still hadn't passed his probation period yet. Muruhua grabbed the stretch wrap and pulled the forklift, beginning to wander through the front loading area of the warehouse. He didn't dare venture deeper into the warehouse as a temporary worker. Getting caught overstepping could spell trouble. Just minutes later, Wang Kun and Enlu emerged together from the warehouse interior. Mu Ruffing, why are you wandering around instead of unloading the goods? Wang Kun scolded as soon as he spotted Mu Ruffing. Oh, Manager Wang, I was looking for the pallets, Mu Ruffing replied. Are you blind? The pallets are right over there. Don't wander off again, Wang Kun said coldly. Got it, Manager Wang, Mu Ruffing responded. By the way, 2 more trucks have arrived. After you finish unloading that one, take the one on the right, Anlu. You handle the left one, Wang Kun instructed. No problem, Manager Wang. Before Murufeng could respond, Anlu stepped forward and patted his own chest. Although Murufeng found it a bit odd, he didn't mind and said, got it. Oh, yes, Manager Wang, may I ask what our working hours are? Hearing this, Wang Kun raised his left hand, glanced at the mechanical watch on it, and replied, it's currently 8:10 now. We start at 6 a.m. and finish at 12 p.m., with an hour's break at noon. Then we resume at 1 p.m. and finish at 6 p.m. After work tonight, come to my office and I'll arrange your accommodation. For meals, go to the canteen. If you don't know where it is, you can ask Anlu. Alright, get to work now. Wang Kun waved his hand and turned to leave. Keep up the good work. If you can't finish unloading, you can always come find me for help. Anlu grinned and gave Murufeng a pat on the shoulder before striding off toward the truck on the left. Earlier, he had seen Anlu even setting up the pallets, ready to unload the truck on the right. But now, after coming out with Wang Kun, they were unloading the one on the left instead. Needless to say, the cargo in these 2 trucks was different. It might even be that the goods loaded in his truck were harder to unload. Nero paid little attention to this and walked directly to the truck. He reached out his hand and placed it directly on that mass of black mist. In an instant, detailed information about the cargo appeared in his mind. Blood flower beer. Net content, 580 milliliters. Ingredients, corpse water, fresh blood, hop demons, wheat-devouring worms, yeast insects. Effects, slightly bitter taste, grants temporary mental attribute boost upon consumption, induces drunken state. Prolonged use gradually enhances mental attributes. Expiry date, 12 months. Production date, XX/XX/XX. Friendly reminder, fragile items, handle with care. Compensation required for damages. Mu Ruffing ignored everything else, his attention was fixed solely on the line at the very bottom. Fragile items, handle with care. Damages must be compensated at full price. Mu Ruffing carefully pondered over these words. This Blood Blossom beer comes in glass bottles, with 12 bottles per case. Since they're glass bottles, loading and unloading requires gentle handling, they're extremely prone to breaking otherwise. If Mu Ruffing wanted to load or unload these, he couldn't treat them as casually as he had with those crimson eyeballs. Plus, since blood flower beer comes in cardboard packaging, you can't even grab one case single-handedly. The unloading speed might drop quite a bit. Murafang released his grip and turned his head to look at Anlu. Over at Anlu's side, unloading had already begun. 4 or 5 tentacles working simultaneously, each lifting 2 cases at a time. He moved swiftly. Moreover, Muruhu realized that the goods Enlu was unloading seemed to be similar to instant noodles. Comparing Enlu's instant noodles to Muruhu's blood flower beer, the difference in difficulty was obvious. As for Enlu's little scheme, how could Muruhu not see through it? However, Mu Ruffing found it odd. Wasn't this supposed to be the alcohol warehouse? Why were instant noodles docked here? Shouldn't they be at the snack food warehouse instead? Unable to figure it out and not wanting to dwell on it, Mu Ruffing immediately pulled the forklift to stack another pallet before bringing it to the truck. That's right, Mu Ruffing planned to start unloading the blood flower beer right away. Slacking off? Not an option. He was determined to work hard and earn good money. He hadn't forgotten Chang Feng's reminder. Grabbing a pallet, he positioned it properly. The black mist by the truck's rear door had dissipated. Muruhua thrust his hands into the cargo and summoned extraordinary strength, somehow managing to lift out 4 crates of beer at once. Blood Blossom beer had a net content of 580 milliliters per bottle, including the glass bottle, each weighed approximately 1.1 kilograms. Each case contains 12 bottles, with the cardboard packaging weight negligible, totaling 26.4 pounds. For 4 cases, that would be around 105 pounds, a weight that still felt as light as a feather to Muru Fong. He carefully lowered and placed the 4 cases in position. Recalling the stacking procedure, beer cases should be stacked 5 layers high, with 17 stacks per layer. Horizontal 4, place 3 rows, vertical 5, place 1 row, 17 in total. However, arranging goods like this requires alternating layers, which makes the stack more stable. Marufu also considered such situations, so each time, he only carried 3 boxes. He kept the first, second, and third layers unchanged, then alternated the 4th and 5th layers. At the same time, on the 4th and 5th floors, workers manually stacked goods by carrying 2 layers of 4 items each in their hands. In this way, the speed was actually faster than the rate at which the crimson eyeball was being coated. Moreover, Muroho handled each item with meticulous care, ensuring not a single piece was ever damaged. Chapter 10 Unloading. 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 On the other end, Anlu finished unloading a pallet of goods with ease and instinctively glanced toward Muru Feng's direction. That glance made Anlu's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. To his shock, Muru Feng had already unloaded an entire pallet and was even wrapping it in stretch film. What was going on? How could unloading the Shuehua beer be faster than unloading instant noodles? As if sensing Anlu's gaze, Muru Feng also turned to look. Muru Feng smiled at Anlu and said, "With so many hands, your unloading speed is a bit slow. If you can't finish, you can come to me for help." Without waiting for Anlu's response, Muru Feng dragged the beer straight into the warehouse. Although the beverage warehouse was large and the front unloading area spacious, the crimson eyeballs unloaded by Muru Feng alone occupied over 20 pallet spaces. Fortunately, the goods Anlu had previously unloaded had already been received, and most had been dragged inside by the warehouse staff. Mu Ruguan promptly pulled it over there and placed it properly. Seeing this, Anlu quickly wrapped the goods in cling film and dragged them over to arrange them neatly. Space is limited. If it's all taken up, he'll have no choice but to place it on the platform. Leaving goods on the loading platform will result in a fine. A clearly posted rule was visible on the warehouse wall. No goods are allowed on the loading platform. Violators will be fined 10 yuan per pallet. As they passed each other, Anlu spoke up. "Your Scarlet eyes should be done unloading, right? Hurry up and go collect the goods, don't hog this spot." Mu Ruffing smiled and said, "Sorry, I haven't finished unloading yet, can't receive the goods." Anlu didn't say anything further, only shooting Mu Ruffing a venomous glare before walking away. Watching Anlu leave, Mu Ruffing stroked his chin, thinking, "I could probably squeeze quite a few soul coins out of this guy, but I need to hurry up with the unloading first." With that, Mu Ruffing returned to the truck and began unloading frantically. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Mu Ruffing wrapped the goods with stretch film. Glancing toward the front of the cargo hold, he saw only about 20 items remaining. Half an hour, just half an hour, and Mu Ruffing was already on the verge of unloading everything. Strangely enough, the truck driver never showed up. Of course, as the cargo dwindled, the environment inside the container underwent dramatic changes. Not only was there a pervasive stench, but the blood beneath Mu Ruhong's feet had already risen above his ankles, and the surrounding area had turned bitterly cold. With every breath Mu Ruhong took, long trails of white mist formed. However, none of these changes slowed down Mu Ruhong's unloading speed in the slightest. They had absolutely no effect on Mu Ruhong whatsoever. It seemed his zombie template rendered him completely immune to all of it. An ordinary person would have frozen solid long ago under such conditions. Mu Ruhwa hauled the goods out of the truck with a manual forklift. By the time he reached the warehouse, the front area was already packed with cargo. Mu Ruhwa found an empty spot in the furthest corner. There was only enough space left for about 4 pallets of goods. Every space was occupied, except for the pathway. "Almost done, let's go check on Anlu's side." Muru Feng chuckled, placed the goods properly, and prepared to leave. Just then, Anlu appeared, pulling a pallet of goods his way. "Muru Feng, you've unloaded both shipments, right? Hurry up and have the receiver check them in," Anlu said. "Not yet," Muru Feng said in surprise. "I've already counted the goods you've unloaded. Even if there's still some left, it shouldn't be much. If you don't go collect the goods and keep hogging the space, how am I supposed to put mine?" Anlu said coldly. "You're quite good at math, huh? But you see, I've unloaded 2 trucks in a row and my whole body is sore. I might need to rest for over half an hour before I can continue unloading," Muru Feng said with a smile. "Alright, you want to play games? Fine. I remember your bloodshot eye unloading time has already passed over an hour, hasn't it? I'll take the remaining spots. Let's see who can afford to wait longer, you or me." Anlu scoffed. "TCH, sure, go ahead," Muru Feng responded with complete indifference. Seeing this, Anlu stopped arguing and turned to leave. Muru Feng also ceased unloading the goods and retreated into the truck with crimson glowing eyes. "Chang Feng, Chang Feng, are you there? Mu Ruhu called out inside the cargo hold. Are you planning to finish unloading the goods? That's fine, an hour has already passed. Chang Feng's figure suddenly appeared inside the cargo hold. No rush, I want to ask you something. What would happen if my unloading time exceeds 2 hours? Mu Ruhu asked. After a brief pause, Chang Feng replied, if your unloading time exceeds 2 hours, then you would have violated my rules. Then you'll be my prey, and I can take action against you. What's more, I can harness the power of the cargo truck to double my strength. Double your strength? Could you take on that tentacled monster? Mu Ru Feng asked again. In normal circumstances, I'm no match for him. If he breaks the rules, I can wound him, but I can't kill him, Chang Feng replied. Alright, thanks. I'll finish unloading the cargo right before the deadline, Mu Ru Feng said. Thank you. Chang Feng also expressed his gratitude. Mu Ruffing had basically figured it out. The slower the unloading process, the more the truck driver could absorb some kind of power to enhance himself, and once the 2-hour limit was exceeded, they could attack the loaders. It seems the employees in this eerie copycat world aren't so peaceful after all. A smile appeared on Mu Rufing's face. Since Anlu insisted on playing games with him, he'd gladly play along and play to win. Talk about hogging space to leave no room for his crimson eyeballs. What a joke, as if he didn't know how to drag the Blood Blossom beer crates back to the truck. After all, the warehouse had no rule against hauling goods back where they came from. Even if there really was a rule, would you not let me correct the pallet, rearrange the goods if I stacked them wrong? Mu Rufeng looked at the remaining 10 crimson eyeballs. He loaded all the goods onto the pallet, then walked straight out of the truck. Over in Anlu, he was still unloading goods rapidly with his 5 tentacles. Scattered around, some trucks or employees passed by on the main road in front of the platform. They looked at Mu Ruffing with expressions of curiosity, greed, and a tinge of regret. Mu Ruffing took out his phone and began filming these scenes. Even in this eerie alternate world, his phone still worked, so naturally, he wanted to capture these bizarre events on camera. Whether to keep as a memento or present as evidence to the relevant authorities, either way worked. Before long, and Lu had filled all the remaining space with 2 more pallets of goods. Only 40 minutes had passed. Chapter 11, $100 credited. In just 40 minutes, Muruwa's Bloodflower beer stock was down to its last pallet, and there was still 2/5 of that instant noodle cup left from Anlu. Moreover, as time passed, the changes inside the truck would make Anlu's unloading pace increasingly slower. The total unloading time was roughly estimated to be around 1 hour and 20 minutes. This meant Anlu would have approximately 40 minutes of idle time. Of course, Anlu wouldn't dare calculate the time so precisely either. He'd definitely leave about 10 minutes as a buffer. Meanwhile, on Mu Roofing's side, the Scarlet Eyeball's unloading time had only consumed 80 minutes, leaving 40 minutes remaining. As for the Bloodflower beer, there was even less cause for worry there. Mu Ruffing, you've only got 40 minutes left now, let's see how you handle this. Anlu gave a sinister chuckle. Mu Ruffing didn't even bother responding to him. Yawning lazily, he simply climbed into the Bloodflower beer truck. Yet the moment Mu Ruffing finished stacking the remaining Bloodflower beer crates, the truck suddenly began trembling violently. In the next instant, a swirling black mist materialized before condensing into a gaunt man with corpse-pale skin. How did you unload so fast? Did 3 people work on this unloading? The driver barked harshly. Big bro driver, why are you shouting so loud? I'm the only one unloading the goods, and this is the last pallet. Could you please step aside? Mu Ruffing, who had originally planned to slack off a nap here, saw the driver appear and suddenly had a bright idea, promptly speaking up. Alone? Impossible, that's absolutely impossible. I was delivering Bloodflower beer, it's very easy to break. There's no way it could be done this fast. How did you manage this? The driver stared intently at Mu Ruffing. I'm strong and unload fast, what's the problem? But driver, if I remember correctly, something bad happens when unloading takes less than an hour, right? Driver, you wouldn't want something like that to happen, would you? Mu Rufeng smiled as he extended his hand, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together subtly. The driver had intended to scare Mu Rufeng, but this gesture left him completely bewildered. The driver's gaze fell on the work ID badge clipped to Mu Rufeng's chest. Talk nonsense, you're the new loader, right? Stay put here nicely. Before the driver could finish, Mu Ruffing interrupted him directly. Sorry, brother driver, could you please move aside? I need to get out. As he spoke, Mu Ruffing lifted the cargo with a forklift truck and began dragging it outside. Wait, I'll give it to you. The driver panicked, not even having time to think further, and quickly stopped him. Then he pulled out a 5 yuan bill from his pocket. This is Soul currency, the universal money of the copy world. It's really valuable, here, take it. The driver handed the 5 yuan to Mu Ruffing with a smug expression. Without even speaking, Mu Ruffing simply tugged the cargo forward and walked away. Wait, do you think it's too little? 10 yuan, I'll give you 10 yuan. 20 bucks, I'll give you 20 bucks. 20 is already a lot. Mu Ruwa stopped in front of the truck's rear, turned his head toward the driver, and spoke slowly. The last driver gave me 100. Are you treating me like a beggar? Hearing this, the driver's heart skipped a beat. 100, I'll give you 100. The driver hastily pulled out a crimson 100 yuan bill. Please, let the unloading take a bit longer, the driver said with evident distress. This is pretty good. Alright, I'll just take a nap right here, Mu Ruffing said with a grin as he pocketed the 100 yuan bill. Thank you. The driver expressed his gratitude profusely when Mu Ruffing agreed. However, he didn't leave, seemingly afraid Mu Ruffing might stand him up. Instead, he stood right at the back of the truck, effectively blocking Mu Ruffing's path. Mu Ruffing didn't mind at all. He set multiple alarms on his phone for 30, 31, and 32 minutes later. 3 alarms ensured Mu Ruffing would wake up. When he said he needed sleep, he truly meant to catch some shut-eye. Although he felt quite energetic, having already worked a full day and suddenly arriving in this eerie world, he had also unloaded 2 truckloads of goods. The zombie template ensured he didn't feel exhausted, but that didn't stop him from wanting to take a break. He clearly remembered that time here flowed opposite to reality. While it would be 8:50 p.m. in the real world, here it was 8:50 a.m. That means there are still 9 hours left until the end of the shift. So taking a break now is definitely the right move. Muruhu lay atop those 10 pieces of cargo. Logically, it should have been uncomfortable, but he seemed unfazed. As soon as his eyes closed, he was out like a light, snoring away. 2 years as a loader had not only built Muruhu's robust physique but also gifted him the remarkable ability to fall asleep in an instant. Imagine returning to the dormitory after an exhausting day, too tired to do anything else, with only one thought in mind, sleep. Thus, even if it was a hard wooden board or an uncomfortable pile of goods, Muruhu could fall asleep the moment he lay down. It made no difference to him. Of course, he wasn't the type who could sleep through earthquakes either. An alarm clock could easily rouse him from slumber. As for whether he worried about the driver attacking him or stealing his spirit coins, Murufong wasn't worried, because both drivers and employees had to follow the rules. The loader couldn't be attacked by the driver while inside the truck, not even for theft. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Muruhuang's alarm clock rang precisely on time. Muruhuang woke instantly, turning off the alarm before silencing 2 additional alarms that hadn't yet gone off. Muruhu leisurely picked up the hand trolley. Ahead, the driver had already disappeared at some point. Clearly, having exceeded the 1-hour unloading time, he had returned to the driver's cabin. Muruhu dragged the trolley out of the truck. In the distance, Anlu initially showed a hint of joy upon seeing Mu Ruffing emerge, but then sneered coldly. Mu Ruffing paid no attention to Anlu, directly driving the forklift into the cargo truck with the crimson eye. Just as Mu Ruffing was about to lift the tail with the forklift to drag it out, black smoke billowed ahead once more. Changfeng had arrived. This is the delivery slip. You'll need this for receiving the goods. Changfeng handed a white slip of paper to Mu Ruffing. Got it. Thanks. Mu Ruffing took the delivery slip, nodded at him, then dragged the goods out of the truck. As soon as Mu Ruffing stepped out, thick black smoke suddenly billowed from the truck. Roar! The truck's engine let out a violent, thunderous roar. In no time, the truck started up and then drove away from the platform. It really was timed to the minute. As soon as the goods were unloaded, the truck left. Chapter 12, Goods Receiver Chun and I. Moruho leisurely pulled the goods over to Anlu's side. Looks like there's about an hour left, Morufong said with a smile. Yeah, just 1 more hour to go, and Lu replied with a smile. Aren't you going to receive the goods right away? The cargo needs to be checked by the receiving staff within 10 minutes after unloading. Oh wait, is it because there's no space left? And Lu added, oh, 10 minutes? That should be enough time, but will you have time to unload the rest of the cargo? Morufong said, glancing toward the truck's interior. The truck compartment was still shrouded in black mist, seemingly visible only to Anlu. At that moment, Anlu cheerfully waved his hand, and the black mist actually began to slowly dissipate. Soon, the scene inside was revealed. To everyone's surprise, it was filled with stacks of wooden pallets. Every pallet was fully loaded with goods, each wrapped securely in plastic film. Each row held 2 pallets, arranged in 5 columns. That made a total of 10 pallets. Muruhu was momentarily startled by the sight, though he quickly regained his composure. Sure enough, this guy wasn't a fool either. He wasn't about to just wait here idly for nothing. He neatly stacked the goods but didn't drag them outside, saving a significant amount of time in doing so. The remaining cargo could probably be unloaded in about 20 minutes or so. In other words, even though 70 minutes had already passed, adding the 20 minutes needed to unload, Anlu could still wait for at least another 20 minutes. You're quite clever. He chuckled lightly, then promptly stopped chatting with Anlu and dragged the goods into the warehouse. Without hesitation, he rolled out his pallet of Blood Blossom beer and forked in that stack of crimson eyes. Without pause, Mu Ruhua dragged the cart of bloodflower beer back and stepped directly into the beer delivery truck. And Lu was slightly startled at the sight. He never expected that Mu Ruhu would actually manage to haul the goods back. Throughout his time working in Anlu, he had never once been troubled by issues related to his position, so naturally, it never crossed his mind in that direction. Now, however, it had allowed him to witness it. In this way, Mu Ruhu could be completely invincible. What a tough nut to crack. Forget it. Once he finishes receiving the goods, I'd better hurry up and unload these packages. Anlu knew there was nothing he could do about Mu roughing for the time being. He would have to find another opportunity later. After placing the bloodflower beer, Mu roughing picked up the stretch wrap and entered the warehouse. Before long, Mu roughing arrived at the spot where the stretch wrap was stored. About 5 meters away from this spot, there was also a small table. On the small table, a notice was posted. Please press this button to summon a receiving clerk. Please note, do not press this button before completing all unloading, or you will bear the consequences yourself. Mu Ruhu immediately reached out and pressed the button. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A sudden eerie wind blew, followed by the desk drawer creaking open. A thick black mist surged out, eventually coalescing into the form of a woman clad in a little red vest. This woman was not very old, at most around 35. She couldn't be called beautiful, but neither could she be described as plain. The woman's vest had the words "Receiving Clerk" printed in bold across the back. Human? New employee? Have you unloaded all the goods? The receiving clerk looked Mo Ruhan up and down before speaking. Yeah, all unloaded. Mu Roughing nodded. Where's the cargo? Take me to see it, the receiving clerk said. Over here. Mu Roughing quickly led the receiving clerk to the stacked goods area. Not bad. The goods are stacked quite neatly, and none are over height limits. How many pallets total? And where's the delivery note? The clerk fiddled with his phone while inquiring. Sis, I can't remember how many boards there are. Could you please count them yourself? Here's the delivery note, Muru Fong said as he handed the delivery note to the receiving clerk. Ha, you want me to count them? The receiving clerk's face darkened instantly. Suddenly, the receiving clerk's expression changed slightly in surprise. She pinched the delivery note, discreetly opened a corner, and revealed the edge of a banknote. The amount wasn't large, just a 10 yuan bill. The receiving clerk deftly tucked the money away without drawing attention, then pocketed it. Next time, remember to count it yourself. This time, I'll count it for you, the receiving clerk said calmly. Miss, I still hope you can slowly count, and count every single one clearly. Mu Roughing deliberately paused on the word slowly. The receiving clerk immediately understood and nodded almost imperceptibly before saying, rest assured, I'll count slowly and make sure every single one is accounted for. 10 yuan might not seem like much, but it's free money after all. She was the receiving clerk who could deliberately slow things down during intake, but it was pointless since she couldn't skim any benefits. The loaders ignored her entirely regardless of how slowly she worked. The goods were already unloaded anyway. Now that Mu Rohu had slipped her a 10 yuan bribe, unexpected windfall as it was, she naturally had to show some courtesy. Time ticked by minute by minute. Soon enough, the 10 minutes passed by. This is the 10th panel, 11th, 12th. Ha, I think I've already counted this one. Oops, messed up again. The receiving clerk sighed. Shunny, don't worry about it. Just count again if it's wrong. Mu Ruhua followed closely behind, nodding occasionally and murmuring agreement with an unusually attentive demeanor. Xiaomu makes a good point. Let me count them again. Shunny nodded in agreement. Just then, and Lu came over pulling a pallet of goods. Ha, how long has it been? Why aren't you finished receiving goods yet? And Lu frowned deeply upon seeing the receiving staff still working. What? You got a problem? The receiving clerk shot Lu a glance and spoke up. Hasn't he finished unloading for over 10 minutes now? Still not done receiving? My goods have nowhere to be placed. And Lu didn't hold back either when facing the visibly displeased receiving clerk. Brother and Lu, sister Chunai has always been extremely careful and responsible with receiving goods, absolutely can't afford mistakes. It's normal for her to take a bit longer, Muru Fong explained. Xiaomu's right. Would you take responsibility if there were errors? Chunai's expression darkened as she snorted coldly before returning to the front to start counting all over again. Counting and counting, she messed up again. Chunai started over from the beginning, repeating the process several times in a row, which infuriated Anlu standing beside her. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Refusing to accept delivered goods, you believe I won't report you? Anlu snapped in anger. Complain? Go ahead, file your complaint. It'd be great if they transfer me to another position. I've had enough of being stuck in that damn drawer anyway. Chunai didn't care in the slightest and kept counting. You. Anlu was now furious, his 5 tentacles flailing wildly, striking out in all directions, a truly terrifying sight. What a pity, Anlu ultimately didn't take action. Suppressing his anger with difficulty, Anlu spoke up. Muru Fong, let's have a word in private. Chapter 13, The Cafeteria Food. Muru Fong chuckled and said, Chunai Jia, please count them for me while I have a word with him. Alright, go ahead, Xiaomu. I'll count slowly. Chunyi nodded and said. With that, Nuru and Lu walked out of the warehouse. And Lu said coldly, just what are you trying to do? I haven't done anything, Nuru replied. Hurry up and accept the goods. Name your terms, Anlu said. $100. Just pay up, and I'll get Chunyi to accept the goods right away, Mirahang said bluntly, cutting straight to the chase. You're asking for death. Anlu's tentacles suddenly lashed out in all directions. Anlu's form grew monstrously large, his mouth splitting open to his ears, revealing rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth, a vision of pure horror. Mu Rufeng remained completely unfazed upon seeing this. If you're thinking of hitting me, don't worry, I definitely won't fight back, Mu Rufeng said with a faint smile. I don't have that much money on me, and Lu suppressed his anger and returned to his usual self. Then how much do you have? Mu Rufeng replied. I only have $50, Anlu said. $50? Heh, even truck drivers who just arrived here have 50 on them. And you, a seasoned employee, are telling me you only have 50? Mu Rufeng chuckled. Here, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation all cost money, even the stretch wrap costs money. And I just went to see Supervisor Wang, so I only have 50 left, Anlu explained. Fine, hand it over, Mu Rufeng said after a moment's thought, reaching out to take the 50. After receiving 50 yuan from Anlu, Mu Rufeng walked into the warehouse with a smile. Chunyi, have you finished counting yet? Mu Rufeng approached Chunyi. Yes, almost done. Just the last pallet left, I'll tally it up right away, Chunyi nodded. Once Chunyi verified the count was correct on the sheet, she handed her phone to Mu Rufeng. Come on, just sign your name and take a photo. Then you can be officially logged in, Chunyi said. Mu Rufeng nodded, took the phone, signed his name on it, and handed it back along with 2 10-yuan bills clutched in his hand. Thank you for your trouble, Sister Chunyi, Mu Rufeng said with a smile. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. Chunyi quickly pocketed the 20-yuan bill, unable to suppress the grin spreading across her face. After taking the photo, Chunyi said, this shipment is all accounted for. Oh, and the blood flower beer was also unloaded by you, right? Yes, Sister Chunyi, I unloaded that too. There are just 2 pallets left, Mu Rufeng replied. I see. Alright, you go ahead and unload those. I'll finish counting here first. Once you're done, we'll complete the receipt directly, Sister Chunyi said. Got it. Thank you, Sister Chunyi. Hey, no need to thank me for this. Go on ahead. Watching the two of them chatting and laughing, Anlu felt nothing but overwhelming fury. As he passed by the two, he snorted coldly to express his displeasure. Just as the receiving work was finished, an employee emerged from inside the warehouse. The employee operated the electric forklift, directly hauling away a pallet of crimson eyeballs toward the interior of the warehouse. Soon after, a second worker emerged and similarly forklift away another pallet of scarlet eyeballs. Witnessing this, Anlu immediately placed his own shipment in the newly vacated spot. Mirameng decided not to trouble Anlu further, instead focusing on unloading the remaining cases of Blood Blossom beer from the truck. With the delivery list given by the driver in hand, Mu Rufeng finished unloading the second truckload of goods. Sign here. Chunyi handed her phone to Mu Rufeng. Mu Rufeng took it, signed his name, and after another photo was taken, the delivery of Shuihua beer was officially completed. Chunyi Jia, about how many truckloads of goods arrive in a day? Mu Rufeng asked. We're running a promotion for our preferred selection these days, so there'll be a bit more work. These past 2 mornings we've had at most 4 or 5 trucks coming in. Afternoons are busier with around 7 or 8 trucks. But don't worry, we clock off at 6 regardless of whether there's still cargo left to unload. After tomorrow when the promotion ends, there'll be fewer trucks. You still have some time before noon, you can rest on the platform for now, said Sister Chunyi. Alright, Sis Chunyi. Mu Rufeng nodded with a smile. In the blink of an eye, it was noon at 12 o'clock. Ring ring ring, a harsh ringing sound echoed through the logistics park. At the instant the bell rang, all working employees simultaneously set down what they were doing as if by prior agreement and marched straight toward a single direction. Mu Rufeng had just risen from the ground when he saw Anlu leap off the platform, heading directly toward the cafeteria. Spotting this, Mu Rufeng immediately stood up and followed behind Anlu. Come to think of it, he'd finished dinner right before coming in, so at least he wouldn't be going hungry. By the time the clock struck 12, Mu Rufeng's stomach was growling with hunger. After walking for no more than 4 or 5 minutes, he spotted that familiar cafeteria. Familiar, yet at the same time strangely unfamiliar. Because this particular cafeteria was eerily quiet and oddly dark in style, Mu Rufeng followed the crowd into the cafeteria. The layout inside the cafeteria was quite different from that of Reality Mart. There were plenty of tables and chairs, and many employees, but only 3 food-serving windows. This resulted in long queues forming at those 3 windows. Mu Rufeng didn't join the queue, but went straight to the counter. Sure enough, when Mu Rufeng saw the food being sold here, he was completely dumbfounded. There weren't many dish options, just 5 in total. Each one was served in a massive aluminum basin. Just reading the dish names alone made Mu Rufeng's scalp prickle with unease. Mu Rufeng didn't believe these dish names were fake. So, where did these ingredients come from? Sniffing the bloody scent rising from the food basin, Mu Ruhwa unconsciously swallowed his saliva. Damn it, I'm not a real zombie, I don't drink blood. Mu Ruhwa forcefully suppressed the thought in his mind. Kid, these dishes all taste pretty good. You look so strong and sturdy, I bet you'd taste just as nice, wouldn't you? At that moment, a queued-up employee beside him spoke in a sinister tone. Clearly, he also recognized that Mu Ruhwa was human. I heard the company recruited employees from the human world. Is this the third or fourth one already? That's the fourth one, and I even ate one myself. The taste was really good, much fresher than anything in this cafeteria, a particularly tall man said, licking his lips. Chapter 14, The Vending Machine. Mu Ruhwa glanced at the guy, completely ignoring those watchful employees, and started wandering around the cafeteria. Wherever Mu Ruhwa passed, all the employees looked at him with eerie stares. Some employees even unconsciously swallowed their saliva, as if Mu Ruhwa was extremely appetizing. Yet no matter how tempting he appeared, not a single employee dared to make a direct move. Mu Ruhwa had witnessed among these employees, most maintained humanoid forms. A small minority had already abandoned humanity, taking on bizarre shapes, some resembling tentacled monsters of unnatural origin. There were others who died in a similar fashion to Chang Feng. Fortunately, Mu Ruhwa possessed the attribute of fearlessness, otherwise, his legs would have been trembling uncontrollably by now. A vending machine? Mu Ruhwa spotted a strikingly modern vending machine tucked away in one corner of the canteen. Without hesitation, Mu Ruhwa approached it. The moment he saw the items inside, his eyes lit up with excitement. There are many products inside, including mineral water, beverages, spicy strips, bread, and even instant noodles. As for the prices, it's quite magical how they are exactly the same as those in the real world. Of course, what's needed here are soul coins, not RMB. There are also some eerie goods from the dungeons, such as bloodflower beer, scarlet eyeball, corpse worm spicy strips, and the like. These naturally require soul coins as well. Mu Ruhwa rubbed his belly. He was genuinely hungry now. The stronger his physical condition became, the faster he got hungry, and naturally, the more he needed to eat. A man is iron, rice is steel, skipped one meal, and the hunger is real. He also had plenty of soul coins on him, a full 180. Since they were all gained effortlessly, spending them didn't hurt his conscience. Mu Ruhwa thought for a moment, then selected 2 buckets of instant noodles, along with 2 bread rolls and 2 bottles of mineral water. 2 buckets of instant noodles cost 10 yuan, the 2 bread rolls 6 yuan, and the mineral water 2 yuan, amounting to a total of 18 spirit coins. Mu Ruhwa took out 2 10 yuan bills and stuffed them directly into the payment slot. Clink clink, whoosh whoosh. The vending machine shuddered a few times, then clattered as the purchased items dropped into the collection slot below. Mu Ruhwa crouched down, reached out, and retrieved the items inside. When Mu Ruhwa saw the products clearly, he was utterly dumbfounded. In his hand were only 3 items, a pack of Xiaodangjia crispy noodles, a wife cake, and a 330 milliliters bottle of mineral water. What's going on? Was this a mistake? Xiaodangjia crispy noodles, he had eaten those before and quite enjoyed them as a child. But what he actually bought were 2 cups of Kong Shuifu instant noodles. The label on Little Chef shows 1 yuan per pack, while 2 cups of instant noodles cost 10 yuan. The price difference between the two was tenfold. Also, how did 2 bread buns worth 6 yuan turn into wife cakes worth 1 yuan, and 2 500 milliliters bottled waters become 1 330 milliliters bottled water? This alone had cheated him out of over a dozen yuan. What are you staring at? Get lost. Suddenly, a scolding voice came from the vending machine. Ha, it's alive? Mu Ruhwa said with some surprise. Suddenly, a pair of eyes appeared on the vending machine in front of him, and the delivery slot below had transformed into a mouth. I said, did you make a mistake? I put in 20 yuan, chose 18 yuan worth of items, and you only gave me 2.5 yuan's worth? Mu Ruhwa said. Are you saying I gave you the wrong change? The vending machine's voice turned icy. In the next instant, a pair of arms and legs suddenly sprouted from the vending machine. The vending machine was already taller than Mu Ruhwa, and with the addition of legs, it became even taller. Exactly, you're wrong, Mu Ruhwa nodded, showing no fear. Kid, I think you've got a death wish. The vending machine reached out, grabbed Mu Ruhwa by the collar, and violently yanked him upward. Rip! Mu Ruhwa's 30 yuan t-shirt was torn directly to shreds. Kid, scram right now, or I might teach you a lesson, snarled the vending machine. Though his clothes were ripped apart, Mu Ruhwa showed no anger. Instead, he smiled and asked, excuse me, but are you even allowed to attack me? Kid, looks like you're tired of living, huh? Fine, you think the goods are wrong? Then give them back. The vending machine still didn't strike Mu Ruhwa. Instead, it snatched the instant noodles, wife cakes, and mineral water from his hands, tossed them into its mouth, and returned them to the shelves. Aren't you breaking the rules by doing this? Mu Ruhwa suddenly said. Heh, you're right. I am breaking the rules, but what can you do about it? Want to buy food? Fine, the price is 10 times higher now. The vending machine's limbs retracted again, now looking smugly at Murufong. Clearly, he was certain that Muraheo could only buy food from him if he wanted to eat. After all, his was the only stall in the entire Crimson Premium that sold goods from the human world. But in this eerie place, he wouldn't dare exploit the workers. After all, they were all tough nuts to crack. But humans, well, let's just say they'll take advantage of whoever they can. Murufong wasn't the first person he'd tricked by far, even after violating regulations and having part of his strength suppressed by Scarlet preferred. But so what? Humans couldn't beat him anyway. If they started a fight, he could just fight back and then eat them. Oh, so you mean I can attack you now? Murufong said with a grin. What? Want to fight me, your lord? Fine, I'll stand right here and let you hit me 3 times. The vending machine also replied with a smirk. As long as Murufong made the first move, he could retaliate. This way, his prey would be secured. You said it yourself. Murufong slowly raised his right hand. Yeah, come on, the vending machine said disdainfully. Don't underestimate it just because it's a vending machine. Its capabilities are no joke. Humans were literally coming one, eaten one, coming in pairs, devoured in pairs. Here I come. Murufong took a step back with his right foot, clenched his right fist, swung his arm back, and slightly twisted his upper body to the right. This stance allows for delivering the most powerful punch. I don't know how strong I am either. You'll make a good test subject, Murufong muttered. Bring it on. The vending machine maintained its disdainful tone. Boom, came an earth-shaking collision. The vending machine crashed heavily against the back wall. The glass panel on the front of the vending machine was now shattered with a gaping hole. The violent impact against the rear wall had also inflicted severe damage to the machine's body. The tremendous noise instantly drew a flood of curious stares. When they saw the battered vending machine, shock spread across every onlooker's face. Oh my, did I hit too hard? How can you be so fragile? Murufong was slightly surprised inwardly, but exaggerated his reaction outwardly. He immediately walked toward the vending machine. Chapter 15. Tastes pretty good, actually. By the time Murufong reached the vending machine, it finally reacted. Why you, stay away. The vending machine screamed in terror. Murufong paid no heed, grabbing the vending machine and setting it upright. That was just the first punch. There are 2 more to go. Murufong adjusted the machine's position and raised his right hand again. Don't hit me, boss. Let's talk this out nicely. We live in a civilized society now. The vending machine pleaded urgently. You're right, this is a civilized society, but it seems you aren't exactly a civilized person either, Murufong remarked lightly. Civilization, I'm a very civilized person, the vending machine hastily replied. You're a vending machine, aren't you? Murufong said. Big bro, I'll give you what you want, I'll give you everything. The vending machine didn't dare argue either, quickly spitting out 2 cups of instant noodles, 2 pieces of bread, and 2 bottles of mineral water. I think I still want to throw the remaining 2 punches, Murufong said, raising his hand. Big bro, I was wrong. I'll refund your money too. The vending machine promptly spat out 2 10-yuan bills from its money slot. That's more like it. I'll spare you 1 punch, Murufong said. Phew! The vending machine visibly relaxed upon hearing this. However, when he saw Murufong raising his fist again, he instantly panicked. Big bro, why are you still hitting me? The vending machine panicked. Murufong's punch left him with serious injuries that would cost a fortune to heal quickly. Another punch like that, and he was afraid he might drop dead on the spot. When I hit you, my right hand seems to have fractured. Medical treatment costs money, don't you think you should compensate me? Murufong said. Ha! The vending machine was utterly shocked upon hearing this. Right, it's my fault, absolutely my fault. Gotcha, I definitely need to make it up to you. The vending machine immediately spat out 2 10-yuan bills. The vending machine cautiously glanced at Murua, only to find that he was still staring at it unblinkingly. The helpless vending machine could only spit out another 30 yuan. My hand seems not just fractured, but I think the bone might be split too? Murufong examined his clenched fist repeatedly. Hearing this, the vending machine screamed internally, but had no choice but to suppress its rage and keep dispensing money. Only after spitting out 200 yuan did the vending machine finally come to a stop. Big bro, I only had 200 bucks left, the vending machine said cautiously. But now my clothes are torn too, and I've got nothing to wear. How am I supposed to face anyone like this? Murufong said with a stern face. Upon hearing this, the vending machine said with a woeful expression, Bro, I really don't have any more money. How about this? I'll cover your 3 meals from now on. Deal? That's more like it. Murufong nodded in satisfaction before promptly pocketing the 200 yen. That guy definitely has more than just these 200 bucks, but not much more, considering it even spat out single yuan bills. They were even willing to provide him with meals for free. I eat quite a bit, so I'll grab a few more cups of instant noodles. Oh, and you offer hot water here too, right? I see it says on the machine, buy instant noodles plus 1 yuan for hot water. Mu Ruffing reached into the broken opening again, took out 2 more cups of instant noodles, and pointed at the sign above the vending machine as he spoke. The vending machine didn't dare stop him. Upon hearing Mu Ruffing's words, it immediately replied, "Yes, yes, I provide hot water. Don't worry about the money." Mu Ruffing nodded, then started preparing the instant noodles. Before long, the aroma of the noodles filled the air. Ruffing had prepared 4 cups at once, with the addition of those bread rolls. That should be enough to fill his stomach, right? He wasn't entirely sure, but he wasn't worried either. After all, there was still that vending machine right here. Mu Ruffing sat down at a table not far away, holding a cup of instant noodles. A few employees were sitting nearby, eating their meals. When they noticed Mu Ruffing's arrival, the greed in their eyes grew even more intense. Even the punch Mu Ruffing had just thrown didn't instill the slightest fear in these eerie beings. Instead, it made them crave his flesh and blood even more desperately. Long-starved Mu Ruffing devoured the instant noodles and bread like a whirlwind, even finishing every last drop of the broth. He wasn't fully satisfied. Even after eating the wife cake and dry noodles together, he only felt about half full. Mu Ruffing turned back and, under the terrified gaze of the vending machine, grabbed several more spicy sticks, bread, and dry instant noodles. After finishing all that and downing another bottle of water, Mu Ruffing finally felt about 70 to 80% full. After eating his fill, Mu Ruffing felt refreshed and invigorated. Turning around, he once again approached the vending machine. Big brother, are you still not full?" the vending machine said. Mu Ruffing remained silent, glancing at the vending machine and noticing that half of its damaged parts had now been repaired. All this took less than 15 minutes combined. What a remarkably swift recovery. "It's nothing. I noticed you still have some crimson eyeballs in there. Give me one, I want to try how it tastes," Mu Ruffing said. "Ha!" The vending machine was astonished by this request. The thing was, crimson eyeballs were exclusively made for ghosts and monsters. If a human consumed one, they'd likely be instantly corrupted, their body undergoing terrifying mutations. "What? Can't bear to part with it?" Mu Ruffing said indifferently. "There are both 500 milliliters and 1.5 L versions of the crimson eyeballs, with the former priced at 3 soul coins and the latter at 5 soul coins. In the supernatural world, they are extremely popular." The vending machine rolled its eyes and, without giving any reminder, quickly said, "Here you go, boss. If you run out, come find me again." With that, the vending machine spat out a 1.5-liter bottle of crimson eyeballs, then sprouted an arm from its right side that reached into the dispensing slot, retrieved the scarlet orbs, and handed them to Mu Ruffing. "One more, a small one," Mu Ruffing said. "You got it, boss," the vending machine replied, fetching a 500 milliliters bottle of crimson eyeballs. Mu Ruffing nodded, took it, and turned to walk out of the cafeteria. Tisk, is this guy out of his mind? Scared stupid? First time I've heard of a human daring to eat our food voluntarily. Ha, looks like he's in a hurry to get contaminated and become one of us. Some cafeteria workers scoffed, others grew excited, while several burst into laughter. None of this mattered much to Mu Ruffing. To be honest, he was genuinely intrigued by that crimson eye. For some inexplicable reason, it exerted a strange pull on him. He also harbored a deep yearning to take a sip. That urge had come upon him while unloading cargo, an intense, undeniable craving for just one taste. Mu Ruffing was beginning to form vague suspicions about why this might be. He checked the ingredient list, which included fresh blood. Mu Ruffing had loaded the zombie template, possessing attributes like bronze skin and iron bones, impervious to blades, immense strength, thirst for blood, and fearlessness. Among these attributes, the thirst for blood was likely the reason. After all, aren't zombies supposed to suck blood? He recalled once more that throughout all his previous experiences, it seemed even after loading the zombie template, he hadn't been affected by those black mists inside the train carriage. Then, there should be no problem at all for him to drink this scarlet eyeball. Mu Ruffing was now truly skilled and daring. After leaving the cafeteria, he unscrewed the bottle cap right in the middle of the road and tipped his head back, gulping down the contents in one go. In one go, he gulped down nearly half the bottle, still chewing on an eyeball in his mouth. A remarkably peculiar sensation surged through him, yet not the slightest hint of nausea arose. Not bad at all. Chapter 16, The Eerie World's Phone Card. Mu Ruffing felt his body gradually growing warm. At the same time, he sensed a feeling of fullness in his stomach. He waved his fist, his eyes gleaming slightly. "My strength seems to have increased, and I was only 80% full. I actually got full after drinking just half a small bottle." Mu Ruffing glanced at the crimson eyeball, growing increasingly satisfied. "It looks disgusting. Who knew it would taste so good? And the effects are incredibly strong. Not bad, really not bad. I'll grab 2 more bottles from the vending machine tonight." Mu Ruffing quickened his pace. In just a few minutes, Mu Ruffing returned to the beverage warehouse. He had originally planned to stroll around Scarlet Premium after finishing his meal, but thinking it over, that still seemed too dangerous. "Shunny, still eating? Here, I brought this for you. As soon as Mu Rufeng entered the warehouse, he spotted Chunny Jia hunched over a bowl of food, devouring her meal heartily. "Oh, little Mu, you're too kind, bringing me a drink and all," Chunny Jia said, though her hands had already snatched up the crimson eyeball the moment she spotted it. This little indulgence was something she bought daily, but if she could save a bit, all the better. "Chunny Jia, I don't recall seeing you at the cafeteria," Mu Rufeng remarked. "Hey, this job of mine keeps me stuck in the warehouse all day. I can only leave after my evening shift ends. I had to cook this meal myself this morning and bring it along. How about it? Want to give it a try?" Sister Chunny said. Well, Mu Rufeng was momentarily at a loss for words. He genuinely didn't want to eat. What the supernatural creatures consumed was either human flesh or all sorts of disgusting things. How could he possibly bring himself to take a bite? "Ha, sis knows you're a living person. Don't worry, no human flesh here, just corpse worms and salad. They taste quite good, all bought from Scarlet Premium." Chunny laughed as she spoke. "No thanks, sis, I'm completely stuffed right now." Mu Rufeng still couldn't bring himself to accept this kind of cuisine. "Oh hey, by the way, have you downloaded the Scarlet Premium app on your phone?" Chunny suddenly asked. "Well, I haven't downloaded it yet. Can my phone even install it?" Mu Rufeng replied. "To download on a human world phone, you need to activate a phone card in the supernatural world first, but living people can't activate it. Luckily, I have an extra phone card here, you can use this one. Just remember to pay 50 yuan every month for the phone bill," Sister Chunny said. "Thank you, Sister Chunny." Upon hearing this, Mu Rufeng was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude. "You're welcome." Sister Chunui smiled and handed a phone card to Mu Rufeng. Ghost SIM card within the supernatural world. This is a secondary SIM card issued by the major corporation Phantom Communications. It requires a monthly payment of 50 yuan. P.S. The primary and secondary cards share the same call balance, and the primary card holder can reclaim the secondary card at any time. Mu Rufeng was stunned for a moment before coming to his senses. This phone number of his must be a secondary line, and Chunny must surely hold the primary card. The main and secondary cards share the same phone balance, which means Mu Rufeng covered the entire 50 yuan phone fee himself. This allowed Chunny to save 50 yuan on her monthly phone bill. She also didn't have to worry about losing the secondary card. If Mu Rufeng were to die in some incident, Chunny could reclaim the secondary card at any time. "Chunny Jia, how do I pay this phone bill?" Mu Rufeng asked. For a monthly fee of 50 yuan, Mu Rufeng didn't find it excessive, as it was clearly quite useful. First power off your phone, insert the SIM card, then after turning it on, you'll see a Ghost Communications app on the home screen, just pay directly through that, Sister Chunny explained. Mu Rufeng nodded, switched off his phone, and immediately inserted the Ghost SIM card into the secondary SIM slot. Upon rebooting, a selection menu appeared. They respectively involve accessing the regular system and accessing the Phantom system. Choose the Ghost system. The regular one only works in the human world, while the Ghost system is designed for use in the supernatural realm, Sister Chunui reminded. Alright, Mu Raheo nodded and immediately chose to enter the Spectre system. The layout of the phone's home screen was similarly arranged, though with a somewhat eerie, dark-themed aesthetic. The apps inside were plentiful, all the same ones from the real world, but they were grayed out and couldn't be opened. Only text messages, calls, the App Center, and Ghost Communication remained lit and accessible. Of course, whether it was texts or calls, there was nothing, completely empty without any records. Here, I'll show you how to pay the bill. Chunny took the initiative and opened Ghost Communication for Muru. Then he directly found a recharge interface inside. Take out 50 yuan, Sister Chunui said. Okay. Though puzzled, Mu Rufeng still took out 5 10 yuan bills. The next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. Black smoke suddenly billowed from the phone's camera, engulfing the 50 yuan note before retreating back into the device. Ding! Successful top-up of 50 yuan. Current balance, 50 yuan. Alright, once you open an account at Heaven and Earth Bank, you can pay online directly, no need for cash anymore, Chunny explained. At that moment, Chunny was delighted. She just saved another 50 yuan, and if this fellow was lucky enough to survive, she might keep saving 50 bucks every month. Heaven and Earth Bank, Mu Rufeng pondered, feeling rather astonished. This eerie world is absolutely not simple. Not only does it have telecommunications conglomerates, but also banks, and even Crimson Premium. It seems this supernatural world closely resembles the real one. The former is a realm for eerie beings to inhabit, while humans can only live in the latter. Alright, I've downloaded Crimson Premium for you. Just log in with your phone number. Also, I've already saved my number in your contacts. Feel free to call me if you need anything, Sister Chunny said. Okay, thank you, Sister Chunny. Mu Rufeng took the phone and thanked her. By the way, Sister Chunny, earlier I saw a truckload of instant noodles arriving. Since this is a beverage warehouse, why are the instant noodles being unloaded here? Mu Rufeng suddenly asked. Oh, you mean that? Because the snack warehouse is already full, so the instant noodles were arranged to be unloaded here. Once this promotional period is over in a few days, the instant noodles won't be unloaded here anymore, Sister Chunny explained. I see, Mu Rua nodded. You can rest here for a bit. I'm going to take a nap. With those words, Sister Chunny transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished into the drawer. Mu Rua watched Sister Chunny disappear and smiled before sitting down on a nearby chair. He took out his phone and opened the Scarlet Premium app, ready to browse through the available products. Chapter 17 Braised Mad Cow Noodles. At first glance it seemed insignificant, but upon closer inspection, Mu Rufeng was genuinely startled. The shelves were stocked with a dazzling variety of goods, divided into multiple sections resembling categories like daily necessities, vegetables, fruits, snacks, alcoholic beverages, dairy drinks, and more. This was almost indistinguishable from premium supermarkets in the real world. It's just that the goods here are rather peculiar, all catering to residents from the eerie world. Mu Rufeng first clicked on the alcohol and dairy beverage category, and sure enough, the first product that caught his eye was none other than a crimson eyeball. The second item was also a crimson eyeball, the former being a 1.5-liter size, while the latter was 500 milliliters. After browsing through all the categories, Mu Rufeng still felt a lingering sense of fascination. It's just a pity that nearly 99% of the items inside can't be used by the living. It was just that Mu Ruwan looked at the price of the crimson eyeball and compared it to the prices in the vending machine. Mu Ruwa just wanted to say, Crimson Premium is truly dirt cheap. The prices in the vending machine are set according to the standard pricing in the supernatural world. For example, a 1.5-liter Scarlet eyeball sells for 5 yuan in the vending machine, but on Scarlet Premium, it's only 3 yuan. Of course, you'd have to buy it in bulk. Similarly, a 500 milliliters bottle of crimson eyeballs costs 1.5 yuan each and must also be purchased by the case. Order today, and your goods will arrive the next day. And, amazingly, it can be delivered directly into your hands, though of course, that comes with an additional fee. If you want free delivery, your only option is to select a nearby pickup point. Once the goods arrive, you'll have to collect them in person. It is also extremely convenient. Time passed minute by minute. Just 10 minutes before the shift was about to begin, a large truck slowly pulled up to the loading platform. Mu Rufeng also remembered Chang Feng's reminder to work diligently. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and reached his hand into the black mist, contacting the goods inside. Demonic Spirit Braised Crazy Bull Noodles. Net weight, 105 g. Noodle cake, 76 g. Ingredients, noodle cake, special wheat flour, refined mad cow butter, starch. Meat sauce packet, mad cow butter, magic beef, scallions, edible salt. Seasoning packet, edible salt, maltodextrin, monosodium glutamate, white sugar, spices, food flavoring. Vegetable packet, dehydrated cabbage, dehydrated carrots, dehydrated mad cow beef granules, dehydrated scallions, dehydrated egg yolk, dehydrated soybean meal, dehydrated corpse worms. Effect, provides an intense feeling of fullness and an ultimate umami flavor. After consumption, it slightly enhances one's abilities. Shelf life, 12 months. Production date, XX/XX/XXX. Holy cow, braised crazy beef noodles. Mu Rufeng was momentarily stunned. The truck of instant noodles unloaded by the tentacle monster this morning was just the fragrant corpse worm flavor, but this shipment turned out to be braised mad cow flavor. Mu Rufeng recalled this stuff sells for 45 yuan per case on Scarlet Premium, with 12 cups per case. That works out to 3 yuan and 75 fen per cup. Yet in the vending machine, each cup costs 5 yuan. No denying it, that's significantly cheaper. Recalling what Sister Chunyi said, even the lunch break could be used for work. Mu Ruwa directly grabbed a manual pallet jack, pulled over a stack of pallets, and immediately started unloading. It has to be said, these instant noodles were really too light. Mu Ruko could lift 10 cases at once with both hands, and stacking the goods was straightforward, no need to rearrange anything, as long as they didn't exceed the height limit. He was so certain about this because he had seen Enlu unloading instant noodles earlier that morning. With that kind of unloading speed, Mu Rufeng was confident he could finish the job within 20 minutes. This wasn't Mu Rufeng bragging, it was absolutely doable. When Anlu first started unloading the instant noodles, his speed was even faster than Mu Rufeng's due to his numerous tentacles. The reason the final unloading time took 1 hour and 20 minutes was because the truck driver kept interfering. Of course, he didn't directly intervene but exploited his advantage as the driver to alter conditions inside the cargo compartment, thereby slowing down the unloading process. Equipped with the zombie template and its multiple attributes, Mu Rufeng was completely immune to these adverse effects and remained entirely unaffected. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. The time soon came to 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the start of the work shift, and Lu, who had been absent until then, appeared punctually in front of the warehouse. When he saw Mu Ruwa unloading instant noodles, his expression turned utterly astonished. It wasn't because Mu Ruwa was unloading quickly that they regretted, but rather because they wished they had come earlier to claim this truckload of goods for themselves. Alas, there are no what-ifs in life. Let's see if you can make it through tonight. And Lu sneered as he watched Mu Ruwa, leaning against the wall before sitting down directly on the ground, waiting for the next truck to arrive. By day, Crimson Premium operates as an exceptionally peaceful place, but once night falls, another 10 minutes passed. Only the tailgate remained on that truckload of goods. Just like the previous 2 truckloads, the terrified driver handed Mu Rufin a 100 yuan bill, telling him to take a break and unload the cargo in an hour. Mu Rufin pocketed the money, stepped out of the truck, and stood on the loading dock. Coincidentally, Lu emerged from the cargo compartment pulling a cart full of goods. His gaze towards Mu Rufin was icy cold. Just as Mu Rufin was unloading the goods, the second freight truck arrived. This truck carried bloodflower beer, and Lu unloaded it with extreme caution, naturally slow in pace, yet still manageable within 2 hours. It can be said that the current situation forms a stark contrast with this morning. Maybe I'll take a nap. Mu Rua still had at least an hour to wait. Feeling bored, he thought about sleeping again. This time, he didn't go to the train carriage. Instead, he went to the receiving area and sprawled across the table, quickly falling into a deep sleep. Of course, he didn't forget to set several alarms. However, Mu Rufin didn't wait for the alarm to ring before being awakened by someone. The person calling him was none other than Lu. Mu Rufin, could I trouble you to help me unload the cargo? Lu's tone sounded extremely unnatural, as if he was forcing the words out. Still groggy from sleep, Mu Rufin was momentarily confused and didn't immediately grasp the situation. I'm unloading way too slowly. Could you please help me with the cargo? Lu struggled to say. What? You're unloading too slowly? You want me to help? Mu Rufin seemed to have heard something unbelievable. Hang on, brother Lu, you literally have 5 tentacles and 2 hands, and you're telling me you're unloading too slowly? Even if it's bloodflower beer, at the slowest, you should be able to finish unloading in 2 hours, right? Mu Rufin eyed Lu suspiciously. Lu forced a strained smile and said, this truck driver is difficult to deal with, it's affecting me way too much. Chapter 18, Clocking Out in Settlement, Employee of the Month. I could help you, but it wouldn't be for free. Mu Rufin rubbed his hands together with a sly grin. The implication was clear, if you wanted help, you'd have to cough up some payment. I don't have any money on me right now. Wait until after work when I get paid, then I'll give it to you. How does that sound? Lu said. No money? Is the pay daily? Mu Rufin asked with some surprise. Yes, daily. Help me unload the cargo, and I'll give you 50 bucks after work, Lu replied. Alright then. Mu Rufin slowly stood up. Thank you, and Lu expressed his gratitude. Mu Rufin took a big gulp from the crimson eyeball, then pulled out his phone to check the time. It was now 1:40 a.m., meaning he'd only slept for half an hour before Lu woke him. Immediately, Mu Rufin followed Lu into the cargo truck. He glanced at the remaining cargo inside, fully 3/4 still left to unload. Bear in mind, this truck had arrived precisely at 1 p.m. 40 minutes had passed, yet Lu had only managed to unload a quarter of the shipment. No wonder Lu had come to seek Mu Ruhu's help. At Lu's current pace, there was no way the truck would be fully unloaded within 2 hours. You're unloading so slowly? It took you 40 minutes just to finish a quarter? Mu Rufin said. How come you're not affected? Lu didn't answer but instead showed extreme surprise. At this moment, the interior of the cargo truck wasn't very clear, enveloped in a hazy layer of mist. Even if Lu were here, maintaining clarity would require consuming ghost energy to sustain it. The blood underfoot wasn't particularly deep, barely reaching ankle level, yet it was uncommonly viscous, requiring tremendous effort with every step taken. This was precisely why Lu's unloading speed remained so sluggish. All these signs indicated that the driver of this freight truck possessed formidable strength. Now witnessing Mu Rufin appearing completely unaffected naturally inspired extraordinary astonishment. Is that strange? By the way, did the driver ask you for a bribe? Mu Rufin suddenly inquired. Lu remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly, yes. How much? Mu Rufin pressed again. This time, however, Lu didn't answer, merely shaking his head slightly. You won't tell me? Fine, then I'm leaving. Mu Rufin turned around and prepared to walk away. Hey, wait up. He asked me for 100 bucks, Lu finally confessed. 100 bucks, huh? Alright, let's start unloading then. Mu Rufin pursed his lips without a word and immediately began unloading the cargo. Seeing this, Lu also fell silent and immediately stepped forward, taking his position on the left side. Wielding his tentacles, he began unloading the cargo. However, due to Lu's constant distress, his unloading speed remained relatively slow. Moreover, Mu Ruhue nearly toppled the goods with his overly vigorous unloading movements. Mu Ruhue immediately furrowed his brows and then spoke. You go over there. Just focus on hauling goods and wrapping the stretch film. Leave the unloading to me. Okay. Lu nodded in response after hearing this. He couldn't have wished for anything more. Because once help was hired, if the unloading wasn't finished within 2 hours, the driver would undoubtedly target Murahang, the living man, first, and that would be his chance to make a run for it. Then someone might ask, what if they just hid in the warehouse and waited for the 2 hours to pass? Wouldn't the driver be helpless against them? Of course not. If the unloading time gets exceeded, the driver can come after you for trouble. Even starting a brawl inside the warehouse isn't against the rules. Without Anlu's interference, Muru Feng's unloading speed increased significantly. Even as the mist inside the compartment grew denser and the blood beneath his feet thickened, it still didn't affect Muru Feng in the slightest. However, Anlu, who was hauling goods with the wrapping membrane, was noticeably affected. He seemed completely dazed, dragging the goods along sluggishly. Muruwa followed his lead, directly setting up 2 planks to begin unloading the goods. After 30 minutes, Muruwa finally finished unloading all the cargo. He still failed to extort anything from the driver. The truth was, this driver was too cunning. He had completely eliminated all other mystical properties of the fog, leaving only its vision-obscuring effect. This situation significantly slowed down Muruhu's unloading speed. Otherwise, Muruhu could have definitely finished unloading within an hour. Once the truck was fully unloaded, Lu's attitude changed instantly, completely ignoring Muruhu. Muruhu couldn't be bothered either, walking straight back to his own truck to unload the remaining instant noodles. In the blink of an eye, it was already 6 p.m. in the afternoon. Ring ring ring, the piercing alarm blared throughout the entire Crimson Logistics Park. Work's over. Mu Ruffing, who had been sitting idly on the ground dozing off, suddenly jerked awake and immediately stood up. Finally off work, Lu, where's my money? Mu Ruffing went directly to Lu's side and spoke up. Lu shot Mu Ruffing a glare and said coldly, didn't I tell you? You'll get it when the paycheck comes. Just wait here, Manager Wang will arrive soon. Finally off work, staying in that drawer all day really makes my back ache. A wisp of black smoke emerged from the desk drawer and gradually took shape, transforming into the figure of Sister Chunny. Xiaomu, how about coming over to Sister's dorm tonight? I'll cook something tasty for you, Sister Chunny teased as soon as she saw Mu Ruffin. Sister Chunny, your cuisine really doesn't suit my taste buds. I think I'll just grab something from the vending machine in the cafeteria, Mu Ruffin replied with a laugh. Then you're missing out on a real treat. A flicker of disappointment flashed through Chunny's eyes. Shortly after, Wang Kuan emerged from inside the warehouse. Wang Kuan first glanced at Muru Feng with a somewhat peculiar look in his eyes. Clearly, he found Muru Feng's current half-naked state rather. Li Chunny, here's your pay. You can clock out now. Wang Kuan handed over a 50 yuan bill. Thank you, Supervisor Wang. Li Chunny took the cash and turned to leave without a moment's hesitation. Immediately, Wang Kuan turned his gaze to Lu. Lu, your base wage is 50 yuan. You unloaded 4 trucks, that's 40 yuan in commission, but since you had Mu Ruhong help with 1 truck, that portion goes to him. Your wage for today is 80 yuan, Wang Kuan said, pulling out 80 yuan and handing it to Lu. Thank you, Manager Wang, Lu replied gratefully, quickly taking the money. Just as Wang Kuan was about to speak, suddenly, Mu Ruffing snatched the 50 yuan bill from Lu's hand. 50 yuan, that's what you agreed on earlier, Mu Ruffing said. It was agreed upon. Lu forcibly suppressed the rage in his heart, slowly uttering those words. Then, without looking back, he turned and left. Heh, kid, you made quite a bit today. Mu Ruffing, since you're a temporary worker, your base pay is 25. 6 trucks unloaded, including Anlu's, plus 60 in bonuses. You helped Anlu unload a truckload of goods, earning an extra commission of 10 yuan. You unloaded 6 trucks today, making you the outstanding employee of the beverage warehouse. Here's your 20 yuan bonus. Your total wages for today come to 115 yuan, Wang Kuan said as he pulled out the bills and handed them to Muru Feng. The first wave of promotions is here. Your continuous reading support is everything. Begging for your reads, kneeling for your monthly and recommendation votes. Chapter 19, Probation Conditions Met. Mu Ruhu quickly accepted it. Thank you, Supervisor Wang. Alright, you can clock out now. Wang Kuan waved his hand and was about to leave. Supervisor Wang, may I ask where the dormitory is? Also, based on today's work efficiency, can I pass my probation? Mu Ruhu inquired. The dorm is in the building behind the cafeteria. Find the dorm manager, and he'll arrange things for you. Your work today was excellent, you can become a full-time employee now. Wait until tomorrow when Manager Lu comes in, then we can officially onboard you, said Wang Kuan. At that very moment, a voice unexpectedly surfaced in Mu Ruwai's mind. Performance requirements for regularization have been met. Probation countdown, 11:55:22. Regularization mission, survive until work begins tomorrow, meet Manager Lu, and complete the probation period. Mu Ruhu's face remained expressionless, but ripples of emotion stirred within his heart. Finally, the instance gave a hint at last. He had already met the requirements to become a full-time employee. Mu Ruffing guessed that completing normal daily tasks would suffice to fulfill the criteria, and Mu Ruffing's title of outstanding employee should also earn him extra points. However, Mu Ruffing noticed the message at the end to survive until the next workday. This made Mu Rufeng contemplate. Clearly, during the day at Scarlet Premium, regardless of who it was, everyone had to abide by the corresponding rules. But once night falls, does it become ruleless? No matter what, having information is something, after all, he had his cheat codes with him, completely fearless. Wang Kuan left, but instead of heading back to the warehouse, he went straight to the cafeteria. Clearly, his shift was over too. Mu Ruhong put the money away and walked slowly toward the cafeteria. He now had a total of 495 soul coins on him, and this was earned in just a single day. Damn, this pays better than my real-world job. If I could keep this up every day, I'd be making over 10 grand a month. Mu Ruffing couldn't help feeling a pang of regret. If only he could make this much money in the real world. Pushing these thoughts aside, Mu Ruffing now only wanted to eat. He was truly starving. Had it not been for drinking that bottle of Crimson Eyeball, he felt he would have been even hungrier. Sure enough, with greater strength comes quicker hunger. Soon enough, Mu Ruhua arrived at the cafeteria. The cafeteria was now bustling with noise and chatter. However, the moment Mu Ruhua walked in, the entire cafeteria quickly fell silent. Every employee's gaze fell upon Mu Ruhu, their eyes openly revealing greed and malice. "Kid, where do you live? I've got some business with you tonight," one employee suddenly spoke up. Just as Mu Ruhu was about to respond, another employee nearby sneered, "Hey, are you stupid? New employees get assigned by the dorm supervisor." "That's right, has to be assigned by the dorm supervisor. Hope this kid gets placed in my dorm room." "You're the fucking idiot. Your whole family's idiots." "Kid, which dorm room are you in? I'll come find you tonight." "Fuck it, bring it on. You think I'm scared of you? I'm in room 305, motherfucker." A pack of demons barked wildly from the sidelines. Mu Ruffing instinctively picked at his ear before walking straight toward the vending machine. Even though it was after work hours, the dinner break from 6 to 7 p.m. meant there wasn't much need for concern. After 7 o'clock, Scarlet Premium's suppression of them would drop to freezing point. From 7 in the evening until 5 in the morning was absolutely a chaotic hour when monsters and demons dance wildly. 5 to 6 was breakfast time, and the suppression would still be there. Mu Ruffing had pried all this information from the mouth of the vending machine. "Hello, is my dinner ready?" Mu Rufeng arrived in front of the vending machine and greeted it. "Please select your desired food and insert coins," the vending machine replied in a mechanical tone. By now, the vending machine had restored itself to its previously pristine condition, clearly having recovered from its injuries. "Ha, insert coins? Are you talking to me?" Mu Rufeng said in surprise. "Purchasing goods with soul coins is perfectly reasonable." "What? Are you trying to rob me by force now? Or do you think just because you beat me at noon, you're all that?" the vending machine said disdainfully. Now that he wasn't violating any rules and his power wasn't suppressed, naturally he wouldn't provide Mu Ruffing with a free dinner. If Mu Ruffing were to take action, he would be breaking the rules and face immediate suppression. Back and forth like this, the vending machine felt it could finally feast on living human blood. "Oh, well then, that punch left from noon, Before Mu Rufeng could finish speaking, the vending machine interrupted. "Heh, you think I'm still the same as I was at noon? Want a fight? Go ahead, just try it." Hearing this, Mu Rufeng was genuinely surprised. He never expected this insignificant vending machine to become so brazen in just one short afternoon. "Listen up, everyone. If this kid gets assigned to any of your dorm rooms, bring me his head tomorrow morning, and I'll cover his cigarettes for 3 days." The vending machine suddenly shouted at the cafeteria staff. This move was definitely deliberate, meant to provoke Mu Ruhong into taking action. The cafeteria fell silent for a moment before erupting into loud chatter. "Vending machine, are you serious? You'll cover 3 days worth of cigarettes? I don't smoke. How about covering betel nuts instead? Cigarettes alone aren't enough. Shouldn't you at least cover both betel nuts and cigarettes?" In an instant, all the employees' attention was drawn to this conversation. Easy. Cigarettes and betel nuts are both fine, as long as you can bring me this guy's head," the vending machine said. "Alright, don't worry, as long as he's assigned to my dorm, I guarantee I'll bring his head to you." "Yeah, same here. Me too." A bunch of eerie voices competed to speak up. Mu Ruffing let out a cold laugh at this moment, swinging his massive fist directly toward the vending machine. Just then, Mu Ruffing suddenly felt a terrifying pressure acting upon his body. Almost instantly, he sensed an immense weight pressing down on him. His strength had been suppressed by half. This is the consequence of his actions. Breaking the rules doesn't necessarily mean death, only if you can endure the punishment that follows. If you're powerful enough to defy the rules of Scarlet Preferred, then whether you restrain yourself or not makes no difference. Mu Ruhong has currently violated one of Scarlet Preferred's internal regulations. No fighting or brawling. This rule was posted in front of every warehouse. The vending machine had been silently observing Mu Ruhu the entire time. When it witnessed Mu Ruhu finally make his move, a secret thrill ran through its circuits. His reaction was equally swift. His right hand had already reached out, and the moment Mu Ruhu was struck, his fist followed in close pursuit. Their fists collided with a resounding impact. Boom, came an earth-shaking collision. Mu Rufeng's fist, carrying the momentum of the vending machine's own punch, smashed into its body with irresistible force. Chapter 20, The Temporary Worker's Immunity. Please keep reading. The tremendous force once again sent the vending machine crashing violently against the wall. Just like earlier in the day, the glass panel facing customers shattered into another gaping hole. The vending machine's body had also sustained some damage from crashing into the wall, but overall, its condition appeared slightly less severe than the injuries sustained at noon. One had to admit, this suppression method was somewhat effective. How is this possible? The vending machine lay on the ground, its face filled with terror. He never expected that Mu Ruffing, despite violating the rules first and having his strength suppressed, could still be so formidable. Now, it's time to settle our accounts. Mu Ruffing stepped forward and spoke slowly. At that moment, the surrounding employees were all taken aback. They too hadn't anticipated things unfolding this way, and the situation had exceeded their expectations. This kid is impressive. I'm even more tempted now. Haha. Slurp. My mouth is practically watering. God bless. I hope he gets assigned to my dorm. Guanyin Bodhisattva bless me. God bless me. Taoist 3 Pure Ones bless me. He must be assigned to my dorm. The employees became even more excited. Let me remind you all, have you forgotten that in situations like this, security will intervene? A voice suddenly spoke up. This statement instantly doused their enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Yes, they almost forgot, in this situation, the security guard would step in. Alright, let me help you up. Now, let's talk about compensation. Under the terrified gaze of the vending machine, Muru Fong assisted it to its feet. Big bro, I was wrong. The vending machine panicked, and was panicking hard. Meishum, so, how are you going to compensate me? Mu Ruhua said with a grin. Bro, I really don't have any money. The vending machine said with a sorrowful face. No money? Then use your goods to pay it off. Come on, anyone want to buy something? 60% off, everything's 60% off. This offer won't last. Mu Ruffing stood up and shouted towards the crowd of employees behind him. At Mu Ruffing's call, the noisy cafeteria instantly fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. No risk, no regret, 60% off, everything's 60% off now. Mu Ruffing shouted again at the top of his lungs. Is it really 60% off? Said one of the nearest employees. Of course, anything you want, as long as it's available in the vending machine. Mu Ruhua nodded. Great, get me 2 packs of Lotus Death and 2 packs of Underworld Domination. The fastest reacting employee took out cash immediately. Got it. 2 packs of Lotus Death for $50. 2 packs of Underworld Domination for $100, 60% off makes a total of 90. Here's 90 back from your 100. With the last $10, give me 3 1.5-liter bottles of Scarlet Eyeballs, and for the remaining yuan, just give me a 500 milliliters bottle of Scarlet Eyeballs. Sure. Even though he was losing 2 cents on the deal, Muru Fong generously agreed without hesitation. Money in hand, goods delivered, Mu Ruhua earned 100 yuan and was very pleased. That employee also made a profit and was equally happy. The remaining employees soon caught on and practically swarmed over. In no time, the vending machine was completely cleared out by Mu Ruffing, except for the products meant for the living. All in all, Mu Ruffing ended up making a total of 1,328 yuan. It's gone, all gone. The vending machine slumped lifelessly, completely drained of all energy. Security! Someone's robbing me! Suddenly, the vending machine began shouting loudly. Unnoticed by anyone, 2 uniformed security guards entered the cafeteria. Seeing the situation, the 2 guards strode over quickly. Not just fighting and brawling, but even daring to rob someone? Really tired of living, aren't you? The 2 security guards immediately whipped out their batons from their belts, pressed the buttons, and gray electric sparks crackled. Their faces lit up with greed as they fixed their eyes on Mu Ruhung. When it comes to employee fights, holding back strength isn't even an option, because some powerful individuals can still defeat weaker anomalies even while suppressing their abilities. Thus, this rule becomes completely useless to them. Herein lies the importance of security personnel's duties. If rule-breaking employees lose the fight, security won't intervene. Once a rule-breaking employee wins a fight, that employee becomes the security guard's prey. The security guards are arguably the strongest group within Crimson Premium. Their weapons are outrageously powerful. A single hit from their stun batons can instantly knock out any supernatural entity, leaving it completely vulnerable. The crowd of employees looked over with expressions of pity. The security guard stepped in. Clearly, this living person could no longer be their prey. Muruhu's expression shifted slightly. He too could sense the formidable strength of the 2 guards. It never crossed his mind that taking action would attract security. So why hadn't any appeared earlier when he acted in the morning? Can I even defeat them? Muruhu's heart sank as his mind raced desperately for a solution. You're a temp worker, suddenly spoke up one security guard. A temp worker? The other guard's brows instantly knitted together as his gaze fell on Murufeng's chest. Yes, I'm a temp. Murufeng paused briefly before hurriedly displaying the work ID hanging around his neck. Both guards stared fixedly at Murufeng. You got lucky this time. The 2 security guards snorted coldly and actually turned to leave. This time, not only was Mu Ruhang stunned, but even the surrounding employees were dumbfounded. Security, why are you leaving? He violated the rules by fighting, and even robbed my money and goods, why aren't you doing anything? Seeing the two security guards depart, the vending machine's originally gleeful expression instantly twisted into one of terror. However, the two security guards completely ignored the vending machine's words. The vending machine wanted to chase after the guards, but under Mu Rufeng's watchful gaze, it didn't dare take a single step out of line. Just then, a hoarse voice rang out. How strange. What's going on here? Mu Rufeng muttered, feeling equally puzzled. Because you're a temporary worker, a week ago, the company started hiring live people, creating this temporary position. There's a new regulation from above, temporary workers get one exemption right. Now that you've used up your exemption, next time you break the rules, they'll definitely come after you, said one employee. Upon hearing this, Mu Ruhang turned to look at the speaker, only to recognize the same employee who had first asked to buy discounted goods from him earlier. So that's how it is. Thanks for clearing that up, Mu Ruhua said with a smile, yet he remained puzzled inside. This rule wasn't known by many employees, yet this guy seemed to know every detail about it perfectly. Chapter 21, The Dorm Matron's Secret Recipe Candles. Please keep reading. There's actually such a saying? Temp work? Sigh, I wish I could get temp work too. The pay keeps getting lower here. If I weren't trapped in this job, I'd definitely switch to Ghost Premium. If that's the case, this living person might just get assigned to my dorm. That's true. Mu Rufeng sized up the employee who had answered his questions. The figure wasn't particularly tall, standing only about 1.65 meters. Their entire body was wrapped in white bandages, with just one eye visible. From the physique, it was evident she was a woman. The voice, though slightly hoarse, could still barely be recognized as female. Mu Rufeng could also detect a strong scent of burnt residue emanating from her. It seemed that this employee maintained the appearance of having been burned to death in her previous life. You're welcome, replied the bandaged woman before turning to leave. Mu Rufeng glanced at the time and realized it was already 6:20. Only 40 minutes remained until 7 o'clock. Mu Rufeng immediately grabbed a substantial amount of instant noodles and other food items from the vending machine. The vending machine trembled nervously as it prepared 5 cups of instant noodles for Mu Rufeng. This time, Mu Rufeng didn't eat at the dining table but chose to sit by the vending machine instead. While eating, he simultaneously gathered news about Scarlet Select from the vending machine's mouth. After finishing dinner, Mu Ruhu was only 80% full. Then he drank another bottle of Scarlet Eyeball, which left him feeling somewhat stuffed. In no time, he was heading toward the dormitory building carrying a 1.5-liter bottle filled with crimson eyeballs. Although Mu Ruhuang had sold out all the items from the vending machine, he still kept a few for his own use. The dormitory building wasn't far, just a 3-minute walk from the cafeteria. Along the way, many other employees, like him, were heading to the dormitory. Of course, there were also quite a few who considered themselves strong enough and seemed to be preparing for night hunting. It can be said that every night, the number of employees at Scarlet Premium decreases. Coupled with the intense competitive pressure and difficulty in recruiting new workers, Scarlet Premium has begun hiring living people from the real world. Moreover, this is just an experiment. If it proves successful, the number of living recruits won't be just one at a time anymore. All this was intel Mo obtained from the vending machine. Though there might be some inaccuracies, I'd say about 80% of it is true. Mu Ruhua curiously asked, since nights are so dangerous, how do you avoid those employees? The vending machine replied, I'm a vending machine, it's different for me. At 7 sharp, I can power down and sleep. During shutdown, I become public property of Scarlet Premium. Even at night, they wouldn't dare damage public property belonging to Scarlet Premium, otherwise. The staff dormitory was a 7-story building with a considerable footprint. All floors were completely enclosed, even the first floor was entirely sealed by sturdy iron railings. Mu Ruhu glanced around and counted carefully. Shockingly, there were 20 rooms on each floor. Moreover, judging by its layout, it appears to adopt opposing door designs, meaning the number of rooms should be doubled. This translates to 40 rooms per floor, or 280 rooms across all 7 floors. He didn't yet know how many occupants each room housed, but single occupancy was definitely out of the question. At the dormitory building's entrance stood an L-shaped extension structure. Mu Ruhu ignored the gazes of those employees and entered the dormitory building. The front entrance of the dormitory had an iron gate, though presently it stood wide open. The moment he stepped inside, a frigid gust of wind assaulted him, lifting his hair straight up. He wasn't even wearing a shirt. If it weren't for the fact that he currently felt no cold, he'd undoubtedly wake up with a nasty cold tomorrow. Upon entering, the first thing that caught his eye was a dormitory management office. The office window faced directly toward the main entrance. On the other side of the window, a heavy-set middle-aged woman was staring at Mu Rufeng. You're the new employee, right? Come here. The dorm manager raised her plump hand and beckoned to Mu Rufeng. Mu Ruhong responded and quickly walked over to the window. This time, he could see it even more clearly. The dorm supervisor's lower body wasn't a pair of legs at all, it was a chubby, fleshy orb. Muruwa sniffed the air, his nostrils filling with a greasy odor. "Oh, you're alive? A temp worker? Ha. Let me see which dorm to assign you to." The dorm supervisor licked her lips, then took out a ledger and began flipping through its pages. "Oh right, you must have just gotten paid. Would you like to buy some candles?" the dorm supervisor suddenly added. "Candles? Can I take a look?" Mu Feng's heart stirred as he quickly spoke up. "This is a good thing. It can save your life." The dorm supervisor hastily handed over a yellowish candle. "Janitor Auntie's secret recipe candle, a candle refined from the excess fat extracted from our dear Auntie Janitor's own body. Effect: when lit, it emits the imposing aura of a dorm supervisor. During combustion, all supernatural entities weaker than a dorm supervisor will retreat. Note: there's a certain chance of attracting the dormitory supervisor when lit." This, Mu Ruffing only felt something greasy and disgusting in his hand. While it's said to be a good item, it indeed counts as one, but it will attract the dormitory supervisor. This dormitory supervisor must be extremely powerful, probably. As long as it's lit, safety would be absolutely guaranteed. However, if this were to attract the attention of the dormitory supervisor, what might happen next would be anyone's guess. "Sister Lu, how much for these candles?" Mu Ruhang glanced at the supervisor's name tag and asked. "1 for 100, 3 at 10% off, 5 at 20% off," replied the dorm supervisor. Mu Ruhan was momentarily at a loss for words. 100 yuan a piece? That expensive? Very expensive. 100 yuan. These workers' base pay is only 50 yuan. Only certain positions get commissions, most are stuck with a flat 50 yuan per day wage. 2 days' wages for a potentially dangerous candle. Mu Ruffing thought the dorm administrator's business must be really struggling. "If you're short on cash, you can pay with your flesh and blood. Don't worry, even if I have to chop off an arm, I can heal the wound for you quickly," the dorm administrator said, as if this had been her real intention all along. "Big Sister Lu, I'll take 5 of them." Mu Ruffing took out the bills and handed them straight through the window. The dormitory supervisor was stunned for a moment, then her face lit up with wild joy as she immediately reached out and snatched the money. Good, great, ha ha ha." The dormitory supervisor burst into hearty laughter, clearly overjoyed. Here, take your candles. I just opened for business today, so I'll throw in an extra one for luck. Double prosperity and smooth sailing." The supervisor grabbed a plastic bag, tossed in 5 candles, and handed it to Muru Phone. Muruwa immediately took it and placed the candle in his hand inside the plastic bag. Chapter 22, Dormitory Precautions. "Alright, your dorm is room 301. Just a reminder, when danger arises, remember to light both candles together. Oh, here's a box of matches for you too." The dorm supervisor handed over a key along with a box of matches. Matchbox: an ordinary box of matches that can be lit anywhere. Key: an ordinary key that can unlock the door to room 301. "Thank you, Sister Lu." Muruho expressed his gratitude before turning and walking inside. The surrounding onlooking employees all wore expressions of deep regret upon witnessing this. "It's actually 301, not assigned to me. What a shame. Though it wasn't assigned to my dorm, lucky me, I'm right next door." Big Head got lucky this time, actually assigned to share a dorm with him. Yeah, Big Head isn't back yet, is he? Let's wait here and get him to save us some flesh and blood. The taste of living flesh, truly unforgettable. To be honest, that guy's making a killing from the vending machine. Exactly. He bought so many candles, catching him tonight might be tough. Big Head, I'm not optimistic. The dorm supervisor might end up benefiting instead. The sky outside had long since darkened, but since it wasn't yet past dinner time, the streetlights kept the Crimson Logistics Park from being plunged into complete darkness. Even inside the dormitory building, dim lighting ensured people wouldn't stumble around blindly. The dormitory was crowded with employees. As Muru Fong walked through, their stares didn't intimidate him, but still left him feeling unsettled. Muru Fong arrived on the 3rd floor and stood in the hallway. He looked around and saw pitch darkness on both sides, with only the light from street lamps seeping in from the balconies at each end of the corridor. It felt eerie and terrifying. Room 301 was situated at the far left end of the dormitory's 3rd floor. Muru Fong walked down the hallway until he reached the far end. During this time, there were also many eerie employees hidden in the darkness, silently staring at Mu Ruffing. Had this been the old Mu Ruffing, he would definitely have been scared out of his wits. Mu Ruffing stood in front of room 301. Next to room 301 was room 303, and across the hallway was room 302. He glanced at the balcony again, noticing it was also sealed with iron bars. Mu Ruffing took out the key card, inserted it into the slot, gave it a gentle twist, and the door clicked open. The room was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Mu Ruffing immediately began feeling along the wall on one side. He soon felt out a switch and Muru Phone pressed it directly. Click! With a sound, the old bulb turned on, emitting an orange-yellow glow. The room wasn't very large, with 2 bunk beds lining each side against the walls. In the center stood a square table coated in dust. At the end of the room, there was a door and a window. The window was nailed shut with wood and red cloth, completely sealed off. If he guessed correctly, behind the door should be a small balcony, and to the right of the balcony would be the bathroom. A very standard dorm room, by real-world standards. These conditions would be considered extremely luxurious. "I don't like the lights on, turn them off," a voice suddenly spoke. Mu Ruffing gave a slight start, his gaze shifting to find someone unexpectedly sitting on the left-hand bed, someone who hadn't been there moments before. What's more, it was an acquaintance, the bandage-wrapped woman, her body covered entirely in strips of cloth. "No rush, I'll pick my bed first," Mu Ruffing said with a chuckle before casually closing the door behind him. "Which of these beds are available here?" Mu Fong inquired. "The one next to you and this one are both empty," said Miss Bandage. Mu Fong examined the 2 beds. One was the bunk on the right side by the entrance, which had only a mattress and nothing more. The second was the bunk on the left side near the balcony, also with a mattress, but piled with various odds and ends, including clothes. "I'll take this one then." Mu Ruwa decisively sat down on the right-hand bunk. At that moment, Miss Bandage pointed a finger toward Mu Ruwa's back. Mu Ruwa paused momentarily before turning his head to look, only to discover that some words had mysteriously appeared on the wall behind him. Dormitory notices. 1. Please keep quiet. 2. Do not go outside between 7 p.m. to 5 a.m. 3. Please avoid turning on lights in the dormitory. 4. After lights out, remember to lock the door. 5. If someone knocks, do not open the door under any circumstances, not even for the dorm supervisor. 6. Make sure only your roommates are in the dorm. If not, you may throw them off the balcony. 7. The dorm is absolutely safe when no outsiders are present. Mu Ruwa was momentarily taken aback. It was actually the dormitory guidelines. "Thanks." Mu Ruwa turned to look at Miss Bandage and expressed his gratitude. "Can I turn off the lights now?" Miss Bandage asked again. "Of course, no problem." Mu Fong stood up and switched off the light directly. The entire room plunged into complete darkness once more. The pitch-black environment didn't seem to affect Mu Ruwa in the slightest. For a zombie, this inky darkness was like a fish taking to water. "By the way, looking at that empty bed, I assume there should be another roommate?" Mu Ruwa inquired of Ms. Bandages. Miss Bandage lay back down on the bed. "What do you do for work?" Mu Ruffing asked again. The work ID was hidden within Miss Bandage's bandages, so Mu Ruffing had no way of knowing her job position or name. "Please follow the rules and remain quiet," Miss Bandage replied. Sorry. Mu Fong apologized briefly before falling silent. In the pitch-black darkness, Mu Fong began to feel drowsy. Even before entering this instance world, he had already been exhausted from working all day. Now, after another full day of labor here, he was truly sleepy. However, just before going to bed, Mu Fong remembered something and immediately got up to deadlock the door. "There's still one roommate who hasn't returned yet. Is it okay that I lock the door?" Mu Fong asked Miss Bandage. "No problem. That guy hasn't been back to the dorm for days anyway. He might just drop dead outside tonight." Miss Bandage paused briefly before finally responding to Mu Fong. Since there was no problem, Mu Fong stopped worrying. In an instant, he lay down on the mattress and fell fast asleep. Before long, Mu Fong's steady breathing could be heard. In the darkness, Miss Bandage slowly turned her body, facing Mu Fong's direction. The single eye beneath the bandages stared fixedly at Mu Fong, and the scene instantly became eerie and terrifying. Time passed slowly, and soon it was 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock was precisely when dinner time ended. All the lights went out. At this moment, Crimson Select was completely devoid of even the faintest glimmer of light. The moonlight in the sky was also obscured by thick fog, plunging the world into utter darkness. Chapter 23, The Chart Intender Miss Bandage, Seeking Monthly Tickets. Mu Ruhong slept soundly. There were occasional knocking sounds by his ears that endlessly annoyed Mu Ruhu, but he was too exhausted to pay any attention to the knocking. The knocking didn't last too long, just intermittent taps here and there. After some unknowable length of time, noises of commotion arose outside the door. Mu Ruffing remained in deep slumber. In the blink of an eye, midnight arrived. The moment the clock struck 12, a violent gale swept through the entire Crimson supermarket. The thick fog in the sky dispersed, revealing a blood-red moon. The crimson moonlight cascaded down, dyeing the entire logistics park in a bloody hue. Mu Ruhu, who had been sound asleep, suddenly jolted awake with a start. When he opened his eyes, what met his gaze was a face completely swathed in bandages. Such a sight would send shivers down anyone's spine and scare the wits out of them. Mu Rufong spoke with surprising calmness. "Miss Bandage, what are you doing standing by my bedside instead of sleeping?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Miss Bandage's lips parted, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. Then, her mouth opened and closed repeatedly as though speaking, yet not a single sound escaped. Though Mu Rufeng couldn't read lips, such simple words were unmistakable even to him. "You spoke." These were the words spoken by Miss Bandage. "I spoke?" Mu Ruhui pondered in his heart and instantly recalled the first rule from the dormitory guidelines. 1. Please remain silent. Just as the words literally imply, one must maintain silence. So, by speaking just now, Mu Ruhui has already broken this rule? Wait, no, there's still the 7th rule here. 7. The dormitory is absolutely safe when there are no outsiders present. Both he and Miss Bandage are residents of the dormitory, not outsiders. In this case, doesn't the first rule conflict with the 7th? Thinking of this, Mu Rufeng spoke again. "Are you planning to fight me? Under the 7th rule, you shouldn't be able to attack me either, right? Besides, how do you know I'm from this dorm?" Miss Bandage's hoarse voice slowly sounded out. "Ha, you're not from room 301? Mu Rufeng was slightly startled. The moment he entered the room, the first thing he saw was Miss Bandage's, so he instinctively assumed she was his dormitory roommate. Miss Bandage's was female staff, so logically shouldn't be sharing dormitories with male employees. But Mu Ruheng felt this place couldn't be judged by normal reasoning, so he didn't dwell on it, never imagining that actually. The next moment, Miss Bandage's made her move. The bandages on her body suddenly unraveled, revealing the charred flesh beneath. An overpowering odor of scorched flesh flooded Mu Rufeng's nostrils. In an instant, those loosened bandages coiled around Mu Rufeng's body, wrapping him tightly head to toe in the blink of an eye. A living soul. This is a real living person, not those soulless clones in the cafeteria. Let me see, where should I start eating? Miss Bandage swallowed hard, as if she had stumbled upon some extraordinary delicacy. Blood, I should drink the blood first. Miss Bandage licked her lips and sat by the bedside. Then, she swiftly lifted Mu Ruhui's body into a horizontal embrace. The neck has always been the prime spot for drawing blood. With just a soft exhale from Miss Bandage, the wrappings at his neck dissolved away, revealing Mu Ruhui's bronzed skin beneath. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Miss Bandage sank her teeth into Mu Ruhui's neck without hesitation. A crisp clang rang out. Miss Bandage's teeth seemed to have bitten into solid steel. What's going on? Miss Bandage stood dumbfounded. Never could she have imagined that she couldn't bite through this living person? Creak! A sound resembling teeth grinding echoed. Miss Bandage was utterly dumbfounded. No matter how fiercely she bit, she couldn't pierce Mu Ruhui's skin. At that very moment, a massive hand suddenly pressed down on her. A tremendous force struck, causing Lady Bandage's body to arch backward. Murafeng slowly sat up straight. Unbeknownst to Wen, he had already broken free from the bandages binding him. In Murafeng's left hand, he still clutched a writhing mass of bandages, yet they couldn't break free from his grasp in the slightest. "Even though you're charred with that burnt smell, I can still catch the scent of blood inside you. Since I was born, apart from eating pork blood and bloody duck, I've never tasted any other kind of blood. Though the conditions aren't great, I won't complain." As Mu Rufeng finished speaking, he opened his mouth to reveal a pair of sharp vampire fangs. You. The bandaged woman was shocked by this sudden turn of events. Knock, knock, knock. Outside, a knocking sound suddenly came from the door. Shoo, not a word. Morone leaned close to the bandaged woman's ear and whispered softly. That bundle of bandages was promptly shoved straight into Miss Bandage's mouth by Mu Ruheng, his left hand immediately covering her lips. Without pause, Mu Ruheng bit down on the charred yet tender flesh of Miss Bandage's neck. Crisp, a clean, decisive crunch. Miss Bandage's body instantly stiffened, and there was also a slight trembling. As time passed, the trembling grew fainter, yet my body became increasingly stiff. Throughout this, the knocking at the door never ceased, growing even more urgent. Then, just at that moment, the knocking abruptly stopped. Faintly, Mu Ruffing heard the sound of a door closing. Mu Ruffing released Miss Bandages. Miss Bandages immediately collapsed onto the bed. Her mouth gaped wide, her whole body twisting, her frame becoming even more hunched and emaciated. She's dead. Miss Bandage is dead. Every last drop of blood and vestige of energy remaining in her body had been drained dry by Mu Ruffing. Mu Ruffing's eyes now glowed with crimson light. Far from feeling any discomfort, he felt extraordinarily refreshed. The power within him had grown even stronger. Indeed, zombies become stronger by sucking blood, even the most bizarre kind. In this case, not only the blood but even the ghostly energy entwined within her was completely drained by Mu Ruhua. By the way, I remember she bought a lot of things. Mu Ruhu immediately began searching over Miss Bandage's body. However, the moment I touched her, Miss Bandages instantly disintegrated into fine black sand, and within moments, completely dissipated into wisps of dark smoke. Only a squirming bundle of bandages remained. The bandages didn't disappear? Mu Ruhu swiftly grabbed hold of the bandages. Stinky bandages, having been worn for prolonged periods by a certain burned specter, they've acquired a foul odor that might dissipate after washing. Effect, possesses extreme toughness and elasticity, impervious to blades and flames, capable of extending up to 20 meters. When wrapped around wounds, can accelerate healing speed. Seems like some sort of prop. A real find. Muruhu was slightly surprised. Chapter 24, Open the Door, Dormitory Inspection. Please keep reading. After a moment of thought, Murugu wound the bandage around his body. Though still a bit smelly, at least it could serve as clothing for Mu Ruffing. The bandages seemed to be alive and had already acknowledged Mu Ruffing as their master. Just as Mu Ruffing picked them up, the bandages suddenly unwound and swiftly coiled themselves around his body. This time, they didn't cover every inch of his body. Instead, following Mu Ruffing's thoughts, they wrapped around his bare upper torso, forming a makeshift bandage t-shirt. Wearing a bandage short-sleeve shirt felt quite cool, though admittedly, the bandage made it look a bit odd. Suddenly, Ru Fengmu's nose twitched as a strong greasy scent flooded his nostrils. The smell was familiar, it clicked instantly. Wasn't this the exact fragrance of that dorm administrator's secret recipe candle? To be precise, it was more likely the scent clinging to the dorm administrator herself. The two tastes were exactly the same. Mu Ruffing was certain the scent wasn't coming from the candle he had placed by his bedside, but was drifting in from outside the door. Is the dorm supervisor here? Mu Ruffing strained his ears to listen but detected no movement outside. Thud! A loud crash rang out. Muruhu remained motionless, his face showing a trace of surprise. He truly hadn't heard any footsteps outside the door, yet knocking sounds had come nonetheless. Knock, knock, knock. 3 more raps came. Muruhu still didn't move. Bang, bang, bang. The person outside increased the force of their knocking. A voice came from beyond the door. Open up. Dormitory inspection. Mu Ruffing recognized it. It was the voice of the dorm supervisor. He remained seated on the edge of the bed, offering no response. I took out my phone and glanced at the time, 12:10 a.m. I have to say, ever since installing that Eerie World SIM card, my phone's battery jumped from 30% straight to max full charge. Even after all this time, it's still at max capacity. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. I know someone's inside. Open up now. Dormitory inspection, the dorm supervisor yelled, pounding louder on the door. The dorm supervisor knocked on the door a few more times but, receiving no response, eventually left. Though her departure was silent, the fading of that strong oily scent proved the dorm supervisor had truly gone. Mu Ruwon lay back down on the bed, ready to return to sleep. Having slept from 7 o'clock until now, he'd only gotten 5 hours and was still exhausted. However, the moment he lay down, his nose twitched several times again. It's coming from under the bed. Morong Ruffing immediately got up, stepped off his bed, and walked over to the bed opposite him. This was the bed where Miss Bandages had been sleeping earlier. Mu Rufu bent down and peered under the bed. Sure enough, there was a human-shaped figure lurking below. The stench of decay he'd smelled was emanating from this shadowy form. Since Miss Bandages didn't belong in room 301, this unsettling presence was most likely the original occupant of the bed. Muruwo reached out, grabbed it forcefully, and with a sudden pull, yanked it out from under the bed. This was an extremely strange creature. Its head was as large as a bull's, yet its body was remarkably thin and hunched over. Apart from the stench of decay, there was also a charred, burnt smell emanating from its body. Even after Muruwo pulled him out, this guy still showed no reaction. Clearly, he had been thoroughly disciplined by Miss Bandage and hadn't woken up yet. It smells a bit foul, but it's still bearable. Muruhu wiped the neck of the big head ghost with his hand, bared his fangs, and then bit down on its neck. An indescribable taste filled Muruhu's mouth. This was no blood, it was completely decomposed corpse fluid. Muruhu released his grip and spat out a large mouthful of the putrid liquid. Though his taste buds registered nothing unusual, swallowing corpse water still left Muruhu psychologically unsettled. Taking the crimson eyeball and taking a sip, rinsing his mouth, the unsettling feeling in Mu Ruffing's heart finally dissipated. Mu Ruffing wiped his mouth and stepped forward again, biting into the neck of Big Head Ghost once more. This time, Mu Ruffing had learned his lesson. He only drank the blood, completely avoiding the corpse water. In just a few breaths, Big Head Ghost's body began to shrink, gradually becoming hunched and twisted. Even that oversized head gradually shrank to normal human proportions, while its body had transformed into the size of a child's. Phew! Mu Ruffing tossed aside the body of the Big Head Ghost and let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, Mu Ruffing felt like a chain smoker who'd abstained for a month suddenly taking a drag on a Huazi cigarette. I've grown stronger again. Mu Ruffing clenched his fist, savoring the surge of power within him. The big-headed ghost was dead, yet its corpse hadn't vanished. Mu Ruhua paused in thought, then picked up the big-headed ghost's remains. He walked straight to the balcony door. Reaching out, he flung the door open and stepped onto the balcony. Outside, it was not complete darkness, but rather a blood-red full moon hung in the void. The crimson moonlight cascaded down, staining Mu Rufun's body red as well. Mu Ruffing raised his hand and tossed the corpse of the big-head ghost off the balcony. He had originally intended to go back to sleep, but suddenly, he no longer felt like it. For some reason, Mu Ruffing felt as though the bloodlust within him had been stirred up. Mu Ruffing guessed it was because of the blood moon, but he didn't think it was a bad thing. Instead, he excitedly licked his lips. With so many monsters in this building, if I drained them all, how strong could I become? Mu Ruffing thought to himself. Mu Ruffing already had a bloodthirsty nature, having fed on 2 monsters before. Now, the blood moon had completely ignited the bloodlust in his heart. At this moment, he was swelling with power. Even after Mu Ruhui returned to the room and was no longer illuminated by the blood moon, he remained in his bloodthirsty state. Mu Ruhui also greatly enjoyed his current condition. Back inside, Mu Ruhui began searching the room thoroughly, paying special attention to the beds. Unfortunately, Mu Ruhua didn't find anything particularly valuable. The only discovery was 30 yuan tucked beneath Big Head Ghost's mattress. Not even a single Paranormal World smartphone came into view. Does this Big Head Ghost not own a phone at all? Snap! A sound rang out. Mu Ruhu pulled open the door of room 301 directly. Coincidentally, the door of room 302 across the hallway swung open at the exact same moment. This was an extremely emaciated creature of uncanny proportions. Only one eye and a mouth remained on the entire face. The mouth alone occupied 2/3 of the entire face, making its appearance extremely eerie. The wide-mouthed ghost was momentarily stunned when it saw Mu Ruhan open the door, then immediately overjoyed. Truth be told, the wide-mouthed ghost had never expected, after knocking so many times with no response, that someone would finally answer. Now it actually opened the door by itself? Chapter 25, deal 50% more damage to males. Please keep reading. Ha, lucky day today. Big Mouth Ghost immediately stepped forward, reaching out to grab Mu Ruffing. Mu Ruffing didn't resist at all, allowing Big Mouth Ghost to pull him into room 302. Click! The door was shut. Room 302's layout was essentially identical to room 301's, except here, the beds appeared to be fully occupied. Moreover, the scene inside this dorm room was somewhat peculiar. 3 grotesque figures were gathered around a table. Each held a hand of cards, engaged in a mute game. 2 of the 3 figures had cigarettes dangling from their mouths, while the third was chewing betel nut. Not a trace of foul odor remained in the entire dorm room. The cigarette smoke had overwhelmed everything. When the big-headed ghost brought Mu Ruhu into the room, the 3 spirits simultaneously turned their gazes in this direction. A living human? A spirit with a gaping hole in its head exclaimed in surprise. The other 2 immediately brightened up, abandoning their card game as they rose to their feet. Hee hee, I'm not hogging this live one, I'll take his head plus a thigh. The rest, you 3 can split. That'll clear my debt to you, alright? Big Head chuckled with a grin. Their voices were deliberately hushed, so quiet that even someone pressing an ear against the door wouldn't have caught a word. Exchange a glance, the 3 eerie figures nodded in silent unison. They'd witnessed Slackjaw Ghost tirelessly working through the night, a fact not lost on them. He hadn't held out much hope, but unexpectedly he actually pulled it off. Since they could sit at home enjoying a hearty meal, they didn't mind writing off their gambling losses. I'll take a thigh and an arm. Then I'll have an arm and half a torso. Then I'll take the smaller share, just the heart and whatever's left of the torso. The 3 specters swiftly settled their ghastly division. So, you've already finished carving up my body without asking? Muru Fong spoke slowly. This living one has quite the nerve. Is it really that surprising? With his brute strength, he smashed the vending machine to pieces. Brute strength? You think he's stronger than us? Humph, if that vending machine weren't shut down after hours, I would have robbed it long ago. At that moment, Big Mouth Ghost said, then I'll just take his head first. As the words fell, Big Mouth Ghost's mouth suddenly doubled in size, then lunged straight for Mu Rufeng's head. It appears it was preparing to bite Mu Rufeng's head off in one gulp. Without a word, Mu Rufeng extended his right hand and with lightning speed grasped the big-mouthed ghost by the throat. Before the ghost could react, Mu Rufeng gave a fierce squeeze, instantly paralyzing its entire body. Unnoticed, Mu Rufeng's left hand had already pressed against the top of big-mouthed ghost's skull. With just a slight exertion, Mu Rufeng actually twisted the big-mouthed ghost's head a full 540 degrees. Instantly, the foul stench from its mouth diminished significantly. Mu Rufeng opened his jaws, baring sharp fangs before sinking them deep into the big-mouthed ghost's neck. The crimson glare in Mu Rufeng's eyes grew even more profound, sucking blood while staring at the 3 eerie creatures ahead. The scene appeared exceptionally sinister and terrifying. Even those 3 eerie creatures were stunned by what they saw. What's going on here? What exactly is this living person doing? Fangs? The living have fangs? Zombie. Wasn't he alive? How is he a zombie? One of the specters exclaimed. A zombie? How can there be zombies in the spirit world? Have any of you heard of this before? I've only seen ghouls before, but never a fanged, blood-sucking zombie like this. The 3 were thoroughly terrified by the horrifying sight of Muruhu. Although Dezue Gue was the weakest in the dorm, he didn't even have a chance to resist before being drained of all his blood. His originally scrawny body, now devoid of blood and energy, resembled a withered corpse utterly chilling. Muruhu casually tossed the lifeless corpse of Dezuegue to the ground. "It's your turn now. I hope your blood doesn't taste weird." Muruhua licked his lips, gazing fiercely at those three supernatural beings. "Kid, don't think just because you killed Big Mouth that." One of the supernatural creatures had just begun speaking when Muruhua's figure suddenly vanished from sight. In the next instant, he felt a palm covering each of his shoulder and right ear. An immense force pressed down on his shoulder and head. His head involuntarily tilted to the left while his shoulder sank, perfectly exposing his neck. Damn it! The supernatural entity was alarmed, and a thick black mist quickly rose from within its body. Yet, Muruhuang's fangs still sank unimpeded into the eerie creature's neck. His body froze eerily in an instant, completely robbed of all mobility. Muruhua narrowed his eyes in delight, utterly savoring the moment of bloodsucking. The other two eerie figures nearby were startled and immediately distanced themselves. Then they suddenly reacted, immediately flying into a rage. Without even needing to speak, the two of them simultaneously attacked Muruhu. The ghost on the left bulged its belly, and in the next instant, a massive mouth appeared, opening wide to spew a stream of deep green, bubbling corrosive liquid. Before the gastric acid could spray outward, bandages on Muruhu's body suddenly surged forth, weaving into an impenetrable shield. The acid splashed onto the bandages, only for them to flick slightly, sending the liquid flying back along its original path, directly dousing the ghost that had unleashed it. Looking at the bandage again, there was actually not the slightest damage. Meanwhile, the eerie figure on the right had already pulled the knife embedded in its head at some point and suddenly swung it toward Ruhongmu's neck. Mu Ruffing remained motionless, continuing to drink the blood. Clang! A crisp sound reverberated throughout the entire dormitory. Ah! The stomach acid demon, drenched in its own corrosive fluids, screamed in excruciating pain, completely forgetting the rules in its agony. How is this possible? The cleaver ghost stared at his blade, which had left only a faint white mark on Murufeng's neck, utterly dumbfounded beyond words. His cleaver was notoriously razor-sharp. Ordinary supernatural creatures would typically be sliced clean in two with a single stroke. Yet now, it couldn't even break the skin of a living human's neck? The knife-wielding ghost refused to believe it wouldn't work, withdrawing the cleaver and swinging again, this time aiming for Muruhu's back of the head. Just as the cleaver was about to strike, a palm suddenly grasped the blade firmly in midair. "Nice cleaver you've got, now it's mine." Muruhu snatched the weapon right out of the ghost's grasp. Grudge-soaked kitchen cleaver, this blade carries the powerful resentment of a certain woman, thirsting to slaughter all men. Effect, exceptionally sharp and hard, capable of slowly repairing damage, and increases damage dealt to males by 50%. Chapter 26, Dorm Supervisor, there are zombies, help, please keep reading. This attribute, seems, not very friendly to men. No wonder Muruhang felt a slight pain in his neck and noticed it had been marked by a cut. It was all due to that damage bonus. TSK, seems this knife ghost is an ultimate scumbag, Murufeng thought to himself. Clearly, this was some scorned woman who directly hacked the knife ghost to death with a blade. "My knife, that's my knife." The knife ghost became furious upon seeing his cleaver being taken away. Yet before the knife ghost could react, a cold glint of steel flashed through the air. A thin line of blood appeared on the blade ghost's neck. With a dull thud, the blade ghost's head fell directly to the ground. Muruwa slowly sheathed his blade, truly an excellent sword. Just who are you? How can any living person be this powerful? The blade ghost finally spoke. Losing its head alone wasn't enough to kill the blade ghost. Not only had its decapitated body retained mobility, but it was now retreating in long strides, preparing to retrieve its own severed head. "Me? I'm just an ordinary temp worker." Mu Ruffing abruptly hurled the kitchen knife. With a loud bang, the cleaver severed the acid belly ghost's legs mid-sprint, its momentum unbroken as it embedded halfway into the floorboards. "Ah!" The fleeing specter screeched in renewed agony before collapsing onto the ground. "Can't let you get away, you're my prey." Muruwa walked forward with a beaming smile. Spare me." The blade ghost trembled in terror, its body frozen stiff, utterly unable to move. "Let you off? Sorry, not happening." Murufeng bit down hard on the fractured edge of the blade ghost's skull. Pure energy and lingering blood continuously surged into Muruwa's body. After a long while, Muruwang discarded the corpse of the blade ghost and strode resolutely toward the door. Thud! A sharp sound rang out. As Miro passed by, his massive foot came down and crushed the knife ghost's head into pulp. "Help! Help me! Dorm Supervisor, there's a zombie! Help!" Even though the stomach acid ghost had lost both legs, it still crawled to the door, its hands reaching for the handle. With a sudden forceful pull, the handle refused to budge. The acid regurgitation ghost seemed too terrified to remember that the door had been locked by the big-mouthed ghost, so it failed to open the door. Muruhua now stood directly behind the acid regurgitation ghost, raised a hand, grabbed it by the collar, and sank his teeth into its neck. The consciousness of the stomach acid ghost was instantly overwhelmed, then gradually faded away. At that very moment, Ru Feng's nose twitched as a familiar greasy smell surfaced once more. He knew this meant the dorm supervisor was coming. The howls and cries of the stomach acid ghost had drawn the dorm supervisor back again. It seemed the dorm supervisor's lower body was a fleshy orb, allowing her to move completely soundlessly. Were it not for the pungent greasy odor, Muruo would have struggled to notice her presence. With a resounding bang, the door to room 302 violently shuddered. Someone was knocking on the door with tremendous force. "Your dorm is too noisy. Open the door." The cold voice of the dorm manager rang out. "Hurry up and open the door." Bang, bang, bang. Several more powerful blows landed heavily on the door. Mu Ruffing discarded the withered corpse of the stomach acid ghost. Ignoring the dorm supervisor's knocking outside the door, he began searching room 302. In the end, Mu Ruffing only managed to find 325 yuan, along with a few packs of cigarettes and some betel nuts. Neither a phone nor any other tools could be found. Everything had seemingly vanished. Mu Ruhu finally understood. Earlier, when he killed the anomaly, Mu Ruhu noticed the anomaly's phone on the table dissipating into a black mist and disappearing. Presumably, due to certain rules, when the owner dies, their phone is recycled for some reason. But honestly, these anomalies were really broke. 4 grown men with a daily base wage of just $50, paid out same day. This doesn't even include their commissions? Add it all up, it actually only amounts to $325? Just look at the vending machine in the cafeteria. With just one item, it contributed over 1,000 ghost coins to Muru phone. Clink clank. Suddenly, the sound of numerous keys jingling together came from outside the door. "If you won't open the door, then I'll have to let myself in." The sound of a key turning in the lock echoed through. The dorm administrator held master keys to every room in the building. However, unless residents violated dorm regulations, even she couldn't use those spare keys to enter. The next second, with a click sound, the door was swung open. An extremely obese face stretched in from outside the doorway. "Breaking the rules, I'll eat you." The dorm manager stared fixedly at Mu Ruhung inside the room, her mouth slightly agape as thick, viscous saliva dripped to the floor, actually emitting a sizzling sound. Clearly, the dorm matron's saliva was highly corrosive, even more so than the stomach acid of that acid-vomiting ghost. The dorm matron attempted to enter the room, but her massive obesity allowed only her upper body to squeeze through, leaving the enormous flesh balloon of her lower half stuck outside the door. So tight, the dorm matron muttered, stretching out her hand to grasp at Muru Fong from a distance. Muru Fong suddenly felt an immense force acting upon him, pushing him relentlessly toward the doorway. Mu Ruffing slightly tensed his feet and came to an abrupt stop. The dorm supervisor at night seems completely irrational. Mu Ruffing studied this dorm supervisor, finding her completely different from the one who sold him candles earlier. Were it not for the identical aura and physical form, Mu Ruffing would have thought this was an entirely different supernatural entity. "Come here, hurry up and come here," the dorm supervisor suddenly shouted angrily. Whoosh whoosh. A fierce wind blew in from the balcony, sending objects flying wildly inside the room with violent crashing sounds. The eerie force acting on Mu Ruhu surged dramatically. Mu Ruhu involuntarily took 2 steps toward the door, but that was all. Once again, he halted in his tracks. One advantage of being a zombie is that with enough blood consumed, rapid strengthening becomes possible. If it were before, Mu Ruo might have been slightly inferior, but now, having absorbed the energy of 6 supernatural entities, his strength had greatly increased. Mu Ruo calmly bent down and picked up the kitchen knife at his feet. Although this dorm supervisor was female, there was no damage bonus against her with the kitchen knife. Still, it was definitely better than Mu Ruo fighting barehanded. "I just feel a bit hard to take a bite." Mu Ruo sized up the dorm matron, swallowing hard involuntarily. He's in. A hoarse roar burst forth from the dorm matron's throat. Chapter 27, Slippery, so slippery, please keep reading. Above the doorframe, it was already smeared with grease, and it was precisely the lubricating effect of this grease that actually allowed the massive ball of flesh that was the dorm supervisor's lower body to squeeze through. Due to the extreme compression, the dorm supervisor sprang forward like a coiled spring, lunging directly toward Muruhu. "So fragrant, I'll eat you. Facing those outstretched arms and a gaping maw that was even larger than Mu Ruhu's entire head, Mu Ruffing didn't retreat. On the contrary, he stepped forward and swung the kitchen knife in his hand, slashing forcefully downward from above. Unsurprisingly, the kitchen knife landed squarely on the dorm supervisor's head. A miraculous scene unfolded as the knife slid along the supervisor's skin, continuing downward until it reached the fleshy mound. Looking again at the dorm supervisor, the slash left only a faint mark on her skin, merely parting the layer of grease covering her body. Yet her skin remained completely unscathed. So slippery? Mu Ruffing was astonished. Never could he have imagined that his full-strength slash would be effortlessly deflected by mere grease. Seizing this moment of Mu Ruffing's bewilderment, the dorm matron's plump arms had already enveloped him. The massive form completely enveloped Mu Ruffing, then continued its momentum by crashing directly into the nearby bed. Boom! A deafening crash sounded. The bed collapsed instantly from the impact. God damn it! Mu Ruffing cursed aloud, then with a violent shudder, managed to break free from the dorm supervisor's massive grip. Yet, to Mu Ruffing's surprise, waves of fat surged forward once more, perfectly encasing him in their fleshy embrace. Look closely, that lump of fat was none other than the fleshy ball that formed the lower body of the dormitory supervisor. At this moment, Mu Ruffing felt his entire body slippery. He was already coated in a layer of grease. An immense suction force was pulling Mu Ruffing deeper into the core of that fleshy sphere. The grease thickened, and an enormous crushing pressure engulfed Mu Ruffing's body. Judging by appearances, the dorm supervisor's fleshy orb was the real mouth that devoured people and the stomach that digested them. Mu Ruffing felt extremely uneasy. He abruptly pushed off with his feet, only to slip and completely lose his balance. Trapped within that slippery fleshy sphere, Mu Ruffing couldn't maintain his balance at all, let alone leverage any force, because whether he threw punches or kicked, his limbs would always slide off the greasy, slimy fat. This is simply a low-tier version of the slippery fruit ability user. That is to say, this low-tier version of the slippery fruit ability user is rather ugly. Soon, that suction force disappeared. The surrounding space also became somewhat larger, as if he had entered the stomach of the dormitory manager. The surroundings were filled with extremely thick, viscous mucus that was slippery and highly corrosive. His pants, shoes, and socks had already been completely corroded away. Fortunately, he still had those foul-smelling bandages on him. The moment the corrosion began, Mu Ruffing immediately controlled the bandages to wrap them tightly around his entire body. It couldn't exactly be called being wrapped up, more like the bandages had formed a full set of clothing that he was now wearing. If he wrapped his head too, he'd look exactly like that mummy villain from Detective Conan. Even all the items he was carrying got bundled up in bandages, so nothing would fall out. Now Mu Ruffing felt like even if he had all the strength in the world, he couldn't use it properly. No helping it, everything was just too slippery. Even with Mu Ruffing's colossal strength, no matter how he exerted himself, he kept slipping away. The dorm supervisor might have wanted to digest Mu Ruffing, but his zombie body was completely unfazed by her stomach acid. How can I escape? Mu Ruffing pondered, stroking his chin. Wait. Grease. Mu Ruffing suddenly thought of something and immediately pulled out a box of matches from the bandages. Matches, an ordinary box of matches that can light anywhere. These were given to Mu Ruffing by the dormitory supervisor after he bought candles. Mu Ruffing opened the matchbox, took out a matchstick, struck it lightly, and instantly lit the match. A spark of fire rises into the air. Mu Ruffing slowly moves the match toward the greasy gastric fluid. Yet the moment the match makes contact, it instantly extinguishes. Won't ignite? Or is it? Refusing to give up, Mu Ruffing takes out another match. The result was the same instant extinguishment. Mu Ruffing pondered for a moment, then took out another match and lit it. This time, however, instead of attempting to ignite the surrounding thick greasy gastric juices, he reached upward toward the ceiling. The flame scorched the fatty deposits on the stomach wall, producing faint wisps of smoke, only to die out once more soon after. Is it because the flame is too small? It truly could ignite, but the flame was indeed too small. He estimated that lighting all his matches still wouldn't be enough to set the grease ablaze. After a moment of silence, Mu Ruffing suddenly produced a candle and lit it with a match. An inexplicable aura began to emanate from it. The candle's flame was enormous, several times larger than that of a matchstick. He pressed the candle flame against the stomach wall to begin cauterization, prompting a continuous sizzling sound. It was the sound of fats being charred by heat. It seemed the dormitory manager had detected something amiss in her stomach. The stomach suddenly jerked several times, and a surge of gastric fluid churned violently, instantly submerging the candle. Yet, miraculously, even within the thick, greasy gastric fluid, the candle's flame continued to burn. Seeing this, Mu Ruffing's eyes lit up with excitement. Without hesitation, he pulled out 3 more candles and, one by one, used the already lit candle to ignite them all. 4 candles ignited simultaneously. Each candle exuded the dorm supervisor's distinctive aura. The overlapping auras intensified until the entire dormitory building became saturated with the terrifying presence of the supervisor. The restless spirits still lingering in the dorm rooms trembled in fear, ceasing all mischief and not daring to make a single sound. As for those supernatural entities that hadn't yet returned to the dorm and were still wandering outside, they didn't dare approach the dormitory building at all. Even those ghosts who wished to return to the dorm for sleep were terrified of being spotted and devoured by the dreaded dorm supervisor. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. With all 4 candles burning simultaneously, bubbles began rising furiously in the gastric fluid. In just a few breaths' time, Whoosh, a small flame ignited atop the gastric fluid. As this tiny flame rose, it rapidly spread outward in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire stomach cavity was engulfed in flames. Highly combustible material, a completely enclosed space, plus the initial spark, all three elements necessary for an explosion had now aligned. Boom! A deafening crash sounded. The dormitory building shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Intense flames illuminated the entire Crimson Premium facility. A terrifying explosion reverberated throughout Crimson Premium. Massive plumes of smoke billowed upward, instantly enveloping the skies above Crimson Premium and obscuring the blood-red moon hanging in the air. Chapter 28, The Dorm Supervisor's Dazzling Transformation, Seeking Follow-Up reads. The towering flames gradually dissipated. Thick smoke continued to billow upward endlessly, blotting out the sky. The pungent scent of grease permeated the entire dormitory building, spreading throughout the entirety of Crimson Premium. Room 302 at the heart of the explosion was riddled with holes, its front door shattered, balcony door and windows completely blown apart. The exterior wall on the left side was pockmarked and tattered. Though the structure hadn't collapsed, rusted steel reinforcements now protruded from the damaged surface. Numerous cracks had already begun creeping along the dormitory building's outer walls. As for neighboring room 304, its walls had been completely demolished by the blast, obliterating all contents inside. Whatever supernatural presence once dwelled there had undoubtedly been scattered to the winds. Of course, for room 202 downstairs, unfortunately, the floor had completely collapsed, and everything below, including those eerie entities, had been utterly obliterated. All this was the aftermath of the explosion. It must be said that the quality of this dormitory building was truly exceptional. Apart from rooms 302, 202, and 304, only faint charred marks appeared on the opposite room 301 and the diagonally across room 303, seemingly scorched by the flames but otherwise untouched by the explosion's shockwave. As for Unit 402 upstairs, the situation was slightly more tragic. The entire ceiling had been blasted through. The eerie presence inside was likely blown to smithereens. The eeriness in rooms 304 and 402 was truly an undeserved calamity. At the door of room 301, there was a charred object. At that very moment, the charred figure twitched. The next second, the charred figure struggled to stand up. Mu-Rua looked at his current appearance and felt extremely awkward. He shuddered violently, and the charred, dead skin on his body instantly crumbled away, revealing Mu-Ruafeng's delicate, newborn flesh. His originally sun-bronzed skin seemed to be reborn this time, transforming him from a ruggedly masculine man into a strikingly fair and handsome man. The only oddity was that his entire body was completely smooth, not a single strand of hair remained. Whether it was the hair on his head, his eyebrows, body hair, or even the hair in certain private areas, none could be seen. "Where's my fur? Where's my fur?" Mu-Rua suddenly noticed the fur on his body seemed to have been completely burned off. A thud, a sound rang out. A charred black mass fell from the door. Mu-Rua froze for a moment, then stepped forward and swiftly picked it up. This thing was none other than a scorched, blackened bandage. The bandage slowly squirmed, revealing the objects it had been wrapped around. A key, 2 candles, a box of matches, 2 packs of cigarettes, a bundle of betel nut, along with the 2,178 soul coins Mu-Ruafeng had earned. Hard work pays off, still in one piece, huh? Mu-Ruafeng nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the undamaged soul coins. The bandage squirmed slightly once more, as if responding to Mu-Ruafeng. "As long as you can move, hurry up and turn into clothes for me to wear. Walking around naked is too embarrassing," Mu-Ruafeng said. Ultimately, the bandages coiled around Mu-Ruafeng's body, transforming into a charred shirt and trousers. Although the clothes appeared pitch black, at least he wasn't naked anymore. The bandages possess self-healing properties and will likely return to their original form in time. The spirit coins and other items on his person were also placed back onto his body, wrapped securely within the bandages. All right, what about the cleaver? This cleaver served Mu-Ruafeng quite well. If it were destroyed, he would genuinely feel regret. At this moment, faint movements could be heard coming from the bullet-riddled room 302. Mu-Rua stepped forward and peered downward through the collapsed wall. A frail figure slowly rose from the wreckage. When Mu-Rua clearly saw this person, his pupils abruptly constricted. This is a woman with a slender frame, yet curvaceous in all the right places, unmistakably pushing an E-cup. Though unclothed, the crucial areas were shrouded in dark mist, obscuring any clear view. Such tender skin. One bite would surely feel heavenly. Her blood must taste sweet, no? Mu-Rua instinctively swallowed hard. My fat is gone, the fat is gone. You damned bastard, you deserve to die. The woman's gaze fell upon Mu-Rua, and then her expression turned extremely ferocious. That familiar aura, it was the dormitory manager. Except now, the dormitory manager possessed a figure and face that rivaled even Manager Lu's. It seemed that when Mu-Rua ignited the grease on the dorm manager's body, triggering the explosion. It had burned away all her stored fat, leaving her thin. The dormitory supervisor, no, she should be called the dormitory attendant, suddenly pushed off with her feet as if she were about to lunge fiercely at Mu Ruhung. Yet, before she had dashed even half a meter, she let out a cry and collapsed helplessly onto the ground. In her current state, the dormitory attendant had almost none of her former strength left. Even an ordinary person could easily overpower her now. Dormitory attendant, you look quite beautiful in your current state. Mu Ruhua leaped down from above, landing right beside the dormitory manager. I'll eat you, I will eat you. The dormitory manager bared her claws and screeched menacingly. With a faint smile, Mu Ruhua grabbed the dorm manager, exposing her delicate neck before sinking his teeth into it. The previously thrashing and clawing dorm manager abruptly ceased her attacks, her arms going limp as they dropped powerlessly. After a long while, Mu Ruffing tossed the dried corpse lady onto the ground, his face still wearing an expression of pure satisfaction. Though the dorm supervisor lady's remaining energy was scant, it was of a far higher grade than that of other ghosts, their quality couldn't even be compared. Seems like I've drunk a bit too much hick. Mu Ruffing patted his belly and let out a hiccup. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. Full and satisfied, it's time to sleep and rest, letting the body digest the energy. Oh, I almost forgot the cleaver. Mu Ruhang rummaged through the debris but couldn't find the knife. Then, he leaped down from room 202, scanning the area until he spotted the cleaver embedded in the door of room 303. The force of the explosion had driven the cleaver deep into the door, leaving only the handle visible. When Mu Ruhua drew out the kitchen knife, a gap appeared on the door panel. Behind that gap, there was actually a bloodshot eye staring back, terrifyingly eerie. So late and still not asleep? Don't you work tomorrow? Mu Ruhua snapped sharply. The next instant, the owner of that eye violently contracted its pupil before swiftly vanishing without a trace. From beginning to end, not a single sound came from room 303. Upon inspecting the cleaver, he found it completely intact, showing no damage from the explosion. He immediately tucked the cleaver into the bandages, then took out his keys and unlocked the door to room 301. After securely locking the door, Muru Fong set his alarm, lay down on the bed, and soon drifted into deep sleep. Chapter 29, Explosion Aftermath, seeking follow-up reads. Outside the door, the battered room 301 remained untouched by any supernatural entities from beginning to end. Neither the resident ghosts in the dormitory building, the patrolling security guards in the compound, nor the upper management of Crimson Premium ever appeared. It seemed as if the commotion here had gone completely unnoticed. The night passed without incident. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. At 5:30 in the morning, Muru Feng's alarm clock rang precisely on time. Yawn on. That was such a comfortable sleep. Muru Feng got up, rubbing his eyes while letting out a big yawn. There was still some noise outside, though Muru Feng paid it no mind. After getting up, Muru Feng headed to the balcony. Glancing at the restroom, Muru Feng didn't go in. For some reason, it seemed he no longer needed to answer nature's call. Since entering this instance world, roughly 22 hours had passed without any urgency to urinate or defecate. Clearly, this was undoubtedly a convenience brought by his zombie constitution. Mulrufen walked up to the sink and turned on the faucet. For quite some time, there was no response. There was no water here. Forget it, I'll go to the cafeteria and use the vending machine water to wash my face. Mulrufen shook his head and headed straight out of the dorm. When Mulruhan walked out of the dorm room, the rooms opposite, 302 and 304, still looked exactly as they had before. Yet this place teems with masses of the uncanny. It was all those eerie employees living in the dormitory building, whispering and gossiping among themselves. I say, what on earth happened yesterday? That was quite a ruckus. Yeah, that explosion shook the whole building a few times, threw me right off my bed. Last night I was out hunting, then ran into patrolling security guards and had to flee back to the dorm. Right after that came the explosion, damn near scared me to death. Sounded like the dorm supervisor was fighting some creepy thing. No idea who won though. The group of specters buzzed with discussion. When the door of room 301 opened, it didn't attract anyone's attention. Their attention was entirely focused on the room where the explosion had occurred. These eerie creatures didn't seem to belong to this floor, they were either from upstairs or downstairs. As for the supernatural entities residing on this floor, it appeared they had already gone to the cafeteria for dinner at 5 o'clock. Coming through, move aside. Excuse me, coming through. Mu Ruwa politely addressed the crowded eeriness. Get lost, or I'll swallow you whole in one bite, a pig-headed monster snarled angrily. Alive? How come you're not dead yet? If you're not dead, then behave yourself. Jinama, squeeze him in. Another eerie voice berated. Get the hell out of my way. Muruhu drew his kitchen knife and slashed it onto the door of room 303. With a dull thud, the blade sank deep into the wooden door. Mu Rufeng's action instantly stunned everyone. But, that's the dormitory door. Even the dorm manager auntie would struggle to break it. How could it be chopped open so easily? And this cleaver, why does it look so familiar? Wait, Isn't this the exact same knife that was stuck in the knife ghost's head? Did this living man actually kill the knife ghost? In an instant, those eerie figures seemed to ponder many things, then one by one retreated, clearing a path. Given face but won't take it spoiled, aren't they? Mu-Rufin snorted coldly, sheathed his blade, and strode toward the staircase. Mu-Rufin realized his temper seemed to have grown fiercer. Was it because I drank blood last night? Mu-Rufin murmured to himself. Last night, absorbing so much energy and blood, coupled with the influence of his zombie constitution, had caused a slight change in Mu-Rufang's temperament. Before long, Mu-Ruhua came downstairs. At that very moment, a group of eerie figures wearing helmets and identical uniforms entered the dormitory building through the main gate. Mu-Ruhua brushed past the group of people. He guessed that these people were probably here to deal with the incident on the third floor. A few minutes later, Mu-Ruhu arrived at the cafeteria. It was now 5:40 a.m. peak breakfast hours, so the cafeteria was buzzing with activity. Most of the eerie beings were discussing what had happened the night before. Even when Mu-Ruhua entered the cafeteria, it only drew a few eerie glances. Soon, Mu-Ruhua arrived beside the vending machine. The vending machine was set to power on at 5 o'clock sharp, so when Mu-Ruhua approached, the machine shuddered slightly. Ha, you recovered this fast? And the sold-out items were restocked too? Mu-Ruhua muttered in surprise. At this moment, the vending machine no longer bore any signs of its previous damage, and even the goods that Mu-Ruhua had sold out were inexplicably fully restocked. Good morning, sir. Please take a look. What would you like to eat? There's instant noodles, bread, and fresh milk. The vending machine displayed an extremely obsequious expression. His hands were already stretched out, ready to retrieve anything Mu-Rufing needed at a moment's notice. Alright, go ahead and make instant noodles of every flavor for me. Grab a few more bread rolls to fill up, and let me have that 1-liter milk, Mu-Rufing instructed. Sure thing, no problem. The vending machine successfully steered the conversation elsewhere before eagerly starting to prepare breakfast for Mu-Rufang. Oh, and bring me a bottle of water first, Mu-Rufing added. Soon, Mu-Ruhua twisted open a bottle of mineral water. He poured a little onto his hand, then directly wiped it over his face. After repeating this process and rinsing his mouth, half the bottle was gone. Not one to waste, Mu-Ruhua downed the remaining half in one gulp. After eating 3 or 4 pieces of bread, the vending machine walked over holding a cup of instant noodles. Big brother, your noodles are ready, the vending machine said with an ingratiating expression. Mu-Rufang responded. Just then, a tall and burly specter arrived at Mu-Rufang's table. Bang! A deafening crash erupted. A dish smashed onto the dining table. Yesterday I heard another living person arrived. Thought you wouldn't last the night, but here you are, still breathing. I'm still hungry after breakfast. Since you're so chummy with the vending machine, tell it to fetch me some shredded jerky and meat sauce bread packets. This grotesque creature stood at least 2 meters tall, with a robust build and rippling muscles all over its body. Only its head wasn't human, it bore the head of a horse instead. It perfectly matched the legendary Horseface, the underworld attendant from Chinese folklore. The Horseface spirit sat down opposite Mu-Rufing, its enormous equine eyes staring at him with mocking amusement. Upon hearing this, Mu-Rufang glanced up at the Horseface ghost and replied coolly, I've seen plenty of beggars in my time, but never one quite as brazen as you. Find yourself a nice, cool spot and stay there. Ha! The horse-faced ghost's teasing gaze instantly turned vacant. After coming to my senses, a surge of fury rose in my heart. A mere mortal, nothing but an insignificant ant fit only to be blood fodder, dared to speak to him in such a manner. Hee, the kid's got a sharp tongue. But no matter, I happen to enjoy eating tough talkers the most. Jeej. Chapter 30 Wang Kuan gets removed from his position, seeking follow-up reads. You should be glad it's not rush hour right now, Mu-Ruhua said. During work hours, as long as you're within the Crimson Logistics Park, you must abide by the rule prohibiting fighting and brawling. If you violate the rules, not only will you be suppressed, but you'll also be hunted down by the security team, then executed, becoming nourishment for security personnel. The security personnel are exceptionally powerful, equipped with formidable cursed artifacts. One could say they're among the strongest anomalies in the entire Crimson Premium. Of course, the entire Crimson Premium maintains a relatively clear hierarchy of order. After work hours, although it's a state of disorder, security patrols still circulate within the compound. During this period, anyone spotted by the security team would inevitably be treated as prey and targeted. Most of the eerie beings would obediently return to the dormitory building to rest. Within the dormitory building, the most formidable presence is the dorm supervisor. Inside those walls, it's entirely their domain. Of course, Crimson Premium has many employees, with 4 such dormitory buildings designated by the cardinal directions, east, south, west, and north. The East Dormitory building where Muruhu lived was just one among many. Ha ha ha. The horseface ghost burst into laughter as if hearing something incredibly amusing. You're a loader in the liquor warehouse, right? Haha. I'll come find you when you're on shift. With a sinister grin, the horseface ghost gathered his meal utensils and left. It wasn't that he couldn't bear to part with his tableware, it's just that the utensils were communal property. After eating, they had to be returned to the designated area, otherwise it would be breaking the cafeteria rules. Muruwa couldn't care less about it, just another clownish supernatural creature. Big bro, just leave your dishes there after eating, I'll toss them in the trash bin for you, the nearby vending machine fawned obsequiously. Alright, I almost forgot, how did your merchandise get fully restocked all at once? Didn't you say you had no money left to replenish goods? Muruwa suddenly inquired. Big brother, please have mercy on me. These goods are bought on credit, I have to pay them back by the end of the month with an additional 30% interest. The vending machine whimpered, its face twisted in despair. Muruho looked at it and curled his lips. Stop wailing. I never said I was going to sell your goods. Thank you, big brother, the vending machine gushed, overwhelmed with gratitude. At 5:50 a.m., Muruho finished his breakfast, feeling about 70% full. Give me another bottle of large crimson eyeballs, and one small one, Murufong spoke up. Sure thing, boss. Are 2 bottles enough? Want to grab an extra one? The vending machine replied. 2 will do, I've got work soon, Murufong said. Soon, a large and a small bottle of crimson eyeballs appeared before him. Muruhu grasped the small vial of crimson eyeballs and gulped it down in one go. Just like that, his stomach felt 80% full. He always made a habit of eating until 80% full, as only then could he work without hindrance. Otherwise, working on a full stomach would surely lead to aching pains. Carrying a large bottle of crimson eyeballs, he left the cafeteria under the vending machine's unusual gaze. At 5:59, Mu Ruffing arrived at the beverage warehouse practically right on the dot. In front of the beverage warehouse, 2 employees were already standing there. They were the loader Onlu and the receiver Chunu. The liquor warehouse didn't just have those few employees, there were also many delivery drivers, stock clerks, and shipping personnel. However, these employees either worked inside the warehouse or at the far end of the alcoholic beverages storage area. Thus, another supervisor managed those employees, handling both salary distribution and meetings. In other words, their so-called supervisor Wang Koan wasn't actually the real supervisor, he should more accurately be called an assistant supervisor, specially assigned to manage these few small-time nobodies. All of this, Mu Ruffing learned from Sister Chunny's account. As for why Wang Koan became the deputy supervisor, Sister Chunny didn't answer, as if she had some apprehensions. Anlu was quite astonished to see Mu Ruffing's arrival. After all, he didn't believe any living person could survive a night in the dormitory building. Oh, Xiaomu, thank goodness you're okay. I almost thought you were gone. Chunny stepped forward and patted Muru Fong on the chest. Muru Fong gave Chunny a smile. A few more minutes passed, and it was already time to start work. Only then did Wang Koan saunter over from the distance. Ha, didn't expect you to still be alive. Wang Koan appeared extremely shocked when he saw Muru Fong. I'm not that easy to kill, Muru Fong said with a smile. Humph. Consider yourself lucky. Wait here, Manager Lu will be arriving soon, Wang Koan spoke up. Muru Fong acknowledged and began waiting nearby. Wang Koan also stayed, standing nearby and waiting. As for Lu and Chunny, they didn't leave either. Truth be told, there was no work to be done at the moment. Manager Wang, you should be the 3rd person to enter this instance, right? Muru Fong asked casually out of boredom. What are you asking this for? Wang Koan glanced at Muru Hung. Just curious. You're the 3rd living person who entered. Even though you died, how did you become part of the management here? Someone like Chang Feng is just an ordinary truck driver, and I haven't met the 2nd person who entered the instance yet, Mu Ruhung replied. The 2nd living person? Ha! Upon hearing this, Wang Koan chuckled darkly, his expression turning sinister. Did you have some special trick to instantly become part of management? Mu Ruhua asked again. Naturally it's because my abilities are outstanding, with genuine managerial talent. What else would allow a new ghost like me to join the ranks of management? Wang Koan tilted his head slightly upward, wearing an expression of pride. Oh, is that so? Mu Ruhua responded with visible disinterest. Talent? The talent for cunning deceit? Or perhaps the talent for corruption and bribery? Tap, tap, tap. The familiar sound of high heels clicking against the floor rang out. Mu Ruhang turned his head and saw Manager Lu, dressed in professional attire with her curvaceous figure swaying, walking towards him from a distance. Good morning, Manager Lu. Wang Koan, standing nearby, swiftly approached Manager Lu with an obsequious smile when he saw her coming. Manager Lu responded indifferently. By the way, there's something I need to inform you about, Manager Lu said. Please, go ahead, I'm all ears, Wang Kuan replied, his heart leaping with joy upon hearing this. If he guessed correctly, it should be about his promotion. How could a new employee like him become the deputy supervisor of the liquor warehouse? Naturally, it was because he had connections with someone influential. From now on, your position as deputy supervisor is revoked, and you are being reassigned as a stock clerk in the liquor warehouse, Manager Lu said indifferently. Thank you, Manager Lu, huh? Wang Kuan instinctively expressed his gratitude but quickly snapped back to reality, utterly shocked. Manager Lu, wasn't I supposed to get a promotion? How could you be terminating my position? Chapter 31, Completion Conditions Met, Countdown to Return. Seeking follow-up reads, your lover died last night, Manager Lu said bluntly. What? Impossible, Ajiao was so strong, how could she be dead? Wang Kuan said with an utterly incredulous expression. Didn't you return to the East Dormitory last night? Manager Lu didn't answer but instead asked the question. I had something to attend to last night, so I didn't go back. Wang Kuan hesitated before speaking. Last night, a fierce battle took place in the East Dormitory. The dorm supervisor Li Jiao was killed. Additionally, 12 other employees were swept up in it and vanished into thin air. I suppose this isn't the final death toll yet, would you agree, temporary worker Mu Ruffeng? Manager Lu suddenly shifted the topic, his gaze landing squarely on Mu Ruffeng. In response, Mu Ruffeng merely smiled and said, Manager Lu, I believe I haven't violated any rules, have I? Haven't violated any? You destroyed the walls of rooms 302, 202, 402, and 304, and caused extensive cracks along the sidewall of the East Dormitory building. Because of this incident, the East Dormitory building is temporarily uninhabitable and requires urgent repairs. Relocating personnel, repairing walls, all in all, you've caused our group losses amounting to tens of millions, Manager Lu shouted sternly. That doesn't sound right, Manager Lu. Do you have any proof that I caused it? Moreover, strictly speaking, wasn't it the dorm supervisor's own explosion that led to this? I do live in room 301, and if it weren't for the sturdy door, I wouldn't be standing here right now, Mu Ruffeng said with a faint smile. Ha, lies, all lies. You're trying to fool me, aren't you? Wang Kuan suddenly laughed, refusing to believe this fact. Manager Lu glanced at Wang Kuan and sneered, saying, think I'm lying? Why don't you take a look at your own work badge then? You've already wasted several minutes here. I think Supervisor Lu will kindly assign you some special tasks. Wang Kuan immediately grabbed the work badge hanging on his chest upon hearing this. He saw it clearly read, Employee ID card. Position, beverage warehouse stocker. Working hours, 6 to 12 o'clock in the morning, 13 to 1800 hours in the afternoon. He went from being the deputy supervisor of the beverage warehouse to an ordinary stockkeeper in the warehouse. Though he had worked as a stockkeeper before, how could that compare to the much easier deputy supervisor position? Manager Lu, what on earth is going on? What exactly happened to Ajiao? At this moment, Wang Kuan's face was filled with terror. I remember Supervisor Lu really hates employees who are late. Manager Lu didn't answer directly but quipped in a teasing tone instead. Wang Kuan dared not say more, immediately sprinting full speed toward the warehouse interior. No matter what, his ghostly existence was still more important. Manager Lu, that Ajiao Wang Kuan mentioned, is she the dorm supervisor? Mu Rua suddenly inquired. Manager Lu turned upon hearing this, her gaze settling on Mu Ruffeng, yet she remained silent. In the next instant, she closed the distance between them with lightning speed, appearing right before his face in the blink of an eye. A fragrant breeze swept over him, filling Mu Ruffeng's nostrils. Admittedly, the scent was rather pleasant, even as it mingled with the faint stench of decay. Manager Lu, what are you doing? Mu Ruffeng felt she was far too close and hastily retreated a couple of steps. Unexpectedly, Manager Lu pressed even closer, going further than before until her whole face was nearly touching Mu Ruffeng's neck. Mu Ruffeng could clearly feel the cool breaths from Manager Lu's nose. Manager Lu, don't come any closer. I'm not that kind of person. Mu Ruffeng retreated a few more steps, pretending to be frightened. Such a rich fragrance, you're definitely alive, and not just alive, but your flesh and blood smell extraordinarily delicious. There's not a trace of ghostly aura about you. Though I don't know how you killed Li Jiao, there's no doubt you've broken the rules. Manager Lu spoke slowly. Oh, then please explain, Manager Lu. Which rules exactly did I violate? Mu Ruffeng replied calmly. First, you violated the rule against fighting and brawling, even going as far as killing multiple employees. Second, you breached the rule against damaging public property, causing significant financial losses to our corporation. Manager Lu listed out each and every rule that had been violated. Upon hearing this, Mu Ruwa smiled and said, first of all, that was already after working hours. I don't recall any rule prohibiting fighting or brawls during off-duty hours. Secondly, wasn't it the dormitory supervisor Li Jiao who damaged public facilities and caused significant losses? Why come after me? Or do you have proof? Wait, you probably don't have any evidence, right? Otherwise, why would Manager Lu still be speaking to me so politely? Mu Ruhua added. You're quite meticulous. Here's your employee badge, you're officially hired. Manager Lu handed over a lanyard. Mu Ruffeng froze momentarily, glancing down at the temporary work pass hanging from his chest. Yet his chest was now completely bare, no trace of the temporary pass remained. As Mu Ruffeng grasped the formal work ID in his hand, a notification tone chimed silently in his mind. Congratulations player on successfully completing probation. The dungeon clearance return mission has been activated. Please earn 100 soul coins to meet the clearance conditions. Ding! Detection shows player has earned 2,178 soul coins. Dungeon clearance conditions have been met. Return countdown, 179, 178, 177, 176. P.S. Immediate return is also available. This series of notification chimes left Mu Ruhong's mind momentarily dazed. When Mu Rufeng realized what had happened, he was immediately overjoyed. Successfully made permanent, just as expected. There was indeed a mission to complete the dungeon, and the task of earning 100 soul coins finished in the blink of an eye. 3 minutes, just 3 minutes of countdown remained before Mu Rufeng could return to the real world. Manager Lu, I'm really curious what exactly happened between Wang Kuan and Li Jiao. With a bit of time left before his shift, Mu Rufeng quickly seized the opportunity to ask. In the end, Manager Lu still didn't answer Mu Rufeng's question. After handing him his work pass, she left without another word. You wanna know, Xiao Mu? Since that guy's backer is gone now, I don't have to hold back anymore. Let me tell you all about it. Sister Chunny sidled up with a mischievous grin. Great, Chunny sister, you're always the best. Mu Ruffeng immediately perked up and leaned in to listen intently. Soon, Mu Ruffeng clearly understood everything. It turned out that Wang Kuan had been the third living player to enter this dungeon. Wang Kuan had chosen the role of inventory clerk, essentially his real-world profession before moving into management. At work, he made no mistakes, safely made it to the end of his shift, and even received his wages. Then, when assigning dormitories, he was placed in the same room as a brain-sucking ghost. During the night, startled by a sudden fright, he screamed in terror, breaking the rules, and had his brain emptied by the brain-sucking ghost. Thus, Wang Kuan died and became one of the horrors of this world. Chapter 32, The Relevant Authorities, please keep reading. He was a newborn ghost, not particularly powerful, so suffering humiliation was just a minor issue. What truly frightened him was the possibility of other malevolent entities seizing the opportunity to devour him. And so, his gaze drifted toward the formidable dorm supervisor, Auntie Li Jiao. With his shameless persistence and cunning sweet talk, he quickly won over Li Jiao and became her secret lover. Later, leveraging her connections, Li Jiao forcibly secured Wang Kuan a deputy supervisor position in the beverage warehouse. In just one night, Wang Kuan transformed from a vigorous supernatural being into one severely depleted of sinister energy. Truly, the dorm matron was someone who could sit still and suck the very essence from steel. After learning this, Mu Ruhu's face was filled with genuine admiration. Indeed, true talent thrives no matter where it is. It's a shame that Wang Kuan, his support, was taken out by him. Soon, 3 minutes passed. Mu Rufeng's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. The real world. Location, Kaohsiung Logistics Park. Date, July 16, 2023, 19 hours 7 minutes and 33 seconds. As usual, numerous trucks came and went, loading and unloading goods, while many workers headed toward the small roadside stalls outside the logistics park. The only difference was that within a 50-meter radius centered around the cafeteria, everything was enclosed by a temporarily erected wall. 1 meter outside the wall, there was also a perimeter of caution tape surrounding the area. Every 20 meters, a guard post had been set up, each manned by a stern-faced man in a black suit. The wall stood merely 20 meters away from the nearest warehouse. From time to time, employees would glance in this direction, seemingly wanting to know what exactly was happening here and why the area had been cordoned off. Inside the cordoned-off area, no one was present, but at the edge stood a large tent. Inside the tent were numerous screens displaying surveillance footage of both the enclosed area and the 3 main gates of the logistics park. It's been a full day, and this kid still hasn't come out. I'd say he probably has some real skills, remarked a man around 30 years old. You're right. Without some real skills, we'd be seeing his corpse by now. A female college student who appeared no older than 20 nodded in agreement. This is a newly emerged instance. We need to be prepared. If Mu Rufeng makes it back alive, even better, we can gather intel from him and invite him to join our department. And if what returns is a corpse, We'll need to secure the medium immediately. Actually, this works out. It's about time I entered the instance myself. A man who looked no more than 27 spoke slowly with measured words. I wonder how difficult this rookie dungeon is. Captain Joe, you better not capsize in a ditch, or I'll gladly take over your captain's throne, Chung Yulin said with a chuckle. Ha, even if Captain Joe capsizes, the captaincy wouldn't go to you. By seniority, I should be ahead of you, Shu Lianhong retorted. You, just some ordinary little girl? Shang Yulin scoffed disdainfully. Big mouth Lin, dare say that again? Shu Lianhong flared up instantly. Shu Lianhong was exceptionally beautiful, undoubtedly at the level of a campus belle. Her fair complexion and delicate features were picture perfect, with eyebrows and eyes resembling a painting. She possessed a slender figure and graceful demeanor, radiating confidence and intelligence from head to toe. The only flaw in this perfection was her modest chest. She was barely an A-cup, so she hated it most when people called her an A-cup. Even the phrase perfectly ordinary could make her fly into a rage. What? Did I say something untrue? Chung Yulin said with a grin. Bang! A deafening crash echoed. Want me to rip that mouth of yours apart? Shu Lianhong seethed with dark energy, slamming her palm down onto the solid wood table before her. A deep palm print was actually left on the solid hardwood table. I surrender! I surrender! Seeing this, Chung Yulin pretended to be frightened, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Humph! Shu Lianhong snorted coldly, but ultimately didn't strike. Enough already. You two meet and argue non-stop every day. I feel like you two are just like those bickering lovebirds from TV dramas. Don't tell me you'll end up falling for each other later, Captain Joe said with a chuckle. I'd rather jump off a building than ever develop feelings for this guy, Shu Lianhong scoffed. Chung Yulin remained completely unfazed by this. I just need one more dungeon run to level up, but I still hope he makes it back alive, Zhou remarked. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, a series of rapid sounds came from a strange device nearby. They're back. Zhou Wen's gaze sharpened as he immediately stood up and walked out of the tent. Chung Yulin and Shu Lianhong also paled slightly, quickly following Zhou Wen out of the tent. Just a short distance ahead, on the open ground, a wisp of black smoke slowly materialized. Ordinary people couldn't see this smoke, only those like them who had entered instances before, or candidates chosen to enter instances, could perceive it. The three exchanged glances and formed a triangular formation, surrounding the spot tightly. A faint black mist rose from the bodies of the three individuals. Seconds later, the black smoke dissipated, replaced by the figure of a man entirely wrapped in charred black bandages, with only a pair of eyes visible through the wrappings. A supernatural entity? Shu Lianhong was momentarily startled before instinctively raising her fist to strike. What's going on? Mu Ruhong regained consciousness, and the first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was an extremely beautiful woman throwing a punch straight at him. A charred black bandage extended from Mu Ruhong's body, creeping along Shu Lianhong's arm and winding its way toward her torso. Stop! Stop! He's alive! With a light tap of his foot, Zhou Wen sent two dark shadows stretching out, connecting directly with the shadows of both individuals. Mu Ruhong couldn't move, and neither could Shu Lianhong. However, the bandages on Mu Ru Feng's body remained unaffected. Moreover, because Shu Lianhong was unable to move, they swiftly wrapped around her upper body and rapidly spread toward her head and lower half. It's so foul, so disgusting. Shu Lianhong shuddered violently as the charred, foul-smelling bandages coiled around her. So it was a prop? Kid, seems like your luck is pretty good. Zhou Wen saw this and smiled faintly, then raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, a ball of flames appeared, thick black smoke rising from it. As soon as the flames appeared, they immediately moved toward Shu Lianhong. The bandages seemed terrified of this fire, quickly withdrawing from Shu Lianhong's body and coiling back onto Mu Ruffing instead. Mu Ruhua, hello. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhou Wen, the operations team leader of the Wancheng district branch of the relevant department in Changsha City. These two are team members Chung Yulin and Shu Lianhong. Zhou Wen withdrew his ability and spoke up. Chapter 33, Settlement Rewards, Rule Skill Cards and Rule Items, Subscription Appreciated. Relevant Department? What relevant department? Mu Ruhua realized he had regained control of his body and breathed a small sigh of relief. Because he had cleared the dungeon, the cheat zombie template had been uninstalled, leaving him feeling a bit hollow. It's the relevant authorities, Zhou Wen said with a laugh. So the department is literally called Relevant Authorities? Mu Ruo was stunned. Indeed, it's the relevant authorities. Everything related to dungeons falls under our department's jurisdiction. Zhou Wen nodded in confirmation. I know you have a lot of questions to ask, and we'd like to ask you some questions as well. However, now is not the time. The most important thing right now is settling the reward, Zhou Wen said. Settling the reward? Mu Ruhong murmured softly. The next moment, a notification tone sounded in Mu Ruhong's mind. Congratulations to the reserve player for clearing the solo dungeon, Crimson Choice. Your level has been upgraded to LV1, you are now an official player. Permissions unlocked, Inventory X3, Contract Slot X1, Character Panel enabled. Player has successfully completed probation, earned 2,178 soul coins, achieved 2,000% completion rate, obtained 1 random rule skill card, acquired 1 rule prop mystery box, and gained 2,000 additional soul coins to. Note: clearing the instance rewards 100 basic soul coins. Calculation formula: completion rate x basic soul coins equals final reward. Host has been detected clearing the instance. External program uninstalled. Congratulations, host has obtained residual attributes from the external program, Bloodthirst, all attributes increased by 10%. The torrent of information bombarding Muruhu's mind left him with a throbbing headache. It took him a while to fully regain his composure. At this moment, Muruhu had already sensed that he possessed an inventory, and within this inventory, 3 items had already been placed. Random rule skill card, after use, randomly obtain 1 rule-based skill. Rule prop mystery box, after use, randomly obtain 1 rule-based prop. Inventory X3, only items from the Eerie world can be placed in the inventory, each slot holds 1 item. Note: soul coins have no storage limit. Bloodthirst: when this state is triggered, the individual becomes irritable, easily agitated, forgets fear, and reduces pain perception by 50%. Note: must consume blood to activate this state. Personal attribute panel. Name: Mu Rufeng. Age 24. Level LV1. Strength: 14, average adult male, 10 points. Spirit: 11, average adult male, 10 points. Constitution: 14, average adult male, 10 points. Contract slots: none. Skill: none. Props: stinky bandages, grudge-filled cleaver, dorm matron's secret recipe candles X2, matches, random rule skill card, rule prop mystery box. Soul coins: 4178. A completion rate of 2000%? A rule skill card and a rule prop mystery box? Mu Rufeng pondered internally. It must be said, Mu Rufeng felt somewhat excited. To say nothing of the rest, just the rule skill cards and rule item mystery boxes alone are absolutely extraordinary. The term rule itself is enough to explain everything. As for that final bloodlust attribute, its effect is extraordinarily powerful, providing immense benefits to Mururu. As for his 3 attributes, they were enhanced by 10% due to his zombie constitution. In other words, his original attributes should have been Strength 12 points, Constitution 12 points, Spirit 10 points. How was it? What's the completion rate of the instance? Seeming to know the settlement was finished, Joan asked, "Can't you see my completion rate?" Murufeng didn't answer directly but instead posed his own question to them. "Of course we can't, only you can see your completion rate. Though naturally, the higher the completion rate, the better the rewards you'll receive," Shan Yulin said. "I see you not only survived your first dungeon run, but also obtained a decent item. Surely your completion rate must be quite high too?" Shu Lianhong spoke up. "Our Captain Zhou achieved a 300% completion rate on his first dungeon run, directly obtaining a powerful contracted ghost creature. He was truly fortunate," Shang Yulin added. "Enough, both of you stop talking. Let Shamu speak." Zhou cut off their rambling. "My completion rate reached 200%. Muruwa felt that if he said he completed 2000%, they definitely wouldn't believe him, so he toned it down just a tiny bit. "Wow, that's amazing. My first completion rate was only 110%, Chang Yulin exclaimed. "You loser, if Captain Zhou hadn't gone into the instance with you, could you even have cleared it?" Chu Lianhong said disdainfully. "Can't be bothered with you. Hey Shamu, what rewards did you get? Show your brother Lin." Shan Yulin's gossipy nature instantly surfaced. Chu Lianhong remained silent but also turned to look at Mu Ruffing, clearly wanting to know as well. Meanwhile, Zhou spoke up. "The rewards you've obtained don't necessarily have to be revealed to us, it's entirely up to you." Upon hearing this, Mu Ruffing pondered in his heart. Concealing them was definitely the way to go, but he also needed to show them something to appease their curiosity. After some thought, Mu Ruffing said, "I acquired one item and a personal attribute enhancement." As he spoke, Mu Ruffing took out the kitchen knife from his inventory. The inventory only had 3 slots, so Mu Ruffing immediately retrieved the soul coin, making it appear directly within the bandages without being noticed. The kitchen knife hidden in the bandages was also stowed back into his inventory. A knife? Zhou Wen's gaze sharpened slightly at the sight. My god, it's actually a blade-type cursed artifact, which is quite rare as well. Chang Yulin exclaimed once again. Chu Lianhong stepped forward and spoke up. "May I take a look at its attributes?" "Of course, go ahead." Mu Rua nodded in agreement. To learn its attributes is actually quite simple, just touch the item with your palm and you'll be able to perceive its properties, whether it's one's own props or someone else's. Your luck is quite good. This knife is excellent, and your bandages, they can be considered rare items. Did you obtain these bandages within a dungeon? Zhou Wen remarked. "Yes, I used a strategy to kill a bandaged ghost, and these were left behind," Moru Feng replied. Chang Yulin also learned the attributes of the 2 items and couldn't help but gaze enviously at Moru Feng. "You must understand," Chung Yulin had already cleared 3 dungeons yet only possessed 1 item, and what a useless one at that. How could he not envy Murua? This also sufficiently proves how extremely difficult it is to obtain items. Would you sell that knife? Chu Lianhong suddenly asked. Ha! Murua was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Chu Lianhong to pose such a question. Xiao Hong, bladed anomalous artifacts are indeed crucial for survival within instances. He's just a newcomer who hasn't even contracted an anomaly yet. He needs it more than you do, Zhou Wen said gravely. Chapter 34, I definitely didn't join for the perks, please keep reading. Alright, I was being rude. I apologize. Chu Lianhong, chastened by Zhou Wen's words, felt she might indeed have been in the wrong. When she saw the attributes of Mu Rufeng's kitchen knife, she impulsively wanted to buy it in a moment of excitement. After being reprimanded by Zhou Wen, she suddenly came to her senses and felt extremely ashamed. It's alright, Mu Rufeng said with a smile. Though Mu Rufeng appeared indifferent on the surface, internally he was nearly crying in frustration. Hey, just name the price, I'll sell it. I'll sell it. In the end, Mu Rufeng still didn't manage to voice those words. Zhou Wen was absolutely right. Offensive paranormal artifacts were truly crucial for newcomers. If he had simply sold it off, he might have inadvertently exposed something he shouldn't have. By the way, you mentioned gaining an attribute earlier. What kind of attribute was it? Zhou Wen asked again. All attributes increased by 10%, Mu Rufeng said. He naturally didn't mention the bloodthirsty attribute, instead revealing another residual trait left by the system. At first glance, the bloodthirsty attribute might seem negative, prone to inducing anger and agitation. Yet, it was also accompanied by discarded fears and a 50% reduction in pain perception. In that bizarre world, if one wanted to avoid breaking the rules, the most straightforward requirement was to remain composed and collected, free from fear. The bloodthirsty trait perfectly complements this point. Compared to fear of forgetting and reduced pain perception, irritability and aggression are practically harmless. Most importantly, the bloodthirsty state can be triggered simply by drinking blood. Extremely straightforward. All attributes increased. I have to say, your luck is truly exceptional, Zhou Wen remarked. I've cleared 3 dungeons and only got a single reward of a 10% boost to strength, Chu Lianhong said enviously. Alright, the settlement is now complete. You're officially a level 1 player. I believe you must have many questions for us. Now, I sincerely invite you to join our relevant department. Zhou Wen spoke with solemn gravity, making an extremely formal invitation. Wu Rufeng didn't immediately agree. Instead, he asked, I want to ask, is joining you mandatory? What will you do to me if I refuse? Zhou Wen smiled slightly and replied, dungeon players are divided into 2 types, and the official stance toward them differs dramatically. The first type involves recruitment and cultivation. These are official dungeon players. We belong to this first category. As for the second type, they are rogue dungeon players operating outside official oversight, monitored and controlled by authorities to prevent them from harming ordinary people. If you choose not to join us, then I'm afraid we can only share some very basic information with you. Chu Lianhong said, this information of ours is crucial. It can significantly boost your survival odds in the instance. What do I need to do if I join the official side? What will I have to give up? Mu Ruhua asked again. You don't need to give up anything, just do some simple work, similar to what we're doing now. If you encounter official players after entering the instance, help them if you can. Of course, they'll help you too, Zhou Wen said. Mu Ruheng didn't answer, seemingly deep in thought. Earlier when the rewards were being settled, the cheat had already been uninstalled, but he knew this cheat would only load when he entered an instance. Moreover, it seemed each instance would have a new cheat template. The fact that he had cheats must absolutely not be discovered by others. At that moment, Chang Yulin suddenly spoke. Join the official organization. The benefits are excellent. Immediately upon employment, you'll get 9 insurances and 2 funds. You'll also be allocated a set of housing. Once you become an LV2 player, the property can be directly transferred to your name. Basic monthly salary is 10,000 yuan, plus bonuses, commissions, and various subsidies averaging at least 15,000 per month. Each level you advance doubles your salary, bonuses, commissions, and subsidies. If you have children, all tuition and miscellaneous fees for their education are waived. Upon reaching LV2, they can be guaranteed admission to the city's best schools, excluding universities. When these benefits were laid out by Chang Yulin, Mu Ruheng's eyes instantly lit up. Without any hesitation, Mu Rufeng immediately responded, fine, I'll join the relevant department. Mu Rufeng swears by the light that he absolutely didn't join for the benefits. Welcome to our branch. Zhou Wen extended his hand, his face brimming with smiles. Mu Rufeng also grinned and shook his hand. So, about that apartment, how big is it? How many bedrooms and living rooms? What's the shared common area? Hee, no rush. Someone will contact you later to get you sorted. For now, just download an app first. I'll give you an invite code, Zhou Wen said. An app? Mu Rufeng responded non-committally. Right then, Zhou Wen's phone suddenly began to ring. Hey, Minister. What? Are you sure about this? Lao Hei and the others went too? Okay, I'll bring people over right away. That's right. He cleared the instance and has already joined our relevant department. Got it. I'll fill you in on the details later. Jo-won hung up the phone, his expression turning somewhat grave. Captain Joe, what's wrong? Something up? Chu Lian-hong inquired. Ugh, I was just hoping to take a break. Looks like overtime again, Chang Yulin grumbled. You too, come with me. Shamu, you must be exhausted after just finishing that instance raid. I'll arrange for someone to take you to our safe house to rest. The person escorting you will provide information about the instance. Here's my number. If anything comes up, just give me a call. Jo-won handed a business card to Mu Ruffing before hurriedly leaving with Chu Lian-hong and Chang Yulin. Mu Ruffing watched the three depart, scratching his cheek in slight bewilderment. Glancing at the business card, very high-end. The jet black card bore no flashy titles, just a name, accompanied by a phone number. And on the back, an expanse of starry sky. Mu Ruha saved the number into his contacts, then instinctively searched for it on WeChat. Am I a salted fish? Mu Ruhwa stared at the username, then at the absurd salted fish profile picture, hardly believing this could be the WeChat account of the ever-so-serious Captain Joe. In just that short span of time, a man in a suit walked in. Mr. Mu, hello. My name is Zhao Daong, an employee of the relevant department. Let me escort you to our safe house for some rest first. As for certain information you'd like to know, I'll explain everything once we reach the safe house, Zhao Daong said. Alright, let's go then. Mu Ruffing nodded. Chapter 35, The Occult Forum, Secrets of the Dungeon World, read on. It must be said, Zhao Daong was quite composed. Seeing Mu Ruffing entirely wrapped in bandages didn't even make him bat an eye. Soon, Mu Ruffing followed Zhao Daong out of the walled-off area. The car's over here. Zhao Daong led Mu Ruffing to a small car parked not far away. It was still a new energy vehicle. Mu Ruffing got into the back seat, and soon the car drove out of the logistics park. In less than half an hour, a crew of construction workers arrived at the site. It took them less than 30 minutes to completely dismantle these temporary perimeter walls. All in all, the entire operation concluded within an hour, restoring the area to its original state without leaving a single trace behind. Of course, nearby warehouse workers witnessed everything that happened here, and soon the whole vicinity was abuzz with discussions. It even started spreading within their workgroup chats and friend circles. At 8 in the evening, Muru arrived at the designated safe house. Though called a safe house, it was actually just a self-built house in the countryside. The building wasn't tall, only 5 stories high, but it covered quite a spacious area with relatively modern construction. There was also a large courtyard surrounded by walls at least 3 meters high. Quite a few people were inside, with at least a dozen bustling about. Mr. Mu, the first through 4th floors are office spaces. There are also 4 underground levels. The first basement floor contains meeting rooms. The second basement serves as a safe house where players can rest temporarily. As for basement 3 and 4, they're not open to the public. I wouldn't know either, Zhao Daong said. Right. This place seems pretty remote too, Muru Feng remarked. The work we handle isn't something we can disclose to ordinary people, so naturally we need a discreet location, Zhao Daong replied. Fair point, Muru Feng nodded. By the way, now that I've joined the relevant department, do I need to come here to work every day? Muru Feng asked again as they ascended the stairs. Yes, work starts at 9 a.m. and ends at 5 p.m., with 3 meals provided. Weekends are off, but of course, your phone needs to stay on 24/7 in case of emergencies, said Zhao Daong. Oh, that sounds great. Mu Ruhwa felt thrilled inside. Such relaxed working conditions were truly his dream job. Soon, Mu Ruhwa was led by Zhao Daong into the first-floor office lobby. First, they spent a few minutes entering Mu Ruhwa's information into the relevant department system, then prepared a pass for him. Although this was just a branch of the relevant department, security measures remained strict. No matter where you went, a pass was required. Soon, Zhao Daong brought Mu Ruhu into a room. Mr. Mu, please take a shower first. I'll prepare clean clothes and dinner for you. I'll send some information about the instance to your phone. Half an hour later, Mu Ruhu, dressed in a clean bathrobe, was sitting at the dining table. At this moment, there were still 3 dishes and a soup on the dining table. They were scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried beef, and spicy fried pork, along with a cabbage and tofu soup. While eating, Muru Feng examined the black umbrella mark on the lower part of his left arm. Ever since he returned to the real world after clearing the dungeon, this mark had appeared. According to Zhao Daong, this mark would serve as Mu Rufeng's medium to enter the instance. Mu Rufeng opened an app called Paranormal Forum. Following Zhao Daong's earlier instructions, he clicked to register, entering his name and ID number. Next, he filled in the invitation code sent by Zhou Wan, completing the registration. Congratulations, Muru Feng, on your successful registration. As a tourist identity, you can only view posts and cannot reply or create new posts. Please complete player verification as soon as possible to unlock full access permissions. 2 prompt boxes appeared on the screen. Following the prompts, Mururuwaflin captured an image of the media imprint on his hand and completed the authentication. Congratulations, LV1 player Murufong has completed verification. Your status has been upgraded from visitor to LV1 user. To prevent identity exposure, please set a nickname. Set a nickname? Murufong pondered for a moment before choosing a nickname called Zombie King. This nickname is already taken. Please choose another. Murufong changed his nickname again. I am the Zombie King. I am the great player. I am the dungeon master player. Roaming through dungeon worlds. This nickname is already taken. Please choose another one. Seriously? Murufong was speechless. Were there really this many dungeon players around? In the end, Murufong settled on the nickname Salty Fish Zombie King. At the same time, he sent his nickname via WeChat to Zhao Daong and Captain Zhou. Soon, Murufong figured out how to use this eerie forum. He also learned about the origins of this bizarre forum. The eerie forum didn't belong to any national authority but appeared alongside the replica worlds. The creepy forum has many sections, as many as there are countries in the world. Murufong entered the China section. Ordinary users cannot access sections for other countries. Only players who have reached LV3 gain cross-region privileges. As the name suggests, the creepy forum is a platform for discussion. Public areas are open for posting by anyone and cannot be banned. Once you reach LV3, you can establish a community within the forum, which offers extremely high confidentiality. No one can enter except the creator and members. The Huaxia official community is the largest community in all of Huaxia. Ding dong, you have a new message. Please check it. Ding dong, you have a new message. Please check it. Suddenly, 2 messages appeared on the forum. The first one was a document sent by a visitor named Daon. The second one was a community invitation message sent by a user called I am a salted fish. Looking at these usernames, Murufong instantly recognized the former as Zhao Daong and the latter as Zhou Wen. Murufong accepted Zhou Wen's invitation, joining the Huaxia community and becoming an official member. You rest for tonight. I'll submit your documents and make time to take you to headquarters for registration tomorrow. There's a bit of a tricky situation now, it might cause some delays. After I take you for registration tomorrow, you'll need to get straight to work. That won't be a problem for you, right? On WeChat, Zhou Wen sent 2 messages. No problem, Murufong replied immediately. He was joking. With such great benefits, why would he even think of slacking off? Not to mention, overtime meant double pay. How could he refuse? Chapter 36, Rule Skill, Life or Death Struggle, Seeking Monthly Votes. Originally just a warehouse loader, he only got 1 day off per week, working himself to the bone, and sometimes had to work overtime without any overtime pay at that. Forget about 9 insurances and 2 funds. They didn't even contribute to Social Security. The dorm conditions were downright terrible, disgustingly filthy, whereas here, they directly provided him with a whole apartment. Seeing that Zhou Wen had stopped further messages, Murufong quietly resumed his dinner while browsing through the relevant materials Zhao Daong had sent him. First, it introduced the origins of the Eerie Dungeon game. Approximately 5 years ago, in 2018, the Eerie Dungeon game suddenly appeared in countries around the world. Initially, the number of players was extremely small. Though the mortality rate was high, the cases were dismissed as ordinary incidents, and the Eerie Dungeons remained largely unknown to authorities. Even those who cleared the dungeons and returned to the real world chose not to report it to the authorities. As more people entered the instance later on, someone with considerable status within the system even joined the game. When this player cleared the instance and emerged, they immediately reported it to the authorities, bringing the instance game under national scrutiny. Ultimately, a dedicated department was established with this player at its core, and massive resources were allocated to it. This special department operates beyond any institutional oversight, answering only to the highest authority. To this day, it has been 5 years since the establishment of the relevant department. In the past, there were fewer players entering the instances, making them easy to manage and control. As time went by, more and more players have ventured into the instance games. It's even speculated by the higher-ups that an era might emerge where the entire populace enters the instance games. In the end, it's all just speculation. No one dares to be certain, except for one undeniable fact: the number of players entering these instances is indeed increasing. As for the origins of these eerie instances, not a single person knows. Moreover, even after being cleared, these bizarre instances continue to exist, allowing the next player or group of players to enter. Thus, instance guides were born, and naturally, the organization with the most comprehensive collection of these guides is the official authority. So to speak, the ability to help players increase their survival chances inside dungeons is indeed no joke. Of course, not all dungeons have detailed guides, like those no one has ever cleared, or even if guides exist, there's still a high risk of dying. The most crucial point is that every now and then, new dungeons emerge, and their appearance inevitably means players' lives will be sacrificed to discover the strategies. The Crimson Premium, dungeon that Muru Fong cleared is one of these newly emerged ones. Zhao Deong had also mentioned that Muru Fong should take some time to write out a strategy guide for the instance. Every 7 days, one must enter the next instance, neither earlier nor later, as this is a mandatory requirement forcing you into the instance. If there is a specific medium, one can bypass the 7-day restriction and directly enter the instance. Additionally, once reaching level 3, this interval changes to once per month. Of course, there are ways to delay entering the dungeon instances. However, this is only possible for LV1 and LV2 players. By spending 100 soul coins, you can postpone it for 1 week. Naturally, even if you have enough soul coins to delay, you must enter a dungeon at least once per month. For example, if you entered the instance on the 5th and wanted to spend 400 soul coins to delay it by 4 weeks, that is, 28 days. But 28 days would already extend into the next month, so in the current month, you can only spend up to 300 soul coins to delay it by 3 weeks. In other words, as long as you have enough soul coins, you can manage to enter the instance world just once a month. If your level reaches LV5, you'd only need to go once every 2 months. If you reach LV7, you only need to enter a replica once within 3 months. The higher the level, the stronger the ability, but the danger of the replicas entered also increases. It's actually been 5 years already. Does this count as good luck or bad luck? Muru Fong stroked his chin in contemplation. Muru Fong continued reviewing the materials. The background and origins have already been introduced. What follows is information regarding the level system of instances, along with some basic knowledge. First, the player level system ranges from a minimum of LV1 to a maximum of LV9. When ordinary people enter an instance for the first time, they are not considered true players but only provisional players. Only by clearing the first instance can one become an official LV1 player. Here, levels are not calculated by experience points, but rather by the number of dungeon clears. To advance from LV1 to LV2, you need to clear 2 more dungeons before upgrading to LV2. To progress from LV2 to LV3, you must clear 3 additional dungeons to level up. The subsequent levels follow the same pattern thereafter. If the first batch of players who entered the instance didn't die, then the highest level they could reach seems to be 7 at most. When he checked the official records, it appeared that the player who founded the relevant department was still alive. Though higher levels mean greater strength, the instances you enter will also become more dangerous, with a higher probability of death. Mu Ruffing didn't know what the current highest level domestically was because the records didn't mention it. Level LV1 unlocks contract slot and inventory. The contract slot allows forming pacts with supernatural entities to gain their powers. The contract slot significantly improves a player's survival rate within instance games. Each level up increases both contract slot capacity and inventory space. Level 2 grants 2 contract slots. Level 3 provides 3 contract slots, and so forth. As for inventory space, each level gained increases it by 3 slots. Contracting with anomalies, you mean? So that explains it, Captain Joe. When restricting my movement earlier in the flame that repelled the bandages must have been the abilities granted by his contracted supernatural entity? Mu Ruffing pondered to himself. The fact that he used 2 abilities at once, could it mean Joe 1 is already a level 2 player who's contracted 2 supernatural entities? What level are Chu Lianhong and Chun Yu Lin then? And what kind of entities have they contracted? Mu Ruffing continued reading through the files. I've gained a deeper understanding of the copy world. The copy game is divided into 2 modes, namely, the single-player mode and multiplayer mode. Single-player copies naturally refer to types like Crimson Premium. A multiplayer dungeon is one where multiple players enter the same instance. Previously, Chu Lianhong mentioned that Chung Yolin's first dungeon run was a multiplayer one, with Captain Zhou also participating. If he were in a multiplayer dungeon, there would be a risk of exposing his cheat abilities. Forget it, if I really enter a multiplayer dungeon, I'll just take it step by step. Worst case, I'll expose it outright, no need to fear a damn thing. Mu Rua couldn't be bothered to overthink it. When it really comes to the most dangerous moment, at worst, I'll just be a brave man again 18 years later. Chapter 37, The Singing Mouth, Seeking Monthly Tickets. He took another look at the descriptions of his skills and items. There were many types of items. His cleaver, as well as the bandages, were ghost tools, belonging to the item category. There are also items like the candles and matches he obtained from the dungeon, which belong to ordinary props but are not cursed artifacts. Of course, the most precious and rarest among these are undoubtedly the rule class items. As for skills, they resemble those found in online games. They are broadly divided into 3 major categories. First, there are support-type skills, which include healing, perception, and buff-type abilities, all falling under the auxiliary category. Second, there are offensive-type skills. As the name suggests, these are skills capable of delivering attacks and possess lethal force. Third, there are rule-type skills. It can be said that any skill categorized as rule-type is exceptionally rare and valuable, so powerful that even mighty supernatural entities cannot resist them. Among these three categories, rule-type skills are undoubtedly the rarest and most formidable, and Muruwa just happened to obtain a random rule skill card and a rule prop mystery box. At the thought of this, Muruwa no longer had the mood to continue reading the materials. He pushed the empty rice bowl aside. With just a thought, the random rule skill card and rule prop mystery box from his inventory appeared on the table before him. The random rule skill card was an exquisitely crafted card, adorned with intricate runes and an inexplicable aura, radiating an eerie and unsettling presence. As for that blind box, it was a perfectly cube-shaped red container about the size of a fist, with large black question marks emblazoned on each of its surfaces. Muru picked up the card and tore it to pieces without hesitation. The next instant, the shredded card erupted with a brilliant white light. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a rules-based skill. It's you or me. Life and Death Struggle, a rules-based ability where personal attributes double upon an enemy's death. Note, can stack up to 10 times maximum. Ha, die or kill? It only works after the enemy dies? Muruhu was momentarily stunned. Realizing what had just happened, Murufeng's face lit up with joy. On the surface, the enemies are all dead. What use is doubling the stats now? Though in the real world, it might prove utterly useless. But in the copy world, its usefulness is far from negligible. What you encounter in those eerie dimensions, they're not living souls, but rather should be counted among the dead. As long as Murufeng regarded those supernatural beings as enemies, there was a high probability of triggering the rule-based skill, life or death. Murufeng wasn't entirely sure either. He would have to wait until his next trip to the instance world to test it out properly. In reality, I'm timid and meek. In the instance world, I strike with full force. That's about the gist of it. Murufeng calmed himself down, then turned his gaze towards the rule artifact mystery box. I wonder what I'll draw. Muruwa prayed in his heart that he would obtain a powerful rule-bound artifact. Without hesitation, he reached out and crushed it in his grip. The blind box was easily crushed by Murufeng, and an eerie musical note emerged from within. This musical note gathered in the palm of Murufeng's hand, eventually forming a mouth. That's right, just a mouth. Murufeng recognized it at first glance. It was a woman's mouth. Her full lips curled slightly upward, coated with lipstick of an unknown shade, resembling tempting cherries. Inside those lips lay a row of pristine, perfectly aligned teeth, irresistibly alluring. What the hell? Just a mouth? Murufeng was utterly bewildered. The singing mouth, the mouth once belonged to a talented girl who loved to sing, her voice deeply moving everyone in the entire city. One day, the girl mysteriously disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already a corpse eerily. Her mouth had been cut off. Effect, a rule-based artifact that can force a designated target to loudly sing a song. Note, after specifying a target to sing, within 24 hours, the user must also sing a song that the target sang. Exceeding the time limit will result in forced execution. This should be manageable, right? There's just one thing, this prop actually comes with a cost, though it's not particularly significant. Speaking of rule-based props, they actually fall into two categories. One requires paying a certain price after use, while the other has no restrictions whatsoever. Comparing the two, it would still be hard to tell the difference. All one can say is wait and see the actual effects. Murufeng pried open the mouth for a closer look. It must be said, this singing mouth was truly indistinguishable from a real human one, soft and pliable, albeit somewhat cold to the touch. A bold idea flashed through Murufeng's mind in that instant. Just kidding, someone as proper as Murufeng would never. Then, Murufeng stored his mouth into the inventory. Murufeng spent a while longer browsing the forum. Most of the posts there were discussing information related to dungeons. There's also chatting about nonsense or hurling abuse at each other. After browsing numerous posts, Murufeng learned that in the real world, there are quite a few player organizations. These player organizations aren't officially sanctioned, but they all have some financial backers supporting them from behind the scenes. Some player organizations can maintain close cooperative relationships with the authorities, though naturally, there are also those that operate in the shadows, stirring up trouble. However, Murufeng didn't care much about these things anyway. He had already joined the official organization. Why can I still open this Crimson Select app? After exiting the paranormal forum, Murufeng suddenly noticed that the Crimson Select app icon on his phone screen was still lit up. Remember, his phone still operated on the ghost system. Any downloaded apps shouldn't have been usable in the real world. Murufeng directly opened the Scarlet preferred app. Just like the first time he opened it inside the instance, countless products are distributed across various sections. Can I place an order? Muruwa suddenly had an inspiration. He immediately clicked on one of the products and pressed the order button. Soon enough, he reached the payment interface. The next second, a pop-up window appeared. Dear user, you have not selected a delivery address. Please choose your preferred shipping address. Muruwa immediately clicked, and the page instantly redirected. Sorry, esteemed user, the world you are in does not have an address where orders can be placed. To meet your shopping needs, you can become a community group purchase leader yourself and select a location as a pickup point. Ha, I can become a community group buying leader, and even set up a pickup point? Muru Feng was stunned. As a loader who had worked for 2 years at Yuxian, Muru Hua naturally understood very well what being a community group buying leader entailed. Leaving everything else aside, after establishing the self-pickup point, Muru Feng could place orders directly, though he had no idea whether the goods could actually be delivered. But the app stated that a self-pickup point could be set up, so the goods would definitely arrive, even if it remained unclear in what manner they would be delivered. If this worked, could he become a middleman reseller? Things from the eerie world would probably sell like hotcakes in the real world, right? Chapter 38: The Sealed Train Station. In the end, Mu Ruhua still didn't choose the self-pickup point. After all, this wasn't his territory. The location for self-pickup absolutely needed more consideration. At the very least, it couldn't be chosen here. So sleepy, I'll take a nap first. Mu Ruhong yawned. He had just woken up not long ago from sleeping in that dungeon world, but having slept less than 5 hours, and now without his zombie constitution, he naturally needed more rest. Suddenly, Mu Ruhui thought of something and immediately turned off his phone. After restarting it, he directly chose to enter the normal operating system. As soon as he entered the normal system, the Scarlet Premium app grayed out and became unclickable. The Eerie Forum was still accessible, still working. When he turned on his phone, several missed calls and WeChat messages instantly popped up in the notification bar. The missed calls were all from familiar coworkers like Uncle Lu and Uncle Wang. As for the WeChat messages, they were from a close college roommate who'd texted him at noon asking to borrow money. Of course, the two had a good relationship, and since borrowing was always repaid, Mu Ruffing would basically lend him money whenever he asked. After some thought, Mu Ruffing replied with a message, *, how much do you need? *. The guy instantly replied, *, no need, I swiped my credit card. Why did you take so long to reply? *. Just got off work, didn't check my phone, Mu Ruffing said. Alright, next Friday's my birthday. Come over to my place for dinner in the evening. Will there be crayfish? Muru Feng asked. Of course, there definitely will be. Alright, I'll come over Friday night. By the way, don't bother buying a cake, my girlfriend already got me one. Just your presence is enough. In that case, I'll bring some drinks then, Muru Feng said. Sounds good. You handle the beverages, but no need for alcohol, Chunji said he's bringing that. After closing WeChat, Muru Feng thought for a moment, then made another call back to Uncle Lu. 5 minutes later. Phew, good thing Uncle Lu didn't press further, or this would have been hard to explain. Mu Ruffing hung up the phone and let out a sigh of relief. When Uncle Lu answered Mu Ruffing's call, he immediately transformed into the embodiment of 100,000 Ys. Mu Ruffing didn't know how to explain either. He couldn't very well tell Uncle Lu about the incident in the copy world, so Mu Ruffing could only speak vaguely, claiming that those higher up had issued a gag order and he'd signed a confidentiality agreement that forbade him from speaking about it. Uncle Lu seemed to realize the gravity of the situation and didn't press for details. Once confirming Mu Rua's safety, he simply hung up the phone. Almost forgot, I still need to write that dungeon guide. Murua suddenly remembered another pressing matter. Immediately, he opened the document on his phone and began editing. Mu Ruffing meticulously reviewed everything he had done within the dungeon. He then dismissed the thought of his own zombie constitution and set the timing of acquiring the bandages earlier, which allowed him to claim that it was through the bandages that he had successfully completed the job. Later in the story, Mu Ruffing advised players entering the scenario to prioritize the roles of shipper, stalker, or receiver. He particularly emphasized that they should never choose the role of a loader, as the probability of death was extremely high. By the time Mu Ruffing finished writing the guide, half an hour had already passed. Sleep. Wait, did I forget something else? Ah, right, the bandages are still soaking in the bucket. Mu Ruhu suddenly stood up and quickly walked into the bathroom. He came to a plastic bucket, reached in, and pulled out its contents. Inside were damp bandages, still covered in bubbles from the bath soap. Damp bandages, originally smelly bandages that became odorless after washing, though now soaked wet and needing to dry. Effect, possesses extreme toughness and elasticity, resistant to blades and flames, capable of extending up to 20 meters. When wrapping wounds, accelerates recovery speed. By now, the bandages had nearly healed themselves, showing no trace of their previous charred state. Mu Ruhuang took a clothes hanger, wound the bandages around it, and hung it over his bedside. Sleep, just go to sleep. Mu Ruhuang collapsed onto the bed and closed his eyes. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and before long, his breathing became steady and even. It was already close to 9 o'clock outside, the air thick with stifling heat. Fortunately, the air conditioning in the room kept Mu Ruhu from waking up in a sweat. As time passed, the clock struck midnight. Mu Ruhua slept extremely soundly. However, in another part of the city, someone was already overwhelmed with troubles. Location, train station. Time, July 17, 2023, at midnight. Drive them all away, no one is allowed to stay, an enraged voice roared across the station square. Minister Tian, those are all journalists, and there are many onlookers outside recording with their phones. If we forcibly remove them, it'll cause a huge stir, the police chief quickly added. A stir? Do you think I care about a stir? Don't you realize how serious this situation is? You have 3 minutes to clear them all out, including the spectators. And your people aren't to set foot in the train station either. Or you can hand in your badge. Tian Lin berated loudly. Yes. I'll arrange for someone to handle the eviction right away. The bureau chief wiped the sweat from his forehead, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. Just at that moment, the distinctive sound of drones came from the sky above. Tian Lin looked up and immediately flew into a rage. Lifting his foot, he grabbed his shoe and hurled it with all his might. A whistling sound cut through the air as the leather shoe instantly struck the drone hovering dozens of meters above. Damn it, go arrest that drone operator, now. Put him in administrative detention for a week, let him wake the hell up, Tian Lin said furiously. I'll go right away. The police chief didn't dare say another word and quickly turned to leave. At this moment, the square had already been enclosed by temporary walls, not just the square, or rather, the entire train station was under lockdown. Outside the train station, officers from both the police force and the military were stationed everywhere. I have no idea what method the superintendent used, but somehow he managed to evacuate everyone within 3 minutes. Not a single clamor could be heard anymore. At this moment, Minister Tian Lin had already returned to the ticket hall of the train station. How are the calculations coming along? How much longer until the bloody train instance arrives? Tian Lin stepped up to an extremely peculiar instrument about human height and inquired. Minister, according to the calculations, the bloody train instance will arrive in at most 10 minutes, said a woman sitting in front of the instrument. Director Tian, the bloody train actually came to us this time. Who knows how many people will die now, a dark-skinned man sighed. I remember the bloody train was always active near the northern regions. This time, it's actually reached our area. Zhou Wen nearby also shook his head. Chapter 39, The Fated Changsha Station. No matter what, we're going to make this trip today, Tian Lin said solemnly. Tian Lin glanced around, then continued, the bloodstained train always claims many lives. The survival strategies brought back by players who make it out alive only improve our chances by a small margin. Veteran players like you, I don't need to spell it out. Everyone present here is a trained elite. Aside from not having entered a dungeon yet, you already qualify as reserve players. We're heading to the waiting room together. If you get a ticket, don't panic, don't be afraid. Remember your previous training and strictly follow those few rules you've learned. Yes, a powerful aura erupted from the group of employees. To become an employee of the relevant department, aside from certain specialized technical personnel, one must undergo rigorous training, all for the day when they might enter a brutal instance. They had waited for this moment far too long. The Blood Train is a large-scale multiplayer instance that used to appear only once every 6 months. 2 years ago, it changed to once every 3 months. If memory serves, the Blood Train just appeared last month in Ha City up north. This means the Bloody Train now appears at monthly intervals. At the beginning of the month, the headquarters of the Paranormal Research Bureau in the capital developed a new instrument for detecting spectral energy fluctuations. As the Hunan branch, they were naturally allocated one of these devices. However, being newly developed, this instrument currently detects all spectral energy fluctuations indiscriminately within a certain range. If the distance is too far, then only dungeon instances with extremely high ghost energy concentration can be detected. Similar to the black umbrella that served as the medium for Mu Ruo's entry into the dungeon world, because it was too far away, it went undetected. Multiple people had already died under horrifying circumstances before they became aware of it. At first, when they detected it, they didn't realize it was the Bloody Train dungeon instance. The reason it was discovered was because once they confirmed that an eerie anomaly was about to descend upon the train station, they immediately mobilized personnel to seal it off, halting all incoming and outgoing trains. Then, they began systematically investigating every unusual detail. Finally, on the platform beside the tracks, they found an old, blood-stained station sign covered in dark red marks. On this station sign, written in large characters, were the words, Changsha Station. After this was discovered, it instantly pinpointed the Bloody Train dungeon. Bloody Train is a multiplayer dungeon with extremely high difficulty and fatality rates. Even the method of entering the Bloody Train is difficult to control. When the Bloody Train arrives at the station, it randomly distributes tickets to people throughout the entire city. The number of train tickets is never fixed. The only thing they know for certain is that being inside the train station increases one's chances of getting a ticket. That's precisely why Tian Lin had to seal off the train station, evacuate all civilians, and retain only department officials and players. Simultaneously, the Bloody Train instance completely disregarded the player's dungeon cooldown periods. Even if you had just entered the instance the day before, the moment the ticket reached your hands, you'd still have to board that bloody train. When 9 minutes had passed, Tianlin, Old Hay, and Joan seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting their heads to look toward the platform. Woo woo! A piercing steam whistle sound transmitted from afar, reaching deep into the souls of all players. Every player inside the train station heard it, yet ordinary staff from the relevant departments remained oblivious, for they were merely ordinary people unable to see, unable to hear. Ha! Did a train just whistle? Suddenly, one ordinary staff member spoke up. Could there be a train coming into the station? But isn't this place already sealed off? Another employee spoke up. Upon hearing this, Tianlin abruptly turned towards the two. Did anyone else hear the train whistle? Train whistle? I didn't hear anything? No, what train whistle are you talking about? What's going on? Could it be the bloody train coming? The employees buzzed with discussion. Enough, quiet down. You two, step forward. Tianlin barked at the crowd to silence them, then made the two who heard the whistle step out. Both of you, check your pockets, see if you have tickets. Everyone should search too, Tianlin instructed. The crowd immediately began rummaging through their pockets upon hearing this. I have a ticket. Me too. Those two employees who stepped forward actually produced 2 tickets from their pockets. The ticket had an antiquated design, stained with dark red blood and emanating an eerie aura that sent chills down one's spine. Well, looks like I'll be working overtime tonight, said Chang Yulin as he raised his hand with a resigned expression. To everyone's shock, Chang Yulin was holding an identical ticket in his hand. Me too, said Chu Lianhong standing beside Chang Yulin, pulling out her own blood-stained ticket. In an instant, 4 people from the crowd obtained their train tickets. Did anyone else get the tickets? Tianlin asked with a dark expression, not seeming pleased despite his subordinates having obtained 4 tickets. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances and then continued rummaging through their trouser pockets. I have one too. Just then, a timid voice sounded from the station entrance. The speaker was the young woman who had been operating the equipment earlier. What? Shelly, you, how did you get a ticket? Didn't I tell you to leave the station? Tianlin was shocked when he saw her. Uncle, I don't know either. I was outside just now when I suddenly found a ticket in my pocket, so I came over immediately. The girl named Shelly also wore a face filled with terror. Clearly, Shelly was still somewhat afraid of entering the dungeon. Damn it, why does it have to be you? You're just a technician. Just a technician. Tianlin pounded his head, continuously racking his brain for a solution. Minister Tian, don't worry, I'll make sure to protect Shelly properly. Chu Lianhong stepped forward and spoke up. That's right, I'll also do my best to protect your niece, Minister, Chang Yulin quickly added. Uncle, I'll be careful, Qian Shelly also spoke up. Shelly, have you read the strategy guide for the bloody train yet? Tianlin asked. Uncle, don't worry, I've already checked everything. Good. But in that alternate world, you must be careful, and more careful. Chang Yulin, Chu Lianhong, Xiaoyi, and you too as well, I'll be counting on you all. Tianlin's gaze turned toward them. Here, take this, it could save your life. Tianlin grabbed a special item and promptly shoved it into Xiaoyi's hands. Chapter 40 Multiplayer Dungeon, Bloody Train. Items are what increase everyone's survival odds in the dungeon world. He rarely lends it out, fearing that others might die in the copy, causing the borrowed artifact to be lost forever. This scene was also witnessed by everyone present. The 2 other employees who had tickets didn't feel it was unfair either, and Chang Yulin and Chu Lianhong had even fewer objections to it. Woo woo woo! The train whistle sounded again, this time closer than before. Meanwhile, inside the waiting hall, the temperature began to drop steadily. The surrounding walls decayed and aged at a visible rate. The figures of those without tickets started growing indistinct all around. Remember, you must come back alive. Otherwise, I won't know how to face your parents, Tianlin urged once more, clutching Qian Xiaoyi's hand. Uncle. Tianlin vanished, and so did everyone around them. Don't worry, with the 2 of us here, we'll definitely protect you. Chu Lianhong stepped forward and gently held Qian Xiaoyi's slightly raised hand. Thank you, Sister Hong. Qian Xiaoyi's restless heart gradually calmed somewhat. The waiting hall had completely transformed in appearance. Somehow unawares, it had turned into an open-air waiting area, and just 20 meters ahead stood the platform entrance where trains arrived. They were now inside the blood-stained train scenario. Several figures holding tickets also appeared in the surroundings. The strangest among them was a person lying on the ground asleep, completely wrapped in bandages, with 2 extra strips extending from them. One strip ended with a kitchen knife tied to it, while the other strip coiled around a blood-stained train ticket at its tip. Mu Rufeng? Chu Lianhong instantly recognized that the bandaged oddity was none other than Mu Rufeng. No way! Why is Mu Rufeng here too? Is he still sleeping? Chang Yulin also stared in shock at the bandaged figure lying on the ground. Mu Rufeng? The newbie player who just joined? Though Qian Xiaoyi didn't know Mu Rufeng personally, she'd heard about this new player from Zhou Wen's description. Where is this place? Wasn't I at the internet cafe? What the hell is going on? I swear I was just at home. husband, where are you? Whoa whoa. Suddenly, numerous clamoring voices rose from the crowd. The entire waiting area already held dozens of people. Evidently, they were all passengers about to board this train. Shang Yulin, the train will arrive soon. We don't have much time. As for you two, go reassure the others immediately and brief them with the essential information. Xiaoyi, go wake up Mu Rufeng. No matter what, having one more player is always good. Chu Lianhong quickly made arrangements. Shang Yulin nodded in agreement. The group immediately sprang into action. Mu Rufeng slept uncomfortably because it was too cold, and the hard ground was making him feel uneasy. Had the air conditioning been turned too low? Wake up, Mu Rufeng. A voice sounded by Mu Rufeng's ear, accompanied by a finger poking his cheek. Who is it? Mu Rufeng groggily opened his eyes. Hello, I'm Qian Xiaoyi, an employee from the relevant department. Qian Xiaoyi introduced herself. Qian Xiaoyi? Mu Ruhua rubbed his eyes and sat up halfway. At that moment, he realized something was wrong. This place didn't seem to be the safe house. Mu Ruhua instantly jolted fully awake. He stood up from the ground and quickly scanned his surroundings, noticing the noisy commotion from a group of people not far away. What's going on? I remember I was sleeping in the safe house? Mu Rufeng looked at Qian Xiaoyi. Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaoyi raised her hand and pointed to Mu Rufeng's left side. Seeing this, Mu Rufeng immediately turned his head to look. Then, he saw the bloodstained train ticket wrapped in bandages. Even someone as slow as Mu Ruhu would realize by now that he had entered another instance. No way, another instance already? Isn't there supposed to be a cooldown period? Shouldn't it be 7 days before entering again? Mu Ruhu was visibly shocked. You probably didn't read carefully. Some special instances can override a player's cooldown period and forcefully pull them in, Qian Xiaoyi explained. Can't I just have a good night's sleep? Mu Ruhua sighed. Since sleep was out of the question now, Mu Ruhua had no choice but to make some preparations. This was also a good opportunity to test out his newly acquired skills and tools. At the same time, he was rather looking forward to finding out which kind of cheat he would load. First, Mu Ruhua checked his items. In the inventory, the singing mouth, soul coins, and candles were all there. As for the bandages, they were wrapped around his body, securing the cleaver and even carrying the matches. Good, everything was accounted for. Nothing had been left behind just because he'd been asleep. Wait, why have you wrapped me up again? Quickly loosen up, unravel. No wonder Mu Rufeng felt something odd. Unbeknownst to him, the bandages had somehow wound themselves tightly around his entire body again. The bandages obeyed immediately, loosening from Mu Rufeng's body before finally coiling around his right hand. Just then, a cold wind howled past, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. Why are you only wearing underwear? Qian Xiaoyi exclaimed, stepping back several steps in shock. It was only then that Mu Rufeng realized he was completely naked except for a pair of black underpants. Right, he was accustomed to sleeping in just his underwear. Quick, form into clothes and pants for me. Feeling embarrassed, Mu Rufeng immediately issued the command. When Mu Rufeng's command was issued, the bandages swiftly responded. Within mere seconds, a set of bandage trousers and long sleeves had been donned by Mu Rufeng. Sorry about that. Mu Rufeng apologized somewhat sheepishly to Qian Xiaoyi. It's fine. Your outfit is quite unique. Qian Xiaoyi offered a compliment. Mu Rufeng looked down at his current attire, about as bizarre as it could get. Unique? Well, that was certainly one way to describe it. Woo woo woo. Clang, clang, clang. A train emerges from the thick fog. The earth trembles. The entire waiting room instantly falls silent as all eyes are drawn toward it. The train's arriving. Everyone must remember what I just said. You must not break the rules. Everyone, let's strive to survive. At the same moment, a notification sound echoed in everyone's minds. Entering instance, Bloodstained Express. Instance type, large-scale multiplayer instance. Attendance, 30 people. Crackle ZZZT. Ding dong. The train has arrived. All passengers please leave the waiting room and proceed to the platform for ticket inspection and boarding. After a burst of static, the aged announcement system in the waiting station emitted a cold female voice. Chapter 41, Shang Yulin's Contracted Ghost, Ticket Check and Boarding. The train came racing toward them, slowing its speed as it approached the platform and smoothly glided into the tracks. Waves of frigid wind, tinged with spectral energy, howled past, making everyone shiver involuntarily. Cold, so cold. Just moments ago it had been sweltering at 37 or 38 degrees, yet now everyone was shivering from the cold. Fortunately, this wave of chill came and went quickly. The temperature rose slightly again, preventing everyone from freezing completely. Everyone must leave the waiting area immediately. Proceed to the platform and queue for ticket inspection and boarding. Chang Yulin shouted at the top of his voice. Some people heeded Chang Yulin and Chu Lianhong's words, cautiously making their way toward the platform. Yet, there were still some who refused to believe Chang Yulin. They took out their phones, trying to make calls, even attempting to exit through the other end of the waiting hall. I'll say it one last time, go to the platform, check your tickets, and board the train. Chang Yulin blocked the path of those trying to leave, his voice icy. Who the hell do you think you are? Trying to scare me with your lousy credentials? Get lost, or I'll make sure my fists leave you blind. A burly man looked at Chang Yulin with undisguised disdain. It was this sudden commotion that made those preparing to head toward the platform pause and turn their gaze in this direction. You asked for it. Before Chang Yulin could speak, Chu Lianhong strode over with purposeful steps. Behind them followed Muruhu, Qian Shui, and two other employees, Xuefan and Xinyu. Leave it to me, Chang Yulin said. Chang Yulin raised his hand, fingers splayed wide. In an instant, 5 crimson threads shot out from his fingertips. Under the terrified gazes of those 5 individuals, the threads instantly wrapped around their bodies. The 5 men instantly levitated into the air. Let's go, to the platform. Chang Yulin walked slowly toward the platform. Those 5 individuals were entangled by silk threads, floating midair like balloons being carried along. The onlookers stared at this scene in utter astonishment. This completely surpassed their understanding. Terrified, they dared not stay put and quickly made their way toward the platform. The 5 floating figures in midair struggled to scream in horror, but the threads sealed their mouths shut, rendering them voiceless. Brother Lin, that move was awesome. What kind of ghost did you contract with? Murua stepped forward and asked curiously. Just as Chang Yulin was about to answer, Chu Lianhong cut in. He contracted a thread ghost, just loves sneaky tricks. Totally useless. Humph. As if you could actually beat me? Chang Yulin retorted mockingly. Can't beat you? Come on, let's have a fight then. Chu Lianhong raised an eyebrow challengingly. Come on, Sister Hong, Brother Lin, can you two read the room? Chen Xiaoi quickly intervened when she saw the pair about to start arguing again. Mu Wang shook his head at the sight, wondering why of all people it had to be these two who entered a dungeon instance. By the way, for this instance, we might end up on different trains. Everyone should be prepared to separate, said Chu Lianhong. Got it, Sister Hong, Qian Shui nodded. Separate? Murua felt an involuntary surge of delight. Being separated would be for the best. Soon after, the group arrived on the platform. Wait, it just occurred to me, Xiao Mu, even though this is your second time entering the dungeon, you still count as a newbie. You haven't read the guide for the bloody train yet, have you? Chang Yulin suddenly spoke up. No, why don't you tell me about it? Murua replied. At that very moment, the doors of the already stationary train suddenly slid open, and one by one, the attendants stepped out onto the platform. Mu Ruffing examined the crimson train excluding the locomotive. There were exactly 10 carriages. Starting from the rear, one attendant emerged from each of the carriages, from the 10th to the 2nd. These attendants, both male and female, were uniformly dressed in matching uniforms. Their appearances weren't grotesque, all with human forms, though their skin was unnaturally pale. Their faces were completely expressionless, all staring fixedly at these passengers about to board, creating an eerie and unsettling atmosphere. Being stared at by these attendants sent chills down the spines of the waiting passengers. Everyone, check your tickets immediately. They should display your assigned carriage and seat numbers. You must board within 3 minutes, or you'll break the rules and die without fail. Chu Lianhong reminded them once more. Upon hearing this, the group immediately retrieved their train tickets. Sure enough, the bloodstained tickets now displayed clearly visible carriage and seat numbers. At this moment, Chang Yulin also lowered those 5 balloon people to the ground. After landing, the 5 didn't dare even breathe loudly, carefully taking out their tickets to examine them. Mu Ruffing glanced and found he was in carriage number 8, seat number 20. I'm in carriage 8, seat 20. Anyone else here in the same carriage? Mu Ruffing inquired. I'm in carriage 5, Xuefan said. I'm also in carriage 5, Xinyu replied, waving his ticket. I'm in carriage 10. What about you, Xiaoi? Chu Lianhong asked. I'm in carriage 9, Qian Xiaoi answered, her face slightly pale. It's alright, Xiaoi, I'm in the same train car as you. Chang Yulin reassured her. Time is tight. You must remember those rules I told you, proceed with caution. Chang Yulin patted Mu Ruofeng's shoulder. Then he turned to Xuefan and Xinyu. Your primary objective is just to survive, clear the dungeon, and become players. As for those ordinary people, you can help them, provided it doesn't jeopardize your own safety. Yes, Brother Lin. The two nodded heavily. Hurry up and get your tickets checked to board the train, Chu Lianhong urged before quickly heading towards carriage number 10. Mu Ruffing felt it was actually quite nice not to be seated in the same carriage as the group of officials from the relevant departments. Holding his ticket, Mu Ruffing arrived in front of carriage number 8. Carriage number 8 was located towards the rear section, with few passengers boarding, only 2 people, including Mu Ruhua, that made 3 in total. The 2 passengers ahead had already had their tickets checked and boarded. Ticket. The train attendant extended her hand and spoke slowly. The attendant in carriage number 8 was a woman, tall, wearing black lace-trimmed stockings, with a strikingly beautiful face. Were it not for those pale and somewhat eerie eyes, she would undoubtedly have been a stunning beauty. Murafeng handed over the train ticket. Board the train, the attendant nodded, returning the ticket to Murafeng. Murafeng took the ticket back and stepped onto the train. As soon as he boarded the train, Muruhu sensed an overwhelming aura of eeriness. The aura flashed past in an instant. Such a powerful presence, could this bloody train be even stronger than Scarlet preference? But why hasn't my cheat appeared yet? Muruhu thought to himself. Speak of the devil. A notification sound rang out in his mind. Detected host entering the instance. Plugin loaded successfully. Host, please choose one of the following 3 cheat abilities. Chapter 42, starting with 1 trillion soul coins, seeking monthly votes. Detected host entering instance. External module loaded successfully. Host, please choose one of the following 3 cheats. 1 infinite soul coins. Start with 1 trillion soul coins to spend freely. 2 100-fold boost. Select a single attribute to boost 100 times, with the flexibility to switch between attributes at will. 3 of the rock. You will become an utterly ordinary, unremarkable stone with no presence whatsoever, allowing you to safely clear this dungeon. Murafeng paused in his tracks, slightly taken aback. These 3 cheats, how should I put it? They're really awesome. After careful consideration, Murafeng finally chose the first cheat, infinite soul coins. The reason he chose this one was simply because he'd already realized just how important soul coins were in the eerie world. First, it's learned from the materials that eerie dungeons are fundamentally interconnected, collectively forming a vast and sinister world. This eerie world also operates under its own order, where soul coins serve as the currency. All items, artifacts, and even contracted ghosts require the use of soul coins. Most importantly, soul coins contain ghost energy, with the denomination determining the concentration of this energy. The higher the denomination of a soul coin, the more powerful the ghostly energy it contains. Take Muru Wang for example. After eliminating those 4 ghosts in room 302, he only obtained 325 soul coins. This was because they had absorbed the ghostly energy from the coins to strengthen themselves. Of course, they still kept some soul coins to purchase daily necessities. That's why they didn't have many soul coins left on them. Money makes the mare go, and this holds true not only in the real world but is even more effective in the supernatural realm. 1 trillion ghost coins. Muruhua longed to experience the luxury system of a tycoon. As for the second cheat, even 100-fold or 1,000-fold amplification would be of little use against certain sinister spirits. This second cheat was the first one Muruhua discarded. As for the third exploit, it's truly fascinating, being a rockman with an invisible attribute, allowing one to safely navigate this dungeon. If you want to clear the instance, choosing this is absolutely the best option. However, Murufeng didn't want to achieve only the minimum 100% completion rate. Thus, Murufeng opted for the choice granting him 1 trillion soul coins at the start. After selecting the external device, there was still no activity. This left Muruhua slightly puzzled. Then, under the conductor's urging, he slowly walked toward the carriage. Upon entering the carriage, Muruhua examined the interior. He noticed there weren't many passengers inside. There were only 3 living people in this train car, the 2 who had entered first, plus Muruhua himself. As for the eerie passengers, there were merely 10 of them. One must remember that this railcar could easily seat over 100 passengers. Thus, the dimly lit carriage appeared cavernous and unsettlingly vacant. It stinks. A ripple of disgust stirred in Murua's heart. As soon as he entered the carriage, he was hit by a nauseating blend of foul odors. There was the stench of rotting fish and shrimp, the reek of decomposing corpses, and an overwhelming metallic tang of blood. These odors mixed with some unidentified stench made it truly unbearable to endure. The influence of the environment made Muruhu feel slightly uneasy. After all, this was only his second time entering a supernatural scenario. Just 2 days ago, he had been nothing more than an ordinary laborer. Muruhue recalled his bloodthirsty attribute. Bloodthirst, when this state is triggered, one becomes irritable and aggressive, forgets fear, and reduces pain perception by 50%. Note, this state can only be triggered by consuming blood. Acting decisively, he bit his own tongue until it bled. The taste of blood filled Muruhue's mouth. A peculiar sensation welled up from the depths of his heart. Fear, panic, all vanished without a trace, replaced by bloodlust. A crimson flicker passed through Murufeng's eyes. As expected, consuming his own blood could also trigger the sanguinary state. As for the duration, Murufeng hadn't actually tested it, but it didn't matter, he was prepared to endure the bitterness on his tongue. Soon, Murufeng found his seat located on the left side of the carriage, a double seat. "Excuse me, my seat number is 20, Murufeng said politely. His seat was by the window on the inside, next to seat 19 near the central aisle. In seat 19 sat an old woman. This old woman was, of course, not among the living, but rather something eerie. The old woman shot Mu Ruhong a glance and said, "This old crone doesn't like having living folk sitting beside her." Scram! As she spoke, the old woman lifted the lid of the bamboo basket she was cradling in her arms. A pungent metallic scent of blood rushed forth. Inside was a human head, that of a middle-aged man with blood trickling from all 7 orifices, his features eerily serene. "Come out for some fresh air, son," the old woman murmured as she gently lifted the severed head from its woven container. The head's eyes suddenly snapped open, sensing the presence of living flesh. Its gaze fixed onto Mu Ruffing, staring at him with deadly intensity. "Mommy, I want to eat meat. His flesh smells so good, I really want to eat it." Strangely, the voice coming from this severed head was that of a small child. "Be patient, dear. It's not mealtime yet. We must wait a little longer," the old woman said with a smile. "Fine, Mommy. Put me down, I want to move around a bit," the head replied. All right, I'll put you down." The old woman immediately placed that head child on seat number 20. Mu Ruffing watched the scene without a trace of expression on his face. Though somewhat horrifying, it was completely within Mu Ruffing's current capacity to accept. By the way, this is the perfect opportunity to test that rule-based skill, Mu Ruffing thought to himself. But, how exactly could he make this supernatural entity his enemy? Without giving it much thought, Mu Ruffing tentatively activated his rule-based skill, Life or Death. Life or Death skill activated successfully. Enemy has been eliminated. All attributes doubled for 1 hour. Life or Death skill activated successfully. Enemy has been eliminated. All attributes tripled for 1 hour. Almost instantly, Mu Ruhu felt the power within his body double. He quickly opened his personal panel. Name Mu Ruffing. Age 24. Level LV1. Strength, 42, 14 plus 14 plus 14. Spirit, 33, 11 plus 11 plus 11. Constitution, 42, 14 plus 14 plus 14. Contract slots, none. Skills, Life or Death struggle. Items, Fragrant bandages, Grudge-filled cleaver, Dorm matron, Secret candles, X2 matches the singing mouth. Soul coins, 1000000004178. Indeed, the attributes have doubled. As for it lasting an hour, he wasn't the least bit surprised. After all, if there were no time limit, that would be a genuine divine skill. The train is about to depart. Passengers who haven't taken their seats, please do so promptly. The train is about to depart. Please take your seats promptly if you haven't already. The train is about to depart. Please take your seats promptly if you haven't already. The announcement on the train sounded 3 times in succession. "Excuse me, Mr. Head, would you mind giving up this seat?" Mu Ruffing held a kitchen knife with a genial smile on his face. "Oh, so you want to fight? Go ahead, chop this old woman dead then." Granny showed no fear at all, even stretching out her neck invitingly for Mu Ruffing to slash. Yes, she truly stretched it out nearly a meter long, appearing extraordinarily bizarre. The old woman had transformed into a long-necked monster, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she stared at Mu Ruffing. She seemed almost eager for him to make his move. Mu Ruhua naturally didn't take action. One of the rules Chu Lianhong had informed him stated, "No harming living people inside the train." Chapter 43 Clearing Condition. Arrive alive at Kunshan Chicken Farm Station. Second update seeking monthly votes. Indeed, this rule existed to protect players like them. If the player attacks the supernatural entity, then this rule becomes void, allowing the entity to retaliate against the player. Thus, the long-necked monster eagerly waits for Murua to make a move. This single rule alone must have cost countless lives to uncover. The rules aboard the bloody train are not obvious, players must explore and discover them themselves. It was precisely this point that created the terrifying mortality rate aboard the bloody train. The bloody train dungeon appeared so many times that even at its lowest mortality rate, it reached 50%. At its peak, the mortality rate soared as high as 90%. Making it a veritable slaughterhouse. The long-necked monster seemed to perceive that Murohu had no intention of fighting back, and its eyes flickered cunningly before stretching its neck again, this time aimed straight for Murohu's throat. It looks like they were preparing to scare Murohu into making a move. At that very moment, suddenly, the surrounding space seemed to freeze in place. Whether it was the long-necked monster, the little boy bouncing the ball ahead, or the train attendant who had just entered the carriage, all of them had become motionless. What's going on? Murohu also sensed something was wrong. He discovered that even the clock on the bloody train had stopped, proving that the train itself was also affected. A swirl of black mist materialized out of thin air before Murufong. A glint of golden light flickered from within that dark mist. It was a black card edged with a golden border. On the front of the card, 3 large characters were written, Black Gold Card, while on the back, 4 large characters appeared, Celestial Earth Bank. An extremely dense sinister aura emanated from this black gold card. Honorable black gold card user, pardon my intrusion. I am Zhao Huanyu, General Manager of Celestial Earth Bank. Thank you for opening a black gold card account with our bank. I sincerely apologize for not being able to come personally, but a powerful force prevents my arrival. I could only open a channel to deliver this black gold card to you. You are our Heaven and Earth Bank's most esteemed super VIP client. Should you have any requests, you may visit our headquarters in the imperial capital, where we will receive you with the highest honors. A voice emerged from the black gold card. Upon hearing this, Murua froze momentarily before quickly responding, "No need for that." As he spoke, Murufong reached out and took the black gold card into his hand. Heaven and Earth Bank Black Gold Card. This card is the most prestigious super VIP card issued by the Heaven and Earth Bank. To qualify for it, one must deposit 1 billion soul coins. Current account balance, 1 trillion yuan. Effect, cash can be withdrawn from the black gold card at any time. Murua stared at the string of zeros, swallowing hard. Esteemed guest, that force has grown stronger. I must leave now. You absolutely must visit the headquarters of Heaven and Earth Bank in the imperial capital. ZZZZ. The voice vanished, and so did that swirling black mist. That force, was it the bloody train, or perhaps his own cheat ability? Murahu pondered silently. It must be the power of the plugin that prevents its true form from coming, forcing it to transmit messages only through the black gold card. The Heaven and Earth Bank is undoubtedly one of the pinnacle forces in the bizarre world. Just the aura of the Heaven and Earth Bank's general manager alone could halt the bloody train in free space. This alone speaks volumes. The Heaven and Earth Bank's tier completely dwarfs the bloody train. At this moment, Mu Ruffing also noticed that the clock above the carriage was swaying, as if ready to tick at any second. Staring at the black and gold card emitting dense ghostly energy in his hand, Mu Ruffing directly stored it in his inventory. All his strength had vanished, and the frozen space surrounding him returned to normal. The long-necked monster resumed its advance toward Mu Ruffing. He seemed completely unaware of what had just happened. Mu Ruffing didn't even glance over, merely raising his hand as the bandages instantly extended outward, wrapping around the long-necked monstrous figure in the blink of an eye. The long-necked creature was forcibly seated, after which the bandages rapidly spread across the chair. Soon, the still violently struggling long-necked monster was securely tied to the chair, immobilized. "Shall I ask you to leave, or shall I?" Before Marufone could finish speaking, the disembodied head swiftly leaped from the seat and landed precisely inside the bamboo basket on the floor. No assistance was needed. The basket's lid flew back on its own, sealing it shut. "You should have done this from the start." Muruwa shook his head, then sat down in seat number 20. Not far away, the attendant who had initially planned to approach him watched as Muruwa took his seat, a fleeting look of regret flashing through her eyes. In less than 30 seconds, the train would depart. Any passengers who hadn't taken their seats by then would become her prey. Clack 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 clack. The train slowly began to move. The old station platform gradually faded from Mu Rufing's view. Soon after, the last glimmer of light vanished completely. Outside the window, the scenery turned pitch black, with no way to tell where the road led. The bloodstained train seemed to shuttle through some alien dimension, unnerving beyond belief. Dear passengers, your next destination is Kunshin Poultry Farm. Please refrain from making loud noises on the train. If you do not have a ticket, please purchase one promptly. The announcements sounded once again. At the same moment, every living passenger aboard heard a prompt tone echo in their minds. Mass multiplayer instance, bloodstained train. Participants, 30. Current survivors, 28. Clear condition, reach Kunshin Chicken Farm alive. Completion doubles for each additional station reached. Alive to Kunshin Chicken Farm? Murua recalled the earlier announcement. Wasn't the next stop Kunshin Chicken Farm? It's only been a short while since boarding, and already 2 people are dead? Murua glanced at the current survival count, visibly startled. Whether it was Chu Lianhong, Chang Yulin, or Xin Yu and the others, they all clearly informed those passengers of some basic rules. Unexpectedly, 2 people still ended up dead. At this moment, Murohu finally witnessed just how high the mortality rate was within this eerie scenario. Dear passengers, we are 3 hours away from the next stop. To serve you better, we have carefully prepared some food for you. Without anyone noticing when, the attendant had already wheeled a small cart over, slowly approaching from the carriage connection. On the cart was a massive metal drum, accompanied by a plastic bucket half its size, with a stack of bowls the size of half a football beside them. The flight attendant stopped at the first row of seats. There, precisely where a passenger should be, sat something that was no longer among the living. Its appearance was revolting, a decomposing face, bloated body, with corpse beetles and engorged maggots wriggling in and out of putrid flesh. Chapter 44, I report a fair dodger. What's today's meal? This eerie figure seemed to be a frequent rider on this train. Hello sir, today we have heart-lung bone broth, with added blood ginseng and aged corpse worms aged over 3 years, the attendant said. Wow, quite the feast today, but this mustn't come cheap, right? The passenger inquired. Just the heart-lung soup costs 10 soul coins. With corpse worms and blood ginseng, it's 20. Add a thigh bone and it'll be 50, the attendant quoted. The flight attendant replied while simultaneously lifting the lid off the large iron barrel. As the lid was removed, the passenger leaned in to look, took a sharp sniff, and a pleased expression dawned on his face. Good, it seems premium ingredients were used this time. Serve me the 20 yuan combo, the passenger declared. Plop, came a sudden sound, but then, a maggot crawled out of that eerie eye socket and actually fell straight into the large iron bucket. When the maggot dropped into the iron bucket, neither the strange entity nor the attendant lady showed any reaction. Soon, a large bowl of soup was delivered into the hands of that creepy being. It's delicious, absolutely delicious. He gulped down half the bowl in one go, then chewed contentedly on the ginseng roots and corpse insects. The flight attendant continued pushing her cart, this time arriving at the seats in the third row. Auntie, I remember the food used to be free before. Why do we have to pay this time? Asked the child holding a rubber ball, looking up inquisitively. Because many passengers complained that our free food tasted terrible, so we launched this new service last week, the attendant explained. So that's how it is, Auntie. Are the femur bones inside from living people or clones? If they're clones, they're not worth this price, the child asked again. Of course they're not clones. Look, they're just like those guys over there, otherwise, they wouldn't be sold this expensively, the attendant said, pointing at Muru Feng and the other two. Then Auntie, give me a 50 yuan portion to warm my stomach. I'll have a big meal later, the child said, glancing back at Muru Feng with an innocent expression. Muruha showed no reaction whatsoever, but the other two players turned deathly pale with fright. A large bowl of soup was ladled out, containing a section of large bone. Floating atop the soup were countless corpse maggots and ginseng fibers. One could truly see that the portion was exceedingly generous. The child grabbed the large bone with one hand, then took a bite, chewing with loud, crunchy crunches. It seems like it's been frozen? I prefer fresh ones, but it's not bad for whetting my appetite, the child said seriously. Soon, the flight attendant pushed the trolley to the fourth row, where Murua was seated. Passenger, what would you like? The flight attendant inquired, still facing the tied-up old lady. MMMPH. The old lady struggled fiercely but remained completely immobile, unable to even open her mouth to speak. Conductor, I want to report something. There's a headless ghost riding without a ticket here. Muruhu suddenly pointed to the bamboo basket on the ground and spoke. Someone jumped the fare? The conductor's eyes instantly flashed with a crimson glint. Yes, right in this bamboo basket. There's a headless ghost, he didn't buy a ticket, Murufong said. The flight attendant didn't speak, reaching directly to grab the bamboo basket. At that very moment, the basket's lid suddenly flung open as the disembodied head ghost leaped out from inside. I'll pay the fare difference, I'll pay, the head ghost immediately cried out. Fare difference? Very well. That'll be 100 yuan, said the flight attendant, her face showing slight disappointment. The flight attendant's prey isn't limited to living passengers, the supernatural is included as well. What? $100? Isn't the ticket just 50? The severed head ghost was shocked. You can choose not to pay the difference, the attendant said coldly. As an attendant, skimming a little profit on the side is perfectly normal. As for complaints, if you're not some esteemed VIP, what's the point of a regular complaint? They're absolutely useless. Fine, I'll buy the fare difference. All my money is with my mom. Right now, he's got my mom trapped. Tell him to let her go. The ghostly head gritted its teeth as it spoke. Upon hearing this, the conductor looked toward Muru Fong. Muruwa smiled slightly at the flight attendant without uttering a word. The young flight attendant's eyes flickered as she spoke slowly. Mr. Head, please purchase your ticket immediately, otherwise, my money is with my mom. Tell them to release her, the head ghost said in panic. Woo woo. The old woman struggled wildly, with intense ghostly aura seeping through the gaps in her bandages. Yet even so, it only meant a few more layers of bandages were wrapped around. If you can't pay for the ticket, then you belong to me, the train attendant said with a sinister grin, reaching out to grab the head ghost. No, I'll bite through your bandages, the head ghost snarled before sinking its teeth into the wrappings. Its sharp fangs gnawed relentlessly, trying to tear through the bandages. If bandages could talk, they would definitely say, other than getting me all covered in spit, what else can you do? And indeed, that was the case. The sharp teeth of the head ghost couldn't tear through the bandage at all. Mainly because the bandage was too elastic, or perhaps, the head ghost's teeth weren't as sharp as one might imagine. Got you now, you're mine. The flight attendant grinned wickedly. Before the headless ghost could speak, the flight attendant pressed it firmly against her abdomen. At the same moment, the flight attendant's abdomen split open right down the middle. A grotesquely twisted phantom infant appeared there. The head ghost let out a final scream before dissipating completely into nothingness. The flight attendant's stomach sealed shut once more, and she smoothed down the uniform she had lifted earlier. You can let go of this passenger now, the attendant said, turning to Murufong. With pleasure. Muruhu gave a faint smile and gestured lightly, instantly retrieving the bandage. The moment the old woman was freed, she became like a frenzied tiger, her eyes fixed fiercely on the flight attendant. A terrifying aura of eeriness emanated, chilling people to the bone. This old lady's strength was formidable, at the very least, stronger than the attendant before her. "What would you like, passenger?" "Plain soup is 10 yuan, adding blood ginseng and corpse worms makes it 20. The full combo costs 50. Faced with the old woman's malice, the young flight attendant remained completely unruffled. On the train, she wasn't afraid of others laying hands on her, or rather, no one dared to touch a train attendant. $50, the old woman enunciated word by word. "This journey is still a long one," the old woman said as she took her seat, casting a gloomy look at Murua. "Yeah, it's pretty long." Muru Fong nodded in agreement. "Your soup is ready." The flight attendant handed him a bowl of hearty bone broth. The old grandmother took it and began eating slowly. "Excuse me, passenger, which meal set would you like?" The flight attendant looked toward Muru Fong. "Current survivors, 25. Suddenly, before Muru Feng's eyes, a blood-red screen frame appeared. Another player has been eliminated. Zhu Lianhong had said that the train would provide free food, and one must not refuse it. If you do, the supernatural entities would use that as an excuse to strike. The free food offered by the train might taste awful, but as long as you eat it, nothing untoward will happen. And don't worry about contamination or anything like that. At worst, you might feel a bit queasy unless you gulp down 5 large bowls in one go. But in that case, forget contamination, you'd probably just burst from fullness. Chapter 45, The Tremendous Power of Tipping, Seeking Monthly Tickets. However, the service has now changed. What was once freely provided has become paid food offerings. After some thought, Murua spoke up. "Your train used to provide free food before, does that mean you're not offering it anymore now?" "Just as I thought, poor vermin-like contractors, every last one of you." The flight attendant wore a look of disdain, then ladled out a serving of blackened sludge from a smaller bucket beside the iron one and handed it to Mu Ruffing. Mu Ruffing could clearly see strands of hair and some unknown types of insects mixed within this murky slop, and that nauseating stench. It was hard to imagine where this so-called free food had actually come from. "Stinks, it reeks to high heaven. How can anyone stomach this stuff? Is this really all the food your train provides?" Muru Fong demanded in a low, steady voice. So, you don't want to eat it?" the flight attendant said coldly. "Is this fit for human consumption? Is this really your service standard?" Mu Rua snapped. "Is there any problem with my service?" The young flight attendant licked her lips, her gaze tinged with a bloody hue as she stared at Mu Rua. "Take a look yourself. I won't even mention the hair and the free food, but just look at the paid meal you provided. There's a huge maggot still wriggling inside. If I'm not mistaken, this must be what fell out of that passenger's mouth earlier? Even after all this, you still insist on selling this food? And you claim there's nothing wrong with your service attitude?" Mu Ruffing stood up and coldly rebuked. "So what if it is?" The attendant girl tilted her head, gazing blankly at Mu Ruffing. "What do you mean, so what? This food isn't fit for human consumption. I demand to dine in your dining car," Mu Ruffing declared. "Food cart?" The flight attendant let out a mocking laugh, a terrifying malice emanating from her entire being. A ghastly aura dissipated before his very eyes. "Want to go to the dining car? Sir, don't you know the minimum spending in the dining car is 1,000 soul coins? Since you requested a change of compartments, I'll oblige you. But if you can't cough up the soul coins, I won't hesitate to twist your head off to appease my anger." The flight attendant licked her lips, her face brimming with bloodlust. Murua activated his mind to communicate with the black gold card, and with a flash of black light, 10 100 yuan bills appeared in his hand. "Is this enough?" Murua said calmly. Upon seeing the stack of bills in Murua's hand, the flight attendant was visibly stunned. Snap! A sharp sound rang out. Mu Ruffing forcefully slapped the stack of bills against the flight attendant's fair cheek. "This is your tip. May I proceed to the dining car now?" Mu Ruffing said. 10 spirit notes, each with 100 denomination, scattered and fell to the ground. Those around had long noticed the strangeness here, their eyes widening at the sight of scattered soul coins all over the ground. Especially the old lady sitting right nearby, her face was full of utter disbelief. Soul coins? This living person actually has so many soul coins. 1,000, that's 1,000 soul coins. The flight attendant finally snapped out of her daze, immediately crouching down to swiftly gather up the spirit coins. When she stood up again, she had already replaced her expression with a courteous smile. "Honorable sir, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. You may now proceed to the dining car, which is located in carriage number 1. The attendant suddenly became extremely enthusiastic. The eerie aura she had released earlier was instantly withdrawn. "Then why don't you move those stocking-clad legs of yours and make way for me? Or should I just fly over?" Muru Fong said calmly. "My apologies, sir, that was my oversight." The attendant immediately pulled her cart back several steps, clearing a path for Muru Fong. "By the way, sir, here is your dining card. With this proof, attendants from other carriages won't attack you." The attendant handed a dining card to Mu Ruffing as she spoke. Mu Ruffing nodded and walked into the corridor, heading towards carriage number 7. Life or death, skill activation successful, target eliminated, all attributes tripled, duration 1 hour. Life or death skill activated successfully. Enemy has been slain. All attributes enhanced by 4 times. Duration, 1 hour. Life or death skill activated successfully. Enemy has been slain. All attributes enhanced by 10 times. Duration, 1 hour. Within this train carriage, all the eerie passengers directed intense hostility towards Mu Ruffing. This also allowed Mu Ruffing to fully maximize his rule-based abilities without restraint. At this moment, Mu Ruffing felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body, while his mind achieved an unprecedented clarity. Mu Ruhong now understood that identifying an enemy was straightforward. If someone harbored malice toward him, they could unequivocally be labeled as an enemy. Moreover, as long as he harbored ill will toward someone, that person would also be judged as an enemy. Sure enough, in this bizarre world, all the strange phenomena existed in a state of death, making it a veritable playground for his rule-based abilities. Mu Ruffing opened his personal attribute panel. Name Mu Ruffing. Age 24. Level, LV1. Strength, 154. 14 plus 140. Spirit, 121. 11 plus 110. Constitution 154. 14 plus 140. Contract slots, none. Skill life and death struggle. Items, fragrant bandages, grudge-filled cleaver, house mother's secret candles x2, matches, singing mouth, black gold card, soul coins, 10000000000003178. Looking at that string of zeros in the soul coins, it felt endlessly satisfying no matter how many times he counted them. As for tipping, he'd never given tips in the living world before. Little did he expect his first act of generosity to be towards a strange girl in this supernatural realm. But honestly speaking, the feeling of tipping is pretty exhilarating. Haha. At this moment, Mu Ruffing approached the 2 newbie players and stopped. It wasn't that Mu Ruffing didn't want to keep going, it was just that these 2 stood up and blocked his path with outstretched arms. You're Mu Ruffing, right? You must be with the official team too. You have to save us. Yeah, that black goo looks disgusting. I don't want to eat it at all. Looks like you've got plenty of soul coins. Could you lend us some? We'd like to eat in the dining car too. The pair consisted of a man and woman. The man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, portly, disheveled, with lipstick stains on his face and reeking of alcohol. Clearly, they'd just been pulled into this dungeon realm straight from some bar. The other woman, around 25 or 26 years old, was dressed quite provocatively. The layer of powder on her face was thick enough to leave a facial imprint on black cloth. How much do you want to borrow? Mu Ruffing inquired. Borrow 1,000. The provocative woman started to speak but was immediately cut off by the middle-aged man. Lend me 10,000, lend me 10,000. I promise I'll pay you back very soon. Chapter 46. Money means you can be arrogant, seeking monthly tickets. The glamorous woman was slightly startled upon hearing this. She had originally intended to borrow 1,000. But who would have thought this man would offer 10,000 right off the bat? 10,000? Pfft. Ha. Before Murua could respond, one of the eerie figures nearby couldn't help bursting into laughter. Is 10,000 really that much? The middle-aged man looked utterly confused. The main thing was that he saw Mu Ruffing casually spending 1,000 soul coins, which naturally led him to believe that the value of these soul coins was comparable to RMB, or perhaps even lower. He felt that 10,000 soul coins weren't really a big deal after all. A single night out at the bar would cost him even more than that. 10,000 soul coins could buy dozens of high-yield meat sacks like you, the eerie being sneered. Stay here and stay calm. Remember what my colleague told you earlier, be bold, but also meticulous. Miss Attendant, could you please give them both a complimentary meal portion? The serving can be smaller. Muruwa turned to speak to the young female attendant. All right, no problem, sir. The stewardess quickly nodded in response. Though she still wanted to eat these 2 living humans, she couldn't refuse the $1,000 tip. She could have refused, but if this gentleman returned later and saw anything amiss, he might very well file a complaint against her. Customers who could afford to dine at this restaurant were all esteemed VIPs. Such a complaint would surely bring her punishment. Fine, don't lend it then. Making it sound so noble, the middle-aged man snorted coldly before sitting back down on his seat. The flirtatious woman had intended to shamelessly approach, but seeing the middle-aged man in this state, she hesitated for a moment before sitting back down. Mu Ruffing chuckled lightly and walked straight out of carriage 8. It seems the information Xian Xiaoyi gave me is quite important after all. The reason Mu Ruffing knew about the dining car was entirely due to Xian Xiaoyi's information. It's a pity that even with this rule in place, no player would venture to the dining car. 1,000 soul coins, even supernatural entities would begrudge that, let alone players. Players' soul coins would only be scarcer than those of supernatural beings. Of course, Murua was an exception. Now, he had temporarily achieved financial freedom. Mu Ruffing arrived at carriage number 7. Carriage number 7 had quite a few passengers. Not only were there many players, but there were also many supernatural entities. There were 6 new players, and over 20 supernatural entities. At this moment, car number 7 was far from peaceful. The floor was covered in copious amounts of blood. The attendant in car number 7 was holding a mop, cleaning the floor. At the same time, there was another grotesque creature, frail in stature but with a mouth like a suction cup, crouched on the ground, slurping up blood. Looking at the 6 new players trembling in fear, Mu Ruheng realized that someone must have died here. When Mu Ruffing appeared in carriage 7, all the eerie beings, including those 6 living humans, turned their gaze toward him. The attendant's icy expression twisted into an eerie smile upon seeing Mu Ruffing's arrival. Passengers are forbidden from leaving their seats while the train is in motion. You've broken the rules. The attendant extended an unnaturally long tongue to lick the tip of their own nose, advancing toward Mu Ruffing with a sinister grin. He dropped the mop in his hand, his eyes seemingly fixated solely on Mu Ruffing. Mu Ruffing unhurriedly took out his meal card and waved it in front of the long-tongued flight attendant. Meal card? The attendant crouched in place, eyeing Mu Ruffing and the card in his hand with suspicion. Will you scram on your own, or shall I throw you out? Mu Ruffing said calmly. You've got some nerve, kid, the flight attendant snapped, face burning with anger. Arrogant? I can be even more arrogant. Would you like to test that? Mu Ruheng sneered coldly. Fine, let's see how much longer you can act so smug. The attendant sneered back. But then, Mu Ruhua pulled out a stack of soul coins. Each bill had a denomination of 100, totaling 100 bills, 10,000 soul coins in all. Mu Ruhu pinched one end and then directly slapped the conductor across the face with the stack. A muffled smack echoed through the entirety of carriage number 7. Click, clap, clap, clap. 5 times in a row, Mu Ruhu struck with all his might, landing heavy blows on the conductor's face. At this moment, Mu Ruhuan had his attributes amplified tenfold. Even if he were slapping someone with cash, it would be enough to split the attendant's face wide open. Disgusting flesh mingled with dark red blood splattered everywhere. This scene left not only the attendant stunned, but also drew shocked gazes from all the other passengers fixed on Mu Ruhuan. How's that? Am I arrogant enough for you? You? The attendant finally reacted, fury surging within her, yet she dared not lash out due to the 10,000 soul coins in Mu Rufeng's hand. A casual display of 10,000 soul coins even among contractors, this undoubtedly marked him as a supremely distinguished guest. If the train conductor knew he had neglected a distinguished guest, he would face a brutal punishment. All of this made the attendant's facial expressions extremely amusing. Just then, Mu Ruffing took out 10 soul coins and tossed them at his feet. This is your medical compensation, Mu Ruffing said indifferently. Hearing this, the attendant was first stunned, then shocked, and finally overjoyed. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The flight attendant's face lit up with joy as she immediately crouched down to start picking up the money. Seems like there are bits of your rotting flesh and blood stuck to my shoes. Wipe them clean for me, Mu Rufeng added. No problem, no problem. I promise to clean it spotless for our distinguished guest. The flight attendant didn't feel embarrassed at all, on the contrary, he believed today was his incredible lucky day. 1,000 spirit coins even for him. It would take over half a year of savings to accumulate that amount. For their kind of moonlight spectral clan, unexpectedly gaining 1,000 coin deposit was undoubtedly a huge fortune. Not only did the attendant not feel ashamed, but even those bizarre passengers in carriage number 7 were actually looking at the attendant with expressions of envy, as if to say, why wasn't it themselves polishing shoes over there? Their gazes instinctively fell upon Mu Rufeng, their eyes brimming with both greed and apprehension. Clearly, any living person who could possess so many soul coins must be a high-level contractor. After the attendant finished wiping his shoes for him, Mu Ruhu casually tossed down another 200 as a tip, then strolled away effortlessly under the attendant's fawning gaze. From beginning to end, those few new players didn't dare approach Mu Ruwa to speak with him, let alone try to stop him. Soon, Mu Ruwa arrived at carriage number 6. Strangely enough, carriage 6 was completely peaceful. There was no trace of blood. The 5 new players in carriage 6 sat perfectly intact in their seats. Were they asleep? And those eerie passengers, just the same, were asleep in their seats. But that attendant was nowhere to be found. No, that's not right. This train attendant hadn't disappeared. They were sitting in the first row seat on the left side. Chapter 47, Winning Hearts with Virtue, Crushing Resistance with Cash, Monthly Votes Please. This flight attendant was also a beautiful woman, similarly in a deep slumber. Meanwhile, seated right next to the flight attendant was a greasy ghost, a plump figure wearing a white tank top. The greasy bastard ogled the flight attendant with a lecherous gleam in his eyes. His hands kept kneading and groping at the empty air. His nostrils flared continuously as he inhaled the stench of decay wafting from the young flight attendant, his face twisted in perverse delight. Yes, you heard right, the stench of rotting flesh. This creep had some seriously depraved tastes. When Fatty Ghost saw Murufong appear, a look of panic flashed across his face. However, upon realizing Murufong was just a player, he immediately relaxed. Kid, I'm in a good mood today, scram. Fatty Ghost snapped. Murufong gave the creature a sidelong glance and silently moved onward. It must be this greasy ghost's doing that everyone in this carriage is sleeping so peacefully. Mu Ruffing didn't disturb them and decided to let carriage number 6 remain this way. The greasy ghost finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Mu Ruffing reach the connecting area to carriage number 5. This guy's just a level 1 contractor who hasn't even bound a supernatural entity, yet he can move freely between carriages. What a tough cookie. But it's none of my business, he. The greasy ghost's pensive expression instantly transformed into a lecherous grin as he stared at the beautiful flight attendant with lustful eyes. Ugh! As soon as Murufong stepped into carriage 5, he heard the sound of someone retching. She was a girl wearing a JK skirt and a crop top. She couldn't be called stunningly beautiful, but with makeup she qualified as quite pretty. What really made her stand out among newbie players was her generous nature. Yet this JK beauty seemed to have gagged so intensely that she actually started vomiting for real. But not daring to spill her stomach's contents on the ground, she had no choice but to cover her mouth tightly. In an instant, both cheeks of the JK beauty puffed out like balloons. After a long while, the JK beauty made a major decision. She swallowed back whatever she had just vomited. Phew! Having swallowed it down, the JK beauty finally let out a long sigh of relief, feeling much better in her stomach. Ugh! Seeing this scene, several other rookie players also found it hard to suppress the churning in their own stomachs. Fortunately, their endurance was quite strong, and none of them ended up vomiting. Mr. Mu, why have you come to carriage number 5? Shuefan, sitting at the back, also noticed Mu Ruofeng's sudden arrival and was utterly shocked. Mr. Mu? Shin Yu also spotted Mu Ruofeng at that moment, hardly believing his eyes. Although they were also new players, they had received professional training. Even eating those disgusting free meals didn't elicit any sense of nausea. After all, they'd eaten far worse things before. Heh, so you lot also got the free meals from the attendants. Did you think of it yourselves, or did you see some other, unnatural passengers requesting free food? Mu Ruhua asked with a smile. I just wanted to test something. I figured even though they're selling meals, they wouldn't necessarily remove the free options, Shuefan replied. Not bad. Mu Ruffing nodded approvingly. Bug, you should have stayed in your own compartment. Since you dared come to my territory, that's just your bad luck. At that moment, the attendant standing in the aisle by the last row of seats glared at Mu Ruffing with a sinister grin. He set down the large ladle in his hand, then pushed off with his feet, flying directly toward him. Of course, what flew over was merely his head. His body had tripped over something unknown and fallen straight to the ground. The head hovered midair, glanced at the collapsed body below, then paid it no further mind. The fracture continuously spewed thick ghostly energy, swiftly advancing toward Mu Ruhua's vicinity. Why do you have to force me like this? Mu Ruhu let out a sigh and pulled out a stack of bills. Strength makes miracles. The bill carried tremendous force as it struck the left cheek of the human head with pinpoint accuracy. The head flew backward at an even greater speed. With a tremendous boom sound, the head slammed directly into the wall, then, with a loud plop, plunged straight into the large barrel of bone soup. This spectacle utterly stunned all the surrounding passengers. This contract holder is actually being so arrogant? My god, this is the first time I've ever seen a contract holder dare to lay hands on a flight attendant. Forget contract holders, I've never even seen a supernatural entity dare to attack a flight attendant. Wait, is that guy holding soul coins in his hand? Oh my god, so many spirit coins. Just how many are there? The initially astonished group of specters, upon noticing the spirit coins in Mu Ruhu's hands, each had a flash of greed in their eyes. They were even getting restless and ready to act. If the train attendant hadn't been present, they would have swarmed forward without hesitation. You dare to hit me? A ghostly head billowing black smoke flew out of the barrel. He seemed to sense something in his mouth and was about to spit it out, but upon realizing it was a ginseng root, couldn't bear to waste it. After chewing a few times, he swallowed it directly. Then, it flew back into his body, which had already stood up again. Mu Ruhua didn't speak a word, slowly walking towards the flight attendant. How dare you strike me? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. The flight attendant's heart was already blazing with fury by this point. In this brief moment, Mu Ruhua had already reached right before the flight attendant. Mu Ruffing swiftly pulled out 10 banknotes with a crisp sound. I'm in a bad mood today. $100 for a slap, how about it? Mu Ruffing casually remarked. What? The attendant, who was about to take action, froze mid-motion, momentarily stunned by the unexpected proposition. Me, sir, hit me, I'm willing. A weirdo suddenly stood up from his seat, shouting loudly. Mu Ruffing looked up upon hearing this and saw an eerie creature entirely covered in tentacles, its face completely obscured. Mister, a slap doesn't need to cost $100, 50 will do, guaranteed to satisfy you completely. Another creature with quick reflexes immediately shouted in response. Silence. The flight attendant finally snapped out of it and immediately scolded the noisy passengers. In an instant, those eerie figures fell completely silent. Unless one held a certain status or wealth, a flight attendant's authority still carried considerable weight. Sir, by laying hands on me, you've already broken the rules. However, heaven has a virtue of sparing life, and I too am unwilling to kill. Very well, just compensate me with that stack of spirit coins in your hand. I won't trouble you with further demands, said the attendant with a beaming smile. Compensate you? Did I violate the rules? Are you certain I violated the rules? Murahang replied with a faint smile. What? Are you refusing to compensate? Don't think that just because you're a contractor, you can act recklessly on this train, the attendant sneered. Chapter 48, The Kind-Hearted Firefighter. He wasn't afraid of Muru Fong at all. If he ever encountered an enemy he couldn't handle, he could always call for the train conductor in such situations. On the Bloodstained Express, the train conductor was king and invincible existence. Although the attendant couldn't determine whether Muru Fong had contracted any ghostly entities, but being able to knock him flying must mean they're a contractor who's made a pact with a specter. Is this how the attendants on your train treat guests? I just wanted to go to the dining car for a meal, yet you attack me without even talking it through. Call your supervisor. I want to see just how dismal the service on this train really is. Mu Ruhong took out his meal card, his face contorted with indignation. The moment the meal card appeared, the flight attendant's expression instantly changed. If Mu Ruhong had merely trespassed into their carriage on his own, then however the flight attendant dealt with him wouldn't have been an issue at all. But now, with the emergence of the meal card, everything had changed. If he really called the train conductor over, he'd probably be thrown straight into the furnace as fuel for the train, wouldn't he? This gentleman, my apologies, please forgive my rudeness. The attendant's expression changed instantly as she hurried forward to apologize. As I said before, one slap, 100 yuan, Murua said nonchalantly. No problem, sir. Would you prefer the left side or the right? Let's go with the left. I'm a sentimental man. Certainly, sir, please go ahead. The steward tilted his head, doing his best to present his left side to Mu Ruffing. Mu Ruffing immediately took that stack of banknotes and forcefully smacked them across the steward's face. The tremendous impact sent the steward flying to the left in an instant. However, the next second, a bandage flew out and yanked the steward back into place. This wasn't the end, it surged directly toward the surroundings, firmly pinning the flight attendant to the aisle floor. Slap, 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 slap. Sorry, I hit you a few extra times. Don't worry, you'll get your money in full. Muroho pulled out a dozen notes from his pocket and casually tossed them onto the ground before striding confidently toward carriage number 4. As he passed by Xue Fan and Xinyu, his footsteps halted for a moment. Stay here peacefully, nothing will happen to you, he said. After speaking, Mu Ruhua didn't wait for their response and disappeared directly at the carriage junction. Xinyu and Xue Fan exchanged a glance, bewildered, their minds swirling with countless unanswered questions. Because Mu Ruffing had left, the bandages naturally followed him. The flight attendant was thus freed from her predicament, but her entire left cheek had been smashed to pieces, even the bones inside shattered. Her whole head had been spun around countless times. Luck was on his side, as that final strike from Mu Ruffing managed to knock the flight attendant's head back into proper alignment. The moment Mu Ruffing took action, every passenger in the carriage, whether newbie players or supernatural entities, held their breath in tense silence. Even after Mu Ruffing departed, the eerie beings only dared to murmur among themselves in hushed tones. The sheer intimidating aura Mu Ruffing had displayed while striking someone with banknotes earlier was simply too overwhelming. Not only was the momentum overwhelming, but the force was also tremendous. Using spirit coins, he could actually smash the attendant's face to pieces. If he had used his fists, or that cleaver hanging at his waist, wouldn't he have annihilated them in seconds? The attendant reattached his own head, then swiftly gathered the scattered spirit coins from the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, if no one else needs meals, I'll be clearing the food away now. The flight attendant, behaving as though nothing unusual had occurred, returned to the service cart and began addressing the passengers. Carriage number 4. As Moru Fong stepped inside, he was immediately struck by the extreme chill that pervaded the carriage. In other carriages, the temperature hovered around 17 to 18 degrees, cool, but still bearable. Here, even dripping water could freeze solid without any issue. Even though Mu Rufing's physique had improved tenfold, he still felt the intense chill. At that moment, an eerie gust of wind swept past, causing Mu Ruffing to shiver involuntarily. There were many new players here, 5 in total, each trembling violently from the cold and completely huddled in their seats. It seems this was the only way to withstand the bitter cold. Not just the new players, even those eerie beings were shivering uncontrollably from the cold. The attendant of carriage number 4 sat in the vacant seat of the front row. When Mu Rufeng arrived, he didn't even want to acknowledge him, because he was terribly cold too and completely unwilling to move. I say, why is the air conditioning set so low here? Mu Ruhua glanced at the cold air blowing from the ventilation ducts above the train and spoke up. He had to ask. Those supernatural beings could endure it, but the 5 newbie players probably wouldn't last much longer. Mu Ruhua hadn't noticed before, and it wouldn't have been his concern, but now that he'd seen it and had the ability, he didn't mind lending a hand. Rat, you little rat, this doesn't concern you. Leave now, or I won't mind eating you to warm up, the train attendant said. Mu Ruffing paid no attention to the flight attendant, for his gaze was drawn to a peculiar passenger. It was a charred, eerie figure. Black smoke billowed from its entire body, and through the cracks of its scorched skin, Mu Ruffing could faintly glimpse flickering embers of fire. The scorched ghost seemed to have noticed Mu Ruffing's stare as well. He looked up, gazing at Mu Rufu, and slowly said, "Sorry, I was just too hot, so I asked the attendant to lower the AC a bit. If they can't handle it, they can switch seats, come closer to me." Mu Rufu remained silent, staring fixedly at this charred ghost. Suddenly, Mu Rufu spoke up. "Were you a firefighter? That thing covering your head, is it a melted fire helmet?" The scorched ghost was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then slowly nodded. "Changing seats costs 50 spirit coins each time, that's nothing to me, but I'm sorry, I'm a bit tight on cash lately. I'm injured. If I don't use the air conditioning to suppress it, I'll lose my mind," the scorched ghost added. "No problem. I'll cover the cost. Stewardess, come here," Mu Ruffing shouted out. The attendant paid no heed. Only when that scorched ghost released a wisp of eerie aura, the attendant reluctantly walked over. Mu Ruffing nodded toward those newbie players, then switched all their seats to positions surrounding the scorched ghost, front, back, left sides. Those 5 players were so cold they couldn't move at all, so Mu Rufu had to drag each of them to their seats one by one. Really, if Mu Rufu had arrived just a few minutes later, those 5 players would have truly frozen to death. "You solved quite a headache for me. You should be able to return once you reach the next station, right? As long as you stay here, I can guarantee your safe return," said Zhao Gui. Chapter 49. Want to make a contract with me? Come find me again when you reach level 5. If I may ask, where are you planning to go? Mu Rufu inquired. "Haunted hospital," said Zhao Gui. "Going there to get treated for injuries?" Zhao Gui shook his head at this. "To fully heal my wounds would cost a considerable amount of soul coins. Recently, my investments failed, and I've incurred some debts. Even riding this train is on credit. I truly have no extra money to spare." Zhao Gui had been a firefighter in life. Even after death, it seemed some lingering sense of duty miraculously allowed him to retain a portion of his rationality. He was already prepared to ask the flight attendant for credit or borrow from those eerie beings to make the new player switch seats. Mu Rufu's actions had indeed solved a rather troublesome problem for him. Investment failed? How much do you owe in total, including debts and medical expenses? Mu Ruffing inquired. Zhao Gui didn't want to answer at first, given the staggering amount. But faced with Mu Ruffing's questioning, Zhao Gui finally raised his hand and extended a charred finger. 10 million? Alright, what's your bank account number? I'll transfer it to you, Mu Ruffing said. "Ha, what?" A few question marks appeared above Zhao Gui's head. Each of his fingers represented 1 million. Recently, his investments had failed, or rather, he'd been swindled by the supernatural. Not only did he lose his savings of 200,000, but he also ended up owing 500,000 soul coins to the Netherworld Bank. Later he went to take revenge on the supernatural being that had swindled his money. Unfortunately, that entity had many accomplices. Though he managed to eliminate quite a few of them, the primary supernatural being remained alive, and he himself suffered severe injuries in the process. Not only did he fail to recover his invested funds, but treating his injuries required an additional 300,000. All things considered, his total financial shortfall amounted to 1 million. 1 million, that's an absolutely terrifying figure. Though, at the peak of his career, earning 1 million would have only taken him about 2 or 3 years. But earning 1 million and saving 1 million are completely different matters. In his current injured state, saving 1 million is nothing short of a pipe dream. "Card number, give me your card number." Mu Rufing's voice snapped Zhao Gui out of his deep contemplation. "You have that much money?" Zhao Gui tilted his head, suspicion etched across his face. "Just tell me your card number," Mu Ruffing continued. "Alright, my card number is 671 times 1808, said Zhao Gui. Mu Ruhua immediately communicated with the black gold card, attempting to transfer funds into this account number. The next second, a warning popped up in Mu Ruhang's mind. "Please confirm, would you like to transfer 10 million soul coins to Zhang Xiaojie's Tiandi bank account ending with 1808? Are you called Zhang Xiaojie? Mu Ruffing asked the Scorched Ghost. That's right. The Scorched Ghost paused briefly before nodding. Alright, the transfer should be processed now, check if it went through. Mu Ruffing said. Ha, Zhang Xiaojie thought Mu Ruffing was just joking. However, right at that moment, he suddenly sensed something unusual happening to him. Soon after, Zhang Xiaojie pulled out a white glowing card from his person. How did my card turn into a platinum card? Zhang Xiaojie stared blankly, dumbfounded. Soon, he thought of something and immediately took out his phone, opening the text messages. Then, he saw a message that shocked him. Card ending in 1808 received a transfer of 10 million soul coins at 12:21 on July 17th. Current balance, 9,500,000 soul coins. You really transferred 10 million soul coins to me? Zhang Xiaojie was utterly stunned at this moment. I can hardly believe this is real. 10 million, a full 10 million spirit coins. Since I still owed the Celestial Bank 500,000, the debt would be deducted immediately after the funds were deposited. That's why only 9.5 million remained. None of this matters. What truly matters is why this contractor possesses such immense wealth. 10 million. With his current abilities, he could never earn that much in a lifetime, unless he manages to rise to the next level. Zhang Xiaojie felt a tumult of emotions surfacing within him, emotions he hadn't experienced since his death. Is there something you need? Zhang Xiaojie steadied himself before speaking slowly. You look quite impressive. Would you make a contract with me? I've never contracted with a supernatural being before, Mu Ruffing spoke up. Coincidentally, Mu Ruffing's contract slot was currently empty, and he'd just encountered this powerful yet kind-hearted firefighter ghost. Mu Ruffing thought contracting him would be a pretty good idea. Wait, you're saying you've never contracted with an anomaly before? You're a first-level contractor? Zhang Xiaojie was shocked once again. Zhang Xiaojie was somewhat surprised that such a wealthy contractor still hadn't contracted a supernatural entity. Yeah, that's right. Mu Ruffing nodded. Zhang Xiaojie shook his head upon hearing this and said, if you want to form a contract with me, come find me again when you reach level 5. Don't worry about these soul coins, I'll definitely pay you back, I promise. 5th level? Mu Ruhu was slightly startled. Mu Ruhu learned from the documents given by Zhao Daong that not only are players ranked, but supernatural entities are also classified by levels. These supernatural entities are divided into 9 levels, ascending from lowest to highest: wandering spirits, crimson ghosts, malicious ghosts, ferocious ghosts, vengeful ghosts, red-dressed vengeful ghosts, ghost generals, ghost kings, ghost emperors. These 9 levels correspond precisely to the player's level. It's important to know that a contractor cannot bind a supernatural entity more than 1 level above their own. For example, Mu Ruffing can currently only bind a level 2 red ghost at most. This confirms that Zhang Xiaojie was actually a 6th level red-clothed vengeful spirit. Are you a level 6 ghost? Mu Ruhu suddenly felt his mouth go dry. This thing, I took it from my enemy. It's useless to me, so I'm giving it to you, consider it interest. Zhang Xiaojie took out a card from his person and handed it to Mu Ruhu. Mu Ruhu instinctively took it, and when he checked its attributes, he was utterly astonished. Flame Vehicle card. Attach this card to any vehicle to unleash hellfire, animating the vehicle and granting it incredible abilities. Duration depends on the user's ghost power. Note, requires at least level 2 ghost power to use. Though level 2 is needed to activate it, I've already infused it with ghost power. It should last about 10 uses, with each use lasting 2 hours, Zhang Xiaojie explained. This card is amazing. I really like it. Mu Ruhu was overjoyed in his heart, immediately tucking the card safely beneath his bandages. He inquired again, by the way, how many stops until the Terror Hospital? Zhang Xiaojie replied, once you pass the Kunshan Chicken Farm, that's where the haunted hospital is. Alright, I still need to head to the dining car, so I won't disturb you any longer. Mu Ruhu nodded slightly as he spoke. Chapter 50, Eerie Headline News, Seeking Monthly Votes. There tends to be more unusual occurrences in the dining car. Chuckles, perhaps I was mistaken. Would it be possible to exchange contact information? Originally, Zhang Xiaojie had intended to advise Mu Ruffing against entering the dining car. With his current capabilities, it would be suicidal. But then he recalled Mu Ruffing's substantial financial resources and thought that perhaps the man possessed undisclosed trump cards he wasn't aware of. Sure. My number is 177XXXXXXXX. Mu Ruffing immediately recited his number from the Eerie world. I'm calling now, you can save it. Zhang Xiaojie pointed at his phone and said. Mu Ruffing soon felt his phone vibrating. Taking it out from the bandages, he saw an incoming call from the number. Mu Ruffing also immediately saved Zhang Xiaojie's number. By the way, there's one more thing I almost forgot. Do you know about Scarlet Select? Mu Ruffing suddenly asked. Scarlet Select? Yes, I know it. Their products are pretty cheap, so I often shop there, Zhang Xiaojie replied. Mu Ruffing was about to speak when he suddenly noticed that the new group of players seemed to be slowly regaining consciousness. Zhang Xiaojie immediately understood, and with a surge of ghostly energy from within, in an instant, All passengers in the carriage, including the eerie figures, new players, and even the train attendants, fell into a deep slumber. Only Mu Rufeng and Zhang Xiajie remained awake in the entire carriage. Witnessing this scene, Mu Rufeng appeared slightly astonished. Seeming to notice Mu Rufeng's shock, Zhang Xiajie spoke up, "Just a minor trick. They'll wake up after some time." "Is this the power of ghosts?" Mu Rufeng inquired. "Yes, once you contract your first supernatural entity, ghost power will emerge within you," Zhang Xiajie explained. Mu Rufeng nodded. "Alright, now you can proceed with that next topic," Zhang Xiajie said. Mu Ruhu mentioned Scarlet preferred simply because of the self-pickup point in the real world. Mu Ruhuang recounted the entire incident to Zhang Xiajie. "I'm not quite sure about this. If you want to set up a pickup point in the real world, you'll need to give it careful consideration. However, just before I got on the bus this morning, a news notification popped up. It might be helpful for you." Zhang Xiajie took out his phone, opened an app, and pulled up the news to show Mu Ruhuang. Mu Rufeng took it and glanced at it, his gaze slightly hardening. It was a news app called Eerie Headlines. Right there, taking up nearly half the page, was a headline. "Shocking. Massive explosion at Scarlet Premium. Heavy casualties suspected to be caused by a new contractee." Mu Ruhu promptly clicked into the article. Main text. In the early hours this morning, a massive explosion occurred inside the Crimson Logistics Park. It is suspected that over a dozen employees perished, including a third-level malevolent ghost. According to informed sources, the incident was triggered by a Level 1 contractor from the real world. The root cause was Scarlet Group's inability to recruit enough employees, forcing them to turn to the real world for contracted workers. Based on our analysis, Scarlet Group may also be using this opportunity to expand its market into the real world, thereby breaking the pincer attack from Nether Preferred and CC Preferred. As is widely known, most top-tier corporations in the uncanny world have already reached their developmental ceiling. To break through further, they must either obliterate rival companies of the same type to achieve monopoly. Alternatively, they could only expand into another market in the real world. As the number of contractors grows, this also represents a formidable market that cannot be underestimated. It's just a pity that the real world ultimately remains a separate realm from our Eerie one, and we, the Eerie residents, feed on them, which is also a significant reason why development is so difficult. Experts have said that the real world is merging with the uncanny world, evident from the increasing number of contractors. Many top corporations have attempted to expand their markets into the real world, but clearly, none have succeeded. Will Crimson Premium be the guiding light for this dynasty? Let's wait and see. He read through this article word by word with meticulous attention. It must be said that this news report delivered an enormous amount of information to Mu Rufeng. I never imagined that the dormitory supervisor auntie was actually a level 3 evil spirit. Only now did Mu Rufeng realize just how much sheer luck had been involved in his ability to eliminate the dorm supervisor. Even with his zombie template, killing the knockoff version of the slip fruit user would have been nearly impossible. Mu Ruhu's immense strength was rendered useless by that layer of slippery, greasy fat. Even when trying to suck blood with zombie fangs, all he could bite was fat. Aside from gulping down a bellyful of oil, he couldn't extract a single drop of blood or ounce of energy. Never thought the paranormal world would have live news updates. Mu Ruhu couldn't help feeling surprised. "Thanks, this news report helped me." Mu Ruhu handed the phone back. "It works. That's what matters. But I just noticed a shift in your mood. Could it be?" "Well, this is a bit embarrassing. I'm actually the level 1 contractor who caused that whole commotion," Mu Rufeng said, scratching his cheek. "Ha, what a coincidence running into you like this. Wait, hold on, that incident just happened yesterday, and here you are boarding the bloody train again?" Obviously, Zhang Xiaoji also knew that contractors have a cooldown period before entering another instance. "I almost forgot. The bloody train isn't included. It's one of the few special vehicles that can directly enter the real world," Zhang Xiajie said. "If I may ask, how powerful is the train conductor?" Mu Rufeng inquired curiously. Although I've seen the train conductor before, I haven't actually fought with him, so it's hard to gauge his true strength. But I suspect the train conductor's rank must be no lower than mine, and could even be a 7th-tier ghost general." "The bloodstained train is likely an 8th-tier vehicle," said Zhang Xiajie. "A 7th-tier ghost general, and an 8th-tier vehicle?" Mu Ruhuang suddenly felt this was somewhat unreal. He was only at the 1st tier, let alone the fact that just 2 days ago, he had been nothing more than a warehouse loader earning a few thousand a month. To suddenly come into contact with all this, it really did feel a bit surreal. "Alright, you can head to the dining car now. They'll be waking up soon. If you have any more questions, feel free to call me," Zhang Xiajie said. Mu Ruhuang nodded and then took his leave. Truth be told, spending just 10 million to earn the goodwill of a 6th-level red-clothed vengeful ghost, no matter how you looked at it, it was a steal. Of course, it was still a shame they hadn't managed to form a contract with him. Level 5. When Mu Rufeng reaches level 5, he'll still need to clear 14 more instances. Chapter 51, The Uncanny. presenting everyone with good fortune comes, monthly votes appreciated. If we disregard unlimited instances like the bloody train, based on the estimated time frame, he'd need over 7 months. As for dying in the dungeon, what a ridiculous joke. Of course, Mu Ruffing now started with 1 trillion soul coins, so a mere 10 million is practically nothing to him, just pocket change. If other supernatural beings knew about this, forget 10 million, even 10,000 would make them kneel and call him daddy. Even for equally powerful 6th level supernatural beings, 1 million would make them obey your every command. In this bizarre world, the more money you have, the stronger you become. Yet, the stronger you grow, the poorer you get, because all your wealth is spent enhancing your own power. It's quite the paradoxical cycle. After all, you can absorb the sinister energy from spirit coins to empower yourself. Mu Ruhua strode into carriage number 3. The attendant in carriage number 3 had keen discernment, understanding that any contractor who could move freely was not to be trifled with. Moreover, they were aware this area was adjacent to the dining car, so none of those cliched dramatic scenarios unfolded. They merely politely inquired whether Mu Ruhua was heading to the dining car. When Mu Ruhong took out his meal card, the conductor immediately stepped aside to make way for him. Some new players, watching Mu Ruhong pass by, hesitated to speak, whether to say something or ask a question, but ultimately couldn't muster the courage to do so. It didn't take long for Mu Ruhong to arrive at the connecting area leading to carriage number 2. This place felt eerily off. He didn't enter carriage number 2, but stood in front of it instead, because Mu Ruhua discovered that the entire car number 2 was pitch black, without even a glimmer of light. It wouldn't be wrong at all to say you couldn't see your own hand in front of your face. Is anybody in there? Why's it so dark? Mu Rufeng didn't dare enter, standing at the carriage connection as he shouted inside. Although Mu Ruhua had an advantage, he wasn't stupid. It was clear something was wrong here. He has money, but isn't omnipotent. Hello sir, I believe you're heading to the dining car? Unfortunately, the interior lighting has malfunctioned due to unforeseen circumstances and is currently undergoing emergency repairs. Please excuse any inconvenience this may cause. A voice came from carriage number 2. Damaged? In need of repair? Mu Rufeng didn't buy it for a second. You're kidding, even if the lights were broken, it couldn't possibly be this dark. Though the lighting in car 3 wasn't very bright, it should at least have cast some illumination this way. And this second carriage, not even light could penetrate. However, considering this was inside a horrifying dungeon, anything was possible. After a moment's thought, Mu Rufeng took out a match, lit it, and threw it straight inside. A strange sight unfolded. The moment the burning match entered carriage number 2, it abruptly vanished without a trace. Not like a flame being extinguished, more as if it had been utterly swallowed by darkness, shrouding everything. Mu Ruhai's nostrils still caught the distinct sulfuric scent of the burning match. Clearly, it hadn't disappeared. It was still burning, yet completely invisible, as though the light had been stripped away. How much longer? I'm really hungry now, Mu Rufeng asked. Though there's no written rule about meal times, the dungeon world absolutely follows this unwritten rhythm. Better safe than sorry. It must not be said aloud, but the rule was set: failure to eat within an hour would be considered a violation. Even though Mu Rufeng had money, breaking the rules would instantly turn him into an extravagantly wealthy yet gluttonous, plump sheep ripe for the slaughter. Those eerie things will definitely swarm in. The repair crew is handling the emergency repairs, but it's still uncertain when they'll finish, the voice echoed again. Then how am I supposed to eat? Just wait here doing nothing? Is this the service attitude on your train? Mu Ruheng said coldly. We sincerely apologize, sir. This is our fault. Rest assured, we will compensate you for the inconvenience. After the repairs are completed, you may return to the dining car, and we'll give you a 20% discount, the voice spoke again. 20% off? Do I look like someone who can't afford the full price? Mu Ruhua said. If you really can't wait, sir, then hold on to this thread, it will guide you to the dining car. As the words fell, a black thread emerged from the darkness. Mu Rufeng frowned upon seeing this. What on earth happened in carriage number 2? Sir, are you still there? Just hold on to the thread, and you can go to the dining car, the voice said. Mu Rufeng reached out to touch that thread. After pondering for a moment, Mu Rufeng took out his rule-based artifact, the singing mouth. Since the situation inside was unclear, Mu Rufeng didn't mind using his artifact to break the stalemate. Please designate the target object and specify a song to be sung. Mu Rufeng directly activated the rule-based artifact, targeting the person who had been speaking in carriage number 2. The moment the prop was used, the singing mouth instantly transformed into a streak of black light and vanished into carriage number 2. What's this? Oh no, the rules. The man let out a startled cry, but before he could finish speaking, a cheerful song began to play. Good luck comes, may good luck come your way. Good luck brings joy and love. Good luck comes our way. Welcoming good fortune, thriving and prospering reaches everywhere. Fold 1,000 paper cranes and tie them with red ribbons. May kind-hearted people have good luck every day. As the song began to play, darkness was rapidly receding inside carriage number 2. Mu Rufeng could now clearly see the scene inside carriage number 2. There was nothing different about its layout compared to the other carriages, and the lights remained intact. There were only 13 passengers in total, including the 3 new players. All the passengers sat with their eyes closed, their faces twisted in fear as if trapped in some nightmare. In the aisle stood a man in a suit singing "Good Luck Comes with Eerie Enthusiasm." The suited figure's expressions were exaggerated to grotesque extremes, his entire body gyrating wildly as if completely consumed by the performance. However, Mu Ruffing could sense the terrifying ghostly aura emanating from the suit-clad entity. He now wished he could kill Mu Ruffing on the spot, but because he was still singing and dancing wildly, he was completely unable to strike. Mu Ruffing still dared not enter carriage number 2, because he feared the suit-clad entity might be pretending perhaps it could attack after all, and was only luring Mu Ruffing inside? Or perhaps, they had initially intended to send Mu Ruffing away, but for some reason changed their minds. Mu Ruffing suddenly noticed the flight attendant sitting in the front row. The flight attendant was also deep in sleep, her face etched with extreme panic, trapped in a nightmare just like the others. In other words, the ability of this suited anomaly was most likely that of a nightmare demon. Requesting some monthly votes, currently at 86 followers, could you help round me up to 100? Chapter 52, if I spend 200 grand, won't that make me unstoppable? Monthly votes needed. In an instant, a bandage extended from Mu Rohu's body. When the bandage reached the flight attendant, it abruptly slapped her hard across the forehead. Whether it was due to weakening strength or something else, the unconscious stewardess showed no reaction at all. After striking a few more times with the same result, Morufong simply had the bandages wrap around the stewardess and directly pulled her from her seat. They dragged her all the way out of carriage number 2 until she was right beside Morufong. The moment the stewardess left carriage number 2, she suddenly regained consciousness. Ah! The flight attendant instantly jolted awake, her face filled with lingering terror. I say, what exactly is going on in your carriage number 2? Mu Ruhua asked. Damn it! Where did this bug come from? The flight attendant, upon seeing Morufong the contractor, actually cursed first before preparing to take action. Helpless, Morufong could only take out that stack of banknotes again and slammed it hard against the attendant's crown. The tremendous impact snapped the attendant back to their senses. Though their skull had caved in, it didn't affect the attendant's intelligence. Here's payment for your medical expenses and a tip. Now, can you tell me about what's happening in carriage 2? Mu Ruhua casually tossed down a dozen banknotes as he spoke in a calm tone. It was at this moment that the stewardess finally snapped out of her daze. Her first reaction was to scoop up those 15 banknotes, then she replied with an ingratiating smile. Sir, I assume you're heading to the dining car? But you absolutely mustn't go there. Once you enter carriage 2, you'll fall under the influence of Nightmare's power. Mr. Nightmare will get off at the next stop. You can wait until he departs before going. Ha! Wait for him to get off? Nightmare energy? Are you allowing this kind of behavior aboard the train? Explain this more clearly to me. Morufong frowned as he inquired. Sir, here's the situation. Mr. Nightmare is a VIP customer of our train and has some connections with our train conductor. He's also an executive at a certain catering company that supplies us with ingredients. For this trip alone, he spent 20,000 yuan with us. He's one of our most important clients. Mr. Nightmare prefers to give people nightmares and then absorb their energy, but he doesn't actually endanger lives, so our train conductor turns a blind eye. The attendant explained. How much? How much did he spend? Mu Ruffing looked at the attendant in astonishment. Sir, it's 20,000. Mr. Nightmare is a distinguished guest. He could easily afford 50,000. Spending 20 grand is nothing to him. If I had even 2,000 in savings, I'd wake up laughing from nightmares. The flight attendant said with an envious expression. Oh, wait, no, sir. You just gave me a 1,500 tip, and with my savings, it's enough now, hee hee. The flight attendant's face lit up with sudden delight. With just 20,000, you can act this high and mighty? If I spent 200,000, could I practically fly to the heavens? Mu Ruhua exclaimed in astonishment. Sir, you're joking. 200,000? That's our train catering department's monthly revenue already. The flight attendant wasn't doubting Morafang's financial capability, but 200,000? That's completely impossible. What? Your train's food and beverage sales only make 200,000 a month? This genuinely shocked Morafang. Such an impressive train, and its performance is this dismal? Or perhaps, their food is simply terrible? No. They used to provide free food, so it might be even lower. These 200K in performance metrics probably include part of the newly introduced paid food options. The bulk of the remainder likely comes from the food trucks. It's just that the minimum spend of 1,000 yuan bars most of the unusual customers. Only those with abundant assets and formidable strength could make it to the dining car, absolute supernatural beings. You still haven't answered my question, Morufong said. Sir, not to mention 200,000, even if you spend just 100,000 yuan, we can adjust your itinerary for you, said the flight attendant. Good, here's your reward. Mu Ruffing pulled out that stack of banknotes and stuffed it into the flight attendant's unmentionable place. Though a bit cold, the texture feels real. This stack of bills had served its purpose, and apparently no supernatural force could prove him wrong now. Ha! The flight attendant gasped, then was overcome with euphoria. She immediately reached out and took out that wad of cash. When he saw such a thick stack of banknotes, his entire body trembled with excitement, and even his pale face flushed slightly. Sir, this is my personal number. If you have any needs, I can satisfy all of them. The flight attendant shyly slipped the note with her number into Mu Feng's bandages. She believed her charm had worked its magic, feeling a twinge of pride at the same time. This sudden gesture left Mu Feng completely bewildered. He merely thought that since the flight attendant had behaved so well afterward, there was no need to throw the tip on the ground to humiliate her. Mu Rufus shook his head and ignored it. As for the slip of paper with the flight attendant's number, it's not the right time to throw it away yet. I'll get rid of it when I move to the next carriage. Then, Mu Feng prepared to step into carriage number 2. However, after giving it some thought, it seemed somewhat inappropriate. He immediately fastened the bandage to a spot on the outside of the carriage. Once the target fell for the trap, the bandage would instantly yank them out of the carriage. After finishing these preparations, Ru Feng stepped right in without hesitation. Although unaffected, Ru Feng remained cautious. Good fortune comes. Wishing you good fortune comes. Good fortune brings joy and love. Good fortune comes. Our good fortune comes. Embracing good fortune, thriving and prospering reaches all corners of the world. Fold 1,000 paper cranes and tie them with red ribbons. Wishing kind-hearted people good fortune every day. A cheerful melody of good fortune comes filled the entire train carriage. When Mu Feng approached the suit-clad specter, the eerie figure was still joyfully bouncing about, waving its arms wildly. But those murderous eyes couldn't be hidden. If only he could speak right now, he would absolutely slaughter this bastard. An intense ghostly aura filled the entire train compartment, yet he remained unable to strike. It seems the rule item has restricted his mobility. Not bad. You really do sing quite well. Mu Ruhua praised sincerely. This is actually my first time using this item. From the looks of it, you can't attack me, but I wonder if I can attack you? Mu Ruhu wanted to conduct an experiment. However, considering they were still on the train, wouldn't conducting it violate the rules? After some thought, Mu Ruhu decided to drop the idea. After all, the prop was in his hands, there would be plenty of time to try it later. Chapter 53. I don't like your attitude. Monthly votes wanted. Recommendation votes needed. Mu Ruffing bypassed the eerily singing and dancing suited specters, heading straight for the connector between carriage 1 and carriage 2. Without hesitation, Mu Ruffing willed the bandages to retract, immediately bringing himself before the door of carriage 1. Unlike the other carriages, an aged glass door partitioned the entrance of carriage 1. Bear in mind that none of the other carriages had doors, not even their connecting passageways. Mu Ruhan also noticed a warning sign, or rather, a rule, posted on the glass door. In the dining car, the minimum expenditure is 1,000 yuan. Those who fail to meet it, bear the consequences at your own risk. Looking at this rule, Mu Ruhan chuckled and pushed open the glass door, stepping directly into car number 1. The dining car, being the closest to the locomotive, was indeed this car number 1. As soon as he entered, Mu Feng caught the strong fragrance lingering in the air. Besides the scent, there was also the smell of blood. To ordinary people, the scent of blood is revolting, but to the unnatural, it's a rare and delightful fragrance. Mu Rua surveyed the dining car compartment. The layout here is similar to the other train carriages. It just has a few more dining tables. Mu Ruffing also noticed that the size of carriage number 1 seems to be slightly larger than the other carriages. The aisle is more spacious, and the lighting is brighter as well. The environment was undoubtedly far superior to that of the other carriages. Indeed, as the most profitable carriage, it was naturally better appointed. As Mu Ruffing stepped inside, all the supernatural beings in the carriage turned to look at him. There weren't many supernatural beings in the dining car, only 8, in fact. As for other players, aside from Mu Ruffing who had just entered, not a single one was in sight. Or perhaps, had never seen one before? Waves of intensely hostile gazes fell upon Mu Ruhu. Their eyes bore greed, disgust, and interest. Yes, interest, because they'd never seen a contracted worker dare to enter the dining car before. The minimum spend was 1,000 yuan. Most supernatural entities didn't even have that much money, let alone a perpetually broke contractor like him. As if bound by some unspoken rule, these entities held back from acting, though their gazes still burned with greed as they stared at Mu Feng. Wait, there was one exception, a single entity that paid Mu Feng no attention at all. This particular entity was skeletal thin, its table piled high with food. It devoured the feast ravenously, completely oblivious to Mu Feng's presence. Mu Ruffing glanced around and noticed that everyone's food was bizarre beyond belief. There were squirming maggots about the size of a thumb. There were horrifyingly grotesque roasted corpse beetles, and some even had an intact human brain served whole. A straw was inserted above it for sipping. There was even a fully stocked large intestine, freshly dripping with blood. The emphasis was entirely on freshness. But surprisingly, they all ate these eerie dishes with great relish. Indeed, these disgusting delicacies were considered rare treats in this eerie world. Mu Ruffing looked around and made his way to the innermost counter of the ordering area. Behind the bar stood a male attendant in uniform. His appearance was rather bizarre. The top of his head above his eyes was completely flat, and atop this flat surface gaped a fist-sized hole. Something squirmed within that hole, creating a thoroughly revolting sight. At this moment, the attendant was clutching a skewer of roasted corpse insects, popping them into his mouth one by one with crisp, crunchy bites. "Hello, I'd like to order. Could you please pass me the menu?" Mu Ruffing spoke up. Why do you carry the scent of the living?" The waiter looked Mu Ruhu up and down, his expression gradually turning doubtful. "Trash, you dare to come into my carriage? Hee, looks like we've got fresh ingredients for tonight." The waiter bared his teeth in a sinister smile. He truly hadn't expected that there would actually be contractors daring to come to the dining car. Not for a moment did he believe Mu Rua possessed the means to spend here. In their cognition, contractors were all paupers. Even high-level contractors remained the same in this regard. Snap! A sharp sound rang out. Mu Ruffing pulled out a stack of banknotes and slammed it onto the counter. "Can you speak properly now?" Mu Ruffing said calmly. When the waiter saw the pile of cash Mu Ruffing had slapped down, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "Good evening, sir. Here is the menu." The waiter hastily stuffed his bulging eyeballs back into their sockets. His expression shifted rapidly as he respectfully slid a menu across to Mu Ruffing. Without glancing at the menu, Mu Ruffing produced another stack of cash and slapped it onto the counter. "Your attitude just now really displeased me. If you eat your own eyeballs, this 1,000 yuan tip is yours." Mu Ruhu calmly pulled out 10 bills from the stack and spoke indifferently. When so much cash was slapped onto the table, all the supernatural beings present were astonished. Then, that astonishment quickly transformed into greed, extreme, overwhelming greed. Only that ravenous ghost who was eating voraciously merely looked up for a moment before losing interest. "All right, sir." The waiter barely hesitated at all. He directly plucked out his own bloody eyeballs and swallowed them one after another. After completing this gruesome act, the waiter hurriedly grabbed the 1,000 yuan with his hands and stashed it away, as if fearing someone might snatch it away. "Now, you look much more pleasing to the eye." Mu Ruhai nodded in satisfaction, then picked up the menu to examine it. The menu didn't actually have many dishes, just over 20 options in total. Most of them were specialties unique to the Eerie world, with a few being dishes made from cloned humans. Of course, there were also dishes prepared from fresh new players as ingredients. The prices for these dishes were all quite high, with the cheapest starting at 588 yuan. The most expensive was that one dish priced at a staggering 18,888 yuan. Although these dishes are expensive, judging by the descriptions, they seem worth it, as if consuming them could actually benefit the supernatural. "Why are all the items on your menu meant for the supernatural? Don't we, the contractors, deserve to eat in this dining car too?" Mu Ruhua said. "Oh, my apologies, sir. We certainly do, absolutely." The waiter immediately produced another menu. This menu is entirely filled with food for contractors. There's instant noodles, bread, mineral water. The prices are roughly twice as expensive as those in the automated vending machine at Crimson Premium's cafeteria. There are even specialty dishes, though these culinary specialties feature some highly, legally questionable ingredients. For example, pandas, sturgeons, Yangtze finless porpoises, blue whales, elephants, and so on. It's hard to imagine how these ingredients appeared on the train. As for pricing, the cheapest dish costs 588, while the most expensive one isn't as outrageous, just 1,888. Mu Ruhua couldn't help but complain. Such a ripoff. Chapter 54, $1 million life transaction, seeking monthly tickets, seeking recommendation tickets. Quite criminal, really quite criminal. Mu Rua couldn't help but gulp subconsciously. Not only had he never eaten such things, he'd never even seen them before. However, what Mu Ruwa cared about the most were still the 3 types of fruits at the very top. Soul fruit. Consuming this fruit increases spirit by 1 point, with a maximum increase of 5 points. Price, 10,000. Flesh fruit. Consuming this grants a +1 increase to constitution, with a maximum boost of up to 5 points. Price, 10,000. Strength fruit. Consuming increases strength by 1 point, up to a maximum of 5 points. Price, 10,000. Damn, it actually boosts all 3 of your attributes when eaten. These actually aren't even classified as food, but as functional beverages. What absolute nonsense. Without any hesitation, Mu Rohu spoke directly. "How much stock do you have left of these 3 types of fruit?" "I'll take all of them." "What? Sir, you want all of them?" The waiter was shocked. These were fruits worth 10,000 each. What? Worried I can't afford it, said Mu Rufu. No, sir, it's just that we have 10 of each type in stock. If you want them all, it will cost a full 300,000. What? 30 pieces? Mu Ruffing turned pale upon hearing this. Yes, sir, the attendant quickly nodded. Only 30 pieces? Come on, can't you guys stock more? Mu Ruffing frowned deeply. He had thought there would be an unlimited supply, or at the very least, several hundred pieces available. With his current substantial financial resources, he could easily purchase them all. By then, he could instantly achieve financial freedom in the real world. This, sir, since these 3 types of fruits can only be consumed by contractors, and our diner rarely has any contractors visit, these 30 have been sitting in stock for several years, the waiter explained. Fine, I'll take them all. Mu Ruffing immediately produced 300,000 soul coins and tossed them onto the counter. 30 stacks of bills piled on the counter. That sight was so startling it made the waiter's popped-out eyeballs grow back, only to leap right out of their sockets again. Sir, please have a seat first. I'll bring the fruits to you immediately. The server now treated Mu Ruffing with utmost reverence, regarding him as if he were God himself. With a sweep of his arm, the server brushed all the banknotes behind the counter, then turned and hurried straight toward the back warehouse. Seeing this, Mu Ruffing simply took a seat at the farthest end of the counter. Contractor, how do you have so much money? A pig-headed supernatural creature's eyes flickered with an eerie glow, as if plotting something. 300,000, just like that? My monthly salary is 30,000, and I don't even have savings this substantial. This is truly hard for a supernatural being to believe. Another supernatural creature chimed in. Hey, contractor, where did you get these soul coins from? Have you got some money-making scheme up your sleeve? The 300,000 soul coins rapidly transformed Mu Ruffing's image among the ghosts. However, this transformation was taking a turn for the worse. Their malice grew even deeper. Mu Rufu had money, but his personal strength was lacking. He was merely a rookie contractor. It was just like a child guarding a warehouse full of gold and treasures in the middle of a war-torn era. Anyone could come and take a handful. Bound by the train's rules, they couldn't make a move otherwise. They would have already torn Mu Rufu apart to snatch those soul coins. Mu Ruffing heard their words but ignored them, leisurely crossing his legs as he quietly waited for the waiter to arrive. Hey, kid, I'm talking to you. Are you fucking looking for death? The group of supernatural beings, seeing that Mu Rufu ignored them, bristled with anger and roared indignantly. Look at yourselves, fighting over scraps like dogs. Bark a few times, and I'll throw you 10,000 bucks. Mu Rufu didn't bother hiding his disdain. Hearing this, the agitated spirits immediately erupted in fury. Damn, with a deafening crash, the pig-headed specter slammed its palm down, splitting off a corner of the dining table. Then he stood up directly and strode straight towards Mu Ruffing. By the looks of it, was he planning to take action against Mu Ruffing? At that very moment, a streak of black light shot over from the direction of the glass door, then coalesced in Mu Ruffing's hand, transforming into a beautiful mouth. The singing mouth, after finishing its song, could automatically return to its owner's hand, extremely convenient, without any worry of someone snatching it away. The song Good Luck Comes lasts about 3 minutes and a bit, roughly 3 minutes excluding the intro. Now that the singing mouth has returned, it proves that the suited-up menace is probably on its way. In just that short time, the pig-head wretch was already standing right in front of Mu Rufu. So stinking, you're a pig-head wretch, not an actual pig. Why do you stink so bad? Mu Rufu pinched his nose, his face twisted in disgust. You've got some nerve. Do you think I won't dare touch you? The pig-headed monster opened its bloody maw, its face twisted in menace. Exactly. You won't dare. Mu Ruhan nodded calmly. Right at that moment, the glass door of the carriage slid open, and the suited specter entered with a face dark as thunder. Kid, you're dead meat. The suit-clad ghost practically spat the words through clenched teeth. What is his status? Who exactly is he? To have danced and sung such an embarrassingly upbeat Good Luck Comes. To be fooled like this by this brat was nothing short of utter humiliation. No matter what, today he absolutely had to kill this bastard. The train conductor arrived, he'd kill him too. At most, it'd cost another few tens of thousands, with some additional concessions on the ingredient supplies. Stop it, all of you. The attendant was holding a suitcase, running swiftly toward them while shouting loudly. What are you doing? Have you forgotten the train's rules? Do you want to become fertilizer for this train? The attendant stopped in front of Mu Rufong, glaring coldly at Suit Ghost and Pighead Ghost. What kind of thing are you to speak to me like that? Suit Ghost darkened as he looked at the attendant. What? Do you miss the feeling of singing? Mu Ruffing slowly stood up, idly playing with the mouth that loved to sing. The suit ghoul's gaze sharpened, and against his will, he took a step back. At least in car number 2, everyone's asleep. But here, ha. Mu Rufong chuckled dryly. You, humph. The suited specter flew into a rage, but wary of the rules-bound artifact in Mu Ruhang's hands, it ultimately let out a cold snort and retreated directly to carriage number 2. Kid, you've got quite the attitude. The pig-headed ghost leaned down, its massive snout now inches from Mu Rua's face. Get away, you stink. Mu Ruhu snapped. Kid, I've remembered your scent. I hope you live a long time, just make sure I never run into you again. The pig-headed ghost sniffed the air, then straightened up with a vicious grin. This guy still didn't dare make a move. Mu Ruhu didn't respond, glaring coldly at the pig-headed ghost before pulling out 100,000 spirit coins. I really can't stand this guy. Whoever can take him out after he gets off, these 100 grand are yours. Mu Rua tossed the 100,000 yuan directly onto the dining table. Chapter 55. Let me ask, is there a top-up limit? The 100,000 yuan hit the table with a dull thud. At this moment, an eerie silence fell over the dining car. Even the frail, constantly eating anomaly raised his head to look at the 100,000 yuan on the table. 100,000 yuan, that was truly a fortune. Though each of them had considerable assets, this was still 100,000 yuan we're talking about. No more talking, 100 grand is more than enough for them to take out this pig-headed ghost. A group of strange creatures stirred restlessly. The pig-headed ghost beside them stared at the stack of cash, eyes gleaming with greed. Ha ha ha! The pig-headed ghost let out an eerie chuckle. 100 grand, quite a generous offer. Aren't you practically giving it away? They'll take your money, get off the bus, and just walk away. What are the odds of that happening, you think? The pig-headed spirit remarked. Hearing this, the group of bizarre beings felt somewhat displeased. That's exactly what they had planned, take the money and not do the job, since this contractor couldn't possibly track them down to the supernatural world anyway. Even if he did come looking, all the better, they could just kill him and feast on his flesh. Who knows, they might even stumble upon a windfall. Oh, right. I hadn't even noticed until you mentioned it. Here's the deal. I'll give each of you a 20,000 advance. Whoever takes this guy out gets an extra 200,000 just for themselves. Mu Ruffing spoke while taking out another 240,000 and tossing it onto the dining table. Gulp! The group of specters swallowed hard, their eyes glued to the 340,000 in cash, unable to look away. Why you? Are you serious? A mummy-like specter suddenly shot up from its seat. Mu Ruffing glanced at it, grabbed 20,000, and flung it directly at the mummy. This is the deposit. Tell me if it's real or not. Even if you don't take this guy down, you don't have to return the 20 grand. Mu Feng said coolly. Alright, this job, I'll take it. The withered corpse pocketed the 20,000 cash and agreed without hesitation. I'll take it too. Hee hee, how could I miss out on such a good thing? That pig-headed bastard is done for. I'm telling you, not even Jesus can save him. A host of eerie beings responded in unison, indicating they'd accepted the contract. Mu Rua naturally handed over 20,000 to each of those creatures one by one. However, there was still one unnatural being who hadn't moved. It was that eerie creature that never stopped eating and eating. Morafeng didn't mind and still tossed the 20,000 onto the creepy dining table. The latter looked up, shooting Morafeng a glance, and said, I'll take the money, but I won't accept the job. With that, he actually grabbed the bills and swallowed them whole in one gulp. Burp! After eating so much food, plus that bizarre 20,000 yuan transaction, I let out a long, satisfied belch. It doesn't matter. Like I said, even if no action is taken, these 20,000 won't need to be refunded, Mu Feng said with a faint smile. At this moment, Hoghead Ghost's face was terrifyingly grim. He glanced around with an arrogant look in his eyes and said, What, planning to take me on? You might want to weigh your own capabilities first. Want this money? Come and get it from me. My destination is the pig farm. Kid, you'd better pray you don't run into me outside. The pig-headed specter threw Mu Ruhang one last vicious glare before turning to leave the dining car. What number carriage did that pig-headed guy come from again? Not sure. I'm from carriage 3, never saw that guy before. I'm in carriage 5, and I saw this guy coming from the direction of carriage 6. He's definitely in carriages 6 through 10. The eerie creatures whispered among themselves, discussing which carriage the pig-headed specter was in. Even these supernatural entities were preparing to join forces. Excluding the one that was preoccupied with eating, and removing the target pig-headed specter, there were only 6 supernatural passengers left here. These eerie beings are quite formidable, but compared to that pig-headed specter, they seem somewhat lacking in presence. Thus, these creatures have joined forces, preparing to strike together. Rather than fighting among the 6 of them and possibly being counterattacked by the pig-headed specter, it's better to unite and eliminate it first, then split the remaining 200,000. After all, combined with the initial 20,000, each of them would get at least 50,000. Sir, may I ask how you plan to pay the remaining 200,000? The mummy turned to Mu Feng and inquired. This seems like another troublesome matter. Mu Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. According to what that pig-headed specter mentioned earlier, it would only get off at a pig farm. Mu Rohu had already learned that the next stop was Kunshin Chicken Farm, followed by Horror Hospital. This meant the pig-headed specter wouldn't disembark until at least 3 stations later. After getting off the car, Muruhong still couldn't meet these eerie beings, so naturally, he couldn't pay the remaining 200,000. And Muruhong absolutely would not pay these guys first because it was obvious, once they got the money, these eerie beings would surely ignore him entirely. In such a situation, how could he possibly hunt down the pig-headed eerie being? By the way, since I've spent 300,000, does that count as being a VIP customer of your train? Muruhong suddenly turned to the attendant and asked. Ah, counted, sir. You are already our most esteemed platinum user. This is your platinum membership card, granting you a 20% discount on all purchases made aboard the train. The waiter took out a sandalwood box from his pocket and handed it to Muruhong. The platinum membership card was supposed to be presented to you personally by the train conductor, but the conductor is currently occupied with an important matter and cannot come. After the matter is settled, the train conductor will personally meet with you, the attendant said. Really? Muruhu immediately took hold of the sandalwood box. Upon opening it, he saw a platinum-colored card lying quietly inside. Bloodline Train Platinum Membership Card. The prestigious Platinum Membership Card of the Bloodline Train can only be obtained by spending over 100,000 soul coins in a single transaction on board. It is a symbol of status. Effect, with this card, all on-board purchases enjoy a 20% discount. It also allows you to alter the train's destination at any time, redirecting it to your desired location. You may also spend soul coins to summon the bloody train for door-to-door pickup service. Note, door-to-door service is unavailable in the real world and only functions within the paranormal realm. It must be said, this platinum membership card is incredibly convenient. Not only does it offer a 20% discount, but it also lets you change the train's destination to wherever you wish to go. You can also spend a certain amount of soul coins to have the bloody train pick you up directly, though unfortunately this service isn't available in the real world. By the way, can money be deposited into this card? Muruhong suddenly asked. Well, yes, it can, the attendant replied. Let me ask, is there a top-up limit? Muruhong inquired again. Yes. The Platinum Membership Card has an upper limit of 1 million yuan. Exceeding 1 million automatically upgrades you to our train's most prestigious Black Gold membership tier. The attendant no longer had any doubts about Muruhu's financial capability. Could there really be a Black Gold card? Is there a membership tier even higher than that? Muruha asked with astonishment. Sorry, sir. The Black Gold card members are already the highest-ranking Super SSVIP guests we have, the attendant replied. Chapter 56, 1 roasted suckling pig per person, swipe your card. Monthly tickets plea. Read on. What's the top-up limit for the Black Gold card? Muruhong asked again. I'm not sure about that, because our bloody train has never had a Black Gold card member before, the attendant said with a slight tremor in her voice. Forget it. I'll ask the conductor later. Just top me up with 1 million for now. Muruha connected with the Heaven and Earth Bank Black Gold card and directly withdrew another 1 million soul coins. 1 million soul coins, piled together, nearly filled the entire dining table. Thick ghostly energy emanated from these spirit coins, delivering an overwhelming shock to those eerie beings. Even that mysterious being who only knew how to eat couldn't help but swallow hard. They earned decent money, but it was all just their monthly wages, with only the occasional small windfall. Yet they were practically living paycheck to paycheck. The stronger they became, the more ghost coins they consumed. 1 million coins dumped before them, they couldn't possibly remain indifferent. Sir, are you absolutely certain you wish to deposit 1 million? Once the transaction is processed, even in case of a refund, we can only return 10%, the attendant gulped before speaking. Only 10% refundable? Muruhong frowned slightly. Yes, sir, the attendant hastily replied. In that case, make it 2 million for my deposit. Muruhong spoke while taking out another 1 million soul coins, continuing to pile them on the dining table. So, much money. Yeah, am I dreaming? How does this person have so much money? The group of eerie beings no longer dared to act recklessly towards Muruhong, their attitudes instantly becoming extremely courteous. Sir, are you absolutely certain you wish to recharge 2 million? The attendant was trembling all over at this moment. 2 million, though this money wasn't his, he stood to earn a commission from it. Whenever a customer recharged their membership card, he received a 1% commission. In other words, he would pocket 20,000 yuan as his cut. I've already taken out the money, you think I'm joking? 2 million, with a 10% refund, that's 200,000. You've got that pig-headed ghost's head. Now go back to the bloody train one more time. Find him and refund 200,000 from my VIP card, Muruhong said coldly. The group of eerie figures immediately nodded in agreement. This way of paying, you've got to admit, actually works. Just one thing though, could the bloody train operate like this? Their gazes all turned toward the attendant. This, sir, is technically not allowed, as only the person themselves can come to request a refund. However, I believe the train conductor would never refuse such a request, the attendant said. Alright, hurry up and top it up for me, Muru Feng said. Sir, you simply need to place your platinum membership card on the banknotes, then silently recite recharge in your mind, the attendant said. Oh, is it really that convenient? Muruhu immediately pressed his membership card against the cash. With a silent incantation, a strange power surged from the card, enveloping the banknotes. In just a few seconds, all the banknotes vanished without a trace, while the balance on his platinum membership card now displayed 2,200,000. Sir, the train conductor has been informed. He's currently unavailable but says your meal will be complimentary today. After you finish dining, he'll personally meet you to upgrade you to a black gold card membership, the attendant said. Fine then. Mu Ruffing nodded, then turned his gaze toward the group of eerie figures. Remember this, bring the pig-headed specter's head here. Make sure it's specifically the pig head, Mu Ruffing instructed. No problem, sir. We'll definitely help you take that pig down. Right. The group of eerie beings promptly complied. That's more like it. Alright, bring me some food. Let's have bear paws, braised pufferfish, shark fin rice, and grilled elephant trunk. Oh, and a bottle of mineral water too. Right away, sir. Please wait a moment. I'll instruct the kitchen immediately. The waiter responded and turned to head toward the kitchen. Wait, serve each of them one of these as well. No need to skip it. I'll pay. Muru Feng pointed to a dish on the menu. The waiter turned at the sound and was slightly startled for a moment before replying, Yes, sir. I'll go right now. Roast suckling pig, made from piglets meticulously raised in our farms, fed daily with soulgrass for exquisite tenderness. Consumption enhances ghostly power. Price, 8,888. 7 people, that's over 60,000 in expenses. Utterly devoid of humanity, this level of extravagance is outrageous. You're most generous, sir. My heartfelt thanks in advance. Many thanks, sir. I've been craving roast suckling pig for ages, but could never bring myself to spend so much. Sir, here's my number. Should you ever visit my hometown, please contact me. I'll ensure you receive the finest hospitality. That goes for me too. Here's my number as well. In an instant, those 6 bizarre figures handed their business cards to Mu Ruffing in a flurry of reaching hands. Mu Ruffing took them all with a broad smile. These might come in handy someday. Soon, the food Mu Ruffing had ordered arrived. The entire train car was filled with the rich aroma of meat, making Muru Feng involuntarily swallow his saliva. He had originally entered this place in his sleep, and 5 or 6 hours had already passed since dinner that evening. Mu Ruffing immediately grabbed the bear's paw and began devouring it in large, voracious bites. Delicious, absolutely delicious. No wonder it's considered a national treasure after all. By the way, where do you get these ingredients from? Muru Feng asked the server curiously. All these ingredients are supplied by Happy Zoo. Their produce is fresh and reasonably priced, though customers don't order them as often, the server said. Happy Zoo. Muru Feng chuckled. The name certainly sounded cheerful. By the way, grab some bread and bottled water for the contractors in the cars, just charge it to the card. Also, tell the flight attendants to behave themselves, Muru Feng said. There are now 21 surviving players left on the train. Most of these surviving new players have eaten the free food provided on the train. Not exactly full, but certainly far from starving. Giving them some food and water would help put their minds at ease. Rest assured, sir, as the chief attendant, they wouldn't dare disobey me, the attendant said seriously. Go ahead. Muru Feng waved his hand dismissively. Immediately, the attendant turned and headed towards the bar counter. Since the waiter had gone to assist Mu Ruffing, the roasted suckling pigs had to be brought out by the chefs from the kitchen themselves. Only when the chef saw Mu Ruffing did he finally believe the waiter's words. A contract holder actually possessed so many soul coins. Honorable sir, how do you do? Are the dishes to your satisfaction? The chef approached Mu Ruffing respectfully after serving the dishes and spoke these words. Excellent, your cooking is truly superb. Here's your reward. Mu Ruffing praised and casually tossed 10,000 soul coins onto the corner of the table. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Your satisfaction is all that matters. The obese chef swiftly grabbed the tip, his plump face breaking into an ingratiating smile. After dismissing the chef, Mu Ruffing continued indulging in the delicacies before him. When Mu Ruffing had eaten and drunk to his heart's content, about 2/3 of the dishes remained untouched. It wasn't that Mu Ruffing had a small appetite, but the portions were simply enormous. Chapter 57, a second-tier Crimson Ghost wants to form a contract with me? Early month, seeking guaranteed monthly votes. Looking at the unfinished food, Mu Ruffing felt it was a pity, since takeout wasn't an option here. Setting those thoughts aside for now, Mu Ruffing turned his gaze toward the suitcase placed to one side. When Mu Ruffing opened the case, he saw 3 types of fruits neatly arranged in layers. The first was the soul fruit, dark and ominous, with wisps of black vapor rising from its surface. Then came the crimson fleshed meat fruit, which truly looked like a piece of raw meat. As for the final strength fruit, it was completely scarlet and exuded an enticing fruity fragrance. Soul fruit, consumption increases 1 point of spirit, up to a maximum of 5 points. Meat fruit, consumption increases 1 point of constitution, up to a maximum of 5 points. Strength fruit consumed to increase 1 point of strength, up to a maximum of 5 points. Seeing no issues with the attributes, Muru Fong stopped hesitating. He grabbed a strength fruit and popped it straight into his mouth. The fruit wasn't large, barely the size of a ping pong ball. The moment it entered his mouth, it dissolved without chewing, transforming into pure energy that coursed through his entire body. Consumed power fruit, plus 1 strength attribute. Ah, so refreshing. Feeling the energy coursing through his body was truly an unparalleled sensation. Without hesitation, Mu-Ruhu grabbed the fruits and began stuffing them into his mouth one after another. Consumed power fruit, plus 1 strength attribute. Consume meat fruit to increase constitution by 1 point. Consuming soul fruit increases mental attributes by 1 point. Before long, Mu-Ruffing had devoured all 15 fruits. He felt noticeably sharper, his mind clearer, and even his physical strength seemed to have grown. His physique had also become slightly more robust than before. Mu Ruhua opened his personal attribute panel. Name Mu Ruffeng. Age, 24. Level, LV1. Strength, 209, 19 plus 190. Spirit, 176, 16 plus 160. Constitution, 209, 19 plus 190. Contract slot, none. Skill life or death struggle. Items, fragrant bandages, grudge-filled kitchen knife, dorm matron, secret candles, X2 matches, singing mouth, heaven and earth, bank, black card, flame, vehicle card, bloody train, platinum membership card. Soul coins, 9999872899962. Tisk, spent over 10 million, yet there's still so much left. What a pity, only usable in this dungeon. Mu Ru aside, he did think about lending some to the supernatural beings, but let's be real, if you lend to those things, do you actually expect them to pay you back? Yeah, right. Even if he lent some to that level 6 supernatural being Zhang Xiaojie, Mu Ruhuang wouldn't hold his breath waiting for repayment. As for trading with newbie players or his own teammates, pointless, completely pointless. A trillion, just imagine how much time he'd have to spend doling it out bit by bit, then waiting for his teammates to collect it all. Most importantly, he also didn't want to reveal that he had so much money. Even if some players saw him leaving a tip, he had every means to explain it away or justify it. Of course, Muru Fong wouldn't forget that even if the cheat was uninstalled, traces of it would remain. The cheat for the first instance was the zombie template, and the lingering effect was an all-around stat boost. For the second instance, the cheat was a trillion soul coins, so it was highly likely that the leftover cheat influence would take the form of soul coins. Even if we disregard the remaining 10%, just 1% would still amount to 10 billion soul coins, enough for Muruhu to soar. Even if it's just 1 in 10,000, that still makes 100 million. Therefore, Muru Fong remained completely unfazed. Can't you finish it? Suddenly, a voice sounded out. But there was a strange figure standing in front of the dining table. Muruhu looked up and realized this eerie presence was the same gaunt, constantly eating creature from before. Before Muruhu could speak, the skeletal entity continued, "If you can't finish, I'll help you eat it." Without waiting for a response, the emaciated creature directly sat across from Muruhu and began grabbing food to devour. Aren't you being a little too familiar? Muruhu looked astonished at this frail and eerie figure. The frail apparition didn't speak, and in just over a minute, it had devoured every last bit of food on the dining table. Not even a single bone remained. Thanks for the hospitality. The frail specter wiped its mouth and expressed its gratitude. You're welcome. Muruhu waved his hand dismissively. You must be a level 1 contractor, haven't made a contract with an eerie entity yet, right? The emaciated anomaly suddenly spoke. Yeah, right. So, what, you want to make a contract with me? Muru Fong wasn't the least bit surprised. Clearly, this guy saw he had money and came to make a deal. No, your level is too low to contract with me. But you can contract with my daughter, the thin and eerie creature spoke. Your daughter? Where is she? Muruhan was momentarily stunned, somewhat confused. The thin eerie creature didn't speak but instead reached out and pulled open its own belly. Wait, no, not the belly exactly, but rather peeled back the skin layer covering its abdomen, just like the pouch on a kangaroo's belly. Soon, the gaunt and eerie figure pulled a bizarre infant from the leather bag. The eerie infant had its eyes closed, with one finger constantly suckling in its mouth. The ghostly infant was entirely cyan-colored, chubby and rather adorable. My daughter just finished eating and got sleepy. She's napping now. Though she's just a wraithling, she's already reached stage 2. Her potential is strong too. She'll grow extremely fast if we just feed her enough meat. The emaciated specter spoke up. A stage 2 Scarlet Oni? Mu Ruffing sized up the small infant carefully. If indeed what the gaunt specter said was true, then this child truly had great potential. Why did you choose me? And if I recall correctly, most specters dislike humans, they especially despise forming contracts with them, Mu Ruffing inquired. Most specters relish raw flesh, having a particular fondness for fresh, living newcomers among the players. Additionally, once bound by a contract with a contractor, the specter loses significant freedom, being compelled to remain constantly by the contractor's side. Secondly, there's the inability to freely devour living people anymore. My daughter eats too much. I can barely afford to feed her anymore. You, however, have substantial resources and could provide her with enough food. Would you be willing? The gaunt and eerie figure said. What abilities does she possess? Mu Ruhong inquired. I only know she possesses one ability that will surely be of help to you. As for her other abilities, you'll need to communicate and explore them with her yourself, the gaunt creature said. What ability? She's immune to psychic attacks, even those from a level 3 supernatural entity, the frail specter said. Immune to mental attacks? This ability is quite impressive. Moreover, according to what this frail and eerie fellow said, his daughter has other abilities as well. Does she grow rapidly just by being fed? Mu Ruhong's gaze sharpened slightly as he inquired. Yes, as long as she has enough food, she can grow swiftly. Her appetite is enormous. The frail eerie nodded in agreement. Chapter 58, The First Contract Apparition, Monthly Votes for the New Month. All my savings were devoured by her. With no food left, she started draining my energy, even causing me to lose a level. I simply can't endure her consumption any longer, but you with your wealth could surely sustain her. And in return, she could grant you immense power, the emaciated apparition pleaded. You've really got it all figured out, Mu Rufeng said with a faint smile. It was already obvious, this frail, eerie being wanted nothing more than to rid himself of his daughter, that burdensome weight. After all, she'd not only drained his savings completely, but even caused his own power level to drop due to her incessant draining. The gaunt and eerie figure grew somewhat anxious upon seeing Mu Rufeng continuing to speak. He loved his daughter dearly, otherwise, he would have abandoned her long ago. Now, he simply couldn't endure it any longer, yet still couldn't bear to give up his daughter. And then, he encountered Mu Rufeng. He felt reassured letting his daughter be contracted by a wealthy and powerful contractor, as her meals would be guaranteed. It was practically killing two birds with one stone. I have something here. If you agree to contract my daughter, I'll give it to you. The gaunt, eerie figure slowly took out a plastic water bottle from his pocket. What is this? Mu Rufeng stared at the blood-red vial, inexplicably sensing a thick aura of resentment emanating from it. Just as the frail apparition was about to explain, the bandages wrapping Mu Rufeng suddenly extended outward, swiftly coiling around and snatching the vial. The frail apparition made no attempt to stop this, allowing the bandages their willful act. Heh, you're quite eager, aren't you? Mu Rufeng chuckled lightly before reaching out to grasp the vial. Soon, the bottle was in Mu Rufeng's hand. Yet the bandage didn't retreat. Instead, it coiled around Mu Rufeng's palm, rubbing gently against it. Do you want this? Mu Rufeng felt even more bewildered now. However, when Mu Rufeng examined the properties of the object in his hand, he couldn't help but feel astonished. Blood filled with curses tainted with intense resentment. This blood carries powerful curses and appears to have been extracted from a high-level supernatural entity. Effect: can enhance certain special items, granting them unique abilities. Enhance special items? So, you're giving this to me? Mu Ruo looked at the frail supernatural being. Yes, originally I was planning to sell it at the Netherworld Trade City during this trip, the frail entity replied. Can I use this bandage of mine? Mu Rufeng asked again. Your bandage is quite a decent prop, already possessing a faint consciousness. It's indeed suitable for enhancement, the frail specter said. Alright, I agree then. Mu Rufeng nodded in acceptance. Then I entrust my daughter to you. The frail specter felt a surge of joy and promptly handed the spectral infant directly to Mu Rufeng. Mu Ruhu grabbed it, then connected his contract slot, ready to form a contract with her. The ghostly baby slept like the dead, showing no reaction at all even when held in Mu Rufeng's arms. My daughter ate too much, so I forcibly put her into a deep sleep. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to handle her either. However, as long as you form a contract with her and provide enough food, you'll be able to freely use her abilities, the frail and eerie figure said. Mu Rufeng nodded. Just then, a piece of parchment glowing with a bloody light materialized out of thin air, appearing in Mu Rufeng's palm. This parchment was the manifestation of the contract Troph's power. Signing a contract with the supernatural to become a contractor, the terms or conditions of the agreement must be negotiated by both parties, and once signed, they cannot be violated. Mu Rufeng had no idea how to draft the contract's contents, so he discussed it with the emaciated supernatural being before settling on the terms. The gist of it was that Mu Rufeng would provide food for the contracted supernatural entity, and in return, the latter would lend its power to the contractor without any excuses or refusal. The terms of the contract were relatively lenient, but Mu Rufeng didn't mind. After all, he was confident he could definitely provide enough food for the eerie infant. Mu Ruo's contract was actually quite favorable to him, unlike most other contractors whose agreements had rigid terms that placed them at a disadvantage. Otherwise, how could the supernatural ever enter into a contract with humans? Of course, there's also the possibility of contracts where humans have complete control over the supernatural. Once the contract terms were finalized, Mu Rufeng dripped a drop of blood onto it and pressed his thumbprint upon the document. As for the ghostly infant, the gaunt specter lifted its tiny hand, pressed down a fingerprint, and let a single drop of blood fall. The contract was complete. The parchment transformed into a streak of crimson light, vanishing into Muru Feng's mind. Immediately, Muru felt a faint and elusive thread of thought. Sleepy, wanna sleep, hungry, so hungry, just wanna sleep. No need to guess, it was definitely the eerie infant before him. Soon, a miraculous scene unfolded. The ghostly infant transformed into a mass of spectral energy that surged into Muru Hong's body, appearing within the contract slot where it immediately began snoring soundly. From this day forward, this contract slot would serve as the eerie infant's little nest. The moment the contract was completed, a surge of pure energy welled up within Mu Ruffing. As soon as this energy appeared, it began spreading throughout his entire body. An indescribable sense of euphoria rose in his heart. He could feel this energy strengthening his physical form. After a long while, Muru Feng's body gradually calmed down. At once, Moruhu raised his right hand, upon which a mass of black energy had coalesced. So this is ghost energy? Truly extraordinary. With that, Moruhu had also mastered ghost energy. Phew! The Gaunt Spectre, seeing the contract completed, finally let out a sigh of relief. The strength of the ghostly aura depends on the power of the supernatural entity within you. Humans and contracted supernatural entities complement each other. The stronger your contracted supernatural entity, the stronger your abilities become. You can progress together, the frail supernatural entity said. Machem, by the way, how do I use this tool? Murua retracted his ghostly aura and asked. Just open the bottle cap and let the bandages absorb it, the frail supernatural entity replied. Yeah. Murua gave a nod and promptly twisted open the bottle cap. Seeing the cap removed, the bandage immediately reached inside, burying one end into the pool of blood. The moment the bandage made contact with the blood, the liquid began visibly draining from the bottle at a rapid pace. The bandage was visibly turning crimson at a speed discernible to the naked eye. He could even feel the originally warm bandage growing eerily cold. The soft, sticky, ice-cold sensation made Muruhong decidedly uncomfortable. At this moment, he desperately wanted the bandages to release him. Muruhu witnessed this scene and initially wanted to loosen the bandages, but then he remembered he was only wearing a pair of underwear. If they came undone now, it would be utterly humiliating. Helpless, Muruhu could only watch as the bandages on his body rapidly turned red. This state didn't last for very long. All the bandages on his body were stained red with blood. The bandages had long since retracted from the bottle, lying dormant as if asleep, curled motionless around Muruhu's frame. Chapter 59, The Train Conductor with Dual Ape Attributes, Vote with Moon Tickets. Bloodstained bandages, originally fragrant bandages that turned blood red after being soaked in blood filled with resentment and curses. Effect, possesses extraordinary resilience and extensibility, impervious to sharp blades and high-temperature flames, immune to low-level curses, with a maximum extension length of 30 meters. When used to wrap wounds, it can accelerate the healing process. Muruhu's heart swelled with joy. The bandage had become so much more powerful after enhancement. Not only its resilience but also its heat resistance and defensive capabilities had improved. Its maximum extension length reached 30 meters, and it even gained an additional special attribute, immunity to low-level curses. Absolutely a fine piece of work. A smile spread across Murufeng's face. Please take good care of my daughter. I'll head back to the train carriage now. The next stop is the chicken farm. I'll buy a few chickens to nourish myself when I get home. The thin, eerie figure spoke, then stood up and walked away toward the front. Mu Ruffing watched the frail, eerie figure depart, then turned his gaze toward the remaining 15 fruits. He had already eaten 5 of each type, reaching his limit. These 15 fruits, he planned to sell in the real world to earn some extra spending money. The inventory space was too limited, no room left. After a moment of thought, Mu Ruhong simply wrapped the fruits with bandages and strapped them to his back. With so many items stuffed behind him, his back looked visibly bulging, making it obvious he was carrying something. Make me a cape, Mu Ruffing said. The bandages obediently sprouted numerous strands from both shoulders in an instant, then gathered together to form a blood-red cape. Now, with crimson bandages and this additional cape, the whole sight looked utterly bizarre no matter how you viewed it. It was even slightly horrifying to behold. However, Mu Ruffing didn't care about these things. Life was what mattered most. Respected sir, hello. Our train conductor has finished handling his affairs and is now waiting for you in his office. The attendant approached and said with utmost respect, lead the way. Mu Ruffing nodded and stood up. Soon, guided by the attendant, they crossed car number 1 and arrived at another train car. Indeed, it wasn't the locomotive yet, there was still one more car ahead. Only, this particular car had been partitioned into 2 sections. Muruhong now stood before the door of what was clearly the train conductor's office. Knock knock knock. Trainmaster, the guest has been brought, the attendant said as he knocked on the door. Footsteps sounded from inside the room. With a loud creak, the door was abruptly pulled open. A tall man shrouded in black mist appeared before Muru-1. It was the train conductor. The moment the conductor appeared, an overwhelming sense of oppression instantly descended. Even within the first-class carriage, where the eerie beings were feasting on 8888 soulcoin roasted suckling pigs, they could feel this terrifying surge of ghastly energy. In an instant, they all simultaneously slowed their eating pace. The train conductor rarely appeared, but every time he did, he could bring them immense pressure. My apologies. You must be the honored guest Xiao Fei mentioned. Sorry to keep you waiting, please, come inside. The train conductor seemed to notice Mu Rua's discomfort and immediately restrained his own aura. Xiao Fei, go pour a glass of water, the train conductor said to the attendant. Yes, conductor, the attendant replied respectfully before withdrawing. Sir, please come in. My office might be a bit messy, so I hope you don't mind. The train conductor led Mu Ruhu into the office. Upon hearing this, Mu Ruhu instinctively surveyed the office surroundings. He had expected to find some terrifying dismembered bodies inside, or perhaps human heads floating in formaldehyde. At the very least, there would be some hideous, terrifying monsters. But unexpectedly, the office was remarkably tidy, with nothing out of the ordinary in sight. The only thing that caught Mu Rua's attention was a bookshelf. The bookshelf has 3 layers, housing novels, comic books, and some familiar-looking figurines. And surprisingly, beside the bookshelf, there was even a pure black Lolita dress obviously sized for a child. Don't laugh, I've loved these things since childhood. That dress belongs to my daughter, the conductor said, noticing Mu Rufing's gaze and explaining with a chuckle. So the conductor's an otaku too. I bet your daughter must be adorable, huh? Instantly, Mu Rufing no longer felt the conductor was frightening at all. Yes, my daughter is adorable, it's just a shame I'll never see her again. The train conductor sighed. My apologies, Mr. Mu, please have a seat. The conductor sat down in his chair and gestured for Mu Rufing to sit opposite him. Mu Rufing nodded without pressing further and naturally took the seat across from the conductor. Mr. Mu, hello, I'm Wang Tingzhang, the conductor of this train. I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting earlier due to prior matters, the conductor said. Captain, you're too kind. Mu Rufing waved his hand, indicating he didn't mind. Mr. Mu, your onboard purchases today have already exceeded the requirements for our top-tier black gold card. You can present your platinum card, and I'll upgrade it for you. The train captain got straight to the point. Without another word, Mu Rufing directly produced his platinum card. The conductor reached out and took the platinum card in his hand. Immediately, thick waves of ghostly energy surged forth, converging toward the platinum card. In no time, the platinum card actually turned black, with specks of golden light shimmering within, strikingly beautiful. Mr. Mu, the upgrade is complete. Here is your black gold card. The conductor placed the black gold card before Mu Rua. Mu Rua immediately reached out and took it. Bloody Train Obsidian Membership Card. The most prestigious Obsidian Membership Card of the Bloody Train requires a single expenditure of 1 million soul coins on board and a minimum recharge balance surpassing 1 million to obtain. It is the ultimate status symbol. Benefits: cardholders enjoy free rides on the train, all onboard purchases at a 40% discount, and the privilege to alter the train's destination at will to reach any desired location. Additionally, one may spend soul coins to summon the Bloody Train for personal gateways, including pickups in the real world. Note, real-world pickups are limited to once per month. Special effect, to a certain extent, can command flight attendants. Current balance: 2,200,000 yuan. After reading the attributes, Mu Ruwa couldn't help but marvel at how extensive the privileges of this black gold membership card were. It even granted the ability to command those eerie flight attendants. Mr. Mu, you are now the most esteemed black gold card holder aboard our Bloody Train. All members of our train, myself included, will serve you unconditionally. Even some unreasonable requests can be fulfilled for you, the train conductor said respectfully. Chapter 60, then let's top up 100 million soul coins. Please vote with monthly tickets. Rude requests? Any kind of rude requests? Mu Rufing raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, well, naturally, yes. Even if you take a fancy to the flight attendant, she can fulfill any of your demands. The conductor nodded earnestly. On second thought, I'll pass on that kind of request. By the way, does this black gold card have a top-up limit? Mu Rufing inquired. Spending limit? Well, yes, there is one. The maximum you can deposit is 100 million yuan. Anymore, and the Bloody Train won't be able to withstand it, the train conductor replied. Bang, bang, bang. Outside, knocking sounds came from the door. Chief conductor, here's your water. The voice of steward Xiao Fei sounded outside the door. Come in. The door opened, and a waiter entered carrying a glass of water. Sir, your water. The waiter respectfully placed the glass in front of Mu Rua. All right, you may leave now. Mr. Mu and I have matters to discuss, the train conductor said, waving Xiao Fei away. The latter immediately understood and turned to leave. Mr. Mu, my apologies. The only thing we contract-bound passengers can drink on this train is water, the conductor said apologetically. Their Bloody Train primarily served local supernatural beings when it came to business. As for contracted players, far from making money, they practically had to subsidize them. Unless these contract-bound individuals were being used as ingredients, then they could turn a modest profit. It's fine, I just really enjoy drinking water. Murufong smiled, picked up the cup and drained it in one gulp. Chief Conductor, in that case, I'll top up 100 million soul coins. After setting down the cup, Murufong waved his hand grandly as he declared. Crack! The insect teacup held by the chief conductor was instantly crushed in his grip. How much? The train conductor wondered if his ears were playing tricks on him. I said, I want to top up 100 million soul coins. If your limit wasn't capped at 100 million, I would have deposited even more. Neuro spoke with a hint of regret. 100 million? Mr. Mu, are you truly depositing 100 million soul coins? The train conductor's entire body trembled. 100 million, this was absolutely an astronomical figure. Not to mention 100 million, he had never even seen 10 million before. How do I top this up? If I withdraw 100 million, will there even be enough space here? Murufong glanced around the office and said, Gulp! The train conductor swallowed hard before slowly speaking. Mr. Mu, you must have a Bank of Heaven and Earth card, right? Yes, I do. Murufong nodded, and with a thought, the black gold card from the Bank of Heaven and Earth appeared in his hand. An overwhelming sense of oppression instantly descended. Even the 7th level ghost general conductor was somewhat affected. The black gold card? The conductor was stunned once again. As a conductor with millions in deposits and holder of a Heaven and Earth Bank gold card, he was quite familiar with the bank's hierarchy. The lowest tier of Heaven and Earth Bank card has no application requirements. As long as you're Erie, you can legally apply for an ordinary bank card. When your deposits reach 100,000 yuan, it automatically upgrades to a silver card. When your deposits reach 1 million yuan, it automatically upgrades to a gold card. When your deposits exceed 10 million, it automatically upgrades to a platinum card. When deposits exceed 1 billion, you can upgrade to a black gold card. Moreover, once your balance falls below the upgrade threshold, all cards will be downgraded. For example, if your deposit drops below 1 billion, the black gold card will be downgraded to a platinum card. Even 999,999,999 yuan will trigger the downgrade. At this moment, in the eyes of the train conductor, Murufong became even more mysterious, and the conductor's attitude grew increasingly respectful. Mr. Mu, are you really going to deposit 100 million yuan? The train conductor steadied his emotions with effort, asking again with trembling uncertainty. Yes, how do I make the deposit? Murufong replied nonchalantly. The conductor had barely regained his composure, but upon hearing Murufong's response, he completely lost control, his emotions surging uncontrollably. He even struggled to contain the ghostly aura emanating from himself. Fortunately, Murufong held the black gold card, which completely immunized him against the train conductor's oppressive aura. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. I apologize, I was impolite. The train conductor seemed to realize this as well, forcibly calming himself as he retracted his ghostly aura. Murufong waved his hand without responding. All you need to do is touch the two cards together, then communicate with the black gold card of the Bank of Heaven and Earth to transfer soul coins into the black gold card of the bloody train, the conductor explained. Murufong nodded, immediately focusing his consciousness to communicate with the black gold card. Soon, 100 million soul coins were transferred from the Heaven and Earth Bank's black gold card to the bloody train's black gold card. Before Murufong could even speak, the train conductor seemed to know the top-up was successful and immediately became excited. Mr. Mu, from now on, you'll be the most honored passenger on our train. All your expenses on board will be complimentary. Just communicate through our black gold card. No matter where you are or where you're going, we'll come at your beck and call. The train conductor said solemnly. Murufong nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the conductor's words. If that's the case, does he now possess the ability to travel to any place he desires? Thinking this, Murufong immediately spoke up. If I'm in the real world and want to go to the supernatural world, can you come pick me up too? Certainly, but our train also has restrictions. We can only go to the real world once a month, the train conductor said. By the way, conductor, I remember the bloody train used to operate every 3 months. Why did it suddenly change to once a month? Murufong curiously inquired. I don't know either, the conductor replied, shaking his head. Then, can you prevent new contractors from boarding the bloody train? Murufong asked. The train conductor shook his head again. I cannot control this. It's the bloody train's own regulation. Is that so? Then could you modify the rules to help new passengers with contracts survive? Murufong inquired again. I can only alter the rules I've established, not the bloody train's regulations, the conductor replied. I see. Murufong furrowed his brows slightly. At that very moment, the train conductor changed his tone and said, however, I can specially reserve one carriage as an exclusive compartment for contractors. Once those contractors board the train, I'll use my authority to gather them all in the designated carriage. I'll ask the attendants to give them extra attention. As long as no other passengers interfere, they should arrive safely at their destination and disembark without trouble. Good, then we appreciate your help, conductor. Mu Ruhua nodded. This way, just as the conductor said, the mortality rate among new players should plummet to rock bottom. Chapter 61, by the way, is the bloody train for sale? Monthly votes appreciated. After this instance, players entering the bloody train instance no longer need to worry about safety issues unless they deliberately seek death. To be honest, Muru Feng took quiet satisfaction in single-handedly resolving a dungeon with an extraordinarily high mortality rate. Of course, Muru Feng had no intention of sharing this achievement with anyone else. Just then, Muru Feng suddenly felt his strength plummet dramatically. At the same time, the feeling of restlessness in his heart gradually subsided. Mu Ruffing understood the duration of his rule skill, life or death, and bloodthirst attribute had expired. Conductor, may I ask how much longer until the next stop reaches our destination? Mu Ruffing inquired after a moment's thought. Probably about 2 more hours. The conductor glanced at the clock on the wall before answering. 2 hours, so that means both the rule skill and the bloodthirst attribute last about 1 hour, Murahang thought to himself. 1 hour, not exactly long, but not exactly short either. The most important thing is that his skill activation has no cooldown time at all. An hour is more than enough. Conductor, I wonder if you have any private compartments here? I'm feeling a bit sleepy and would like to rest for a while, Muru Feng spoke up. Yes, we have private compartments. If you need one, then we have compartments. Mr. Mu, please wait a moment while I immediately prepare a private compartment for you. After leaving these words, the train conductor hurriedly exited the office. In just 5 minutes, the conductor returned to the office. Mr. Mu, the compartment is ready for you now. Please follow me, the train conductor said respectfully. Mu Ruhua nodded, then stood up and followed the conductor out of the office. The private compartment was located right next to the conductor's office. Beyond that stood a large, somewhat rusty iron door. On the iron door hung a sign with the words driver's cabin written in bold characters. Returning to the compartment, its size was roughly the same as the conductor's office. It seems the train compartment was divided into 2 sections, one serving as the conductor's office and the other being this private cabin. Mu Ruhua looked around and found it quite decent. There was a bed, a table, chairs, and even a bathroom. Mr. Mu, please pardon its simplicity. This used to be my resting place, but now it'll serve as your exclusive cabin. No one else will be allowed to stay here besides you. The bedding and quilts inside are all brand new, so you can use them without worry, the conductor said. I see, so how do you rest after that, conductor? Muru Feng said. My office isn't small either. I can rest there from now on. Besides, to be honest, I don't really need rest, the conductor replied. Muru Feng nodded and didn't say anything further. Mr. Mu, please rest now. If you need anything, just press the service bell on the table and we'll come to assist you immediately, the train conductor said. Oh, pardon my asking, but is the bloody train for sale? Mu Ruhu suddenly inquired. The conductor didn't react immediately. Mr. Mu, I'm really sorry, but this can't be sold. The conductor shook his head. Everything has its price. I'll name a figure, 1 billion. Will that do? Mu Rua said nonchalantly. 1 billion? The conductor's mouth went dry. Not enough? How about 2 billion? Mu Ruhua doubled the offer again. Mr. Mu, I really can't. It's not for sale, the trainmaster said with a bitter smile. If it could be sold, the trainmaster would have agreed in a heartbeat. But it simply couldn't be done for the bloody train to change ownership. Its current master would have to die first. And if he were dead, even 10 billion wouldn't be spendable by him. Forget it. You can go about your work. No need to attend to me. Mu Ruffing waved his hand dismissively, somewhat regretfully. Oh, by the way, remember to remind me when the train arrives at Kunshan Chicken Farm. Mu Ruffing added another instruction. Although Mu Ruffing wasn't disembarking at Kunshan Chicken Farm, he still wanted to see Xuefan and Xinyu one last time before getting off. Understood, Mr. Mu. The train conductor nodded and slowly closed the door. Mu Ruffing went straight to the bedside, then directed the bandages to transfer the objects placed behind him to the other side. Immediately after, Mu Ruffing lay down directly on the bed. To tell the truth, the bed was quite comfortable, soft and cushiony. Moreover, there was a cotton quilt on the bed. The train conductor had really thought of everything. Now that he's eaten and drunk his fill without any worries on his mind, it was the perfect time to sleep. Mu Ruffing pulled the quilt over himself and soon fell into a deep slumber. After what seemed like an indeterminate amount of time, Mu Ruffing felt something pressing down on his chest. There was also a pair of icy little hands pressing randomly against his cheeks. His mind was occasionally filled with indistinct, fleeting thoughts. Yet, Mu Ruhua slept so deeply that none of this managed to wake him. Suddenly, Mu Ruhu felt the ghostly energy within his body rapidly draining away. In less than a minute, his ghostly energy would surely be drained completely. This sudden turn of events jolted Muru Foam awake immediately. The moment Muru Foam opened his eyes, he saw a ghastly pale baby lying on his chest, crying. The eerie baby's pair of pitch black, gleaming eyes were fixed on Muruhu, scrutinizing him closely. Muruhu could feel it, his ghostly power was being steadily drained by the sinister infant. Almost the moment he saw the unnatural child, Mu leaped straight up from the bed in shock. The bloodthirst state had long since ended. Terror struck instantly as Muruhu was startled by the ghostly baby clinging to his chest. Coming to his senses, Mu Ruffing finally remembered this eerie presence was none other than the ghostly infant he had contracted with. At that moment, Mu Ruffing finally let out a sigh of relief. "You little rascal, you scared me half to death," Mu Ruffing scolded as he patted the icy-cold ghostly infant. "Yeah, hungry, eat, eat." Though he couldn't understand the words, Muruhu could grasp the little one's meaning. Stop sucking. If you keep going, my life will be gone. I'll have someone prepare food for you right away," Muruhu said urgently. Once the ghostly energy within Muruhu's body was exhausted, it would start draining his life force. His meager life force couldn't withstand the little creature's feeding. The strange baby was very obedient. When told not to absorb, it immediately stopped draining the ghostly energy from Mu Ruffing's body. By the way, little one, can you directly consume spirit coins?" Mu Ruffing suddenly had an idea and asked the bizarre infant. The strange baby evolved by absorbing ghostly energy or the essence of flesh and blood from its food, and spirit coins also contain ghostly energy. The supernatural entities Mu Ruffing had encountered could also grow stronger by absorbing ghostly energy from spirit coins. So in that case, can the ghost baby directly evolve by eating spirit money? Money, eat the lil money. The ghost baby sat atop Mu Ruffing's nape, hugging his head while babbling cheerfully. "Here, eat up." With a thought from Mu Ruffing, 100,000 bills materialized and arranged themselves across the bed. Yeah. The eerie infant seemed to have discovered food, instantly transforming into a black mist and vanishing around Murua's neck. In the blink of an eye, the supernatural infant miraculously appeared right before the stack of 100,000 yuan banknotes. Then I saw the eerie infant grab 2 stacks of banknotes with both hands and stuff them directly into her tiny mouth. Only, the 2 stacks were too large to fit into that small mouth. At this point, the eerie infant grew somewhat frantic. Chapter 62, Never had a girlfriend, yet gained a daughter, seeking monthly votes. In the blink of an eye, the eerie infant rolled its pupils, then suddenly split its mouth open sideways all the way to the base of its ears. With jaws now unnaturally wide, it somehow managed to swallow all 20,000 soul coins in a single gulp. And that wasn't even the end. Within mere moments, the remaining 80,000 soul coins vanished down the bizarre infant's throat. "Eating that much? Here's some more for you." Mu Ruffing swept his arm with heroic fervor, scattering 1,000,000 soul coins across the bed. Eek! The eerie baby saw so many soul coins and actually revealed an extremely delighted expression. Then, he continuously grabbed handfuls of banknotes and stuffed them into his own mouth. As he devoured more and more ghost coins, the spectral power within the wraith infant grew increasingly formidable. Muru even sensed that the wraith infant seemed to have grown noticeably larger. In just over a minute, the 1,000,000 ghost coins had been completely devoured by the wraith infant. Oh no, there were still 20,000 soul coins left, and the eerie being snatched 10,000 in each hand. By now, the spectral infant had grown noticeably larger. During the time of the contract, it was merely a baby of 7 or 8 months. After devouring those 110,000 soul coins, it had grown to resemble a toddler of about a year and a half. Daddy, here you eat." The spectral infant suddenly appeared before Muruhung again and, to his surprise, spoke for the first time. What did you call me?" Mu Ruffing was startled that the spectral infant had spoken, but hearing its address for him, he froze again. Daddy, hug. The spectral infant spread its arms, begging Mu Ruffing for an embrace. Because Mu Ruffing had given the spectral infant 1,000,000 soul coins, coupled with their existing contract, the infant felt an overwhelming closeness to him. "Call me big brother," murmured Mu Rufeng as he reached out and cradled the spectral infant in his arms. Daddy, eat the little coins." The eerie infant gazed at Mu Ruhan with utter innocence, shoving the soul coins clutched in its tiny hands toward his mouth. "Call me brother." Mu Ruhua tilted his head back slightly, avoiding the 20,000 soul bills that came flying at his mouth. "Daddy, call me bro, though." Mu Ruhua emphasized his words. Daddy. The spectral baby seemed determined to stick with this title. Never even had a girlfriend before, and now suddenly I've got a daughter. Muru Feng sighed. Forget it. Do you at least have a name? Muru Feng asked. Name? What's a name? Is it something tasty, Daddy? The eerie infant didn't seem to understand the concept of names at all. Forget it. I'll give you one then. How about Mu Guaying? Ghost baby? Guaying. Fine. Muru Feng was terrible at naming things. These were the best monikers he could come up with. Guaying, Mu Guaying. Good. At this moment, the eerie infant seemed to understand what a name was, muttering excitedly while clapping its hands with unrestrained joy. Then I'll call you Xiaoying. Xiaoying, you eat it yourself. Daddy doesn't eat soul coins. Mu Rufu declined the 20,000 yuan Xiaoying offered him. Oh, okay. Xiaoying responded and then gobbled up the remaining 20,000 yuan in one bite. Daddy, hungry. Daddy, Xiaoying wants to eat more little money. Eat as much as you want. There's plenty of soul cash to go around. Mu Ruwa waved his hand once more, and a small mountain instantly appeared within the room. 10 million, a full 10 million soul coins, were brought out by Mu Ruwa. Ah, money, so much lovely little money, Xiaoying cried out in surprise, instantly transforming into a mass of black vapor and vanishing. When she reappeared, she was already sprawled atop the mountain of coins, devouring them voraciously. Xiaoying was truly a glutton, no wonder that gaunt and eerie figure had handed her over to Muru Feng's contract. She could eat an astonishing amount. In just 7 or 8 minutes, a full 10 million soul coins were devoured by Xiaoying, not a single soul banknote remained. By now, Xiaoying had grown another size larger, appearing roughly like a 4 or 5-year-old child. At the same time, she wore a bright red bandage dress. Since she had grown up, being completely naked wasn't appropriate anymore, so Mu Ruffing had the bandages wrap around Xiao Ying's body as coverage. Sigh, I'll have to wear the bandages myself. I really should find a proper outfit for Xiaoying soon. Mu Ruffing glanced down at himself. He was only wearing a pair of underpants at the moment. To be honest, if he were alone in his own room, it wouldn't have mattered, but with Xiaoying present, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Wait, hold on, in the train conductor's office. Suddenly, Muru Feng remembered seeing an entirely black Lolita outfit in the conductor's office. The style was just right for a child around 4 or 5 years old. However, after some thought, Muru Feng felt it might not work. Not only because that uniform was the train conductor's cherished possession, but also because Xiaoying would keep eating banknotes. She might very well grow another size bigger. Just as Mu Ruffing was contemplating how to get a new set of clothes, Xiaoying suddenly appeared on top of his head without him noticing. Daddy, I'm full. I want to go sleepy sleep, Xiaoying said while clutching Mu Rufeng's head. Already full? Keep eating, have some more. Mu Rufeng said. No more eating, Daddy's level is too low. Even if I eat, I can't digest it, my tummy's bloated. Xiaoying patted her round little belly. You mean, because my level is too low, you can't eat more and can't level up to 3? It's not that I can't eat more, but that I can't digest it, tummy gets bloated. Xiaoying patted her round little belly again. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Mu Ruhuai patted his head as he remembered. A contractor cannot bind a ghost more than 2 levels higher than themselves. In other words, since Mu Ruhuai is currently level 1, the highest level ghost he can bind is level 2. If the bound ghost wants to reach level 3, then the contractor must first advance to level 2. In that case, Little Ling would have to wait until Rufeng Mu reached level 2 before she could continue digesting the pocket money and then advance to level 3. Previously, Little Ling had just recently reached level 2. Now, after eating so much pocket money, she's reached the peak of level 2. Of course, judging by Little Ying's recent remarks, it's not that she can't eat anymore, she still can, it's just that she can't digest or level up from it, and the excess will be stored in her body. Rufeng Mu certainly wouldn't forget that his pocket money would disappear after clearing this dungeon. It's good that Xiaoying can store things. No matter what, we've got to fill her belly to the brim with what's alive inside. As long as Xiaoying can still eat, then let her eat wildly, recklessly, eat like there's no tomorrow. Xiaoying, you should eat more then. A bloated belly is better than a hungry one, don't you think? Mu Rufeng said. If Daddy says I should eat, then I'll eat. Xiaoying thought for a moment, it seemed reasonable, and then earnestly nodded her head. Mu Ruffing nodded and waved his hand grandly, this time taking out a full 100 million. Chapter 63, Whoa, I really can't eat anymore. Please vote with monthly tickets. 100 million was already an enormous amount, enough to fill every empty space in the room. Go on, eat every last bit of it, said Mu Ruffing with his heartless extravagance. Daddy, Ying will really try her hardest to eat it all, Little Ling said with a determined expression, making a cheering gesture. Then, Little Ling vanished directly from Muru Feng's embrace, only to reappear sprawled atop a mountain-like pile of banknotes, devouring them ravenously. Is this also Little Ying's ability? Teleportation? Or something else? Muru Feng gazed at the empty space where Little Ling had vanished from his arms, muttering to himself. 20 minutes later. Daddy, I can't finish it, there's just too much to eat. Little Ling sat atop a pile of spirit coins, on the verge of tears from frustration. There's not much left, Xiaoying. You can do it, Daddy believes in you. Mu Ruhua gave Xiaoying a thumbs-up gesture and an encouraging look. Wah, Daddy, I really can't finish it, Xiaoying said with a tearful face, struggling to stuff the banknotes into her mouth. Come on, Xiaoying is the best, go for it. Mu Ruhua cheered enthusiastically for Xiaoying from the side. Soon, another 10 minutes passed, and almost all of the billion-dollar bills had been emptied. In front of Xiaoying, only about 100,000 yuan remained. Woo, Daddy, I really can't eat anymore. Though Xiaoying's size hadn't changed, her entire body had turned from its original cyan hue to a fleshy pink. Her skin was rosy and tender, incredibly adorable at first glance, she looked no different from a real child. Don't cry, don't cry. If you can't eat it, then don't. Mu Rufeng's heart softened instantly. He felt utterly wretched with guilt, quickly stepping forward to scoop Xiaoying into his arms and holding her tightly to comfort her. Daddy, I never want to eat little coins again, Xiaoying said through sniffles, her tears stopping as she lifted her aggrieved little face to look at Mu Rufeng. No more, no more. If you don't like it, you don't have to eat it, Mu Rufeng hastily assured her. Thank you, Daddy, Xiaoying wept with joy. Hey, since you've started calling me Daddy, there's no need to be so formal. Mu Rufeng smiled as he reached out to wipe Xiaoying's tears away. Wait, Xiaoying, how can you cry? Aren't you supposed to be a ghost baby? Mu Rufeng was momentarily stunned. I don't know, it's just, the stuff in my eyes suddenly came pouring out. Xiaoying didn't understand why she was crying either. Alright, doesn't matter if you don't know. Mu Rufeng waved his hand, unconcerned. Daddy, I'm so full, I want a sleepy sleep, don't want to move anymore, Xiaoying said again. Alright then, you go ahead and get some sleep. Mu Rufeng patted Xiaoying's head and said softly, bye-bye, Daddy. With Mu Rufeng's permission, Xiaoying immediately transformed into a dark mist and then disappeared into Mu Rufeng's body. Mu Rufeng looked inward and found Xiaoying fast asleep within the contract slot. Bandages, quick, wrap me up. Mu Rufeng immediately gave the order. The bandages obeyed obediently, swiftly wrapping Mu Rufeng, and of course, a cloak became indispensable. After all his belongings were stored on his back, secured by the bandages. With a grand sweep of his arm, Mu Rufeng collected the remaining spirit notes into the black gold card. Just as Mu Rufeng was about to step outside, he suddenly froze in his tracks. His gaze turned toward the toilet beside him. When nature calls, he could barely hold it in anymore. Better to take care of business now. Mu Ruhua strode briskly toward the restroom. A few minutes later, Mu Rufeng emerged from the restroom looking completely at ease. After some thought, Mu Rufeng decided to ask the train conductor about that Lolita dress. He wouldn't feel at ease unless he found Xiaoying some clothes. Pushing the door open, Mu Rufeng stepped outside. Before long, he arrived outside the train conductor's office. Knock, knock, knock. Mu Rufeng politely rapped on the door. Conductor, it's Mu Rufeng. Are you in there? In the blink of an eye, the door swung open. Mr. Mu, what brings you here? Is there something you need? The train will be arriving at the station in about 7 minutes, the conductor said with some surprise in his voice. Huh? Only 7 minutes until arrival? Mu Rufeng sounded surprised. Yes. Mr. Mu, please come in. Please come in. The train conductor quickly ushered Mu Rufeng into the office. Conductor, I have something to ask you, though it might seem a bit presumptuous. I was wondering if you'd be willing to part with this piece of clothing? Mu Rufeng got straight to the point, pointing directly at the black Lolita dress as he spoke. Ha! The conductor was momentarily stunned. He'd considered many possibilities, but never in his wildest dreams did he think Mu Rufeng would come for his daughter's dress. This, Mr. Mu, may I ask why you need this dress? The train conductor didn't agree immediately. If it were just an ordinary piece of clothing, he wouldn't have hesitated to give it away. But this was his daughter's dress, the only keepsake he had left to remember her by. Well, you see, I've contracted with a supernatural infant. Are you familiar with that, conductor? Mu Rua explained. I know, little Fei told me. The train conductor nodded, still full of doubt in his heart. That little one has quite the appetite. She's eaten quite a few soul banknotes and grown quite a bit. Besides, she's a girl after all. It's not proper for her to be naked like this. I don't have any clothes suitable for her, so I thought I'd ask you, Mr. Conductor, Mu Rua explained. Is that so? The train conductor fell into deep thought. Clearly, an intense internal struggle was taking place. I can see this outfit means a great deal to you. Tell you what, I'll offer 1 million to buy it. How does that sound? Mu Rufeng proposed. 1 million? Deal. The train conductor reacted instantly, accepting immediately. Are you kidding? No emotional attachment to an object could possibly compare to 1 million in cash. If he hesitated for even a second, it would be a disrespect to Mu Rufeng. Alright, should I transfer to your bank card or deduct from my black gold card? Mu Rufeng also breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that the man agreed to sell him the clothes. Mr. Mu, you can transfer directly to my bank card. My bank account number is *********. Mu Rufeng nodded and immediately instructed his black gold bank card to transfer 1 million to the conductor's account. Received. Thank you, Mr. Mu. I'll bring the clothes to you right away. The train conductor took a deep breath to steady himself, then stepped forward and took down the black Lolita dress, solemnly handing it to Mu Rufeng. Don't worry, I'll definitely take good care of it. Muru Feng smiled as he took the Lolita from her. The moment he touched it, Muru Feng was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected this piece of clothing to possess attributes. Chapter 64, Little Devil Outfit, Monthly Tickets Please. Little Devil Outfit. This garment was once an extremely precious possession of a certain father. Unfortunately, such preciousness couldn't withstand the lure of 1 million. Effect, when worn, increases the wearer's ghost power by 30%, provides strong defensive capabilities, automatically repairs when damaged, grants immunity to certain curses, adjusts size flexibly according to the wearer's body, female exclusive. Enhancement effect gradually diminishes for wearers exceeding 3rd level. These attributes are exceptionally good. Just the attribute of boosting ghost power by 30% is already worth this much. However, judging by the last line of text, this little demon set should be a level 3 item. Its actual value might not be this high. Mu Ruffing offering 1 million to purchase it means paying several times more than it's worth. But for Mu Ruffing, this money practically came for free. This little demon set is essentially a windfall for him. Thank you for your generosity, Station Master. I'll take my leave now, Muru Feng said. Mr. Mu, after you. The conductor arrived at the door and personally opened the office entrance for Murua. You're too kind. Murua walked out of the office and, under the watchful gaze of the train conductor, returned to his private compartment. Now that the clothes were ready, it was time to put them on Xiaoying. Mu Ruffing summoned the sleeping Xiaoying out. However, Mu Ruffing was momentarily stunned, because he realized this little demon outfit was rather complicated, and he had no idea how to put it on her. After some thought, Mu Ruffing simply draped it over Xiaoying from the collar, wrapped her up, and tossed the whole bundle into the contract slot. Once Xiaoying woke up, she'd probably figure out how to wear it herself, hopefully. After settling Xiao Ying's outfit, Mu Ruffing pushed open the door and headed toward the dining car. In just about 5 minutes, the Kunshan Chicken Farm station would arrive. Mu Ruffing planned to go to car number 5 to find Xinyu and Xuefan, intending to inform them that he had no plans to disembark. Mu Ruhua actually didn't need to explain anything to them. However, he was afraid that because he hadn't gotten off the train with Chang Yulin and Chu Lianhong, they might mistakenly believe he had died inside the bloody train dungeon. If someone died in a dungeon, the news would be immediately relayed to their parents. Though they'd surely come up with a plausible excuse, if Mu Ruhua later reappeared alive and ran into his grief-stricken parents, well, that would be quite the awkward predicament. Just in case, Mu Ruffing decided it would be best to explain things clearly. As Mu Ruffing walked through carriage number 1, he noticed there wasn't a single supernatural entity in sight. Only Xiao Fei, the bartender, remained standing at the counter. Clearly, those dining phantoms must have gone to find the pig-head specter to make dumplings. Mr. Mu, you're out. The train is arriving soon. The attendant greeted Mu Ruffing the moment she spotted him, eagerly stepping out from behind the counter with a sycophantic smile. Attend to your duties. I have some matters to discuss with my companions. Mu Ruffing dismissed her with a wave of his hand. Certainly, Mr. Mu. Please don't hesitate to summon me if you need anything. Xiao Fei bowed repeatedly as he watched Mu Ruffing enter carriage number 2. Upon arriving in carriage number 2, he found all passengers still soundly asleep. Their faces were filled with terror, all caught in nightmares. However, it wasn't as pitch black as before. Clearly, they must have been warned. The eerie figure in the suit naturally noticed Mu Ruo walking in. His eyes locked fiercely onto Muru Feng, wanting to strike but fearful of breaking the rules, and even more wary of the rule-type artifact in Muru Feng's grasp. And so, the suited specter kept staring as Muru Feng departed from carriage number 2. Attention passengers, the train will soon arrive at Kunshan Chicken Farm Station. Passengers disembarking at Kunshan Chicken Farm Station, please prepare your luggage for departure. Attention all passengers, the train is approaching Kunshan Chicken Farm Station. Please prepare your belongings and disembark if Kunshan Chicken Farm Station is your destination. Passengers, the train will soon arrive at Kunshan Chicken Farm Station. Those disembarking at Kunshan Chicken Farm Station, please prepare your belongings to exit. When Mu Ruhu arrived at carriage number 5, the train's broadcast announced the upcoming station arrival. Sir, you're back. We'll be arriving at the station shortly. The attendant spotted Mu Ruha too, immediately scurrying over with eager steps. Mu Ruhang nodded, then moved to stand beside Xingyu and Xuefan. The two were positioned in the middle section, one on the left side, the other on the right. As Mu Ruhang approached, they both noticed him. Mr. Mu, you're back? I was getting worried when you didn't return for so long. Xingyu visibly relaxed upon seeing Mu Ruhang. Good to have you back, Mr. Mu. We're about to reach Kunshan Chicken Farm Station. We've all cleared the instance now. The tension that had been gripping Xuefan earlier finally eased away. From now on, both of them were truly players in the game. As for true contractors, they'd need to contract a supernatural entity and awaken ghostly powers within themselves to be considered the real deal. This time was nerve-wracking, but we made it through unscathed, Shinyu said with a laugh. Yeah, the mortality rate this round wasn't too high, Mu Ruhang nodded in agreement. He glanced at the number of surviving players, 20 remained. Mu Ruhua remembered that when he entered the train conductor's office, there had still been 21 players left. Nearly 2 hours had passed, yet only one player had died. That wasn't many, but this deceased player. Mu Ruffing guessed that this dead player probably brought death upon himself. After all, he had even asked the train conductor to look after these newbie players. As for the dead newbie player, Mu Ruffing didn't really care. After you get off, remember to tell Chang Yulin and Chu Lianhong for me. I won't be getting off at this station, Mu Ruffing said. What? Both Xuefan and Shinyu turned to Mu Rui with astonished expressions. Get off at Kunshan Chicken Farm with just the minimum 100% clearance rate? I plan to write a few more stops to increase my clearance rate, Mu Rui added. Ah, Mr. Mu, it's way too dangerous. That's right, Mr. Mu. Even just the first stop is incredibly perilous. Getting off at Kunshan Chicken Farm is the safest option. Mr. Mu, we've already cleared the level. There's absolutely no need to keep taking risks. Even if the completion rate increases and the rewards improve, nothing is more important than your own safety. Xuefan and Shinyu both disapproved of Mu Rufeng's decision not to get out of the car, and they didn't understand it either. It's a pity that Mu Rufeng would never listen to them. Stay out of this matter. I have my own plans. Just go outside and inform Chang Yulin and Chu Lianhong for me. Besides, it's not like I lack the means to protect myself. As Mu Rufeng spoke, he raised his right hand, and with a thought, a wisp of black mist began to coil upward from his palm. Let's take a separate chapter to discuss the plot and incidentally ask for your monthly votes. Vote for me. Vote for me. Vote for me. Important things must be said 3 times. Then, here is the main text. Looking at the comments section, many readers have remarked that the ghost baby consuming spirit money, initially consuming 1 million without noticeable effect, and then 5 million later only elevating it to peak second tier, seems questionable. Previously, the tier 6 supernatural entity Zhang Xiaojia only had assets totaling around 1 million. So, this suggests either the inflation of currency, a plot hole, or the ghost baby itself being broken. There's also a theory that the Yin infant, having reached level 2, is unable to progress further in its cultivation due to being constrained by the protagonist's own level, essentially suppressing the protagonist. First, let me explain why the Yin infant consumes soul currency. It fundamentally comes down to innate aptitude. Just as you can't compare a mongrel pup to a dragon whelp, these two entities naturally exist on entirely different planes. The ghost baby's extraordinary innate abilities mean it naturally consumes more soul currency when leveling up. Additionally, the ghost baby doesn't immediately digest all the soul currency it consumes. My setting is that it can store the ghost power from the soul currency. Whenever the protagonist levels up, the ghost baby can instantly digest the stored ghost power to advance itself. As for suppressing the protagonist, with each game instance granting entirely new overpowered abilities, there's simply no way to keep them contained anyway. That's exactly how I initially set it up. Otherwise, if the protagonist directly contracts the train conductor, wouldn't he just be rampaging through dungeons with the bloody train unchecked? What would be the point of the subsequent plot then? The cheat abilities would become completely useless, and the core appeal would be lost. Many readers also suggest that the protagonist should make some investments, otherwise it'd be such a waste with all these inexhaustible soul coins. Not doing so would also feel like artificially constraining the protagonist. All I can say is, the dungeon isn't over yet, there's still a major climax coming up. As for the matter of spirit money, I won't spoil it here. You'll find out later, it definitely won't disappoint you. That's all there is to it. The book's performance so far has been quite good, one might say better than any prior work I've written. Here, one sincerely thanks all you esteemed readers for your support through monthly votes, recommendation tickets, chapter-by-chapter reading, and monetary gifts. Xiaowen kneels here in gratitude. Another thing, begging for monthly votes. Barring unforeseen circumstances, will launch on Tuesday, and there will definitely be an explosive update spree. Wanting to make a charge up the new book monthly rankings, so, monthly votes please, monthly votes please, monthly votes please. Let me say this first. Every 300 monthly votes equals 1 extra chapter, and this extra chapter will be 3,000 words long. Chapter 65 only 10 stations? Monthly votes please. This is ghost power? Xuefan and Shinyu were startled at the sight. They had undergone professional training and knew much about the dungeon world's affairs. They were naturally no strangers to ghost power. When ghost power emerges within a contractor's body, it signifies the contractor has formed their first contract with a supernatural entity. Mr. Mu, you've contracted an anomaly? Xuefan exclaimed in shock. Yes, got lucky. Contracted it on the train. Mu Ruhong nodded. Congratulations, Mr. Mu. At this moment, Mu Ruhu had suddenly risen to a higher position in the hearts of Shinyu and Xuefan. It's important to know that contracting with supernatural entities is a rather difficult task. First, in the initial world, you cannot form contracts because you're merely a provisional player. Only after clearing the first instance will you qualify as a full player and unlock the contract slot. This was exactly Muruhu's situation. During the first world, he didn't even have an attribute panel. It was only after clearing it that his contract slot became available. As for directly contracting supernatural entities in the second world, while not unheard of, such cases are extremely rare. Moreover, among these exceedingly rare instances, most occurred only with assistance from high-level veterans. It's extremely rare for someone to contract their first supernatural entity in their second instance. Muruhu ventured to the dining car compartment alone, which implies he made the contract himself. How could they not be astonished by this? Even their division chief, Tianlin, didn't contract his first supernatural entity until his third instance. In fact, some individuals within their relevant departments had even reached LV2 level without contracting any supernatural entities. Be careful when you get off, everyone. Conductor, please keep an eye on them. Mu Ruhong reminded them before turning to address the nearby conductor. Don't worry, Mr. Mu, I'll look after them. The conductor replied respectfully. This was because Chief Conductor Xiaofei had already informed all crew members about Mu Ruhong's special status. These flight attendants naturally didn't dare to disobey Mu Rufeng's orders. Shui Fan and Shen Yu nodded. At that moment, they still had some doubts in their hearts, not understanding why the flight attendants were so deferential to Mu Rufeng. After giving his instructions, Mu Rufeng didn't linger in carriage number 5 any longer and promptly left. Of course, Mu Ruhua did not return to his initial carriage, but instead went back to his exclusive private compartment located between the locomotive and carriage number 1. Just as Mu Ruhua was preparing to get a good night's sleep, he suddenly felt a bit thirsty. He immediately pressed the service bell on the table. Within just half a minute, there was a knock at his door. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Mu, it's Xiaofei. Do you need anything? The waiter Xiaofei's voice came from outside the door. Bring a few bottles of water, Mu Rua said. Certainly, Mr. Mu. Would you like anything else? Xiaofei asked. No need. Soon, Xiaofei returned with 3 bottles of water. Mr. Mu, if you have no further instructions, I'll take my leave now. Xiaofei placed 3 bottles of water on the table as he spoke. Xiaofei, let me ask you, how many stops does our bloody train have in total? Mu Rufeng inquired. Mu Ruhua was determined to make it all the way through, so he needed to clarify how many stops there were and how much time it would take. Upon hearing this, Xiaofei quickly responded, Mr. Mu, our train route has 10 stops in total. The Kunshan Chicken Farm is the first station, and the final stop is Chanhang Amusement Park. Only 10 stations? Mu Rufeng slightly wrinkled his brow. He had thought there would be several dozen stations, which would have allowed him to rack up several 1,000% completion. Now with only 10, the maximum he could achieve was 1,000% completion. This realization left Mu Rufeng genuinely disappointed. Mr. Mu, our train stops aren't fixed. They refresh every time we head to the real world. And even when refreshed, there are always exactly 10 stops, no more, no less, Xiaofei said. The stops refresh every trip to the real world? Mu Rufeng was slightly startled. So places like the Kunshan Chicken Farm weren't actually fixed stops then? Do those stops also take 3 hours to reach each location? Mu Rufeng asked again. If it's 3 hours for each, and there are 9 stops left, that would be 27 hours, a full day and night. Sir, only returning from the real world takes 3 hours. Going to other stops takes at most 1 hour, and the shortest should be just half an hour, Xiaofei explained. I see. Alright, go about your business. Here's a tip for you. Mu Rufeng tossed over 100,000 soul coins. Thank you, Mr. Mu. Thank you so much. Please feel free to call on me anytime you need anything. Xiaofei took the 100,000 soul coins, his entire body trembling with excitement as his pale face flushed with color. Ding dong! The train has arrived at Kunshan Chicken Farm Station. Passengers disembarking at this stop, please queue up to exit. Ding dong! The train has arrived at Kunshan Chicken Farm Station. Passengers disembarking at this stop, please queue up to exit. Ding dong! The train has arrived at Kunshan Chicken Farm Station. Passengers alighting at this stop, please queue to disembark. 3 consecutive announcements sounded as the bloody train slowly pulled into the dilapidated platform. As the train came to a complete stop, the doors of all 10 carriages opened simultaneously. The first to emerge were the 10 attendants. Then, those eerie passengers disembarked. Counting carefully, there turned out to be a full 23 passengers, all of whom were headed to the chicken farm. Among them was that gaunt, unsettling fellow. Not daring to delay, the novice players followed these strange figures and stepped off the train. I'm Chang Yulin from the relevant department. Everyone has already cleared the level and will be returning soon. Remember, each of you must immediately report to the nearest police station for registration. We'll send someone to escort you to the relevant authorities. Don't worry. Chang Yulin immediately shouted toward the group of players who had cleared the level the moment he got out of the car. To be honest, This was truly the first time so many players had successfully cleared a dungeon instance. I suppose they won't get to rest even after going back, they'll have quite the workload dealing with this matter. Soon, Chang Yulin and the other players vanished from the spot one after another, returning to the real world. Beside them stood some eerie figures holding tickets, all waiting to board. At first, when they saw the new players arrive, they were thrilled and brimming with excitement. Yet, after the players disappeared, they withered like frostbitten eggplants, utterly dejected. Then, urged by those flight attendants, he boarded the train with a disappointed look. Chapter 66 Survival Rate Skyrockets. The Real World, Train Station. It was already 3:20 a.m. The train station remains under lockdown. Different from before, the military personnel have withdrawn. Moreover, the crowd of onlookers outside has also disappeared. Even for those seeking entertainment, they'd have to consider what time it is now. Though Changsha is a city that never sleeps, not every corner shines as bright as Wui Square. There weren't many people in the waiting room. Aside from Tianlin and Zhou Wan, there were only 5 others. The rest must have been dispatched by Tianlin to deal with the aftermath of the bloody train's return. Tianlin was now sitting in front of the instrument, staring intently at the screen, his eyes bloodshot. No one spoke. The atmosphere was genuinely somewhat oppressive. Right at that moment, dots of light suddenly flickered across the instrument screen. Tianlin abruptly sprang to his feet, then turned to look at the empty space behind him. The others were also startled by this scene and immediately turned their gazes in this direction. At such a close distance, their device could perfectly detect the impending supernatural energy fluctuations. What a pity, the scope is still too small. A mass of black smoke inexplicably billowed upwards. Several humanoid figures emerged from the ghostly mist. In just a few seconds, the ghostly mist dissipated. Chang Yulin and his group appeared before everyone. Xiaoyi, you're back. That's fantastic. Tianlin was the first to spot Qian Xiaoyi among the group. Tianlin reacted as if he'd just won the lottery, sprinting over in excitement and pulling Qian Xiaoyi into a tight embrace. Ouch, uncle, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Qian Xiaoyi gasped, nearly crushed by the force of the hug. Sorry. Tianlin seemed to realize he had gripped too tightly and quickly released Qian Xiaoyi. Chang Yulin, Xu Lianhong, well done, you've all returned. Zhou Wen's voice suddenly rang out. Tianlin also snapped back to attention and finally took stock of the group that had returned. Chang Yulin, Xu Lianhong, Qian Xiaoyi, Xuefan, and Xinyu, all 5 of them had successfully made it back. Tianlin's face broke into a smile. This time, all 5 members sent by their affiliated department had returned safely. As for Mu Rufeng, they didn't realize he had also boarded the bloody train. Yes, everyone's back, Chang Yulin said with a chuckle. Wait, there's still one person missing. Where's Mu Rufeng? Xu Lianhong suddenly noticed that among those who returned, Mu Rufeng was conspicuously absent. What? Tianlin and Zhou Wen didn't react immediately. Where's Mu Rufeng? Why hasn't he come back? Who shared a compartment with him? Chang Yulin also noticed only 5 had returned. Mu Rufeng truly hadn't come back. What are you talking about? Wasn't Mu Rufeng resting in our department's safe house? Zhou Wen felt an ominous premonition rising in his heart. What exactly is going on? Tianlin said. Mu Ruhu also entered the bloody train scenario. If he hasn't returned, could he have died inside? Qian Xiaoyi couldn't help but feel distressed. When Tianlin and Zhou Wen learned that Mu Rufeng had also entered the bloody train instance and hadn't returned yet, they practically short-circuited. No, Mr. Mu isn't dead. Seeing this, Xuefan hurriedly spoke up. That's right. Mr. Mu isn't dead, he even contracted a supernatural entity. Xinyu also quickly chimed in. What? Not dead? And contracted a supernatural entity? What on earth is going on? You too. Explain quickly. Tianlin was completely bewildered by these people, his voice rising unconsciously in urgency. Xinyu and Xuefan immediately recounted the events that had occurred on the train. The survival rate this time is actually as high as 67%? Oh my god, it's going to be a busy day. When Tianlin heard that out of 30 people in the dungeon, 20 had survived, he was utterly shocked. Even if Mu Rufeng survived and wanted to visit more stations to increase his clearance rate, it still couldn't compare to the significance of 20 people surviving. Why? The number of players in Changsha isn't actually very large, primarily because the mortality rate remains stubbornly high. Another reason is that each instance typically only accommodates between 1 to 5 players at most, making it impossible for the player base to grow substantially. In Changsha alone, there are only 37 registered players on record with the relevant authorities. Among them, 20 players are affiliated with the authorities, while the rest are either independent players or have been recruited by certain corporate interests. Excluding Qian Xiaoyi and the others, that's 14 additional players all at once. Without some control, this situation would definitely spiral into chaos. Moreover, everyone knows the mortality rate on the bloody train is as high as 90%. With the survival rate suddenly soaring like this, how could it not cause a stir? Tianlin immediately whipped out his phone and dialed Lao He right away. After briefly explaining the situation to him, he made another call to the police precinct's officer in charge. Have the cyber police immediately block all related information and videos on the internet. So, you're saying Muruwa went to the dining car and stayed there for nearly 3 hours, even tipping the attendants generously, and contracted a supernatural entity? Jo-won repeatedly confirmed the details with Shin-yu and Shwefan. The results obtained were met with solemn and earnest nods from both individuals. It seems this Mr. Mu really has remarkable abilities, born to excel in this line of work, Jo-won remarked with a smile. Born, my ass, that kid has nerves of steel. He could have exited after clearing the level, but no, he chose to keep pushing for a perfect completion rate. Never mind him for now. Quick, everyone, get moving. We've got a lot to handle tonight. We need to track down all the returning players. Shu Lian-hong, Chan Yulin, you must have taken videos and photos of those new players, right? Quickly check the database to verify their identities. Bring them into our ranks if they're willing to register every last one of them even if they refuse, Tianlin commanded. Yes, Minister Tian. Muruhu, still half asleep, lay in bed dreaming sweet dreams. Suddenly, a violent jolt from beneath sent him soaring into the air before crashing back down onto the bed with a heavy thud. Ah! The abrupt interruption startled Muruhu fully awake. What's going on? Muruhu stood up and reached for the switch, ready to turn on the light. But even after Muruwa pressed it, the light failed to turn on. After pressing it several more times, the light flickered on momentarily, flashed repeatedly, and then went out again. Thump, 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 thump. Mr. Mu, are you alright? The voice of the train conductor came from outside the door. I'm fine. What's going on? Why did everything suddenly shake so violently? And why can't the lights turn on? Muruhong didn't rashly open the door. Chapter 67, The Gluttony Cruise Ship. No one knew what exactly was happening. Sir, there's a minor issue. Please rest assured and stay in your room. I'll go take care of it right away. Won't disturb your rest, said the train conductor. Alright, thank you for your hard work, conductor. Muru Fong replied. Not at all, not at all. It's my duty. Please rest. I'll be right back. With that, the conductor fell silent outside. Seeing the conductor didn't insist on coming in, Muruhong breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Muruwa immediately stepped forward and locked the door without hesitation. Although unsure what had gone wrong, being cautious never hurt. As time passed, the train didn't settle down. Instead, it jolted intermittently. Even the carriage lights began flickering unpredictably. What in the world is going on? Morong Ruffing frowned deeply. Without hesitation, Muruwa bit his lip until it bled, the metallic taste of blood spreading across his tongue. Why not bite the tip of your tongue? Damn, this fucking hurts. Given his earlier act of biting his tongue, Mu Ruffing only felt how foolish he was. The bloodthirst attribute activated, and the faint fear rising in Mu Ruffing's heart dissipated in an instant. As for the rule-based skill, since no supernatural entities were currently visible, it couldn't be triggered. Knock, 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 Mr. Mu, Mr. Mu. Are you still in there? The knocking sound came again. It was the train conductor's voice. I'm here, Chief Conductor. What on earth is going on? Muru Fong said with a grave tone. We've been targeted by the Gluttony Cruise, announced the train conductor. Gluttony Cruise? What's that? A new term entered Mu Rufing's ears. It's an extremely terrifying cruise ship that perpetually sails the Dead Sea, a truly horrifying entity. It must be due to the soul coins from the bloody train that caught its attention, the train conductor said solemnly. Are you saying that I recharged 100 million on the bloody train, and that 100 million drew the Gluttony Cruise here? Mu Ruffing asked in astonishment. Correct. The conductor nodded. But how did they find out? Was there a spy on the train? Mu Ruffing asked, perplexed. That's not it. Naturally, I suspect the Gluttony Cruise must have detected us with its radar, the train conductor speculated. Radar? That thing even has radar? Muru Fong was astonished. Who knew radar had such capabilities? The Gluttony Cruise is a Class 9 vehicle. Our bloody express is far inferior. We can only flee. We can't risk putting Mr. Muru in danger, so we've decided to have you disembark at Silent Graveyard, the next stop, the conductor declared. See me off the train? Mu Ruffing was momentarily stunned. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. The train lurched violently, catching Mu Ruffing off balance so completely that he tumbled straight to the floor. Fortunately, the bandages unraveled instantly, cushioning his fall with their billowy softness and sparing him from any impact injuries. Oh no, Mr. Mu, the Gluttony Cruise has crashed into our carriage 10. We're just 10 minutes away from the Silent Graveyard now. Come with me to the door immediately. The moment we arrive at the station, I'll get you off the train, the conductor said urgently. From the sound of it, even though the conductor was anxious, he hadn't forced his way into the compartment. Muruhu thought momentarily, then reached out and opened the door. Conductor, if I may ask, which stop is the Silent Graveyard? Muruhu inquired of the conductor at the door. The conductor quickly replied, Mr. Mu, the silent graveyard is the 6th stop. That means there are still 4 stops. Mu Ruhu instantly grew somewhat irritable. It was supposed to be smooth sailing, just sleep through it and achieve 1000% completion rate. Who would have thought the damn gluttony cruise would come stir up trouble? Is that gluttony cruise really that powerful? Can't your bloody train put up a fight at all? Mu Ruhu said. The gluttony cruise is a level 9 vehicle, and its captain is also a level 8 ghost king, possessing extremely formidable strength. The gluttony cruise usually drifts in the Dead Sea and rarely comes ashore. This time, it was drawn here by the excessive number of soul coins on our train. Since our level and strength fall short of the gluttony cruise, we have no choice but to flee for now, the trainmaster said with a heavy tone. I just topped up 100 million. Can the bloody train absorb this amount to level up to 9? If it's not enough, let me know, I'll gladly throw in another 100 million, Murufong remarked. Gurgle. The train conductor's heavy mood lightened slightly. Apologies, Mr. Mu. 1 billion is absolutely sufficient, but we're running out of time. However, Mr. Mu, rest assured even though our rank is lower than the gluttony cruise, they couldn't easily destroy us. At worst, we might sustain some damage. If you're concerned about losing soul coins, due to regulations we can only temporarily refund you 10 million for now, the train conductor stated. I'm that desperate for money? Mu Ruhuing said coldly. Yes, of course, Mr. Mu. Please come with me to the carriage doorway immediately. The moment we dock, I'll personally escort you off the train, the conductor hurriedly replied. Train master, you say he came for this 100 million, then all I need to do is give him 100 million. I may not have much else, but money I've got plenty. Go speak with the gluttony cruise's captain. Tell him I'll give him 100 million to retreat, Murufong said in a low, firm voice. If money was what brought them here, then it wasn't an issue. With over 900 billion still at his disposal, he refused to believe the gluttony cruise couldn't be satiated. The train conductor was taken aback. He truly hadn't considered this matter. Mr. Mu, are you really willing to spend 100 million to make the gluttony cruise ship back off? The train conductor asked with an expression of disbelief. I told you, the one thing I'm not short of is money. Hurry up and go, or we won't make it in time, Muruhua said. Understood, Mr. Mu. Would you mind accompanying me to the control room? I'll contact the captain of the gluttony, the train conductor proposed. Alright, lead the way. Upon hearing this, Muruhua nodded. The control room of a bloodstained level 8 locomotive train, now that's something novel. This way, please. The control room wasn't far, just the old iron door to the right of Muruhua's private compartment. The conductor walked up to the large iron door, reached out, and pressed his hand against it. A flash of crimson light flickered across the iron gate. With a loud clank, the massive metal door swung open. Muruhua followed the conductor into the bloody train's driver's cabin. The cab wasn't particularly small, slightly larger than his private compartment. The room was filled with numerous old instruments. Directly ahead stood a massive glass window, beyond which stretched a monotonous gray haze, obscuring all visibility. To the right of the driver's cabin, there was a fiercely burning furnace. The train conductor noticed Muruhong's gaze and quickly explained, Sir, this is the power source of the bloody train. As long as fuel is fed into it, it can speed up the bloody train. Right now, the furnace is burning at its limit, but we still can't shake off the gluttony cruise. Muruhong nodded. Chapter 68, The Flaming Vehicle Card, Seeking Monthly Tickets. The train conductor took his seat at the controls and picked up a walkie-talkie-like device from above. After pressing a few buttons, he waited silently. In just 7 or 8 seconds, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. Captain of the bloody train, came a hoarse voice through the device. It's me. Are you the captain of the gluttony cruise? Said the train conductor. Contacting me now, are you trying to beg for mercy? The captain of the gluttony cruise spoke in an exceedingly arrogant tone. Hearing this, the conductor fell silent for a moment before replying. Captain, tell me what it would take for you to withdraw. Name your terms. Terms? The gluttony cruise's radar has detected unusual ghost energy fluctuations from your train. I imagine you've got quite a bit of soul currency on board. Given the intensity of this ghostly aura, I estimate it's worth no less than 100 million. Hand over 100 million, and I'll let you go, the captain said slowly. Upon hearing this, the train conductor remained silent but turned his gaze towards Murufeng. Murufeng also stayed silent, merely nodding to signal his agreement. Seeing Murufeng's nod, the train conductor felt as though he had swallowed a weight. His heart was suddenly steadied. Are you insane, or am I? Do you even know how much 100 million is? The train conductor said gravely. The conductor didn't immediately offer 100 million. These kinds of negotiations required patience. How much there is, I don't know, but I do know you've got 100 million there, Captain Gluttony said flatly. 10 million. I'll give you 10 million. Take it and go back where you came from, the conductor declared. 10 million? Not even worth beggar's scraps. Let me say it again, 100 million, then I'll let you go. Captain Gluttony sneered. 50 million, that's the highest I can give you, the train conductor conceded. 50 million? Ha, seems like you really do have 100 million on board. Conductor, you're mine now. With those words, Captain Gluttony abruptly ended the call. The train conductor's face twisted into an extremely ugly expression at that moment. It was obvious that Captain Gluttony never intended to let the bloody train go free. Even if offered 100 million, he still wouldn't have spared him. Muruhu also momentarily grew somewhat irritable, but he quickly suppressed it. At this moment, Murufong also understood, no matter how many billions he offered, once the glutton captain got his hands on the money, he would still turn against the train conductor. Mr. Mu, don't worry, I'll make sure you get off safely. I can still escape from the Gluttony Cruise's pursuit even if I abandon those train cars, the conductor said solemnly while looking at Mu Ruffing. Will abandoning all the cars affect the bloody train? Mu Ruffing inquired. Naturally, it will. For every 2 cars lost, the bloody train's vehicle rank will drop by 1 level. I could discard 10 cars at once to gain power far exceeding rank 8 and escape the Gluttony Cruise's pursuit. With the 100 million soul coins you've deposited, it'll take at most 5 years for the bloody train to fully recover, and reaching 9th grade vehicle status is entirely possible. The train conductor clenched his fists in secrecy. Truth be told, if it weren't for the Gluttony Cruise setting its sights on them this time, with Muru's 100 million, it would take at most half a year for the bloody train to upgrade to a 9th grade vehicle, and as the conductor, he could consequently advance to an 8th grade Ghost King. Alas, none of that can be achieved now. The most important thing is to escape the relentless pursuit of the Gluttony Cruise. Otherwise, everything will become nothing more than offerings to the Gluttony Cruise. The train conductor rose from his seat and said, 3 minutes until we reach the silent graveyard, Mr. Mu. Let's head to the carriage door immediately. Damn that Gluttony Cruise. I'll settle this score with them someday. Mu Ruffing felt rather stifled. Now, he could only disembark in the lifeless graveyard. A 1000% completion rate had suddenly dropped to 600%. How could Mu Ruffing not feel stifled? But just as he reached the driver's cabin door, Mu Ruffing suddenly remembered, he still held a certain item in his hand. Mu Ruwang halted in his tracks, and with a thought, a crimson card materialized in his hand. Flaming Vehicle Card. Attach this card to any vehicle to unleash Hellfire, animating the vehicle and granting it incredible abilities. Duration depends on the user's ghost power. Note, requires at least level 2 ghost power to use. This card was gifted to him by Zhang Xiajia, a level 6 red-clothed fierce ghost. According to the attribute description, it can summon Hellfire to animate any vehicle, granting it extraordinary abilities. Although the bloody train is an 8th tier vehicle, it still falls under the vehicle category, making this card usable on it. Muruhan was only at level 1, so naturally he couldn't use it. But the train conductor was a 7th rank ghost general, he could certainly use it. Conductor, take a look at this flame vehicle card, can you use it on the bloody train? Muruhan passed the card to the conductor. The train conductor was also taken aback for a moment before reaching out to take the card. This card, I can use it, but even if I exhaust all the ghostly power within me, at most I can only make the locomotive of the bloody train burn. It won't have much effect on the entire bloody train, the conductor said, shaking his head. Then if we were to set the entire bloody train on fire, could we escape from the Gluttony Cruise? Muru, he asked. Theoretically, yes, but it's impossible to achieve, the conductor replied with a shake of his head. Conductor, tell me, if I use spirit currency to activate the flame vehicle card, would it work? Muruhong suddenly said. Use spirit currency to activate the flame vehicle card? The conductor was slightly startled upon hearing this. He had never thought of this before, but upon closer consideration, it seemed, perhaps, possible. And most importantly, the bloody train still had a full 100 million in savings, plenty of money to burn. Let's give it a try. The conductor's mood also became slightly excited. That's right. We'll know if it works by trying. Muruho swiftly snatched the card from the conductor's hand, turned around, walked over to the driver's seat, and plopped himself right into it. The conductor didn't react immediately and was about to warn him, but then he noticed Muruho had already settled into the driver's seat, entirely unchanged. You must understand that aside from the train conductor, no matter who sits in the driver's cabin, something utterly terrifying will happen. After a brief moment of thought, the conductor realized that the reason Mu Ruffing remained unharmed was simply this: he had topped up 100 million and became the most prestigious Black Diamond VIP member of the Bloodstained Express. As Mu Ruffing sat in the driver's cabin, he sensed an overwhelming presence. It was the bloody train. He could even sense an unusual closeness from the bloody train toward him, and oddly enough, the train didn't seem to resist Mu Ruffing's attempt to control it. Never thought I'd get the chance to drive a train someday. Mu Ruffing chuckled softly before pressing the flame vehicle card onto the instrument panel in the cabin. At the same time, he channeled the ghostly power within his body and injected it into the flame vehicle card, activating it. A flicker of flame leapt out from the flame vehicle card. Almost instantly, Mu Ruhong felt the ghostly power within his body completely drained. Well, no wonder they said it required second-level ghostly power to activate. With just first-level ghostly power, you probably couldn't even animate a child's bicycle. Mu Ruffing didn't care in the slightest. With a grand sweeping gesture, he filled the entire cockpit brimming with ghost bills. Thick spectral energy instantly flooded every corner of the cockpit. This massive surge of ghostly aura ceaselessly assaulted the train master enveloped in soul currency. The train master's mouth hung open, his face a mask of utter disbelief. Excitement, agitation, and incredulity flooded across his pale cheeks. At that very moment, a thunderous roar erupted. You think my ghostly power isn't enough? Fine. Here, eat this, take it all, burn it all up. Murua grabbed the banknotes and slammed them furiously onto the flaming vehicle card. Chapter 69, Burn, Bloodstained Train. When the banknotes landed on the flame vehicle card, they instantly transformed into purified ghostly energy and were absorbed by the card. Eat it all the money here, eat as much as you want. There's more if you need, enough to fill you up. Murua grabbed a large stack of bills and slammed them violently onto the card. Almost instantly, the card unleashed unimaginable power. The terrifying hellfire erupted in an instant, engulfing the entire cockpit in the blink of an eye. Though engulfed in terrifying flames, Muruhu felt no trace of heat whatsoever. Even the train conductor remained completely unaffected. A miraculous scene unfolded as the stacks of banknotes piled in the driver's cabin spontaneously burst into flames. A vast surge of spectral energy materialized, being continuously absorbed by the flaming vehicle card. The more it absorbs, the more terrifying the power of the flames becomes. The locomotive was instantly engulfed in flames, which then rapidly spread toward the rear carriages. Watching half of the spirit money burn away, Murufone waved his hand and replenished the depleted area with more spirit money. The flames surged once more, and the rate at which the spirit money burned increased dramatically. Not enough, burn more, burn. Muruwa, as if gone mad, was frantically throwing out bundles of money. The hellfire, which had initially been orange-yellow, had now turned a pale blue, rapidly deepening in hue. When the hellfire reached a deep blue, Muruwa realized the spirit money in the cockpit could no longer burn. At this moment, Mu Ruffing finally calmed down. Has it reached its devouring limit? Mu Ruffing glanced at his balance. He'd probably burned through several 100 million soul notes. Now then, it's my turn to dominate. Mu Ruffing sat in the driver's seat, a ferocious grin on his face. At this moment, Mu Ruffing realized he had gained complete control over the bloody train. Instructions on how to operate the bloody train surfaced in his mind. It's too complicated. Just give me an accelerator and a steering wheel. Oh, and make the destroyed car number 10 reappear. If ghost power isn't enough, then burn more, Muru Fong shouted. The next moment, the dashboard in front of him began to transform. In an instant, a primitive steering wheel materialized before Muru Fong. Beneath his feet, a gas pedal appeared. Even carriage number 10 had reappeared within his perception. Though Muru Hong didn't know how to drive, ramming things recklessly was something he could manage. And at that very moment, boom! With a deafening crash, the train shuddered violently once more. Muruhu instantly sensed that the rear of the train had been struck again by the Glutton's cruise liner. However, this impact didn't destroy carriage number 10, it only dented it slightly. Under powerful ghostly energy, the damage instantly repaired itself. Hit me? Come on, give it all you've got. Muruhu grinned savagely, flooring the accelerator pedal to the metal. Roar! The bloody express locomotive let out a thunderous roar as azure flames erupted violently from its engine. The next moment, Muru Wong felt an intense thrust against his back. In an instant, they had put considerable distance between themselves and the Gluttony cruise ship. Instead of fleeing, Muru Wong turned the steering wheel all the way and made a sharp U-turn. It was at this very moment that Muru Wong finally caught sight of the true form of the Gluttony. A colossal cruise ship towering 100 meters high materialized before Muruhu's eyes. On the ship's prow gaped a gigantic mouth filled with densely packed rows of enormous teeth, presenting an utterly horrifying sight. Muruhu had never visited the seaside since childhood, having only seen cruise ships in movies and television dramas. Now, encountering a real and massive cruise ship before him, it must be said, left Muruhu utterly awestruck. Comparing the two, the bloodstained train was completely outmatched by the Gluttony cruise, but that was in the past. Now, with its burning fury, the bloodstained train radiates a presence that rivals even the Gluttony cruise. You've hit me plenty of times, come at me again, why don't you? Muruhan let out a sinister laugh. He floored the accelerator, and the locomotive roared like a fiery dragon as it lunged toward the Gluttony cruise. On the other side, inside the bridge of the Gluttony cruise ship, a man shrouded in ghostly aura sat upright in the captain's chair. Though his features were indistinguishable, he wore an outdated yet formal captain's uniform. He held a cigar between his teeth, seeming thoroughly at ease. Next to him stood a man in tattered suit, hunched over with an obsequious demeanor. Captain, we're about to strike it rich this time, a full 100 million. The suited man could barely contain his excitement. First mate, you're mistaken. I'm about to get rich, not we. The captain blew out a plume of dark smoke as he spoke slowly. Smack! The first mate slapped himself so hard that his last remaining front tooth went flying. Yes, I'm bad with words. It's the captain who'll strike it rich. The captain who'll strike it rich. Who knows what damn luck this train stumbled upon to net 100 million. But it's my gain in the end. Once I get my hands on that 100 million and digest these soul notes, I'll surely break through to the 9th level in one go. Then I won't have to rot away guarding this Dead Sea anymore. The captain held a cigar in his left hand, then raised his right to grab a blood-drenched severed head nearby. He crammed it into his mouth and crunched it down with a few audible bites, swallowing it whole. Fa! The captain opened his mouth and spat out a clump of hair. These contractors' hair is truly revolting. The bald ones taste far better, the captain grumbled. Captain, my apologies for the oversight. Next time, I'll ensure all contractors are shaved bald before presenting them to you, the first mate said with extreme subservience. With that level of groveling, who'd believe he was the first mate? Call him a servant, and no one could possibly argue otherwise. On the ship, I think there should still be 5 contractors left, right, said the captain. Yes, Captain. Those 5 are all level 4 contractors. Their strength is mediocre, but they're extremely cunning. I haven't been able to get my hands on them yet, the vice captain replied. No rush, take your time. We won't run out of blood sacrifices anyway, the captain said indifferently. Why is that bloody train suddenly on fire? The vice captain suddenly noticed something unusual happening to the fleeing train ahead. Just the death throes. The captain flicked his cigarette ash and promptly steered the cruise ship to accelerate, crashing toward the train. Boom! A deafening roar. The train was struck once more by the insatiable cruise ship, yet this collision made the once relaxed captain sit bolt upright. Interesting, it can withstand impacts without damage. That seems like hellfire. Quite fast too. The captain's interest was immediately piqued. Captain, sir, look, the bloody train is turning around ahead. Is it planning to take us head on? The first mate sneered. Ha, alright. This train conductor really is a tough guy. When the gluttony cruise swallows the bloody train, if the train conductor survives, let him be the second mate. The captain laughed heartily as he swallowed the cigar whole. Second mate, eh? The deputy captain sneered inwardly. Facing the oncoming fiery serpent, the gluttony cruise showed not the slightest fear. Instead, the massive maw at the bow of the ship opened wide, appearing ready to devour the bloodstained train in a single bite. Before they even came close, the terrifying ghostly auras each emitted already collided violently, soaring straight into the sky and stirring up boundless waves of gray mist. The burning train erupted with an unimaginable radiance, illuminating the pitch-black expanse. The moment they touched, a terrifying ripple instantly spread outward. The radiant glow faded as the gargantuan maw of the gluttony cruise ship swallowed the bloody train whole. Within its gullet, the hellish flames burning across the bloody train suddenly faltered. Clearly, the bloody train was now suppressed and at a disadvantage. Dare to devour me? Let's see if you've got the stomach for it. Burn it all, ram it to death. Muruwa waved his hand grandly, and the cab was once again filled with soul money. The trainmaster beside him was already numb, overwhelmed by the flood of bills that left him utterly unfazed. Vast amounts of soul money were rapidly consumed by flames, yet the bills seemed endless. No sooner were they burned than more appeared. It could never burn out, simply impossible to exhaust. The previously suppressed flames erupted once more, fiercer than ever before. Countless dilapidated ships were shattered by the bloody train, yet innumerable more converged from all directions. Fearless, the bloody train forged ahead. Nothing in its path could halt its advance. Even the wreckage of those shattered ships, tainted by the infernal flames, began to burn. Boom, went the deafening explosion. The bloody train crashed into a solid wall. After the tremor, the train effortlessly smashed through the wall. The train's speed suddenly surged. Ahead, the familiar gray mist appeared once more. They emerged, crawling out from the belly of the gluttony cruise ship. In the blink of an eye, the train had traveled far. Mu Ruffing violently twisted the steering wheel, and the bloody train executed a stylish drift, successfully completing a U-turn. Before them, the massive gluttony cruise ship loomed into Mu Ruffing's view again. However, unlike before, there was a massive hole over 10 meters wide beneath the gluttony cruise ship. Around the edges of the hole, vivid blue flames raged violently. Under the onslaught of the flames, the hole showed signs of expanding even further. But soon, dense waves of ghostly energy descended from the gluttony cruise ship, instantly curbing the flames' fury and causing them to rapidly diminish. Hee, just one hole isn't exciting enough. Let me punch a few more holes in ya. Mu Ruhua grinned widely, stomping the accelerator to the floor once more. Wah! Boom! The burning bloody train struck again, crashing into the gluttonous cruise ship's hull and tearing open another gaping wound. At the same time, on the deck of the gluttony cruise ship, 5 contractors stood clutching their mops, dumbfounded as they watched the fiery serpent vanish into the belly of the cruise ship. What was that? One contractor was profoundly shaken by the sight. Chapter 70, The Special Abilities of a Tier 9 Vehicle. Damn it, what's going on? What the hell is happening? The captain was currently in an extremely violent mood, his teeth grinding continuously, emitting a piercing sound. Clearly, the blood train had been fleeing like a dog under their pursuit. Clearly, the blood train had already been swallowed into the gluttony cruise's maw. Why had it escaped from within so effortlessly? Why was the hard hull so easily pierced with 2 gaping holes? And soon there will be a 3rd giant hole. The captain couldn't understand why the bloody train, only an 8th level entity, now radiated an aura comparable to the gluttony cruise. Captain, there's no time for hesitation now. You must immediately mobilize the ship's power to contain the bloody train within the cabins, let the crew slowly digest it. The deputy captain hurriedly spoke. Are you telling me how to do my job? The captain glared coldly at the deputy captain. The deputy captain didn't dare to argue at all, lowering his head while his body hunched over even more, his face filled with terrified expressions. Even if the bloody train has reached level 9, it still can't compare to my gluttony cruise ship. If that guy had just run away after leaving my cabin, I might not have caught him, but he had to come back and deliver himself right to me. On the gluttony cruise, this is my territory. Even a tiger must crouch before me, and a dragon must coil under my command. The captain scoffed, his form suddenly dissolving into a dark mist that seeped into the floorboards. Seeing this, the first mate breathed a sigh of relief. Every time he stood before this mercurial captain, his heart pounded with fear. I suppose with the captain taking matters into his own hands, the bloody train affair is already settled. Best deal with those contractors first, otherwise, once the captain finishes his work and finds nothing left to eat, he'll surely trouble me again. The vice captain muttered to himself before stepping out of the control room. Burn, burn, let it all burn. Countless derelict ships swarmed in, crashing against the bloody train's carriage. Yet not only did they fail to achieve anything, they were instead ignited by the infernal flames atop the ominous train. It could be said that wherever Mu Ruhang raced past, he left behind a trail of blazing flames in his wake. A single spark can start a prairie fire. In the pitch-black cabin, the flames spread at an unnaturally rapid pace. Moreover, these flames faintly seemed to merge with those aboard the bloody train. One could vaguely sense the aura of the bloody train growing stronger. It was at this moment that an overwhelming oppressive force instantly swept over. The spreading flames suddenly halted their advance, then gradually diminished until they were completely extinguished. An enormous figure manifested before the bloody train. It was a gigantic whale. The whale's face was half-rotten, its body pockmarked and covered with jagged, tooth-like bite marks. Yet in terms of menacing presence, it somehow didn't lose out to the previous bloody train. This spectral whale turned out to be an 8th-level ghost general. Standing atop the ghostly whale's skull was an unusually tall figure clad in an antiquated white captain's uniform. Mu Ruhang gazed through the train window and naturally spotted the spectral whale and that human figure. That's the captain. How could there be an 8th-level spectral whale inside this cruise ship? The trainmaster was astonished. Spectral whales were no ordinary anomalies among 8th-level supernatural entities. They ranked among the most formidable. Given its sheer size, even the mightiest 9th-level anomalies of the Dead Sea would likely struggle to subdue it. Sinister whale? Screw that. I'm gonna ram them dead today. Mu Ruffing didn't care about the odds right now. He was undoubtedly pumped. The burning bloody train had filled Mu Ruffing with tremendous confidence. The bloody train swung its locomotive around and charged headlong toward that sinister whale ahead. The train roared, its echoes reverberating in all directions. Roar! The phantom whale also emitted a deafening cry, like an ancient behemoth, violently colliding with the bloody train. Standing atop the whale's head, the captain, who had initially been brimming with confidence. But the moment they made contact, the captain's expression changed dramatically. That monstrous whale capable of wrestling with the gluttony cruise ship was actually sent flying by nothing more than a train locomotive. Ayo-oh-oh-oh! A deafening roar erupted from the whale's mouth once more, but unlike before, this time it was a scream of agony. The captain clearly saw a large dent in the spectral whale's head, evidently already severely injured. What kind of joke is this? Even with the power of gluttony aiding it, the spectral whale was still sent flying? The captain floated in the void, his face filled with disbelief. Good, very good. Even like this, you can't escape my grasp. The captain waved his hand grandly, and the heavens spun while the earth turned upside down. The bloodstained train that was about to collide with the ship's hull unexpectedly reappeared in the midsection of the cabin. But that wasn't all. The captain made cutting gestures with both hands, then continued to slice and gather the space before him. In an instant, the entire area was divided into multiple subspaces that eventually coalesced into a perfect ring. The entire interior space of the ship's cabin could be manipulated at the captain's whim, and the bloody train was right there in the circle. Muruhu also noticed this, but he didn't care, keeping his foot pressed firmly on the accelerator. Flames blazed, illuminating everything with their fiery glow. The the train's speed was pushed to its absolute limit. Yet, forget about ramming through the ship's hull, it didn't even collide with a single object. It seems we've been circling within this space all along. This is bad. The space we're in is actually inside the Gluttony cruise ship's cabin. The captain has enclosed the space into a circular loop. There's no way out. Being experienced and worldly, the train conductor immediately recognized something was amiss. Enclosed into a circle? That said, the Bloodstained Express is after all an 8th-tier vehicle. Surely it must have some special abilities? Muruhua asked. At the same time, with a sweep of his arm, he produced soul notes once more, filling the cockpit mid-air. Naturally, there are special abilities, Mr. Mu. You may learn of them by communicating with the bloody train, the conductor promptly replied. Upon hearing this, Muruhua placed his hand on the instrument panel and immediately established contact with the bloody train. Soon, the special abilities of the bloody train emerged in my mind. Moreover, even the attributes of the bloody train appeared clearly before Muruhua. Burning bloody train, level 9 vehicle, temporary. This is a train that has devoured countless soul banknotes, reinforced by hellfire. Special attribute 1, disabled. Special attribute 2, possesses the ability to traverse between reality and the supernatural world. Special attribute 3, has immensely powerful propulsion and unparalleled defensive capabilities. When damaged, it can instantly restore itself by consuming spectral energy. Special attribute 4, can channel spectral energy into train carriages, causing them to detach and autonomously detonate, resulting in a terrifying explosion. Special attribute 5, can assimilate all energy from on board the train for its own use. Special attribute 6, can release all ghost power into a single train compartment at once, then detonate upon throwing. Note, maintain distance before detonation, or bear the consequences yourself. A faint smile played at the corners of Muru Feng's lips. So it can be emptied all at once. That makes things quite interesting. The smile on Mu Rufeng's face was twisting into something unnatural. As for the first special attribute, Mu Rufeng instinctively ignored it. Without any hesitation, Mu Ruhua activated train's special attribute 6. All ghostly energy was instantly compressed into carriage number 10. The previously raging flames dwindled in an instant, leaving only a single flicker of fire. Then, that flicker blazed up once more, engulfing the entire train in flames. This cycle repeated itself a full 10 times. At this moment, the blood train's momentum had reached an utterly terrifying level. Even the captain outside the spatial confinement wore an expression of extreme gravity. He couldn't comprehend why the trapped blood train kept alternately bursting into flames and extinguishing, each time surging with greater ominous power. This aura has even begun to affect the Gluttony cruise. The ship, which had been drifting steadily toward the Dead Sea, was now forced to halt in the void. This is my territory. Even if you've upgraded to a Tier 9 vehicle, you're still no match for the Gluttony cruise. The captain snorted coldly, marshalling the Gluttony cruise's power to compress that patch of space. Attention, attention, all passengers and crew members must proceed to carriage 0 immediately. Countdown 1 minute. No delays tolerated. Attention, attention, all passengers and crew members must proceed to carriage 0 immediately. Countdown 1 minute. No delays tolerated. Attention, attention, all passengers and crew members must proceed to carriage 0 immediately. Countdown 1 minute. No delays tolerated. Mu Rufeng took the walkie-talkie and made 3 consecutive announcements to all passengers and attendants on board the train. Although Mu Rufeng couldn't care less about these passengers' lives, but after all, he wasn't the owner of the train, so he still had to save face for the train conductor. If he didn't let them head to carriage 0, they would inevitably be caught in the explosion with the rest of the train. Death would be their only fate. When the Gluttony cruise came hunting for the bloody train, the passengers had already realized the gravity of the situation. They couldn't wait to disembark and flee this dangerous place. And when the hellfire began to burn, it shocked the passengers even more. Only then did they realize that the bloody train possessed the capability of a 9th-level vehicle. Most importantly, when the ghostly energy poured into the carriage, these passengers could also clearly sense that heart-palpitating dread. They longed to escape every moment, but bound by the rules, leaving the carriage was utterly impossible. Now, hearing the announcement, the supernatural beings wasted no time. In just 20 seconds, each demonstrated their unique abilities as they all converged on carriage 0. Carriage 0 was precisely the section housing the train conductor's office and Muru Feng's private compartment. Although the number of eerie beings is considerable, they can stand firm anywhere, so there's no worry about finding a place to stand. Thank you, Mr. Mu, for buying them time to escape. The train conductor gazed gratefully at Mu Rua. It wasn't that he was concerned about the passengers, but rather, his own subordinates. These days, it's really hard to recruit employees, especially for positions where they have to stay on the train and can't leave. Chapter 71, The Gluttony Cruise Ship's Ghost Ship Mode. Aside from a few trusted confidants, all the other employees on this train were coerced, bribed, or tricked into coming here. Creak, creak. A tremendous force was squeezing the train's body. The blazing infernal flames were also compressed, shrinking from their original height of over 10 meters to a mere 3 meters. The captain of the Gluttony Cruise had intervened. Mu Ruhong paid no mind to this, for now, the show was about to begin. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. The iron hook of carriage number 10 suddenly broke, and the speeding train instantly pulled far away from the powerless carriage. Then, Mu Ruhu directly detonated carriage number 10. Boom! A flash of dark radiance flickered forth, blotting out all surrounding light. Simultaneously, a devastating ghostly aura carrying vast quantities of hellfire surged outward in all directions. The space that had previously coalesced into a perfect sphere was instantly torn open with a massive rupture. In an instant, the entire area became flooded with infernal flames. The captain above was also sent flying by this force, taking quite some time to steady himself. His clothes now carried a faint scorched smell. The Gluttony cruise ship swayed violently several times, clearly affected by the explosion. To think it could trigger such a powerful explosion? The captain's expression darkened. However, the captain soon burst into laughter. That must have drained all your ghostly power, right? Ha, you'd need at least 10 explosions of that magnitude to completely breach the hull. The captain felt relieved at this moment. The bloody train's supernatural power was exhausted, everything was about to settle, and this time, there would be no accidents. Yet soon, his expression turned horrified, because he discovered that as the supernatural fluctuations dissipated, 10 more train carriages identical to the previous ones, bearing the exact same aura, scattered below in succession. No, the captain screamed in terror. Boom! Hellfire filled everything. The ghostly power of destruction, infinite hellfire submerged all. Amidst the terrifying sea of flames, a burning train tumbled uncontrollably. It rolled for nearly a kilometer before gradually coming to a stop. What was referred to as a train had, in truth, been reduced to just a locomotive and one shattered carriage. In an instant, the flames that had dimmed suddenly expanded violently, shooting straight into the sky. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The shattered train carriage instantly repaired itself as flames spread forth. Immediately behind the wrecked carriage, spectral energy converged, forming frame after frame of new carriages. In the blink of an eye, the ghostly aura dissipated, revealing one brand new carriage after another. Flames reignited, and the bloodstained express returned to precisely the same condition as before. Maruheo maneuvered the train, turning it around to align the windows with the Gluttony cruise ship. At this moment, the shockwave from the explosion still hadn't dissipated. The surrounding void was filled with tyrannical ghostly power, a force capable of annihilating everything, and the scorching flames of hell. It seemed as though even space itself had been distorted, making it impossible to see clearly. Only the towering silhouette of the terrifying cruise ship could faintly be discerned. The sheer power of this is utterly horrifying, the train conductor remarked, standing aside while staring outside with a face full of shock. The blood train, enhanced to a 9th-tier vehicle by the flames of hell and further amplified by Murufeng's terrifying capital, was now an undeniable force. Even the seasoned 9th-tier vehicle, the Gluttony Cruise, could only admit defeat in the face of such overwhelming might. You say the Gluttony Cruise can devour our blood train, so can our blood train devour the Gluttony Cruise in return? Moru Feng asked the train conductor. Well, there's never been such a precedent before, but if we could find the core of the Gluttony Cruise, then it could be devoured, replied the train conductor. The core of the Gluttony Cruise? What is that? Moru Feng asked in confusion. The core is the foundation of the Gluttony Cruise, the source of its power. All its energy originates from the core. The bloody train also has a core, but I don't know where it is. Only the bloody train itself knows, the conductor explained. Whoa! A piercing train whistle sounded. Even sitting inside the bloody train's cab, Rumu felt his ears assaulted by the shrill noise. The tyrannical ghostly aura and the spreading sea of fire were actually shattered by the piercing screech of the steam whistle. The glow from the infernal flames atop the train illuminated its surroundings. Mu Rufin thus caught sight of the current state of the Gluttony Cruise ahead. Holes, enormous gaping holes. The surrounding hull near the gaping hole had been corroded by ghostly energy, making it nearly impossible to repair. Aside from this enormous breach, there were also several smaller holes nearby, collateral damage from the blood train's impact. Apart from that, Moru Feng noticed that the Gluttony cruise ship seemed a little shorter, smaller. The sense of oppression had also diminished somewhat. The power is truly immense. The front half of the Gluttony cruise ship is practically about to be blown apart. Seeing the severely damaged cruise ship, the train conductor felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Why does the Gluttony cruise ship seem a little smaller? Suddenly, the train conductor also sensed something amiss. Ha, you noticed it too? Mu Ruhong thought he might be seeing things, but it turned out to be real. It's shrinking, getting smaller again. Mr. Mu, look, that exploded hole is shrinking too, the train conductor exclaimed in alarm. Trying to repair the breach? Not so easy, take this. Mu Ruhong roared with laughter as he slammed the accelerator to the floor. Kaboom! The train let out a thunderous whistle, transforming into a blazing dragon as it charged toward the Gluttony cruise. The distance between them grew closer and closer, nearer and nearer. Mu Rufeng's expression grew increasingly excited. Driving a train into a cruise ship, such a thrilling scene filled Mu Ruhua with an indescribable exhilaration. But the moment they collided, Mu Ruhua's expression shifted to one of astonishment, followed by utter bewilderment. The train passed right through the Gluttony cruise ship as if it weren't there, encountering no resistance at all. Mu Ruhua immediately turned the train around, headed back, and then charged toward the Gluttony cruise ship once more. However, just as before, they effortlessly passed through the Gluttony cruise ship. Why can't we hit it? What's going on? Mu Rufeng turned the locomotive around, glaring intently at the slowly shrinking Gluttony cruise ship. The Gluttony cruise ship has another name, Ghost Ship. Its current state is undoubtedly one of the abilities of this level 9 vehicle. The train conductor said solemnly. A ghost ship? Ghosts don't have physical form, so the bloody train can't collide with it? Mu Rufeng said. But wait, I remember the bloody train can travel between reality and the supernatural world, so shouldn't it be able to hit this cruise ship? Mu Rufeng asked in confusion. Those are completely different concepts. While we say the ghost ship has no physical form, it's actually hidden in a parallel dimension. We can't access this parallel dimension, so we can't touch it. Of course, in this state, the Gluttony cruise can't interact with anything in the real world either, the train conductor explained. What if I blow up 10 more train cars? Would that open the door to another dimension? Marumo Feng said. I'm not sure either. The train conductor shook his head. How about we give it a try? Mu Ruhua looked at the conductor. Try? The conductor was slightly taken aback. Then let's try. Mu Ruhua gave a firm answer. Without another word, Mu Ruhua once again took out a large handful of soul banknotes and let the infernal flames consume them. A powerful surge of ghostly energy continuously poured into those train compartments. On the bridge of the Gluttony cruise ship, the captain, still clad in that aged white uniform, remained seated at the helm. However, unlike before, the captain who had originally stood nearly 2 meters tall had now shrunk to about 160 centimeters. His once sturdy and burly physique had also diminished to that of an ordinary person's frame. Even the ghostly aura that had enveloped him had dissipated, revealing what turned out to be a desiccated corpse. I never imagined the bloody train could unleash such a terrifying attack. Damn it all, not only did I fail to get the soul currency, but the Gluttony cruise also suffered heavy damage, even I. The captain felt utterly depressed and exceptionally furious. He wasn't particularly worried about the bloody train coming after them. First of all, the Gluttony cruise had currently entered a phantom state. In this state, it was completely immune to any attacks. Secondly, he didn't believe that after unleashing such a terrifying attack, the bloody train still had enough strength left to execute another assault of that magnitude. Now, all he needed was to activate another special attribute of the Gluttony cruise to restore it before sailing back to the Dead Sea. As for that 100 million from the bloody train, he had already given up on it, utterly unattainable, completely out of reach. If only he'd anticipated this outcome earlier, he would have made exhaustive preparations to ensure instant annihilation in one strike. Captain, something terrible has happened. The first mate burst into the cockpit in a frantic rush. But the moment the first mate stepped inside, a terrifying suction force instantly pulled him toward the captain. Have I not told you before? Not before entering the cockpit? The captain clenched the first mate's neck, his expression utterly icy. I was wrong, Captain. Please spare me this once. The situation was truly too urgent, the first mate pleaded in terror, though he still tried to justify himself. The captain remained silent, but the first mate could feel with every breath that the ghostly power within him was rapidly draining away. After a long while, the captain finally released his grip. Consider this your warning. Now speak, what happened this time? The first mate struggled to his feet, his aura noticeably diminished. He had degraded from a 6th-rank wretch to a 5th-rank specter. Captain, that bloody train is coming at us again. Before he could finish, the captain cut him off. Do you honestly think they can touch us? Unless you've got something useful to say, get lost. Have you dealt with those contractors yet? Where's my shipment of fresh meat? No, Captain, the bloody train's carriages have regrown, and then its aura became exactly the same as before the explosion. I suspect the bloody train. The vice-captain didn't continue speaking further. The captain wasn't a fool after all. How could he not comprehend the implication? Damn it, if that explosion were to happen again like before, it might actually break through the dimensional space. No, I must summon all my strength to bring the Gluttony cruise back to the Dead Sea. Chapter 72, The Dead Sea Rises, The Vanished Cruise. As the captain finished speaking, the first mate standing beside him trembled violently. Captain, although the cost is great, there's really no other choice. Don't worry, it's just losing a few levels. You still have all those sailors on board to keep you company, don't you? As for those passengers, who cares whether they live or die? The captain sneered. Judging by his words, it seemed even those Ziri passengers aboard the cruise ship would have to lose levels too. In the past, even the captain wouldn't have been qualified to interfere with passengers aboard the ship. But now, during these most perilous moments, the Gluttony Cruise's rules automatically changed. Or rather, this was a self-protection mechanism. When its own safety was threatened, it could mobilize all forces aboard the ship to confront the danger. The scene returns to the bloody train. Mu Ruffing had already refilled all 10 carriages with ghostly energy. Mu Ruffing piloted the bloody train through the Gluttony cruise liner once more. Only this time, before crossing the liner entirely, he detached all 10 carriages from their couplings. Having learned from the previous incident, Mu Ruhu kept his distance before finally turning his gaze back toward the Gluttony cruise. He detonated another 10 railcars without hesitation. Only, the explosion didn't follow as expected. This scene made Mu Rufeng frown. Why didn't it explode? Mu Ruxing refused to believe it and attempted once more to communicate with the bloody train, trying to trigger an explosion. Yet, there was still no response. The detonation command is being blocked. It's the ghost domain of the Gluttony cruise, the train conductor said solemnly. What is a ghost domain? Mu Ruhua asked in confusion. A ghost domain is an extremely powerful force field. Within its domain, it possesses unimaginably formidable abilities. Only specters of level 5 or higher can possess a ghost domain, and even then, not every level 5 specter has one. Those who do are an exceedingly rare few, the train conductor explained. Then does our bloody train have a ghost domain? Mu Ruhua inquired. Yes, the train conductor nodded. Really? Why can't I sense it at all? Mu Rufeng asked in confusion. When Mu Rufeng checked the attributes of the bloody train earlier, he only saw 4 special attributes and didn't notice any mention of a ghost domain ability. That's because during our earlier pursuit by the Gluttony cruise, our ghost domains clashed violently, rendering them temporarily unusable. And it's precisely the ghost domain's power that allows the bloody train to travel between the eerie world and the real world, the train conductor said. So you mean the Gluttony cruise's ghost domain couldn't be used either, but now theirs has been restored, while ours hasn't? Mu Rufeng said. Exactly. The train conductor nodded. That can't be right. The train has already taken so many soul coins from me. How come the ghost domain hasn't recovered? Mu Rufeng still wore a puzzled expression. How should I put it? Simply relying on ghost energy replenishment isn't enough to reboot a crashed ghost domain. This is a contest of forces between both sides. We need more powerful energy to accelerate recovery. Though we're merely an 8th grade vehicle, the power of our ghost domain isn't weaker than the Gluttony cruises. It's only after both ghost domains crashed that the cruise ship started hunting us down by leveraging its 9th grade vessel superiority. The Gluttony cruise has already shrunk by half, yet even the damage from our collision has completely healed. It evidently drained all the power from everything aboard the cruise ship, said the train conductor. Just like our train's special attribute 4, both staff and passengers had their energy drained? That's how it restored its ghost domain and healed its injuries too? Good. The train conductor nodded. So what should we do now? Shall I also absorb the power from the passengers on the train, restore the ghost domain, and forcibly break through the Gluttony cruise's ghost domain to detonate the carriage? It's too late. The Gluttony cruise is about to depart, said the train conductor. The next moment, a stretch of gray mist suddenly appeared ahead. Amid the haze, Mu Ruheng unexpectedly caught a glimpse of a vast ocean. That's the Dead Sea. The Gluttony cruise ship has forcibly connected to the Dead Sea using the power of the Ghost Realm. There's nothing we can do to stop it now. The train conductor sighed. Our original plan was to trap the Gluttony cruise ship here, absorb its core, and officially elevate the bloody train to a 9th class vehicle. At this point, there's no possibility left whatsoever. Mu Ruhua also felt a bit regretful, but regret was useless now, because he could do nothing about it. After all, being an old model level 9 vehicle, destroying it would be extremely difficult. When the bloody train advances to level 9, we'll go settle the score, Mu Ruhua declared. Yes, this grievance must surely be avenged, the trainmaster agreed with a firm nod. In just that short moment, the Gluttony cruise had already vanished from their sight. The vast Dead Sea grew increasingly indistinct, eventually disappearing into the void along with that thick fog. The blood train continued to burn, illuminating its surroundings. The 10 carriages brimming with powerful ghostly energy drifted aimlessly, seemingly ready to detonate at any moment. The Gluttony cruise ship had already fled, so naturally there was no need to detonate it anymore. Immediately, Mu Ruhua steered the train over and retrieved each of the 10 carriages one by one. Mu Ruhua looked at the remaining stack of spirit money in the driver's cabin and with a grand gesture, stashed it all away. By the way, what's the next stop? I recall it was called the Silent Graveyard or something? Which way do I go for that? Mu Ruhua asked the conductor. Open the map, set the destination, then you can just let it drive itself. The conductor hurried forward and tapped on the dashboard. Then, a projection instantly appeared before them. It looked exactly like the station diagrams you'd see above subway platforms. There were a total of 10 points, and now, they were situated between the 2 points of the horror apartment and the silent graveyard, and the distance to the silent graveyard was now very short. The train conductor reached out again and double-clicked on the station labeled Silent Graveyard. The next instant, the bloody train hovering in midair began to slowly start moving, then swiftly accelerated forward at breakneck speed. Since matters here are settled, his completion rate must be maxed out by now. Muruhu didn't give up the driver's seat either, as no one could tell whether the gluttony cruise might suddenly turn back. Above a vast dim plain, standing row upon row were grave mounds, these burial mounds connecting together to form an enormous graveyard. Some mounds rose high, with tombstones standing before them. Faint images of the departed could be glimpsed upon their surfaces. Some of the graves had already collapsed, even the tombstones toppled to the ground. Countless eerie shadows darted back and forth through the graveyard, but there wasn't the slightest sound. This place was precisely the silent graveyard. At the edge of the graveyard lay a vast open space. Nearby, a dozen or so eerie figures paced back and forth, their faces displaying traces of impatience. But they dared not speak, could only suppress it, pacing back and forth. Some of the eerie figures could even be seen holding bloody train tickets. It seemed they were passengers waiting for the arrival of the bloody train. Yet the scheduled arrival time had long passed, and still the bloody train hadn't appeared, leaving them restless and irritable. Whoa! Suddenly, the whistle of a train shattered the silence of the desolate graveyard. At that moment, all eyes turned toward the sound. Simultaneously, an overwhelming terror descended, making every supernatural presence feel its oppressive weight. The strongest rule in the silent graveyard is to maintain absolute quiet. Yet, just as those eerie moments of bewilderment took hold, that overwhelming terror vanished in an instant. Woo-woo! The steam whistle sounded again, this time closer, louder. At the same time, on the previously empty lot, an aged platform flickered in and out of view, and in an instant, this dilapidated platform had completely taken over the vacant space. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack, clickety-clack. A dazzling blaze of light flashed from the far distance, growing increasingly brilliant alongside the deafening roar of an approaching train. A burning train roared into existence from the void, charging along the tracks before finally coming to a halt before the platform. The flaming train exhaled an utterly terrifying aura that made all supernatural beings tremble with fear. Their gazes were locked onto the bloody train with deathly intensity. If they remembered correctly, the bloody train had never appeared like this before, nor had it ever emanated such horrific energy. Whoosh! The sound of air valves echoed as the train carriage doors slowly opened. 10 attendants stepped off first. Close behind, dozens of bizarre passengers frantically rushed down from the train. It seemed there was some terrifying presence on the train. Fucking hell, that scared me to death. I'm never taking a train again, said one of the fleeing ghosts, still visibly shaken. But right after he spoke, he noticed the dozen or so ghosts waiting to board the train were staring at him with an extremely eerie look in their eyes. Suddenly, the ghost remembered this station was called the Silent Graveyard. The information about the Silent Graveyard involuntarily surfaced in his mind. The Silent Graveyard was an excellent place for cultivation, as each burial mound contained rich and pure ghostly energy. There was a caretaker who oversaw the entire graveyard. Then, as long as one paid, they could enter the burial mounds to cultivate. Depending on the intensity of ghostly energy inside, prices ranged from a minimum of $100 a day to a maximum of $10,000 a day. The rules here aren't particularly numerous, but there is one supremely powerful one. Please remain silent. Make any sound, and the great terror will descend. Even a level 7 anomaly cannot escape death. Not even a level 8 anomaly dares speak here. And him? He's merely a level 3 malevolent spirit. In an instant, his face twisted with overwhelming terror. The surrounding eerie beings also seemed to sense what was about to happen, watching him with sinister gazes. Yet, several seconds passed without even the slightest incident. Several more seconds crawled by, still no great horror descended. The malevolent spirit swallowed hard, whole body trembling with fear. Suddenly, he understood something and immediately looked towards the still burning train. Chapter 73, The Silent Graveyard. I get it now, it's the blood train, the malicious ghost resolved, actually turning back to run toward the train. What's happening here? The fastest running anomaly, seeing the malicious ghost speak without consequence, subconsciously spoke up to ask. However, in the next second, a terrifying aura spread as a collapsed grave mound abruptly appeared beneath the speaking supernatural entity. The entity was instantly devoured by the grave mound, which then slowly swelled up, ultimately forming a new burial mound. Witnessing this scene, all the other entities shuddered violently, abruptly realizing the truth. The first one to speak had broken the rule of maintaining silence, yet no greater horror had descended upon them. The reason is that he now stands upon a railway station platform. This aged platform belongs to the bloody train's realm of ghosts. Within the ghost realm, all connections are severed, even the rules of the silent graveyard are nullified. Thus, naturally, there is peace. As for the second speaker among them, his speed seems extraordinary. Of all the disembarking passengers, he runs the fastest, having already left the railway platform behind and stepped onto the graveyard soil. This was the territory of the silent graveyard. To speak here was to break the rules, inviting dreadful terror, swallowed by the burial mounds, becoming yet another fresh grave. Strange gazes flickered in the dark. Upon seeing that eerie figure successfully board the vehicle unharmed by the flames, one by one, they actually turned and retreated. After all, their destination was not the silent graveyard. If they disembarked here, they would then need an immense amount of time and spectral coins to reach their intended stops. For instance, taking that eerie bus ride even just to the next nearest stop would take at least 10 hours minimum, and the fare starts at 100 yuan. If you're looking for speed, then the phantom taxi's your best bet. But no matter how fast you go, you can't outrun the bloody train, and it demands even more money. As for safety, well, the gluttonous cruise ship capable of repelling Tier 9 vehicles led them to believe that the bloody train must be one of the safest modes of transportation in this bizarre world. So, those passengers actually turned back and boarded the bloody train once more. A handful of passengers still didn't get on, because their destination was none other than the silent graveyard. At that moment, the eerie figures waiting to board finally reacted. They ignored the violently burning flames and stepped onto the train. Woo-woo! Clickety-clack, clickety-clack, clickety-clack. The train whistle sounded as the bloody express started up again, racing forward into the distance. Within moments, it had vanished into the darkness ahead. The trail of flames left in its wake took a long time to gradually extinguish, making for an utterly awe-inspiring sight. Inside the blood-stained train cabin, Mu Ruhang rose from the driver's seat. The flame vehicle card wasn't taken down after all, since it still had plenty of ghostly power remaining. In any case, completing all 10 stations first to eliminate any potential accidents was the priority. Conductor, I'd like to apply for a membership card for the contracted spectral infant under my possession, Muru Feng spoke up. A membership card for a contracted supernatural entity? That's certainly possible, but wouldn't that be rather wasteful? The conductor remarked. That works fine, not a single bit wasted. With a thought, Mu Ruffing directly summoned Xiaoying from the contract slot. At this moment, Xiaoying was still fast asleep. Strangely enough, although she had initially just stuffed them into her clothes, somehow she was now already wearing that little devil outfit. This is a spectral infant? The conductor stared at Little Ying's rosy complexion and smooth skin, unable to believe this could be one of the supernatural entities. If you said she was a real person, there would definitely be eerie objections. Yet, he could clearly sense the fluctuations of ghostly energy emanating from Xiaoying. Yes, this outfit actually suits her quite well, Muru, he said with a smile. Right, it suits her well, very cute. The train conductor nodded nostalgically. Alright, hurry up and issue the card for her, Muru Feng said. Soon, just over a minute later, another black and gold card appeared in Muru Feng's hand. Mr. Mu, from now on, Miss Xiaoying's expenses on the train will also be fully waived, the train conductor said excitedly. The conductor had already known upon seeing such vast sums earlier that money wasn't his, after all, so he couldn't use it. But with this 100 million balance, being able to access a portion of it, how could he not be thrilled? Mu Ruffing heard this, smiled faintly, then tucked that card into Xiaoying's pant pocket before placing her back into the contract slot. The 100 million balance successfully ensured Xiaoying's future meal expenses were accounted for. It was likely he wouldn't have to worry about resources for Xiaoying's subsequent upgrades anymore. Mu Ruffing glanced at the balance on his Heaven and Earth Bank black gold card. 999,015,369,900 yuan. Judging by the previous balance, he had spent over 800 million in total. Over 800 million soul coins were enough to upgrade an 8th level vehicle to 9th level, and even repel the veteran 9th level gluttony cruise ship. I have to say, the flame vehicle card is exceptionally powerful, though having money makes you even stronger. Mu Ruffing looked at his remaining 900 billion plus soul coins and sighed with a hint of regret. Only a few stations remained before clearing the dungeon, and this money simply couldn't be spent in time. After some thought, Mu Ruffing suddenly asked, Conductor, do you think Xiaoying could open an account with Heaven and Earth Bank? Opening a bank card for Miss Xiaoying? Of course, whether you're a contractor or an Erie resident, you can go ahead and apply, the train conductor said. Morahan nodded. Back during his first instance, Harvest's sister Chunyi had mentioned that once he opened an account at the Heavenly Earth Bank, he could pay soul coins online. What's the process for that? Morahan inquired. Once Xiaoying had her bank card set up, Morahan could transfer the entire balance from his Heavenly Earth Bank account directly into Xiaoying's card. In that case, wouldn't he achieve complete financial freedom? It's very simple, just visit any branch of Heaven and Earth Bank to proceed directly. However, Miss Xiaoying probably won't be able to handle it for now, the train conductor said. Unable to handle it? Why? Is there some special reasoning behind this? Muru Feng inquired. If one wishes to open a bank account, they must personally visit the bank in person. It cannot be delegated to others or processed online. Mr. Mu, as a contractor, once you disembark, you will immediately return to the real world upon completing the instance. Miss Ng, being your contracted partner, will naturally follow you back to the real world as well. So Missing won't be able to open a bank account here. However, Mr. Mu, if needed, after returning to the real world, you can summon the bloody train using our black gold card. We can then transport you to the location of Heaven and Earth Bank, thus enabling Missing to open an account, said the train conductor. Upon hearing this, Muru Fang's expression darkened. If we pass this instance and soul bills have already been reclaimed, what's the use of processing Xiao Ying's application then? However, Muru Feng did learn that he could now travel back to the real world once every month. Originally, he only possessed a single black gold card used to summon the arriving train and board it bound for the Eerie world. However, because the bloody train could only return to the real world once a month. Thus, as long as Mu Ruffing enters the supernatural world, he must stay there for a full month before returning to the real world. But now things are different. The black gold card can break through regulatory constraints, granting Mu Ruffing one round-trip opportunity. He'd never considered this possibility before. When getting Xiao Ying her card, his intention was simply to spend whatever points he could. An unexpected stroke of luck, like planting willows and seeing them flourish on their own? Is online registration really impossible? If needed, I'll top up an Underworld Bank black gold card for her too, Mu Ruffing said. Hearing this, the train conductor realized his perspective had been somewhat narrow-minded. To think he could casually mention an obsidian black card from the Bank of Heaven and Earth. Then again, considering how much ghost money he'd burned for the bloody train, sponsoring Xiao Ying's obsidian card wouldn't reduce his balance at the bank. It was merely transferring funds from his left pocket to the right. Mr. Mu, I'm afraid this is restricted by the Bank of Heaven and Earth's regulations. The account holder must personally visit, the conductor explained. Bound by the rules? Mu Ruffing couldn't help but recall the time he obtained the black gold card. Speaking of which, back then, didn't he skip going to the Heaven and Earth Bank altogether? It was the bank's general manager who personally delivered it to his doorstep. Wouldn't that be contradictory then? Of course, if one possesses the power to break such rules, then online processing would indeed be possible. The train conductor suddenly remembered something and hastily added, breaking the rules? Muru Feng murmured to himself. It seemed his cheat ability possessed the power to break such rules. How else could he have obtained an account at Heaven and Earth Bank without appearing in person? But in the end, it was just a hack, not his own power. Thus, he could only regretfully conclude this approach wouldn't work. Chief Conductor, I'm rather tired too. I'll return to my compartment to rest first. There's still plenty of ghost energy left in this flame vehicle card. Let's keep using it like this for now. Call me when we reach the 10th station, Muru Feng said. Understood, Mr. Mu. Please go ahead. The train conductor respectfully opened the cockpit door for Mu Ruffing and watched as he entered the exclusive compartment. After closing the cockpit door, the conductor felt somewhat excited. A 9th-tier vehicle, at last. He could finally command a 9th-tier vehicle. Although temporary, it was still a level 9 vehicle. Level 9 vehicles are already among the most powerful in the Eerie world. His long-cherished wish had finally been fulfilled. Overcome with excitement, the train conductor instinctively pulled a hanging ring above him. Woo woo woo! The locomotive let out a tremendous roar as it raced through the void. Muruhu returned to his private compartment on the train. He grabbed the bottle of mineral water on the table and drained it in one go. Muruhu naturally hadn't slept. After all, he still had plenty of ideas waiting to be implemented. Chapter 74, Phone Bill Recharge, 100 million yuan. At once, Mu Ruffing took out his phone. Mu Ruffing restarted the device and entered the Phantom system. He then opened the Phantom Communication app. Mu Ruffing proceeded to the top-up interface and input the phone card number. Please select the recharge amount you want. Mu Ruffing took a look and saw 7 recharge denominations available: 1 yuan, 5 yuan, 10 yuan, 20 yuan, 30 yuan, 50 yuan, and 100 yuan. Too little, far too little. Muru clicked directly on the 8th option, Custom Input. Without another word, he pressed a 1 first, then punched in a string of zeros after it. However, what annoyed Muruwa was that 8 zeros was already the upper limit, nothing more could be added. So, in other words, the recharge limit was also capped at 100 million. Recharge failed. Please bind your bank card number. The app popped up with a new interface. He nearly forgot this bank card really hadn't been linked yet. Without hesitation, Mu Ruffing entered the card number, then input his ghost energy as the verification password, completing the binding in an instant. Ding dong! Top-up of 100 million yuan successful. Current balance, 100 million and 50 yuan. Hope you don't let me down. Muruwa stared at his phone, quietly waiting. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds passed. Suddenly, his phone rang. The caller ID showed, Ghost Communications Group Headquarters. Mu Ruffing smiled when he saw this. Just as expected, the fish had taken the bait. Mu Ruffing picked up the phone and answered the call. Hello, Mr. Mu. I'm Luo Shui, Director of Customer Service at Ghost Communications Group. Thank you for topping up your credit with us for 100 million yuan. From now on, your phone card will be separated and become independent. You will be our Phantom Communications' most esteemed black gold phone card user. On the other end of the line came an extraordinarily pleasant female voice. Wait, that actually works? Muru muttered in surprise. The reason he topped up 100 million was to lure the people from GhostCom over. Unexpectedly, Chunny's supplementary card could directly be separated and transformed into his own exclusive black gold phone card. He had actually been considering getting a new card, figuring that the 100 million could just cover Chunny's phone bill as compensation. Mr. Mu, this is absolutely possible. For Ms. Lee Chunny, we will issue her a new supplementary card and provide some additional compensation, Luo Shui explained. By the way, I never registered for a card with your company. How did you know my surname is Mu? Mu Ruhu inquired. Mr. Mu, the bank card linked to your account is a black gold card from the Celestial Bank. We've made inquiries about you, and although Celestial Bank declined to reveal your identity, they did disclose your surname. We sincerely apologize for probing into your affairs without permission, Mr. Mu. If you have time, we'd like to invite you to visit the headquarters of our Ghost Communications Group. We'll offer our most sincere apology and compensation. Luo Shui's tone and implication clearly aimed to persuade Mu Ruhu to visit the Ghost Communications Group headquarters. No need. Mu Ruffing waved his hand, then asked, "Forgive me for asking, but does Ghost Communications need any investment?" Investment? Well, I'm sorry, sir, but Ghost Communications doesn't require any investment. Our funds are quite sufficient. Luo Shui felt somewhat puzzled but politely declined all the same. Their ghostly communications certainly aren't short on funds, after all. Their communication networks span the entire Erie world. Of course, the most crucial point was that even if they wanted others to invest, they couldn't accept the investment. Not even the overseer of ghostly communications could manage it. The reason lies in the peculiar nature of Ghost Communications Group. Ghost Communications Group has never been truly controlled by the supernatural, or perhaps it simply cannot be controlled. One can only operate according to its own established rules. Mu Ruhua came back to his senses, feeling slightly regretful. Mr. Mu, would you like to change your phone number to a premium one? Luo Shui asked again. Premium number? Never mind. This one will do. Mu Ruo had no desire to conspicuously flaunt a fancy phone number. Their conversation continued, with Mu mainly inquiring about investment possibilities, asking both how he could invest and why he couldn't. Because Mu Ruo was a major client, Luo Shui patiently gave him a thorough and detailed explanation. First, that would be their Ghost Communications Group operating under its own set of rules, not exclusively belonging to any single supernatural entity. On the surface, the controller of Ghost Communications is merely a spokesperson. Even with formidable 9th level strength, they still must act according to the rules of Ghost Communications Group. Moreover, the money earned by Ghost Communications Group doesn't go to this controller. Any use of funds requires a valid justification. It's not just Phantom Communications Group that operates this way. All major conglomerates in the underworld function similarly. Take, for example, Heaven Earth Bank, Erie Bus Corporation, Phantom Taxi Group, and even Crimson Select or Spectral Select. They all follow the same pattern. This phenomenon explains why spirit currency holds such immense value in the spectral realm. Because all the wealth at the top is monopolized by these paranormal conglomerates or entities like the Silent Graveyard. Making money is hard, especially in this eerie world where the supernatural has never been its true ruler. Of course, there are still many self-employed supernatural beings. Some succeed, while others inevitably fail. The most successful seem to be a catering conglomerate spanning bizarre realms, whose CEO could be considered the wealthiest person in the supernatural world, with assets easily exceeding 100 billion. After hearing these secrets, Mu Ruhu felt utterly shocked. It turns out the operating mechanisms of the eerie world are entirely different from those of the real world. These eerie conglomerates actually operate by their own set of rules, something almost inconceivable. Yet, Mu Ruffing couldn't help but think, despite how unsettling the eerie world is, its inhabitants seem incredibly poor. Someone with billions in assets is considered the richest here? Then his trillion-worth fortune would instantly top the wealth rankings, wouldn't it? Ah, forget it. He'd just have to devise more methods to spend more money. By the way, if Mr. Mu wishes to invest in assets, Crimson Select might be open to consideration, Luo Shui said suddenly. Oh, are you certain? Mu Rua immediately perked up with interest. Crimson Premium has been squeezed by Undead Premium and CC Premium, resulting in over a year of losses. They've even started absorbing investments from Crimson Premium's top executives. There's a strong likelihood the investment can be completed, Luo Shui remarked. Great. Thank you. Muru Feng quickly expressed his gratitude. After chatting a while longer with Luo Shui, Muru Feng exchanged private phone numbers with her before finally hanging up the call. I must say, this piece of information is extremely significant, because from this intel, we've learned that standard business tactics could be used to pressure those regulatory conglomerates. Once losses occur, they'll inevitably absorb funds from top executives to cover the deficits. Of course, this isn't taking the executives' money for free. Equity shares must be given in exchange. Once the shares exceed a certain threshold, this rules-based conglomerate will be completely controlled by its top executives. It's estimated that the top brass of those corporate groups all hold, to varying degrees, shares in the rules-based conglomerate. These eerie executives are gradually encroaching upon the shares of the rules-based conglomerate. Sigh, spending money is truly difficult. Mu Ruffing had a headache, but at least there was already a clear path forward. After pondering for a while, Mu Ruffing gave Li Chun a call. He didn't know how to contact Crimson Premium's people, but he had Li Chun's phone number. Soon, the call was answered on the other end. Hello, is that Xiao Mu? Li Chunny's voice came through. It's me, Sister Chunny. Mu Ruffing was just about to speak when he saw Li Chunny's mouth start firing off a barrage of words like a machine gun. Xiao Mu, do you know what just happened? Your supplementary card seems to have been cancelled, and then the telecom company actually credited my account with 100,000 yuan worth of call time. That's 100,000 yuan, can you believe it? Wait a minute, the secondary card was cancelled. So how are you still able to call from that number? Mu Ruhua rubbed his ears. Chunny sure had a booming voice. It wasn't cancelled, it was separated and became my own SIM card. There's something I'd like to bother you with, can you help me? Mu Ru Feng said. Going independent? Whatever, they topped up my phone bill and even gave me a supplementary SIM card. I'm laughing all the way to the bank. What do you want? Let me make this clear up front. Don't even think about borrowing money, Sister Chunny said. Don't worry, it's not about borrowing money. Could you please give me HR Manager Lu Mei's contact information? Muru Feng asked. Why do you need Manager Lu's contact details? Li Chunny wore a puzzled expression. Give me a hand, and I'll top up your phone with $1,000 right now, Muru Feng said. 1,000? Sure. I'll get her number for you right away. Li Chunny quickly hung up and rushed off to retrieve the number. Though Li Chunny's phone balance already had a hefty 100,000 yuan, she didn't mind adding another 1,000 on top. As for the HR manager's number, that was even simpler, no need to ask Lu Mei herself at all. You could easily find the contact information for personnel manager Lu Mei on the staff roster hanging on the warehouse wall. It was such a small effort, plus they'd get 1,000 yuan phone credit. Why wouldn't anyone jump at the chance? Soon enough, Mu Ruffing obtained Lu Mei's contact details from Li Chunny. After all, Li Chunny was just a junior employee with no direct line to upper management. Lu Mei was different after all. She was the manager of the HR department. Though not part of upper management, her position wasn't exactly low-ranking either. After obtaining Lu Mei's contact information, Mu Ruffing immediately placed the call. Who is it? Lu Mei's voice came through the phone. It's Mu Ruffing. Manager Lu should still remember me, right? Mu Ruffing said. Mu Ruffing? Of course I remember. You just got converted to a permanent employee and already completed your work assignment to return. How could I forget? Lu Mei chuckled. Chapter 75, Investing in Scarlet Select, I became a shareholder. After this guy got regularized, it would normally take at least several days to earn enough soul coins to return to the real world, even if safety wasn't an issue. Who would have thought that he returned immediately after becoming a full-time employee? This proves he must have already accumulated a considerable amount of money beforehand. Mu Ruffing could detect a hint of gritted teeth in her tone. Mu Ruffing paid no mind to it and smiled as he replied, Manager Lu, I'm glad you remember. There are some matters I'd like to discuss with you. Although I don't know where you got this phone card, go ahead. What do you want to talk about? Lu Mei said. Your Scarlet Premium seems to be in a bit of trouble lately, so I wanted to ask, do you accept investments? Mu Ruhua got straight to the point. Investments? Are you joking? How utterly boring. Kid, don't let me see you again, or I'll devour you completely. With that threatening remark, Lu Mei hung up the phone immediately. Mu Ruhu was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled softly. Well, it made sense. As a contract worker, talking about investments with nothing to show, who else would she hang up on but him? Fortunately, Mu Ruhu was on the bloody train, so Lu Mei couldn't do anything to him anyway. If they had been face to face, it almost felt like Lu Mei would have devoured him alive. After some thought, Mu Ruhu decided not to make another call immediately but instead reopened the Ghost Communication app. On the top-up interface, he entered Lu Mei's phone number, input the recharge amount, infused ghostly power, verified the password, and in an instant, the recharge was completed. After about 10 seconds, Mu Ruffing dialed Lu Mei's phone number again. Manager Lu, has the top-up credit arrived? So, can we talk now? Mu Ruffing said. That million yuan top-up was from you? Lu Mei's voice was filled with disbelief. Of course, if you don't believe me, shall I charge you up some more? Murahang said with a laugh. You're just a contract worker. Where'd you get all that money? Where I got the money is none of your business. I'll just ask one thing, Scarlet Premium. Do you want to invest or not? Mu Ruhang couldn't be bothered to waste time arguing with Lu Mei about trivialities. How much capital do you have? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Mei inquired earnestly. Don't ask me how much capital I have, ask how much you need. No matter the amount, I'll invest it all. If you think I lack the financial capacity, just name your figure, I'll transfer it immediately as an upfront investment, declared Mu Ruffing with bold enthusiasm. Are you certain? Liu Mei was utterly stunned by Mu Ruffing's words. Speak. Fine, then transfer 10 million first. My heaven and earth bank card number is... Lu Mei promptly recited her bank account details without hesitation. Wait for it. As Mu Ruhong's words fell, he connected with the Heaven and Earth Bank and directly transferred 50 million into Lu Mei's account. You want 10 million? Fine, I'll transfer you 50 million. Do you doubt my financial situation? Did you receive it? I've transferred it, Mu Ruffing said nonchalantly. 50 million? You, gulp. Mu Ruffing could distinctly hear Lu Mei swallowing hard. Are you really going to make an investment? Lu Mei still sounded somewhat incredulous. The money's already been transferred to your account. Do you think I'm joking with you? Let's not waste time. I assume you don't have the authority to decide this either? Get someone who can make decisions to come talk to me, Mu Rufeng said. I can. I have the authority. Lu Mei hastily replied. Alright then, let's talk. How much investment can you accept? And how much equity are you willing to offer? Mu Rufeng said. Half an hour later, Mu Ruffing transferred 5 billion into Crimson Premium Group's corporate account. In return, Mu Ruffing received a rule-bound contract, essentially a shareholding agreement protected by the laws of the supernatural world. The shares held are not substantial, accounting for only a 7% stake. Crimson Premium in the paranormal world has a market value of around 50 billion. Logically, investing 5 billion should secure a 10% share. However, regardless of calculations, the offer was capped at 7%, take it or leave it. Moreover, had Mu Ruhu not been contracted, even an offer of 10 billion wouldn't have swayed them. Mu Ruffing wasn't short of money, so he agreed. If they hadn't capped the investment amount, Mu Ruffing would have bought out Scarlet Excellence outright. With this 7% stake, Mu Ruffing smoothly became Scarlet Excellence's third largest shareholder. The first major shareholder was naturally Scarlet Excellence Group itself, while the second largest shareholder was the company's general manager. In that half hour, Mu Rua and Lu Mei talked a great deal, even having a conversation with the general manager of Scarlet Premium. Ultimately, this led to sealing the investment deal. Mu Rua glanced at his account balance. Well, there were still over 900 billion left. Going round and round, spending here and there, yet somehow it feels like I've barely spent anything at all. On this vehicle, there really aren't many places to spend money. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. I'll sleep first. It's just a waste, but anyway, it's all free stuff. Mu Ruhu couldn't be bothered to think too much. He simply lay down on the bed and fell asleep immediately. It wasn't clear how much time had passed when Mu Rufeng was jolted awake by persistent knocking at his door. Bang bang bang. Mr. Mu, we're approaching Changhong Amusement Park Station. Mr. Mu, the 10th stop is coming up. The train conductor's shouting came from outside the door. Is it almost time to arrive? Mu Ruffing stood up and responded. Yes, Mr. Mu, we'll be arriving in about 10 minutes, the train conductor said. Shortly after, Mu Ruffing opened the door to his compartment. Mr. Mu, here is your flame vehicle card. The train conductor respectfully handed the card to Mu Ruffing. Mu Ruffing nodded and pocketed it quietly. After stepping out the door, Mu Ruffing headed towards the dining car. Halfway there, however, he turned to address the train conductor shadowing his steps. Conductor, you may attend to your duties now, there's no need to escort me further. But Mr. Mu, you're our train's most distinguished passenger, the conductor hastened to explain. Seeing you safely off is naturally my personal responsibility. No need, I'm not into this kind of thing. Mu Rufeng waved his hand dismissively and strode toward the dining car without waiting for the conductor's response. Seeing this, the train conductor could only return to the driver's compartment. Entering the dining car, it had to be said, the eerie ones were plentiful, easily more than a dozen. These were all unfamiliar faces, clearly passengers who had boarded later. When Mu Rufeng appeared, all eyes turned toward him. They had initially thought Mu Rufeng was coming from the locomotive, assuming he must be a powerful supernatural entity or perhaps an employee of the train. When they realized Mu Ruhu was a human contractor, their eyes brimmed with uncontrollable greed and thick malice. An actual contractor, this guy really has a death wish. Strange, why did he come from the locomotive side? Who cares? Hurry up, waiter. There's a human here, he definitely doesn't have 1,000 soul coins. I'm calling dibs on one of his thighs. You're pretty quick, mate. I'll take a leg. I won't fight you for the rest. Just give me his head. In an instant, the dozen-odd spirits noisily divided Mu Rufeng's body completely among themselves. Several spirits nearly came to blows over uneven distribution of the spoils. Shut up, all of you. Behind the counter, Xiaofei suddenly barked out the command before swiftly stepping forward. His body bent low in an extremely deferential manner. Mr. Mu, you must be preparing to disembark soon. With 7 minutes left till arrival, you may rest here for now. Let me pour you some water. By the way, would you care for anything to eat? Xiaofei then guided Mu Rugu to an empty dining table. Just get me a bottle of water. I'm not used to the food here in the car anyway, I'll eat something familiar when I get back to the real world, Mu Rufeng said. Got it, Mr. Mu. Xiaofei nodded and immediately turned toward the bar counter. As he passed by those eerie entities, he still glared at them fiercely with a warning in his eyes. The eerie figure didn't seem to care at all, standing up and actually walking straight toward Muruwa. At that very moment, an overwhelming oppressive force instantly descended upon the train carriage. Mr. Mu was our train's most esteemed guest. Anyone who disturbs Mr. Mu shall become fuel for the train. The train conductor had appeared at the carriage entrance unnoticed, his frosty expression casting immense pressure upon those eerie beings, especially the strange creature approaching Muruwa. It crumpled to its knees under this oppressive force, its face contorted in agony. I was wrong, conductor, spare my life. Sir, I'm sorry. The eerie figure quickly begged for mercy. The conductor paid no attention but instead turned his gaze toward Mu Ruffing. Seeing this, Mu Ruffing nodded slightly. Oof, if there's a next time, not even the rules will protect you. The conductor coldly snorted and withdrew his aura. Thank you, conductor. Thank you, sir. The ghostly figure hurriedly expressed gratitude, not daring to linger in the dining car any longer. Abandoning its half-eaten food, it swiftly exited the carriage. Inside the carriage, the other ghostly passengers now trembled in fearful silence. Ding dong, the train has arrived at Changhan Amusement Park Station. Passengers disembarking at this stop, please queue to exit. Ding dong, the train has arrived at Changhan Amusement Park Station. Passengers alighting at this station, please queue up to exit. Ding dong, the train has arrived at Changhan Amusement Park Station. Passengers alighting at this station, please queue up to exit. The train's announcement system sounded. The doors opened simultaneously. Muruwa stood up and walked toward the train door. Attendant Xiaofei was already waiting by the doorway, anticipating Muruwa's arrival. The train conductor also appeared at just the right moment to bid Muruwa farewell. Muruwa looked at the two of them and waved his hand. I'm off. See you next time. Oh, and if you reach 9th rank and decide to cause trouble for the Gluttony Cruise, don't forget to call me. Mr. Mu, rest assured, we will definitely notify you, the train conductor said gravely. Muruwa stepped off the train under the watchful eyes of the conductor and Xiaofei. Chapter 76, Return and Reward Settlement. Ding! Detected that the player has arrived at the 10th station Rainbow Amusement Park, fulfilling the dungeon clearance conditions. Return countdown, 179, 178, 177, 176. P.S. Immediate return is also possible. Muruhu did not return directly, but instead looked towards the Rainbow Amusement Park outside the station. Inside Rainbow Amusement Park, laughter and joy filled the air, with colorful lights shining brilliantly from within. Numerous creatures of the paranormal were also seen lining up at the park's entrance, waiting to enter. Most of these eerie visitors entering for fun were, surprisingly, accompanied by children. There were also quite a few ghostly couples paired up. Rarely any solitary spirits to be seen. Rainbow Amusement Park, what a strange place. Mu Ruffing withdrew his gaze and glanced at the boarding and disembarking passengers. Only 2 minutes remained. Mu Ruffing couldn't be bothered to wait any longer and silently chanted, "Return immediately." As soon as the words "return immediately" finished echoing in his mind, Mu Ruffing's figure vanished from the spot. The real world, the train station. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning. It was Monday, the absolute peak of rush hour, and the train station was located in a bustling area to begin with. The train station has now been reopened, with trains operating normally, but the waiting area remains sealed off. A 3-meter-high temporary wall encircles the waiting area, leaving no gaps. Beyond the wall, police tape has been stretched out, guarded by 3 burly men in suits, creating an air of great mystery. This has attracted many passengers who stop to watch, take photos, or record videos. Inside the waiting room, Xian Xiaoi sat in her seat, yawning as she absent-mindedly read some romance novel. She'd been stationed here to wait for Mu Ruffing's appearance. It's been so long. Could Mu Ruffing really be dead? No, even if he's dead, there should be a corpse. He definitely isn't dead yet, he's still on the train. Xian Xiaoi silently prayed in her heart. Although she hadn't known Mu Rua for long, she still didn't wish for her teammate to die. Ugh, this novel's plot is so cliched. The female lead is just a servant, yet 7 or 8 princes fall head over heels for her, and in the end, she marries the emperor and becomes their stepmother? Xian Xiaoi grumbled to herself and immediately removed this romance novel from her bookshelf. Just as Xian Xiaoi was about to search for other novels in the bookstore again, suddenly, she felt a cold breeze brush past her, making her shiver. What a joke, it was currently scorching at 37 to 38 degrees Celsius outside. Even with the air conditioning on, it shouldn't be cold. Xian Xiaoi quickly stood up, and before long, she noticed a plume of black smoke slowly materializing not far ahead. He's back. Xian Xiaoi began to feel nervous inside. When the black smoke dissipated and the bandaged figure appeared before him, Xian Xiaoi's hanging heart finally settled back down. Mu Ruhu, you're finally back. After waiting so long, I almost thought you died in there. Xian Xiaoi hurried forward and spoke up. Xian Xiaoi, why are you alone here? Mu Ruffing surveyed the surroundings before his gaze settled on Xian Xiaoi. Yeah, everyone else went off to handle other tasks. I was the one assigned to wait here for you, said Xian Xiaoi. By the way, at which stop did you get off? Qian Xiaoyi asked again. Let's talk about that later. Mu Ruhua waved his hand dismissively. Right now, the most important thing was settling his rewards. Settle rewards, Mu Ruhua silently recited in his mind. The next second, a prompt tone sounded in Mu Ruhua's consciousness. Congratulations to LV1 player Mu Ruffing for clearing the multiplayer dungeon, Bloody Train. Player successfully passed the first stop, Kunshan Chicken Farm, the second stop, Horror Hospital, the third stop, Qingshan Pig Farm, the fourth stop, Netherworld Trade City, the fifth stop, Forest Park, the sixth stop, Silent Graveyard, the seventh stop, Battle Royale Theater, the eighth stop, Shattered School, the ninth stop, Happy Restaurant, and successfully disembarked at the 10th stop, Rainbow Amusement Park. Completion rate, 1000%, obtained rule type item, Clown's Mad Chainsaw, earned title, Crazy Driver, obtained 1000 ghost coins. Note, clearing the dungeon grants 100 base ghost coins. Calculation formula, completion rate times base ghost coins equals final reward. Detected that the host has cleared the dungeon, the cheat program has been uninstalled, all soul coins have been recovered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a leftover cheat reward, 1 platinum card from Heaven and Earth Bank. Upon seeing these rewards, Mu Ruhang didn't immediately check the rule-based item or the title, but instead focused on the leftover platinum card from Heaven and Earth Bank. Heaven and Earth Bank Platinum Card. This card is the second-tier VIP card of Heaven and Earth Bank. The requirement for obtaining it is to deposit 10 million soul coins. Current card balance, 136,986,301 yuan. Effect, cash can be withdrawn from the black gold card at any time. Note, this card is an external black gold card gifted with 1 trillion, storing 1 day's interest. The specific calculation formula is as follows. 1 trillion times 0.05 divided by 365 equals daily interest. For storage durations exceeding 8 hours but less than 24 hours, it will be calculated as 24 hours. A look of ecstasy spread across Mu Rufeng's face. Although 130 million is utterly incomparable to 1 trillion, but this 130 million was money that Mu Rufeng could freely spend anywhere. Truly his own fortune. 130 million, putting aside other considerations, one could say Mu Rufeng had achieved financial freedom in this bizarre world. Mu Rufeng then turned his gaze to his inventory. The black gold card from Heaven and Earth Bank had long since vanished, and with it disappeared the tens of billions of soul currency Mu Rufeng had stored in his inventory. Sure enough, even though it was taken out from the black gold card, once placed on his person, the cheat system still reclaimed it. After calming himself down, Mu Ruhua finally turned his gaze to the chainsaw that had appeared in his hand. The Mad Clown's chainsaw, a favorite chainsaw belonging to a certain clown, until he was fired due to old age and frailty. Unemployed and unable to pay rent, he sold the chainsaw, causing it to drift into the world. Effect, a rule-based item. As long as ghostly energy is sufficient, it can saw through any object, but it cannot harm any supernatural entity or living being. The clown's slogan, I'm a clown, but I'm not ugly. I'm terrifying, but I don't kill. After reading this attribute, Mu Rufeng was utterly shocked. If you consider it an attack-type weapon, it certainly qualifies extremely badass, capable of sawing through anything. However, it holds zero lethal power against either supernatural entities or humans. It couldn't even saw a mouse to death. However, with its ability to cut through anything, this is absolutely a top-tier item that will certainly come in handy in certain special scenarios. Next, Mu Ruhang turned his gaze to the second reward title, Mad Driver. This was a crazy contractor who, as a first-tier contractor, piloted a 9th-tier vehicle and rammed into another 9th-tier vessel. His madness earned the recognition of the rules. Effect, equipping this title grants mastery over all forms of driving, increases all attributes by 2 points, and once operating a vehicle, all attributes are doubled, dynamic vision is enhanced, brain processing speed increases, and the madness attribute is doubled. All attributes actually increased by 2 points? Mu Ruhang was slightly startled. This title could be worn for a long time, meaning Mu Ruhang's overall attributes had directly increased by 2 points. Without any hesitation, Mu Ruhang immediately chose to equip the title. In an instant, Mu Ruhang felt a wave of comfort throughout his body, whether it was strength or constitution, everything had significantly improved. Ding! Title equipped successfully, all attributes increased by 2 points. Display the title now? No display. Mu Rufeng shot a glance at Qian Xiaoyi, who was looking at him oddly, and decisively chose not to display it. Qian Xiaoyi was indeed staring strangely at Mu Rufeng at that moment, because right now, Mu Rufeng was dressed in a red straitjacket with an absurdly bizarre cape draped behind him. Then suddenly, an even more bizarre chainsaw appeared in his hand, and he stood there laughing like a fool. Watching this, even Qian Xiaoyi grew afraid that Mu Ruhu might have gone insane. You finished settling up? Now answer my question, which stop did you get off at? Qian Xiaoyi pressed again. The 10th stop, got off at Changhang Amusement Park, Mu Ruhu replied. What? The 10th stop? Are you serious? Qian Xiaoyi exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. Of course it's real. Here, look, this is my reward. Mu Ruffing gestured for Qian Xiaoyi to check the attributes of the clown's frenzied chainsaw. Qian Xiaoyi reached out and placed his hand on the chainsaw. After seeing its attributes, his mouth fell open in shock. A rule-type artifact. It's actually a rule-type artifact. Qian Xiaoyi was utterly astonished. Wait. How exactly did you safely pass through 10 stations? Qian Xiaoyi hurriedly asked. I originally intended to get off at the second station, but somehow the train conductor suddenly appeared and told me to go to carriage number 10. He even cleared out all the eerie things in carriage 10 just like that. So I kept riding, until I reached the 10th station. Mu Ruffing scratched the back of his head, looking pleasantly surprised as he spoke. Ah, Qian Xiaoyi was shocked once again. Don't try to fool me. I've read enough books, you can't trick me, Qian Xiaoyi said with a face full of suspicion. It's true, really. I heard from the attendant that starting from carriage 10 onward, it's reserved just for us contractors. The supernatural entities will all be confined to the other carriages. Mu Ruhu grew anxious and hurriedly explained. Really? Are you serious? Qian Xiaoyi still didn't believe him. Anyway, the bloody train will reappear next month. You can just ask the contractors who get off the train, and you'll know for sure. Mu Ruhu said. Never mind, whether it's true or not. I'd better notify my uncle and Captain Zhou first about your return. Qian Xiaoyi picked up the phone and dialed the number directly. After briefly explaining the situation, she nodded several times before hanging up. Let's head back to the department first. You must be exhausted. Go rest, have something to eat. My uncle will come by later, Qian Xiaoyi said. Mu Ruhu nodded and followed Qian Xiaoyi out. Chapter 77, The Ghost Baby's Two Abilities. 1 hour and 10 minutes later, Mu Ruhu, Qian Xiaoyi, and several employees returned to the relevant department. It must be said that morning rush hour traffic was truly congested. What should have taken only 40 minutes ended up taking them over an hour. Mu Ruhu returned to the room where he had rested earlier. As soon as he entered the room, he first loosened the bandages, while the props wrapped within them were still placed to the side. Stepping into the bathroom, he turned on the shower, and a torrent of water came rushing down. Although it wasn't hot at all on the train, Mu Ruhu had still worked up a sweat, leaving his body sticky and carrying a lingering, peculiar odor. Not taking a shower really makes me feel off. While showering, Mu Ruffing suddenly remembered he had used a rules-based prop on the train, the singing mouth. The singing mouth. The owner of this mouth was a talented girl who loved to sing. Her voice moved the entire city. One day, she disappeared, only to resurface later with her mouth cut off, now someone else's collection piece. Effect, a rules-based prop that can force a designated target to loudly sing a song. Note, after specifying a singing target, the user must also sing one song performed by the target within 24 hours. Exceeding the time limit will trigger mandatory enforcement. According to the item's rules, Mu Feng still needs to sing Good Fortune Comes as well. How convenient, taking a shower and singing a song. Isn't that perfectly normal? 15 minutes later, Mu Ruffin was fully dressed and opened the door. He took in the meal delivered by an employee and devoured it entirely in just a few short minutes. Mu Ruffin pulled out a tissue, wiped his greasy mouth, and then gulped down an entire bottle of water in one go. Ah, satisfying. Mu Ruffing patted his belly contentedly. At once, Mu Ruhu opened his attribute panel. Name, Mu Ruhu. Age, 24. Level, LV1, 1/2. Strength 2-1, average adult male 10 points. Spirit 1-8, average adult male 10 points. Constitution 2-1, average adult male has 10 points. Contract slot, LV2 Ghost Infant, Mu Guaying. Ghost Power, Level 1. Title, Mad Driver. Skills, Life or Death Struggle. Props, Bloodstained Bandages, Grudge-Filled Cleaver, Dorm Matron's Secret Recipe Candles X2, Matches, The Singing Mouth, Heaven and Earth Bank Platinum Card, Flame Vehicle Card, Bloody Train Black Gold Membership Card, The Clown's Mad Chainsaw. Soul Coins, 136991479. The attributes have undergone a drastic change, and 2 new sections have appeared, the Title Bar and Ghost Power Bar, that weren't there before. By the way, let's test Xiao Ying's abilities first. Mu Ruffing suddenly remembered that since contracting with Xiao Ying, he hadn't actually used her powers at all. Immediately, Mu Ruffing attempted to connect with Xiao Ying. However, Xiao Ying was still sound asleep, showing no signs of waking up anytime soon. Mu Ruhu suddenly realized that he seemed to be able to freely use Xiao Ying's abilities. After careful sensing, he discovered that Xiao Ying possessed 2 abilities. The first ability was exactly what that frail and eerie being had mentioned, mental immunity. Mental immunity provides immunity to psychic contamination not exceeding 1 level above the host. Originally, the emaciated anomaly mentioned immunity to level 3 and below psychic contamination, but now it appears far more potent than that. As long as Xiao Ying continues to level up, the immunity will extend further. If Xiao Ying reaches level 8, they could likely even resist the psychic contamination of a level 9 anomaly. Any ability that scales like this is undoubtedly a divine skill. As for the second ability, It also left Mu Ruffing utterly astonished. Blink allows for brief teleportation within line of sight. Initial teleportation distance is 1 meter, doubling with each level up. Upon reaching level 5 or higher, the ability no longer requires line of sight and can ignore obstacles for teleportation. Blink. Mu Ruffing was utterly shocked. This skill was absolutely, unconditionally divine tier. Don't be fooled by how short the distance seems. This is instant teleportation. Whether for combat or escaping, it's undoubtedly a top-tier divine skill. Miruman took a deep breath to calm himself, then focused his intent. In the next instant, he dissolved into a swirl of black mist, vanishing on the spot. 2 meters away, a cloud of black fog materialized out of thin air, coalescing back into Miruman's solid form. How magical, what a unique sensation. Muru Fong was exhilarated. Afterwards, Muru Fong teleported several more times before finally stopping. It wasn't that Muru Fong didn't want to keep going. His ghostly energy had simply been depleted. A first-tier reserve of ghostly energy only allowed him to teleport 5 times. Of course, if he only moved a meter, or even less, the energy consumed would be correspondingly lower, enabling him to execute the ability a few more times. Overall, it's a divine skill, though limited by the amount of ghostly energy one possesses. Mu Ruffing could also borrow Xiao Ying's ghostly energy to perform it. By doing so, he could absolutely walk sideways without fear. After all, Xiao Ying's body stores so much ghostly energy. Unlimited teleportation, anyone? Originally, Mu Ruffing intended to sleep a little longer to rest, but he found he wasn't tired at all. I had only slept for a few hours before boarding the bloody train, and then slept another 7 or 8 hours on the train itself. Now, with the reward just received and Little Ying's abilities freshly tested, his mind was running high with excitement. How could he possibly fall asleep? At once, Mu Ruffing lay down on the sofa, took out his phone, and opened the Paranormal Forum app. As soon as he entered the Paranormal Forum app, a prominently pinned headline appeared right before Mu Ruffing's eyes. Shocking. Burning train pierces through 9-level vehicle gluttony cruise ship. Below was a somewhat blurry photo of a burning train. Likely due to the excessive distance, the image wasn't very clear, only barely recognizable as a train. Mu Ruffing was slightly startled. Wasn't this precisely the same burning bloody train he'd been piloting? Was it actually recorded? Mu Rua hastily clicked into the post. The post was made by a user named Crazy Girl. The poster claimed she was inside the Gluttony Cruise dungeon at the time, working as a cleaner aboard the ship. While scrubbing stains off the deck, she happened to witness a shocking scene that left her stunned. Then he took out his phone and snapped a photo, but just as he was preparing to take another shot, for some unknown reason, his phone was forcibly shut down by interference. Thus, only that single photo managed to circulate. At the same time, the poster also provided a written description of that heart-stopping vehicle battle. At the end of the post, the author mentioned that it seemed the Gluttony cruise ship had lost, allowing the remaining few contractors to successfully clear the instance and return to the real world. After reading the post, Muru Fong browsed through the comments. Damn, the post had only been up for a few hours, yet there were already over 10,000 comments. Most of them were saying how lucky the OP was. There were also comments analyzing whether the burning train might be the infamous bloody train. The more I read, the more fascinating it became. Before Mu Ruffing knew it, he had been scrolling through these comments for a full half hour. Only then did he reluctantly close the forum post. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a series of violent knocks suddenly erupted from outside the door. Mu Ruffing, are you in there? I'm Tian Lin, the department head of Changsha's relevant authorities. I'd like to have a word with you. Tian Lin's booming voice came through the door. Yeah, just a sec, let me put on some clothes. Mu Ruhong scrambled to his feet and quickly dressed in the outfit Zhao Daong had laid out for him. Soon after, Mu Ruhong opened the door. You're Mu Ruffing, kid. Not bad at all, quite promising. You actually made it back safely after 10 stops. Tian Lin patted Mu Ruffing on the shoulder and praised him. What incredible strength, Mu Rua murmured to himself, but outwardly he smiled and said, Chief Tian, I was just lucky this time. Anyway, you've already passed 10 stations. May I come in and sit for a while? Tian Lin said. Of course, Director Tian, please come in. Soon, the two were seated at the table. Come, tell me about your experience on the train. If you've discovered any rules that others haven't noticed, feel free to share them too, Tian Lin said. Morafeng nodded unsurprisingly and began recounting the account he had prepared earlier, detail by detail. After a long while, Tian Lin stood up and patted Morafeng on the shoulder again. Your account has been very helpful. I'll compile a written report based on your statement and send it to the capital. Don't worry, there will be a reward. Along with the strategy guide for your first dungeon run, both rewards will be issued to you together, Tian Lin said. Minister Tian, what kind of reward is it? Mu Rua inquired. You have 3 choices, Tian Lin said. First, 200 soul coins. Second, 200,000 in cash. Or third, 20 contribution points. 200,000? Mu Rufeng was slightly taken aback. Merits, contribution points, Mu Rufeng brushed them all aside. His attention was instantly seized by that 200,000. After working for 2 years with room and board covered, he had only managed to save around 100,000. Now, earning 200,000 in just 2 short days? Why even hesitate over which to choose? I choose 200,000. Mu Rufeng quickly responded. Are you sure? Tian Lin seemed surprised by Mu Rufeng's choice. Soul coins play an extremely important role within the dungeon, and contribution points, when accumulated, can be exchanged for powerful items with our relevant department. Tian Lin, fearing Mu Rufeng might not understand, even took the time to explain it to him. Upon hearing this, Mu Ruhang muttered inwardly, are you kidding me? 200 soul coins, might as well toss it to a beggar. In the eerie world, I'm a billionaire. As for contribution points, he didn't really care, after all, he carried quite a few items on him now. Director Tian, I understand, but I still choose the 200,000 in cash, Mu Rufeng said earnestly. Fine, as you wish. The 200,000 will be deposited into your bank account by 5:30 p.m. today at the latest. By the way, I still need to remind you, from now on, prioritize saving your own life above all else. Don't take risks just for the sake of so-called higher clearance rates. Survival is the foundation of everything. When I called you reckless in front of everyone earlier and docked half your bonus, don't take it to heart. I was just caught up in the heat of the moment. Though having said this, I feel quite embarrassed about it. Here's what I'll do. I'll personally compensate you with 10,000 yuan, transferring it together with that 200,000 to your bank account, Tian Lin said. No need, Minister Tian. I couldn't possibly accept your 10,000 yuan. I'm perfectly fine, Mu Rufeng replied somewhat startled. Alright, get some more rest. I'll give you another day off tomorrow. I'll have someone take you to your assigned apartment so you can move in and settle down. You'll officially start work the day after. Minister Tian waved his hand and headed straight for the door. Chapter 78, Trivial Matters and Welfare Housing. Got it, Minister Tian. Mu Rufeng stood up and escorted Minister Tian out of the room. Mu Rufeng closed the door, stripped down to just his underwear, tossing aside his clothes and pants. Then, he began doing exercises in his room. Previously, he never exercised because the high-intensity loading work every day had already provided the best workout possible. Now, unloading work was definitely out of the question, and since he'd become a dungeon player, slacking off wasn't an option either. Mu Rufeng bent down and started doing push-ups. In one go, he completed 100 push-ups and stood back up, mildly surprised. With enhanced physique and strength, it's truly different. 100 push-ups were actually this easy to finish. This feeling is amazing. Mu Rufeng smiled with delight. An hour later, drenched in sweat, Mu Rufeng finished his workout. After catching his breath for a while and waiting for the sweat to dry on his body, Mu Rufeng finally went to take a shower. Long parched, Mu Rufeng grabbed the water jug on the table and gulped it down in large drafts. Half a pot of water down his throat finally brought Mu Rufeng a sense of relief. Bang bang bang, the knocking sounded again. Mu Rufeng, it's Zhou Wen. Are you in there? Zhou Wen's voice came from outside the door. Captain Zhou, I'm here. Hold on a second, let me put my clothes on, Mu Rufeng hastily replied before quickly pulling his clothes back on. Upon opening the door, Mu Ruhang immediately spotted Zhou Wen, Chang Yulin, and Chu Lianhong. Hey, Captain Zhou, why do all three of you have such heavy dark circles? Mu Ruhang asked with surprise. Ugh, don't even ask. We didn't sleep all night and just finished working, Chang Yulin replied. Xiaomu, I heard from Xiaoyi earlier, did you really clear 10 stations? With a 1000% completion rate? Is that true? Chu Lianhong pressed with curiosity. Of course it's true. How could it be fake? If you want to hear it, shall I tell you again? Mu Ruhua said with a smile. Chu Lianhong was about to nod when Zhou Wen spoke up first. We've already heard the details told by Qian Xiaoyi several times, no need to repeat it. I came mainly to ask what abilities your contracted Spectre has, and what level it is. Of course, you don't have to tell us if you don't want to. We won't pry further, it's just a routine question, Zhou Wen said. Some contractors choose to conceal the abilities of their contracted anomalies. This creates an air of mystery, making other contractors wary and hesitant to take action against them. Therefore, the relevant authorities won't forcibly interrogate you about your abilities. Naturally, whether you disclose them or not, the authorities will still ask as a matter of procedure. It's better if you do tell, but it's no big deal if you don't. Mu Rufeng smiled upon hearing this and said, the entity I contracted is a second-tier spectral infant, possessing immunity to psychic contamination below Tier 3 and capable of short-range teleportation. Mu Rufeng didn't mind revealing his abilities and straightforwardly shared them. Immunity to psychic contamination below Tier 3? Short-range teleportation? Chu Lianhong and Chang Yulin spoke almost simultaneously, though not in unison. Although these two abilities aren't offensive types, they're absolutely divine skills for survival. It seems your eerie infant has enormous potential. Hearing this, Zhou Wen's pupils contracted slightly before he patted Mu Ruhong on the shoulder. To actually possess two abilities, and such excellent ones at that, Chu Lianhong remarked with evident envy. I'm so envious I could grind my teeth to dust, Cheng Yulin said with a face full of jealousy. Just luck, pure luck, Mu Ruhong replied with an embarrassed smile. Alright, enough chit-chat from you two. Head back and rest, consider this your day off, Zhou Wen said to Cheng Yulin and the other. Hee hee, Captain Zhou is the best. My dark circles are awful, time for a beauty sleep to fix them, Chu Lianhong giggled. Perfect, my mom set me up on a blind date. Meeting her at noon, heard she's a real knockout. Heh. Chen Yulin chuckled gleefully. Put, you creep, like some stunner would ever go for you? Chu Lianhong gave Chen Yulin a sidelong glance and scoffed. But Cheng Yulin was about to retort when Zhou Wen cut him off abruptly. Enough, if you two want to argue, take it outside. Xiaomu, I'll head back to the office to finish my report. If you need anything, just call me or come to my office, it's on the 4th floor, room 401. Got it, Captain Zhou. Mu Raheo nodded. Soon, Captain Zhou and the other two left. Mu Raheo closed the door, tidied up his belongings, and wrapped the bandages beneath his clothes where they wouldn't be visible from the outside. Then, Mu Ruffing took a backpack and walked out of the room. The backpack was brought by an employee at Mu Roofing's request, and he placed the props that couldn't fit in the bandages inside it. Soon, Mu Ruffing arrived at the office lobby on the 1st floor. Mu Ruffing walked straight to the sofa waiting area, sat down on the couch, and waited quietly. The hall was crowded with people bustling about, and among them were some familiar faces to Mu Ruffing. These were all newly added players. In other words, players who had cleared the bloody instance. Mu Ruffing didn't know exactly how many players the relevant department had recruited, but he guessed it must be quite a few. After waiting another 10 minutes or so, Zhao Deong finally arrived, fashionably late. Mr. Mu, my apologies for keeping you waiting. There was an accident on the ring road, got stuck in traffic for 20 minutes. Zhao Deong immediately apologized upon arrival. No problem. Let's go take a look at the housing unit assigned to me. Mu Ruffing smiled and waved dismissively. Soon, Mu Ruffing set off by car heading toward a certain residential compound. Deong, have you found all the contractors who cleared the challenge today? Bored during the ride, Mu Feng inquired. Found them all. 14 in total, 5 locals, and the rest from elsewhere in the province, Zhao Deong replied. How many of them joined our department? Mu Feng asked. 10. 3 of them were assigned to our team, Zhao Deong answered. 10? What about the remaining 4? Didn't they join? Mu Feng sounded slightly surprised. 2 were lured away by corporate factions with high salaries. One of them was originally from a corporate faction anyway. As for the last one, he didn't agree to join any side and seemed determined to be a lone wolf. Zhao Deong replied. Corporate factions? How did these organizations track down the returning players? Mu Feng asked in astonishment. Well, corporate factions have quite a few informants, and given how openly we've been searching for people, they naturally caught wind of it. With their resources, they could easily find the information and contact details of those few players, Zhao Deong said. Then why hasn't anyone contacted me? Mu Ruffing scratched his cheek and muttered quietly. It wasn't that Mu Ruffing wanted to change jobs, he just felt somewhat disappointed that no one had reached out to him. Mr. Mu, we're almost at the residential area. Whether Zhao Deong didn't hear him or didn't want to answer, he deftly changed the subject. This seems to be North Yinqing Road. Which residential area is this? Mu Rua inquired. Yuejiang Pavilion Community. The surrounding environment is quite good here, supermarkets and hospitals are nearby, and transportation is convenient too. The Line 4 subway entrance is just 200 meters away, Zhao Deong replied. Oh, this area is indeed very convenient. I've come here before with friends to eat in the commercial district. Mu Rua nodded in agreement. About 5 minutes later, they entered the underground parking lot of Yuejiang Pavilion Residential Complex. The developer of this community has a partnership with our department. The residents in buildings 1 and 2 are all department staff or their family members. You can choose one of the vacant units in these 2 buildings as your welfare housing. After parking the car, Zhao Deong handed a tablet to Mu Ruhu. Above was the 3D floor plan of buildings 1 and 2 in Yuejiang Pavilion Residential Complex. Mu Ruffing randomly clicked on a unit, and remarkably, it displayed the apartment layout and related data. Mu Ruffing noticed many units were grayed out and unclickable, presumably marking them as already occupied residences. After roughly 10 minutes, Mu Ruffing settled on an apartment located on the 28th floor of Building 2. Alright, Mr. Mu, let's head over now. Zhao Deong stepped out of the car holding a briefcase. Soon, the two took the elevator up to the 28th floor, arriving at the doorway of Unit 2802. Zhao Deong pulled out a universal keycard from his briefcase and swiped it against the electronic device by the door. With a loud beep, the door unlocked. The door opened directly. Mr. Mu, come, let's set up a password first. Once it's changed, no one except you will be able to enter. As he spoke, Zhao Deong swiftly operated on the digital lock, then had Murua register his fingerprint and set the password. Everything was completed within just 1 minute. The apartment is 118 square meters in total, with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen, and 2 bathrooms. It's fully furnished with all appliances included. It's just been vacant for a long time, so there's some dust. I'll have someone come clean it up later. Zhao Daong glanced at the furniture and appliances covered with white sheets inside and spoke up. Good. Perfect timing. I'll also go to my previous dormitory to move my belongings over, Murua said. Zhao Daong went over some more details, entered some paperwork, and only then did he leave. Originally, Zhao Daong wanted to send Murua to the priority housing, but Murua declined, telling him to attend to his own matters. Standing on the spacious balcony, Murua gazed at the scenery below, feeling a surge of exhilaration while also overwhelmed with emotions. He finally owned a home. Although ownership hasn't been transferred yet, that time isn't far off. Ding dong! Suddenly, Muru Feng's phone chimed with a text message notification. Opening his phone to check, Muru Feng's face lit up with joy. Changsha Bank, your card ending with 7,713 received an incoming transfer, interbank, of 210,000 yuan at 11:02 on July 17. Current balance, 312,751 yuan. The money has arrived. 310,000 yuan is truly a substantial windfall for a young man who graduated just 2 years ago. First, I'll go to Premium Select to retrieve my belongings. Then I'll handle the resignation formalities, must get paid for these past 2 weeks' work. Even though he had money now, those 3,000 yuan for half a month's wages were still too much to simply abandon.